We are now live here at Dreamhack Atlanta. We are just kicking things off at the Warhammer 40,000 team event in Atlanta. We are super excited for this. I'm John Lennon, joined today by Werner Bourne, and we're going to be streaming all 5 rounds of Dreamhack Atlanta. We're kicking us off with round 1. The teams are just have already been paired, and they are just starting things off. So we have the Georgia Warlords facing off with the Tennessee Valley Authority Intramural Shuffleboard League. They're going to be TVA for the rest of this stream, I think. So the Tennessee Valley Authority and Georgia Warlords are starting to stream right about now. Looks like they are deciding their first defenders.
Yep, and we should have some audio we can bring in from those captains. Possibly. Bit of a fun story here. So this is a little bit of a local rivalry. I think my understanding is they used to be one larger team, kind of split up. So we thought that was kind of a fun way to kick things off this weekend.
Absolutely. Random pairings round 1 give you some fun things sometimes.
All right, there we go. There's our Captain Mike's.
No, we're trying to get him to wear his dumb shirt in front of the camera.
I am.
All right.
So Drukhari and Adeptus Sororitas look like the first defenders for each of the teams. Oh, this is the second, you're right.
Well, we can't do that one.
So we already have Necrons against Chaos Space Marines.
Yep.
And is that Astra Militarum against Tau?
That is Space Marines.
Space Marines. Oh, man, they're putting it upside down, trying to hurt my eyes here. All right, very exciting. So very interesting to see each of these teams. I think they're well acquainted with each other, so I imagine we're going to get some really good games. Because you know what? There's nothing quite like game between friends with high stakes.
Yep.
To really be fun and dramatic. But I bet
especially
it'll be a good time.
round 1.
Oh, yeah. I love it starting off the way. Because these people, I believe they knew their pairings a couple days in advance. So they've been preparing for each other, and they already knew each other.
Yep.
So I'm expecting a good close round here. Looks like they're deciding between those attackers right now.
Definitely adds a lot of extra layers to kind of the pairing process here. And for folks joining us, actually have a pretty cool setup this weekend. So we are going to be the main stream. So if you stick with us, we will, pop coverage across all tables within the round, as well as the pairings and all of that. But there's actually also going to be a separate stream available for each individual table. So very much kind of a red zone setup. So if there's a particular game that you are super interested in, you can just watch that with the players mic'd up, or you can stick tuned with us and we will give you the big picture.
All right, looks like they're just preparing their attackers now for each of these defenders. Let's see who they're flipping.
You said it.
Ooh. Looks like there's Thousand Suns on both sides here. So it looks like Georgia Warlords' sisters have been attacked by Thousand Suns, and was that Genestealer Cult or Tyranids? I could not quite catch the text. And then on the other end, the Drukhari were attacked by, it looks like, World Leaders and T-Suns.
Yeah. I think a good score for you is 5. You want me to do that? Yeah.
The teams are debating right now. We're going to let them talk.
I think the guys we have that are low can get decent scores into it. It's fine. Okay.
Let's see. In terms of tables, most of our melee is gone.
The only one left is Colin.
Yeah, which we want to save one of these for him probably. So
Right now, the players are debating what kind of melee armies they have left. Looks like they're considering that when they're attacking.
yeah, I'm going to try to take some of that world leaders. We're on Crucible.
We're on Crucible, also known as Diagonals.
Very curious to see
one, so
what
I'm gonna
each
go
team
with
thinks of the matchups they have available here.
Accepting this one, yeeting this one.
Yeeting this one back into my pile.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna they get first pick, and then we'll get
All right, looks like everyone's made their choices. Giving some things back.
So your sisters into
Yeah.
All right, moment of truth. What's it going to be? Flip them.
World Leaders
upside
into
down.
Drukhari.
And Thousand Suns into Sisters.
Camera.
But I want to be on that side.
I sat on this side. They yelled at me till they get on this side because there's graphics.
No, we stay table, so like you table and then
He gets 3, we get 4, so he's picking right now. Hey, Rob, we do the tables.
All right, so it looks like we've got the first half done, and Thousand Suns into Sisters is already something I'm really excited to see. I know that
Can you
those
see
are
like all the
both top
graphics
armies, so I'm
appearing
really
over
excited to
his
see
head as he
what those
thinks?
actually are going to end up as. Whenever 2 top armies meet, it's always going to be interesting because there's no with armies this powerful, there's no amount of playing it that's going to guarantee what the next game is going to look like.
Hey, Rob.
It could be a big swing point on how this round goes for these teams.
Absolutely. As well, Drukari into World Leaders. That one's going to come a lot down to the player skill, I think. Both those armies tend to be a little bit melee heavy.
Yep.
And I find that melee on melee matchups, that's really going to be about the players. And I don't know which side has the edge here. So I'm very excited to find out exactly how that one's going to go as well. And now we're getting into the scrum, which I find to be the most interesting part of the pairings. So we're going to see what each team is thinking as they're picking their final defender.
Yes.
And if you've never watched an 8-man pairing before, the scrum is that last bit, those last 12 players being determined into one wild set of pairings where the refused are going to play each other, then the forgotten teams are going to play against, or armies are going to play against each other. Looks like they're deciding right now what's left, looking at their matrices and making their choices.
He doesn't know his rules.
So another consideration these teams are going through as they're picking these pairings is also the terrain layouts. So you can see that on that middle row on the board.
Yeah, it looks like they're just finalizing the terrain for each of those games. And one of the really interesting things about team events is that we're playing with GW layouts 1 through 8 from the Pride Nexus Tournament Companion, but we're playing this first round in Mission M as in Mike, and that is normally on Crucible of Battle. But there are going to be some deployment zones here that are not normally intended for Crucible of Battle. And so some teams may be able to take that to advantage. If you get a shooting army onto some terrain that maybe it was intended for a different layout, you can sometimes find an advantage. So that's a big part of the pairings process. We'll see which team is able to capitalize on that the best.
Yeah, that's what the Matrix says as well.
All right, they're making their choices.
Yep. And for folks new to the team format, when you're hearing some of the captains mentioning that's what the Matrix says.
I'm aging away.
That's
I can feel my youth leaving me as I wait for them.
Prepared coming into the weekend, you know, basically how each army on their team matches up against other factions.
And there we go. That's Leagues of Votann and Grey Knights as the final defenders. Leagues of Votann, army that shoots hard, loves to have a table choice. And so as a defender, they are going to get that choice.
Yeah. So real quickly, think about though, if we do that and that, the matchup.
All right. So looks like now they each have 3 armies to choose from, and they get to choose 2 of those to attack. So at this point, it's almost about who you don't want to play, the last defender on each team. So the Tennessee Valley Authority is going to be looking and saying, all right, who do we not want into the Grey Knights? That person's going to be safe for last. And the same thing, the Warlords are going to be looking at who doesn't want the Votann on Votann table choice. But there's a bit of a mini game there, and it's difficult to try to predict what your opponent will do, because if you get it wrong, you could end up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, I'm pretty sure
there's a decent chance that's going to,
I don't think that happens, but we'll find out.
And it looks like the Tennessee Valley Authority is kind of trying to hedge their bets right now. All right, looks like they're ready to flip them.
Pull it up.
Put some respect on his name.
All right, so those they've decided their choices. Looks like the Votann has Death Guard and I think Chaos Space Marine to choose from. Oh, and it's going to be Gene Stealer Cults and Thousand Sons at the end of the pairing. So that's the Georgia Warlords Thousand Sons into Gene Stealer Cults. That has the potential to be dangerous.
Gene Sons has to go against Gene Stealer Cults.
Probably the last things left.
What?
Yeah.
Thousand Sons wanted, I would venture to guess.
Yeah, it looks like they're. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're just discussing kind of what was going to be left. And it seems like the Tennessee Valley Authority is pretty confident in what their choice is going to be.
Now, there's a lot of different ways you can approach pairings, and we'll certainly go through that over the weekend, and I'm sure we'll see different teams take different styles of approach to it. Some teams might like to try to feed a few armies to get big scores and hope that the rest mostly just kind of keep it close. Others might try to set up as many teams as possible for a win.
Chris.
Yeah, one of the nice things about the team's format is because the differential matters so much, a couple of big wins could be worth even more than a lot of small wins. And so how they're going to approach this and how it's going to pan out, well, that's going to tell us how the rounds goes.
Yep.
All right, are they ready to flip? Looks like the Georgia Warlords are taking their time, but I think they've got an answer now. So the one that is refused by each defender, those 2 refused are going to play each other, and that's going to be Necrons against Death Guard. Oop, and yep, they're flipping sides there. So that's the Warlords Death Guard against the TVA Necrons. And that means that
it's going to be getting Astra Militarum.
Is that? Yeah, that's Astra Militarum. Astra Militarum and that Space Marine logo are a little too similar for me.
That is the difference.
The knife edge, it's on a knife edge.
One knife.
And then Votann against Chaos Space Marines. Okay, excellent. So we have the pairings now, and it looks like the teams are just going to figure out those last 4 tables for each other. But the way that we're going to be doing this stream is we actually have access to all 8 tables. We have top-downs for all 8 tables. So we're covering the round. We're not just picking one of these 8 games as the one we're going to cover. But since we can access any of those 8, we're going to be picking the ones that are the most interesting. We're going to be going around seeing the decisive points, really trying to tell the story of the round as each team's jockey for victory. This is a race to 86 points. Each game is going to result in a differential score of 0 to 20, and there are only 20 points up to grabs. If one team gets 12 points, there is only 8 left for the other team. So between those 8 tables, the teams are trying to get 86. If they get less than 86, but their opponent doesn't get 86, that's going to be the draw. But if either team gets to 86, well, that means their opponent only has 74 points left, and therefore the team with 86 is going to get the victory. And so that's the number right now, and we're going to be tracking to see how people are able to get there.
Yep. And we will also, especially as the event unfolds, pop in on some of those other tables throughout the rounds, outside of what we are primarily streaming, just to at least keep tabs on them, if anything juicy is going on.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see how the some of the top teams here do. Of course, we'll try to get as many teams as possible on the stream throughout the weekend because we'll be here on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And yes, James, this is John Lennon on the mic. I'm joined by the wonderful Werner Bourne, and we're going to be commentating all weekend for you.
Yep. Yeah, so stick tuned with us throughout. We got, I think it's 2-2-1.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow, 1 game on Sunday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, all 3 days.
Players, it's effectively like a 4-hour round, so they have half an hour allocated to pairing. As you can see, these teams are actually a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. They can get into their games a little early, and then they have 3.5-hour rounds for the actual games.
Yeah, so that is quite exciting. I think, it looks like they're finishing up picking the tables now. Looking at these, again, I think the matchup that I'm single most interested in is Thousand Suns into Adeptus Sororitas. These are seen as 2 of the best armies in the game, and they are both armies that are known for being able to deliver high damage in a moment. And so I don't know who's going to win that game, but I'm willing to bet that whoever wins it might be able to win it big, because whoever's going to get that damage across first, massive advantage.
Yeah, and that might really swing things for their team. That will definitely be a big deciding factor, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, Dark, yeah, we will be able to get lists together. We'll put together a paste bin with the team's lists and get that in chat shortly.
Yep, absolutely. And let me see here. So other than that, both teams had Necrons. Yeah, there's not actually a ton of shared factions. Looks like,
which is awesome.
Which I love to see.
That kind of speaks to where we're at right now in the meta.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, yeah, not even both teams had Space Marines. I think Necrons, Thousand Suns, and is that Chaos Space Marines? Are those the 3 shared factions? Honestly, that's pretty good diversity. That means that I think that means we've got 13 armies represented out of 16 here, and that is pretty darn good.
Okay, so you give Tam your mic. Because table 1 gets the mic.
All right, so looks like they finished making their selection, so the players are going to be migrating towards their tables, and then we'll be able to start picking tables, and they'll start getting set up, and we'll kind of talk through the matchups. And we're even going to try to make some predictions about how we think these are going to go down, which will be interesting. Of course, we do not have access to either of the teams' matrices, so we don't know what those teams are predicting. But I kind of want to make my own predictions once we've taken a little bit to digest some of these matchups. All right, and I haven't seen any too crazy lists so far in this round. I know that there's not 3 Tesseract Vault lists, but the Tennessee Valley Authority does have 2 monoliths in their Necron list that's being piloted by one Seth Oster. Looks like he's setting up on table 5 at the moment. I actually had a chance to play against Seth just a couple weeks ago, and those monoliths are scary. I do not want to be in their line of sight for too long, especially with those big lasers. No Silent King in this build, though. He's doing Hypercrypt, but it looks like he's gone for more units as opposed to the Silent King.
So players are making their way to their assigned tables now that came out of the pairings. And once they start getting some real models on the board, we will jump coverage from table to table. Like we said, they're actually a little ahead of schedule, so players are taking their good time to introduce themselves. Well, I guess in this case, most of these players know each other pretty well from that local rivalry. But going through lists, part of the kind of pregame ritual of 40K.
Absolutely. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be very, very interesting to see. I kind of want to see if we can get that pace bin up as soon as we can for you all so that we can look at the lists. And we'll tell you as soon as we have that ready. And yes, Ardvor is streaming an event. Of course, you can see it on Best Coast Pairings, but we'll try to get that for you pretty soon. And yeah, so far none of the players have started getting models on tables yet. Looks like they're all just talking to each other, figuring things out still, which you know, fair enough, right? You gotta make sure you're doing that.
All right. Well, we got some time right here. Maybe we want to mention some of our awesome sponsors this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that Away Games is playing a big part in bringing this event together. Away Games is fantastic. They're responsible for a lot of the NTC events, as well as all of the terrain that is being used today. And again, these are GW layouts, but Away Games is going to be providing the actual terrain here, and they host a lot of tournaments here in the United States. They always do great work. JD is fantastic. He's also helping judge the event. So if these players should have any friendly disagreements, they'll be able to grab JD to help them out. And we're going to have some roving cameras around. So once things get a little bit settled, we may be watching the chat, seeing what games you all are most interested in. So we are going to have 3 cameras that we can move around. So we'll wait until there's actually something to see at the moment. It's just a picture of layout, 1 through 8. But as soon as we get models on the table, we'll actually be able to get more cameras onto some of these tables if needed. So let us know which of these matchups you're the most excited for.
How many teams do we have?
I believe we've got 14 teams of 8 people here today. So it should be a clean 112 people playing at the event. There's also a singles event going on in Dreamhack as well. I don't know exactly how many people signed up for that. I think it was around 30. It seemed like most of the people here are for the team event. I think that's the main attraction here, which is great. We love covering Teams 40K.
Absolutely. Certainly, we'll keep an eye on that singles as well. If we get any interesting stories from over there, maybe we'll find out who's coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have to mention, I've never been to a DreamHack before. You have been to one.
I have been to one, yes.
Yeah.
I played at the last one at DreamHack in Dallas. It's a very cool atmosphere here. We're in a massive hall right now. Of course, all the things you'd expect at an esports convention. It's very fun to walk past all the strobe lights and the smoke machines and the rows of gaming PCs.
Many laser lights. Yeah, it's super cool to see. Very excited to bring Warhammer to this. A lot of folks in line as people were coming in with armies. A lot of the folks here for video games were, oh, Warhammer.
Yeah.
Pretty helpful that Space Marine 2 is a pretty recent release in the video game world.
Yep.
We've got a question in chat. Will there be dedicated streams? There are. So every single table within our 8 pairings has a dedicated stream. Those are on a separate YouTube channel.
That's the Pro Tabletop.
On the Pro Tabletop, yep. So there should be 8 different streams running on their YouTube channel, and you can pick any of them, and those will have player mics running as well. And we will be basically hopping through each of them, providing John Lennon's expert knowledge to the matchups.
I'll try.
And we will also have player mics running here as well as we hop through the different tables. It's not too dark. I think that's a little more on the camera, but certainly outside of the Warhammer section, most of this convention center is a little darker to make use of all that cool fog and lighting effects. There's a bit of a difference when you're walking through the hall and you get to the Warhammer section.
Yeah, I think we have the most lights here, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But, hey, players have to see the tables, and the players certainly have plenty of light coming straight down onto the tables, so may not be picking up on a side cam, but the players can see their tables just fine, I promise. And who's borrowing John's models today? That would be one Jack Harpster. He is borrowing several of my Astra Militarum models as he's playing Imperial Guard for Team Art of War. I'm sure that they'll find their way onto stream at some point this weekend, but not yet. We'll see when they can work their way up here. And I will not be playing any of the games this weekend. I am just commentating.
Yeah, no problem posting a link for those other streams.
Yep, Daniel, if you've got the link handy, feel free to post it. If it's not letting you post it, let us know, and we'll see if we can grab it when we have some downtime. But we're going to knock out a couple other things first as we're getting underway here. All right. Yep.
All right, we're just getting some updates from our folks out on the floor. You can see most of the tables now have their players at it. Got some objectives dropping.
All right. And Guard do not have the new Tempest models, unfortunately. I don't think that those models are actually for sale yet. That's the new Kill Team box and the Aquilons within. Because lists were submitted to this event a week ago, I can promise you that none of the Extra Militarium players have the new Aquilons. Now, once those models are for sale and legal, I can't promise that'll stay the same. I would not be at all surprised if those Aquilons found their way into plenty of lists. But at the moment, they are not there yet. Which is a pity, because those models are beautiful.
They are. And those, both factions.
Oh, yeah.
The Vespid are so nice.
I know.
What a glow up.
Just worlds beyond. Just good. I like seeing a little diversity in talent lists. I like seeing the auxiliary armies.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of just how they have used Kill Team to kind of update certain, maybe things that wouldn't independently get model updates on their own. I mean, those Night Lords minis.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Just getting the random Kazakin release far from guard release. I love what they've done with Kill Team and 40K and the way they've tied them together. Once they took away the heresy models from 40K, I'm glad that at least one game system's allowed to coexist. Yeah. So I'm very happy for that. And I'll see if I can find those. I'll see if I can find those other streams to go ahead and drop them for you all. And I should even be able to post it in here. Let's see. Tabletop Live, I believe, is the name. No, it's not Tabletop Live. It's Pro Tabletop. I'll find it for you all, and I'll post the links in.
I like Drukhari, but it's always sometimes where it's like I don't want to accidentally gotcha my opponent because I have so many weird movement bullshit. So.
Looks like we're at table 7 right now.
Yeah,
the players
I think this is our Drukhari World Eaters table. You can hear some flavorful conversation between the players.
Absolutely.
I have no weapons with anti-monster.
And all this terrain is from Away Games. Away Games helps sponsor and help run a lot of tournaments here in the United States, especially in the Southeast. And so they are responsible for all of the terrain today. So it's 3D printed terrain, but it is conforming to the Pariah Nexus Tournament Companion layouts. Ooh, honestly, as I'm looking across these tables, I think the game I am single most excited for might actually be that Drukhari versus World Eaters. I know both of the players.
That might be a fast game.
It might be a fast game, but I know both of the players on that table. They're both quite solid.
Okay.
Lewis is the World Eater player for the Georgia Warlords. He often TOs singles events, actually. He's responsible for TOing a lot of the events in Florida. But he's quite good despite, there's a bit of a theory that maybe some TOs are better at TOing than at playing, but I have seen Lewis put up some good results. As a matter of fact, Lewis took the Best General award at a large team event in the Midwest just a month ago. He got the War Master.
Nice.
As he was the highest scoring player at that event with his World Eaters. Ooh. Whereas his opponent, Noah, also very good. Noah actually, I believe, won the Cherokee Open earlier this year. Okay. So both players there are good players to keep an eye on, and they're both very friendly guys, so I expect that to be a wonderful game. That may be one that we check in on, at least until it's decisive. It could be a game that's fast, but it doesn't have to be. And with both players being quite high skill, I expect it to be very interesting to watch that.
Yeah. Sometimes when you get that kind of a matchup, it can really go one of two ways, either super fast or both players playing super cagey.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see which path they each choose today, because I could see that one going either way.
Yep.
All right, let's see what's up next here.
All right. So
Perfect. I was like, I could gap all day.
you can listen in on some of the players as they're talking through
Yeah,
their pregame
so
stuff.
basically, I can't
This is
fire
table 2.
the flamers indirect anymore, so I can only so I can fire still Magnus and anything else that's psychic, but the flamers cannot be fired indirect anymore. So I've got 2 Disc Sorks solo.
Okay.
This one,
They still have the movement debuff?
yes, -2.
Within 18?
They have to be within 18. I can pay a CP, or I can use a Cabal to make that free for 0 CP, extend their range to 27, and then do that. Yeah, so this guy has that the Lord of Forbidden Lore, so he's the one that lets me double cast. This one is just a regular one, so this one's taller, just to for which one. Got Argument on disc. He's solo. He gets the free
right now the
Cabal
players are
once a
narrating
game.
their lists, and
He's got a
T-Sons
las
versus
cannon,
Sisters. This is
psychic
another
gun,
game
and
that I
he's
expect to
got
be
a,
quite good. Again, these
seven
are 2
or
top
5
armies.
attacks,
And also
shrink
know Robert
7,
Birmingham is quite an accomplished Sisters of Battle
I'll
player as
double
well.
check.
He's
Flat
played that
3 damage
army
and
at
melee.
quite a few events recently.
I've got
He was
2
just at
units of
Crucible
10
2 weeks
cultists.
ago.
They
He
have
finished
Scout
quite
6,
highly.
and then when they die, or when they kill something, which will not happen, I get a CP on a 2-up. Got 2 units of Chaos Spawn. They regen D3 in my command phase and in your command phase.
Currently describing how crazy Spawn are.
They have a 4-up armor, 5-up invuln, 5-up feel no pain. And they have D6 plus 2 attacks.
All right,
AB1,
so except for this one, it looks
Yeah,
like
they're
they're
pretty
playing
good.
on a relatively
3 units of
normal
rubrics.
table here.
Each-
Looks like it's
5
a
mans each.
GW layout. This might
Each one's
be-
got 3 flamers.
this
and the
2?
character with the hand
I think they're on
flamer.
layout
Or not
2 at the
character, I'm sorry,
moment.
the sergeant.
Just
chain
good
cannon,
normal
and then
terrain. Looks
every
like
chain
something that you
cannon
could
has
play
the,
Crucible of Battle on. So not one of the maps
Yes.
where Crucible of Battle is
so
going to be
this
a
has the,
hindrance.
every single
I'm
one
actually
has
kind of curious.
a
I'm actually going to look
icon,
up which
which is +1
maps are
AP on
not supposed to
6.
be Crucible of
reroll
Battle,
wounds
so we
nine
can
if
see
you're
what
on
those
second
tables
level.
are
Those
going to
will be
be.
the most
They've also
interesting,
got
yeah.
an Infernal
Yeah,
Master
it's
attached.
I
This
find that
one's got
often
the,
shooting
Arcane
armies
Frog,
navigate
so
towards
the
those
Arcane
maps
Fire
with the
upgrade.
wrong terrain.
So he's got
Maybe
the 2
we can
damage Devil
get
Flamer,
confirmation,
the rest have the 1 damage
but
Devil Flamer.
maybe
And one
they've
of
set
them
it
is
up
gonna
so
have the
that
uppy
table 1
Downey
is layout
enhancement.
1, table 2 is layout 2.
I believe they have done
Just
that.
because Overwatch says I can.
That makes it easy.
I can actually,
Yeah,
I can look at it right now. I
other
can confirm
stratagems
that
don't
table
say
1 is
that,
layout
but
1, so I'm going to
you
hope
have
that they
to
did
do
that all the
that
way
shit.
down.
Yep,
Like
yep.
I could do.
And it looks
I don't know, like
the
reroll
ones that are
twice or
not
whatever,
supposed to
but
be
I can't
played
do,
on Mission M
because I have a thing that
are
makes it
going to
free,
be
it makes me able
tables
to do one.
3,
But I
5,
can't
and 7. So
do
tables 3, 5, and
Overwatch
7 are on
specifically
tables that
says
are
you
not
cannot do
normally
it twice in
intended
one
for
turn.
Crucible Battle.
The
Now, this
actual
is just a
strat
part of the
says
game
that.
at Teams, so no
Okay,
one's made a
cool. I've
mistake
got 2
here.
MBBs.
But I am kind
Yeah,
of
they've
curious to
got the
see what the
laser
games
beams.
are on tables
so when
3,
they
5, and
end
7, see
move,
if any of those are going to be
within
really
6,
open.
And a battle shock test. It does a different number. On 1, it does nothing. 2 through 5 is D3. 6 is D6. They also have 15 attacks, sweep and melee, and then 5 attacks that are flat.
Let's see if we can
4
get over
on their
to
strike and
table
melee.
3.
They've got a
Just
railgun,
see what table 3
D6
is going
plus
to look
6
like.
devs.
All right, so table 3, this does not look like it's a horrible terrain set to put on Crucible Battlelist. This doesn't look like it's going to be wide open. Table 3 looks like it's, oh, they haven't put in the factions yet.
Table 3 should be.
Yeah. No, it's hard to tell. Tell you what, I'm going to make a quick run, and I'm just going to ask all the players to put their
That
names
sounds
down.
like a good idea.
I'm going to be back in
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Of course, players have a lot to make sure they get done before the game starts, and we don't want to impede them to give you all this coverage, but I'm going to ask them for some polite nudges. Players are actually going to be keeping score at their tables. They each have basically a tablet to keep it up to date, and then that will directly inform what's on screen. And then, like we mentioned, each table, the players are mic'd up. So when we are on that table, you'll be able to hear those players. And then also, if you go to youtube.com/tabletop-life, there's actually 8 separate streams, one for each table. It will be just the top-down for that table, basically the view you're seeing right now. And there will only be the player mic audio on those channels. But if there's a matchup between a couple players or a couple factions that you're really interested in, you should definitely check that out. We'll be trying to give kind of the big picture team story as it's unfolding, and hopping from table to table and trying to get lots of also awesome action shots as we can. Take a peek at some other tables, see what we got going on.
Where's my other measuring tool so I don't have to start measuring 2 inches out every time? There we go.
So as you can see, most tables are still kind of working through very start of deployment. So it looks like we've got some infiltrators here.
So all the ghost kills, all the
So this is
move
our
9
Tau
scout,
match.
He's gonna give 2 units 6
And
scout.
Tau are matched up
I have a lot of
against Space Marines. See if we can.
3 piranhas. Yep, they all have a fusion blaster. We got the crisis suits are flamer squads. Riptides are running the good gun. Strength 4, AP 0, but against infantry, anything that's not vehicle or monster, it's AP 1. It goes covered 4. D6, but they have 2 each, so it's gonna be 2d6 per model. Yep. They all have a gun drone, so I have 6 bad shots. But they're there.
Yeah, it looks like all the tables are up.
115 or 120.
All right, so just as a preemptive precaution, I'll just throw out there that
Otherwise, I'd also be cursing like a sailor. They told the captain.
so I will mention, as you all can imagine at DreamHack, there is a lot of stuff going on the network here. So hopefully we have no issues, no nurglings in the pipes, but we will, of course, do our best to stay on top of anything that might pop up. Update overlay with names and factions. We are working on that. John is currently going by the tables to ask players to kindly put those in so that we can actually throw that up on screen for you all.
Now it's just like here to disturb people. I'm not going to put my secondaries in.
You can see some of them have. While we're waiting, where's everybody in chat tuning in from? Thank you all for joining us for this weekend. Should be awesome. Very excited to be here at DreamHack.
Dice set.
I'm going to kick it back over to our Thousand Sons Sororitas matchup. It seems like that was some of the most interesting pregame
no,
discussion
that's 8
so
and
far.
20. So 20 and then 8, yeah. Let's make sure this is.
And
What is
I'll
it,
work on
30
getting those
to the
lists together
mid.
for you all.
Let's slightly. Oh, I had faith in you. You let me down. No, yeah, it is 30 this direction. That's true. Sure. Kind of. Yeah, it looks that way. I agree. And then 22 this direction. Yeah, the right's there. Okay, so one of these terrain pieces is too close or far. Let's see which one it is. I'm going to look on the thing. Okay, this one is too far
Wow.
out.
All right, we
This
got
is
some
supposed to
global folks in chat. We got
be-
Germany,
yeah, just totally,
middle of
yeah.
nowhere,
Okay,
Wyoming,
perfect. I think
Denmark,
that's good.
Egypt, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Perfect. All right, and should we roll for attacker defender?
Yeah, recap. Definitely going to be an
Oh, wait, do we
interesting
need to do
match.
anything
We
here yet?
were speculating that this one really might make a big impact on
Don't
the
think
team
so. We're
overall
good there.
scores at the end of this round.
What you got?
Because probably going into
Oh,
it,
yeah,
this,
yeah, for
this
sure.
is an army on each side that the teams are kind of counting on to get good scores, kind of bullies of the meta. Canada. I should have known. I saw Scary in chat.
We're good here? Okay. We're not cursing too much for your stream, are we?
I'm so glad we caught that on microphone.
All right, I'll work up to it. Like,
John's currently over at this table right now.
We're PG-13. We get 1 F-bomb. Like, what? Oh, then we're not PG-13. Okay, here, yeah, if you want to.
All right, let's check in on some other tables, see if we got anything going on.
Which is here, so right about there. A little guesstimation, you know.
Much of an angle I can cut for, like, you know, the butt.
So here we've got our Votan
To see,
match.
you'd have to, like, really kind of not only move over, but kind of get over here to get to that.
Is
And I'm trying
Votan
to
versus
make sure
Chaos
there's
Space
not
Marines.
one here too. I think that's fine. You know, there's only so
We
much.
will
Yeah. So Predator there.
not be directly covering the Art of War first round. We'll certainly kind of give updates from the field as we get them, but our camera setup is only on these 8 tables.
Get these guys.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me what like you guys assume.
All right.
essentially before
Are we
do
planning on
all
covering Art of War's first round against the real ones? Friends of those guys would want to cheer them on. We'll see if we can get some updates. We're mostly going to be covering this round between the Tennessee Valley Authority and the Georgia Warlords. But we'll see if we can get some round updates as things go by from the Art of War team and real ones. Certainly curious to see, as I'm sure we're each rooting for our friends on that one.
I'm just nervous because it's such a good list, right? Like,
I love your list.
yeah.
All right. And
Those
so-
are
Really
Votan
good.
CSM.
Really good.
Yeah.
Nice. So this is table 3 right now.
Yesterday they looked at
And
our-
that's very
our
interesting. Looks like, is that a big
respective teams,
accursed
and they're like,
cultist
who
brick
has
that's
the
already
most
down for the
models?
Chaos
Put
Space
'em against
Marines?
each other.
No huge surprise there.
Well, except for, I
Cursed
guess
cultists are
you guys
so
have
powerful
GSC,
right now.
so
We've
maybe
certainly seen them
that's
put in
those
some good
models.
work.
Yeah.
How many models is your army?
It's like, what, 18 bikes,
So you have 1, 2,
20,
3.
35, 45 infantry. It's like 70 models. It's somewhere around 70.
So you have
All
3
right,
drops
now the
right
players are kind of just
Yeah.
discussing what's in each of their armies. Votan is one of those armies that has the capability to kill those big accursed bricks. So nothing is going to be safe here. But if those bricks connect first, it is still going to be quite deadly for them. Very much going to be a can the Votan player get the shots off before they end up in combat. And if not, well, then it's going to go the other way, I bet.
So John, do you have any early predictions, just kind of based on how pairings went?
Okay. Yeah, he's going
You know, I think it would be kind of fun to just like fill out a little prediction for all 8 of the games. Is that something we think we can do?
Let's see.
It's going to be a Rhino with 2 squads of Legionnaires and the Master of Execution.
We can.
Okay.
However, looks like one or two tables have still not put in their
I think
factions.
Oh, I really did directly. Well, we'll see. I'm sure that they will get it up very soon if they haven't yet. Who's missing it?
Looks like table 7, we're just missing 1 faction for Chris.
Okay.
And it looks like table 6 has
Oh,
not entered any.
You know what? Table 7, actually, that is not Chris's fault. Chris is playing Grey Knights. And for whatever reason, they left it off the drop-down menu. So we're going to fix that as soon as we can. However, at the moment, he had
He
a
is
very
faction 1 for the time being.
he had a compelling excuse. So
Okay,
I'll give him
that
some
is
bonus
fair.
points for that one.
All right, so it looks like we also need table 1 to get their information in, and then John can give
I
us his
can make
predictions.
Some predictions. That is going to be very interesting. Let's see. Yeah, we'll let everyone get their things together, and then we'll kind of talk about what each game is going to be giving us, kind of like what kind of archetypes they're each putting together. And we'll see if we can make a bit of analysis, because it'll probably take a couple more minutes for any of these games to seriously get underway. So I think we got some time to make some predictions. And what's going to be really interesting is going to be grading me against the spread at the end of this, seeing how close I got.
Yeah. We're going to keep track of that throughout the weekend for sure.
We're going to find out that I don't actually know Warhammer, and that's it's going to be a little bit embarrassing. Is Jack playing his Grey Knights? No, he is not. Jack is playing Astra Militarum this weekend, and right now Art of War is facing off against the real ones off camera, but of course we'll try to get you some updates on how that is going. You know, I would also be displeased if I got left at home by Jack. I don't know what those Grey Knights did to disappoint him, but he really was feeling taking lots of guns and orders this weekend, and he was pressed into service of the Emperor. The voices behind the microphones this weekend. This is John Lennon. I am joined today by the wonderful Warner Bourne. We'll be your commentators for this event for the weekend. We're going to be live today, tomorrow, and Sunday, breaking down this team event. And we're going to be able to cover all 8 tables as soon as these players are, you know, actually putting their models on the table.
Yep.
So this should be very exciting. This should be quite unlike most other coverage because we're not just covering one table. We're hopefully going to be able to cover kind of the whole round and really talk about the team format. Something I'm personally very excited for.
Yeah, super. I mean, teams is the best format, right?
Teams is the best way to play it. It's what it's what gets me on the plane.
At the very least, it's our favorite.
It's my favorite. All right, so
just as a quick update, we're getting those lists together. Just since it's so many lists at once, we're going to do basically one link for each team. That way you can just kind of scroll through the team lists. They are also in BCP. We can drop that BCP link if folks want to take a look if you have a subscription.
There you go. Yep. Absolutely. Oh, Brian Sipes in the chat. Hello, Brian. Brian recently was on my TV as I was watching the finals of the London GT, where Brian put up an incredible performance with his Arcs. Very impressive to watch him take the Orcs, a little bit of an underrated army that far. But neither of the teams today that we've got have brought Orcs. So we'll have to do a round to see how many Orcs there are in the building, but none on either side of this first round that we're covering here. All right, so yeah, we're going to get these lists down for you, and then we can kind of start looking at what these archetypes are going to look like. For now, let's see. While you're doing that, Warner, do you think you could actually take us to table 5 real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one that we haven't looked at yet. And here we go. So table 5 looks like it's going to be Death Guard versus Necrons. And one of the reasons I wanted to look at table 5 is that table 5 is one of those layouts that is not normally prescribed. Is this? Yeah, this is table 5. This is not normally prescribed for Dawn of War. And so, what's it going to look like? This is, it's going to be kind of difficult for these armies to access each other, looks like. It looks like, looks like table 5 is playing on layout 8, I believe. Is this layout 8? Also, it might have been backwards. If it's backwards, we'll just fix that for the next round. But quite curious to see how this one goes down. So we've got Necrons versus Death Guard here. And you also get to be with me while I experiment with this wonderful pen that I have. So we're going to see if I'm able to draw some things here. But it looks like it's going to be difficult for the kind of for these armies to get to hit each other until, well, frankly, they're ready to hit each other. This objective that's right in the center has a wonderful problem. And yep, you can just kind of see it right about there. And what we're looking at here is that there's a lot of line of sight to that objective. But until each player steps out, you can't see each other at all. So this map has a little bit of a tendency to be standoffish. And that's because you look at the Necron side, you've got an objective right here and an objective right here. It's super easy to hold those objectives and not be shot. They're hiding behind terrain. Obviously, that Death Guard player is going to have the exact same advantage. And actually looks like this is one of the faster tables. It seems that they're already moving a little bit, which is wonderful. And if we then look at the center objective, it is very easy to shoot at the center objective if someone touches it, but you can't shoot past it if neither person touches it. That's because of these 4 small ruins these crates are obscuring, as well as the bases that they're on, and so it's going to be very difficult to draw straight lines. Now, this plague drone on the objective, it can be seen. That monolith can absolutely just boop, touch, go there. If Seth wants, he could even bring up a second monolith and drop it, boop, right there. He can put 2 monoliths pointing at this drone if he so chooses. Now, that's going to be between Seth and the Silent King if he wants to do that, but he has the option. However, both players are going to struggle to shoot past the center. They're very safe on their 2 objectives. The 3rd objective in the center, if you touch it, the other person can shoot you. And it's just, is that something that you're okay with? Because we are playing Purge the Foe this round, though, holding 2 objectives each, that's only worth 4 points. So if you step out and you touch that center objective, you are risking giving your opponent a kill and a kill more. So I'm guessing here that we've got the first player is the Death Guard player. Unfortunately, they have not put their player names in yet. So I know that Seth is the Necron pilot, but I don't know the name of the Death Guard pilot yet. So I will make sure that we get that very quickly. But at the moment, this is going to be a very interesting dynamic because it is going to be hard for either player to hold the center without getting shot at, but you can't shoot until someone touches the center. So this could be a standoff, or it could be wild. It's kind of just going to depend on what direction these players take. if that Plague Drone has in fact, or maybe that's a Blight Hauler, if that small Nurgle vehicle has in fact touched the center objective and is okay with the fact that a Monolith totally could shoot it, well, that means that we might be in for wild, not standoff, because if they're willing to brave the guns, there's no reason to do it with just one thing.
So just a bit of information for folks, if you are interested in watching those individual streams, tables 2 and 3, the overlays on the individual streams are flipped.
Oopsies.
But they are correct on ours.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you stick with us, the score is whatever the table is on. But if you are interested in watching just that Sisters versus Thousand Suns game, for instance, that score is flipped. We will try and get that fixed as soon as possible. But again, that is only on the individual table stream on Tabletop Life. If you stick tuned with us, scores should be correct.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am also rooting for Wild. My prediction here, so in the Death Guard versus Necrons, I'm just gonna call the shot early. I'm gonna go ahead and go in favor of the Necrons here. I'm thinking that as long as those monoliths can stay safe and activate, it's gonna be tough for the Death Guard player to chew through them. Death Guard don't have a ton of really strong anti-tank options. And so, as long as those monoliths don't get, dogpiled by an entire Death Guard army at once, they should be able to stay alive and stay healing and stay firing. And something like Purge the Foe having 2 big units that can kill and don't die usually is a large advantage. So that's what I'm guessing for here. I wouldn't say I'm rooting for it, but it's hard for me to root for Xenos, other than Tyranids. But I think that I'm going to make the prediction. Small win for the Necrons here. I don't think it's going to be crazy. Purge the Foe means both armies can score a lot of primary, but I'm going to guess that Necrons get the upper hand of this one. We'll start filling out those predictions a little bit later, but I'm kind of collecting my thoughts as I go so that I'm ready to give a number when the time comes. All right, and let's see. Now, do we think we can hop to table 7 real quick, Warner?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. There we go. All right, so table 7 we've got up right now, and table 7 looks to be, is this the Drukhari versus the World Eaters? It is. And so this appears to be on layout 6. So they're playing on GW layout 6 at the moment. This is one of the ones that is completely fine for Crucible of Battle. This is a very normal thing to play on this table, on this deployment, and this mission. Again, this is, I'm predicting wild for this one. And that's because Drukhari are made of small units, but they have transports and melee. And those World Eaters, well, they've got a little bit of melee of their own. Looks like at the moment, those Drukhari are trying to hide from a Lord of Skulls. Somehow, in this World Eater versus Drukhari game, the World Eater player has the biggest gun on the table. And that means that the Drukhari player is being very respectful. Yeah. But I've been shot by a Lord of Skulls, and that is the right decision. All right, looks like we've got the Tennessee Valley Authority lists up as a paste bin. And so you should be able to see those. And Warner, do you actually think you can edit that link into the description of the video as well? Just so that people can find that later if they need to?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And so yeah, here we've got Noah versus Lewis. And again, these are 2 good players, probably 2 of the strong players on each team facing head-to-head. I love it when you take 2 strong players on 2 strong teams and you put them into each other. Who's going to win the round? Well, it may just come down to a game like this. At the moment, I'm going to guess that Noah has the top of turn. Let's see, yeah, because it looks like the World Eaters haven't left their deployment zone. It looks like the Drukhari have. So that's got to be a pretty good indicator about who went first. And at the moment, Noah's just pushing up onto some objectives. But again, this is one of those funny little things about Purge the Foe, is that holding 2 objectives may only be worth 4 points if it doesn't get, a little bit of a hold more, because the World Eaters can just walk up and touch one of the 2 other objectives if they're not in position to take that objective back from the Drukhari yet. This will be a difficult one to make a prediction of. This might be the last one I do, because I am so unsure about how this matchup goes. I mean, Drukhari into World Eaters, but I also know that Noah's a great player, but I know that Lewis is a great player, and so I don't know who I'm going to pick. Right now, though, Noah's doing a good job of making sure that those World Eaters aren't getting any crazy lines of sight on him. He does not want to lose any pieces too early. For some reason, he is respectful of the guns that our Lord of Skulls can bring to bear.
Reasonable.
And at a certain point, if that Lord of Skulls gets near Anger on, it'll be rerolling hits as well, which I think is adorable.
Thank you so much for the super chats, Ryan and Spencer.
All right, thank you so much for those. Ryan, I really appreciate you. I'm surprised to see that PBCs, but they should be good against Warriors and Immortals in this matchup. Yeah, you know, the PBCs, every Death Guard player seems to have a different opinion on PBCs. Everyone seems to either say, oh, 3 of them every time, or 0, why would I take PBCs? And, you know, I'm not a Death Guard player. I don't know what the right answer is, but it is fun to see the big Chaos trains just driving around the table, especially the big one in that World Leader vs. Drukhari. As well, Spencer has hit us with another super chat. Thank you so much. Choo-choo, Pain Train gonna choo-choo. Absolutely. I gotta tell you, every time that Lord of Skulls is about to do something, I'm gonna see if I can get our cameras over there.
Good.
Because I respect the monoliths. There, you know, there's a couple demon Primarchs on this table so far, but I gotta say the Khorne Lord of Skulls has to be the biggest model that I think we're gonna get on here today. I would say the Lord of Skulls is a little bit bigger than a monolith. Not a lot, but a little bit, and that counts when we're finding the biggest guy on the table.
That is true.
So he's our big boy of the round, and we're gonna be tracking his results to see if he can
the big boy
compare.
of the event.
He might be, and I haven't seen all the other tables. I'm hoping there's a Tesseract Vault somewhere. That thing's bigger.
Yeah.
That thing's bigger than a Lord of Skulls. If there is, we're gonna try to get that on stream. This should be, so round 1 was mission M as in Mike. This should be Purge the Foe, Rapid Escalation, and Crucible of Battle. I don't believe it's Burden of Trust. If maybe we can update the overlay on that. We'll see. All right, so here we go again. We're still on this Drukhari versus World Eater game at the moment, and we can see all these lines of sight that are getting drawn right now. Just looking at that's where it could shoot. And Noah's doing a great job of making sure not only that he's hidden, but that he's communicating to Lewis that he is hidden. It's, you know, models get bumped, things get fudged at an event. It's always going to make sure your opponent is on the same page as you. And so, no, it looks like he does not want to give up an early kill more here. He looks like that's not what he's interested in. Now, I'm sure Lewis wants to try to get it, plus he wants some skulls for the Skull Throne. But so far, Noah's not committing yet. And I think that's the right move. I cannot imagine a Drukhari versus World Leader game that this is going to come down to committing on turn 1. It might be early, but turn 1 could not have been the right call for either player. And so we'll see how that gets brought up. And it looks like we also have the list for the Georgia Warlords in chat. So we now have the Georgia Warlords and Tennessee Valley Authority lists as paste bins. And we'll go ahead and put those in the description of the video as well. So, you know, if you miss it on the live chat, you can go back and catch it right there. So it'll just be right in the description. All right, looks like Noah's just finishing up his turn. Again, hasn't exposed anything crazy. I feel like I see one Kabalite poking out, but it may just be that Kabalite is about to get into Venom, and so that Kabalite is not going to stay exposed. If I were to make a guess, that might be what I'm guessing, is that the reason that there's some Kabalites pointed weapons out is that they're planning on not being there soon, because you don't want to give up a quick kill, a kill more, which is only 4 points on turn 1, but it's still 4 points, right? You know, you don't want to make it free. So now that it seems that all 8 of the games are at least getting underway at this point. And of course, now that we've got all of those lists in the paste bin, what do you say, Warner? Oh, there, I'll take it for now.
All right, and what did we say the mission
should
is
be
right now?
Purge the Foe.
Purge the Foe.
Yeah, I believe it's Rapid Escalation.
Rapid
Escalation. Yep, Rapid Escalation, Purge the Foe, Crucible of Battle. This is mission M as in Mike.
Should update. Yep, looks like it is on our overlay now. Great.
Perfect. Thanks for letting us know, chat. So we've got that fixed. Appreciate it. And as I said before, if there are any games that you are really interested in seeing, any games that you really want to get an update from, feel free to put in the chat. We'll work our way over to it. Of course, you know, you could go watch those individually, but then you wouldn't be hearing Werner's sweet tones and whatever I'm talking with. All right, so let's see. Werner, do we think we're ready to make some predictions, or?
Yeah, I think so. There is still one
Has
table.
All right, what table has not put theirs in?
Looks like it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Table 5.
Table 5. All right, let me see if I can get our.
We can
wonderful
process of
hand-in-hand.
elimination it if we have.
We
to.
could figure it out, but I feel like it'd be easier.
Table
just
1
to
also is not.
Okay.
Here, I think I can actually do it from my end.
Oh, if you can
So
do it
why
from
don't we
your
do
end.
that?
Oh, you know
Yes.
what? You know, if we can do it on our end, we'll do it on our end.
Yeah.
Right? Let's.
Okay, so
these players are busy. They're working hard.
Yeah,
Let's do it for them.
So table 1, Looks like it's Thousand Suns. You just pull up
the old Matrix.
Yes.
All right. Have they put their theirs in?
No.
Oh, they haven't put theirs in on BCP yet. That's okay. We'll get this in.
So it's Thousand Suns and
Looks like Gene Stealer Cult.
Gene Stealer Cult. Okay.
And so this should be for, I think that Gene Stealer Cult should be for the Tennessee Valley Authority.
Yep. So that's
Ryan
Shaw.
Okay.
With GSC.
And sure enough, I did not see the Grey Knights on that drop down.
Yep.
And then we've got Thousand Suns for the Georgia Warlords. All right. And
that is.
All right, this is the Georgia Warlords. Looks like that's Cameron. Okay.
All right. Now I just need that one other one. So let's process of elimination that. So
This
we've
is
got
this table
Cameron,
5?
Chris. Looks like it should be Lewis for. Okay, that is our Drukari World Leaders. No, they're down here. Okay.
Looks like Price is on right now. I think that's the that might be the Seth versus Death Guard game. The Necrons versus Death Guard. Looks like Price is on it right now. All right. So we'll let him do his good work, and then we'll put in some predictions. Do I know if any team has brought Custodians to DreamHack? I certainly could find that out. I'm willing to bet someone has brought Custodians to DreamHack, but it doesn't look like either of the teams in front of me have. We'll see if we can get that answer for you later. And yes, the Betrayer does have the right counter argument, which is that if you want to go watch another game, if you want to see a specific game, feel free to go watch it, mute it, and just leave us on another tab, and then you'll be able to hear me and Warner talk about how this round is going. As things are starting to get underway. All right. So here we go. All right.
We'll make work with it.
We'll make work
You
with
want
it.
to start putting some in?
Absolutely.
We have a mind.
All right. So let's start at the top. So table 1.
Yep.
And this is going to be the Gene Stealer Cult versus Thousand Suns game. And this is Ryan versus T-Suns. Oh, man. Gene Stealer Cult are such a good scoring army. They can slow the pace of the game down. But I feel like at a certain point, they're going to run out of guys. I think that there's a weird dichotomy between Thousand Suns do a lot of damage. Gene Stealer Cult die to anything.
Yep.
So it's almost like that damage is a little bit wasted.
Wasted.
Like what's a mortal wound to a man without an armor save?
Yep.
It's like a bolt gun.
Yep.
Right? You might as well be D3 plus 3 bolt
anything.
guns coming out of a Doom Bolt. You know, these cultists are dead anyways. I still, you know what? I'm going to go with the underdog here. I feel like the obvious answer is T-Suns.
Okay.
But
I could definitely see GSC taking this game.
I think it's just going to be a little bit of a lots of stuff problem.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? At the end of the day, they are only those magical power armor guys are only wearing power armor.
That is true.
And I don't think the Gene Stealer Cult are going to be able to take down everything, but I'm going to go like a small Gene Stealer Cult win. I'm going to go 11.
Okay.
And this may age poorly, and this is me trying to be a little bit of a snowflake here, but I'm not going to do it on all 8 games, I promise. But I'm going to go GSC here. Even though on normal face value power, I think T-Suns are considered a better army, I'm going to bet that Gene Stealer Cult will be able to pull off some scores here.
Yep.
All right.
Got a question in chat about audio on the individual streams. There should be. It is possible that there are some quirks with the network setup here. Certainly a lot of things going through the internet pipes here at DreamHack.
Absolutely.
So we will see if we can do anything. If not on that individual stream, should still pick it up here when we are covering that table.
All right. And next up, the next game we're going to go through is Thousand Suns into Adeptus Sororitas. This is Morgan versus Robert Birmingham.
Yep. And I think players are on the wrong
Oh, they
team.
must be, because I just see that there's two Thousand Suns.
Yeah.
I believe that Robert Birmingham is on the Georgia Warlords.
Okay.
So I think that the first table was correct. It looks like we might just players might have just been on the wrong side there. But yeah, but Robert Birmingham is for the Georgia Warlords, and the TVA player should be those Thousand Suns. All right, we'll get that right there. But
That is Morgan.
I am leaning, and I feel crazy saying this, I'm leaning against the Thousand Suns again. I don't know what got into me that I just picked against Thousand Suns twice in a row. One of these people is going to prove me wrong. I'm confident of that. But I'm going to go Sisters here, and I'm going to go 13. I think that Sisters, just the amount of speed and firepower they have, poses a problem for Thousand Suns, because there's nothing in Thousand Suns that really wants to take that shooting on the chin, and Sisters can threaten to put it just about anywhere. So the Thousand Suns player, I think, is going to have to play a little bit more conservatively than the Sister player. They can be a little bit more fearless. Yes, they can get Doom Bolted, lose some pieces, no Miracle Dice needed, but Sisters just have a lot of pieces right now. And so I think losing one in turn to Doom Bolt isn't actually going to be the end of the world for them, and they should be able to get a couple more kills as this game goes on. I'm betting 13 in favor of the Adeptus Sororitas here.
All right. Well, that will be a big deal if those games work out that way. Neither Thousand Sun player may be getting the scores that teams are hoping to get from that army. And yes, we do realize that quite a few of these are incorrect. I think it's just because we are in this particular view, but we're updating as we go down the list to make sure they are correct, so that as we do our prediction, it will be correct. And all the individual tables should be correct. So apologies for that. We'll get some quirks worked out as we get into our rounds.
All right, so yeah, we'll we'll see if we can make sure that these all end up on the right side here.
Yep.
Going down the next one, we've got Jordan's Leagues of Votan into Matt Hurd on Chaos Space Marines. Let me, you know what? Let's actually pull up some of these lists if we could, because this is one where I not only cannot personally get my eyes on the table at the moment, it's a little bit further away, but I also don't know the players in question, and I want to see what kind of archetype this Chaos Space Marine list is bringing.
All right, and that is
This is Jordan's Chaos Space Marines. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Matt. Yeah, Matt Hurd.
Okay, so we've got Renegade Raiders, we've got a Cypher, 3 Dark Communes, Master of Executions, 2 Cultist Mobs.
Very cool.
Looks like 10-mans. And then we've got 4 Legionary Squads, just minimal.
Strong.
A couple Rhinos. Then we got 3 units of Accursed Cultists, 2 units of Chaos Bikers, and then 2 Predator Destructors, and a squad of Nurglings.
Okay. Very strong list. Let's see if we can get the, this should be Jordan's Votan from the other side here.
Yep.
And
so Jordan's got an Einherjar Champion. Then he's got, let's see, 10-man Hearthkin, so 2 squads. He's got 5 Sagittars. Then we've got 3 units of Berserks.
are they all the Let's see. Oh, some of them have Plasma Axes.
They all have Plasma Axes.
Wow, and Plasma Axe is the sweet profile one.
Yep.
Not the most common choice, but into a Cursed Cultist might be the time to have it.
Yeah. I think his list name was something along the lines of like Mausoleum or something like that. So,
fair enough.
All right, then we've got 1 Land Fortress and 3 units of Pioneers, all
Are they all
big squads.
They're all big. Oh, that's just 18 Pioneers.
Yep.
Woo, that's a lot of bullets.
And then 1 squad of Jaegers.
1 squad of Jaegers as well. Okay. Tough choice. I'm going to favor Votan on this. I think max size bikes. And you know what? If I were a betting man, I'm going to bet that Votan player has put a judgment token on all 3 AC/DC bricks.
Yeah,
that's what I would do.
Pretty reasonable.
That's what I would do. Oh, that's spooky. I think I'm going to bet on the Votan here. I think 3 squads of max bikes. I don't think that's going to die fast enough to those Predators.
Yeah.
And I think that is too much firepower for the Accursed Cultists to be able to just bully through. And if they can't bully through and they're playing 5 turns of Warhammer, they're both good at scoring. Votan's kind of good at playing 5 turns of Warhammer.
Yep, we will make sure each table is flipped correctly as we go down the list. So we are finishing up 3. So what do you think score-wise?
We're going Votan. I'm going 12.
12. Okay.
12. I think
all pretty close games
so far. I haven't predicted any blowouts yet. I don't see any matchups where I'm immediately thinking, oh, this guy's screwed. Yet. We still got 5 more tables to cover.
Yeah.
All right, and going right down the line, we've got Zach Jepson against Nick Herding on Dark Angels. Now, you know that I have zero bias when I say that that Dark Angels are a pretty decent army. Yep, and that's Nick for Georgia Warlords, and then okay, so this is on table 4. Table 4, I recall being a relatively normal table. It's not one of the crazy wide open, why is this being played on Crucibles? So, tell you what, actually, can we just pull up table 4 real quick while I look
absolutely.
at this? So looking at table 4 here.
Pretend you don't know that.
Pretend I don't know that
who's going first.
I'm just looking at the terrain here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that there are places.
It's a pretty open shooting lanes there.
There's some pretty open shooting lanes. I normally favor Dark Angels this matchup, but if there's a wide open space and a long distances to cross, and that's what I'm seeing, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle for the Dark Angels to pull the normal score differential that they like to. So I normally would favor Dark Angels in not a blowout, but I think that this table, there's so much space to cross in between. You have to take a shooting phase in the middle. I just don't think that's what the Dark Angels want to be doing today. Oh, it's going to be tight, though. I'm still going to go Dark Angels by the thinnest of margins. I normally would go a little bit higher, but this table is making me think the Dark Angels are just not going to get there at the normal pace because they're going to spend a little bit longer in the open. I mean, there's so much firepower just pointed straight at their walls, and if they don't leave them, they're not scoring enough points. Ignoring the fact that this top player is going very aggressive right now, I'm going to put it, I think, as just a dead 10-10. I'm just going to go dead 10-10 on this one. So we'll put that one in a second. Right now that I've made my predictions, I'm going to talk about what's actually going down here. And it seems like we've got that Tau player going very aggressive, just sending piranhas forwards. I'm guessing he's just going to be unloading seeker missiles at the moment. So we've got some piranhas going up here, and these can shoot all the way down there if they want. He could go into our repulsor. We'll see what he actually ends up shooting. This is a shooting phase I'm probably going to want to be here for. And then everything else is pushing up. He wants to be on all the objectives. He seems to be trying to force that Archangel player to come out in front of the guns. That almost seems to be the plan right now is, hey, come on out. I want to shoot you with everything, and right now I'm going to shoot you with some things. But if you want to stop that, you're going to get shot by everything. And it's a very interesting gameplay, but I got to say it could work. You do not want to take 5 turns of shooting from a Tau army as Dark Angels. You can take 1, you can take 2. You cannot take 5 turns of that firepower. I don't know if anyone can, if I'm being honest.
Table 1 was like one of the last ones.
All right, and let's see here. Let's hide those. Yeah, so all 3 piranhas are pushing forward at the moment, and the Ghost Gill's up, and I think that must be a stealth team that's forward, and I wonder what they're doing there. Is there something that they can see right now to guide into, perhaps? I don't see anything particularly interesting for them to guide into at the moment, so I wonder what that stealth team's doing out there. Of course, I'm referring to the one right about there. Let's hear what the players are saying, actually. I'm kind of curious just to hear what they're saying right now.
Make them hit on 2s. So they're hitting on 2s, because he'll mark here. And then what effect, when they spot, what is the effect that's...
Reroll hits rolls a 1, reroll wound rolls a 1.
So they're going to hit.
Yeah.
All right, so I will reaction move.
Yep.
Getting a command point out of the Dark Angels right away. Nick Herding is doing a reactive move. He's probably not in a doctrine, so he's just
4
rolling
inches.
it.
4 whole inches. So I'm just going to hide. I mean...
And since it looks like the Tau player has the first turn, that is Nick's only command point at the moment for the Dark Angels. Now, a reactive move is hiding a unit, but I'm still willing to bet that Piranha's got something in its sights. We'll see what it can end up seeing. But he's probably just trying to hide from something else. And that also means Nick is out of command points right now.
What gives me from here to this Riptide? He hasn't moved yet, so I think this guy might be giving me line of sight.
I think he's behind the wall.
It's like Nick and Jack just deciding line of sight as he's moving now. Better to do it now than later.
Be behind that wall.
Yeah, if I go up here, I might be able to. If you just scoot forward,
I think it's Zach.
Okay. Yeah.
And then double check that he's not
Zach's on the Tau Empire. He's just checking all the angles now.
Yeah,
just a good way to do it.
Well, that's a really
I know you're programmed to say Nick and Jack.
I didn't even notice I did that.
Yeah.
I see them off so often. But yeah, it looks like the Tau are still finding some angles here. So it looks like some things are going to get shot. And if the Dark Angels respond in any fashion, a lot of things are going to get shot. That's how that's going to work out. So that prediction, I might already be wrong. So Warner, I called this one as a 10, which may have just been my way of not committing. So I'm leaving Zach and Nick at a 10 right now. And let's just move on down the line to table 5. just get a quick look at where each of these games are going.
All right, and this is going to confuse folks a little bit. We're going to try and get this all sorted out as quick as possible. We are still kind of rectifying who is on which side of this display, trying not to bother our players so that they can focus on their game and give you guys the best coverage at the same time.
All right, so who we got on table 5? Shouldn't be the same as table 4.
So that can't
That's
be
probably
right.
not that.
Probably not. Well, a process of elimination again.
No problem.
All right, so.
Do you want to just put it on table 6? We'll just come back to table 5?
Yeah, that works.
Make it real easy. I'll let you sort that out.
Well, it looks like 5 is the Necron Death Guard game.
Okay, so we may just have a feed problem, but that's all right. So the Necron Death Guard game, I think that was one that I already called in favor of the Necrons as my prediction.
Yep.
Looks like Price is actually, Price is already active on that, so he may be on top of the ball here. So it looks like Price can be fixing that setup for us on table 5. But yeah, that was the game that I thought was going to be Necron favored.
How big of a favor are you thinking?
I'm just thinking 12, 13. Purge the Foe is one of those missions where unless you can run your opponent over, both people can score primary while losing. And so this is one that I normally don't call a big differential on. Now, if you just get tabled, I'm sorry, the objectives are no longer helping you. But, I want to hesitate to call anything a tabling during deployment. I don't see any of the matchups that are so skewed that I think it has to go that way. Instead, I'm just thinking who's got the advantage, and that other player, even if they're holding on to an objective in their deployment zone and just barely doing things, they can still score 30-plus primary by holding only the objective in their deployment zone and just killing a couple things. And that's worth a lot of points at the end of the day. Yeah, you can get 30. I think you get 36 points by holding only your home objective. Oh, sorry, you can get 32 points by only holding your home objective and by just killing one thing 4 times. And that could be worth 32 primary. And hey, that's losing if your opponent's got 50, but that's not getting obliterated. And then it'll just come down to the secondaries. So, yeah, so while they're sorting that out, let's
look at
see
6.
here. Yeah, let's go ahead and look at table 6.
Maybe it's just easier we just hop on the tables as we do this stroll.
Yeah, probably best. So table 6 here, this looks like fun. It looks like this is Astra Militarum. Oh, this is Astra Militarum against Grey Knights, and I gotta say, this is not the table I would have expected the Astra Militarum to end up on. This is the one where it is going to be very hard to shoot at the Grey Knights that are choosing to hide, but it has to be said, one of those Grey Knights is not choosing to hide right now. And so that's because we've got these big, and I think this is layout 7, and we've got these big ruins that are all facing, I don't want to say the wrong way, but they're facing just the wrong way if you have guns. And that's because this Grey Knight army is all behind walls here. Nothing is getting shot by direct shooting unless it wants to be. And so over here, safe, because you've got this big wall to hide behind, and nothing's getting shot there. Wall to hide behind, nothing's getting shot over there. They are happy as a clam behind those walls. But the Guard Army is pushing forward. The Guard Army seems to have recognized that with this big of walls, you don't want to just sit behind your walls and let the opponent sit behind theirs. Because if you do that, you're not going to shoot anything. And so at least one of these Dorns looks like it has pushed a little bit forward. And looks like there's some rust pushing up behind it. There's plenty of infantry all over the place. It appears to me that the guard player is saying, hey, we are not going to be fighting this behind walls. I want to go for it. And if you come hit me, that's fine, but then you're actually in the place I can shoot you. Because if you push up to shoot this center objective, if you want to get lines of sight on that as the Grey Knight player, if you want to shoot here, or if you want to shoot here, well, there is a Rogel Dorn who can probably move and shoot you back. And so I think the guard player is trying to force the issue right now. I am of the opinion that a guard versus Grey Knight game does tend to favor the Astra Militarum. Just a personal opinion on that one. I think that Grey Knights are tough, but there's not that many of them. The guard army shoots, pretty darn hard. And so I would not want to be taking that kind of firepower, because if you lose too many pieces, there's not that many Dread Knights on the Grey Knight side here. If you lose too many pieces, you're gonna have some trouble. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this one in favor of the Astra Militarum. And I'm actually going to call this as a decent-sized Astra Militarum victory. I'm going to call this as a 14. I'm feeling like Astra Militarum have an advantage here. Even though it's Purge the Foe, I just like Astra Militarum into Grey Knights. And maybe this is a little bit of bias as an Astra Militarum player because I love firing large damage weapons into guys with good armor saves and a lot of wounds. Because, hey, every failed save that comes up, right? You know, the Hammer of the Emperor is going to get its due every time you roll a 1, 2, or 3 as a Grey Knight player. All right, and looks like they're still working on table 5 from a technological aspect. But can we get the top down of table 5 yet?
Yeah.
We know the matchup there. So I think this is one that I'd kind of already talked about, and I believe I initially called it as a 12. So I'm going to go ahead and stick to that 12, and then I'm going to look at what's actually going on the table right now. And the truth is that I have no idea what's going on this table right now. Looks like the Necrons have pushed themselves onto a couple of these objective markers, and they've also pushed a monolith up. I know that I mentioned one of the keys to victory here was making sure that those monoliths weren't going to get too hard, and so a monolith has wedged itself right here at the bottom. Now this is closer to the Death Guard than I would personally be comfortable with, but that doesn't actually mean that it's necessarily in danger. The monolith is very likely touching this terrain feature to shoot over, but just looking at the vehicles that are nearby it for the Death Guard, it looks like there's one Plague Marine Rhino, or I should say one Rhino, and the amount of infantry near it suggests Plague Marines to me. Yeah. And that's going to come out.
And I don't believe you can end on
Plague Marines aren't great at killing monoliths.
I don't know.
And so if this monolith doesn't just get the entire army focusing on it, just keeps living, it's actually, funny enough, kind of good in combat against Plague Marines as well. So, you know, it's possible that if these Immortals get touched, they're going to go teleport to a different monolith and be safe. And I don't know what Seth got for sending these units in, but he's getting a lot out of it in that a lot of the Death Guard are willing to expose themselves to deal with this problem. Let's see what the players are saying right now.
Yeah. Okay.
It looks like they're just looking at how these Plague Marines are going to get out of this Rhino.
He said, yes, you just got to spend the movement.
All right, so just coming out, these big Plague Marine units are always a little bit awkward to disembark. So I call this one as a 12 for the Necrons. That's where I'm going to leave it. Let's move on down the line so I can finish out these predictions.
All right.
And so I think we've already done tables 1 through 6. I think 7.
Put your secondary stuff in there, and then your stuff.
Oh, it's this one. This is the World Eaters versus the Drukhari. So far, it doesn't look like anyone has made any big any big commitments. Looks like they're just finishing up the World Eater turn. And I'm going to go ahead and call this one as, ooh, I hate to do it. I'm going to call it Drukhari victory. I hate to bet against World Eaters. I know Lewis is a great player. I would not be surprised. This, to me, feels like the most volatile of the matchups, of the ones that I could call here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going to go ahead and call it in favor of the Drukhari, though. I'm thinking that in a melee versus melee, yes, there's one big gun for the World Eaters, but it's only one. And so getting the Drukhari out of the transports in time to deal crippling damage might be challenging for the World Eaters, who can just, because the Drukhari can just get out, hit something, get back in the boat. Get out, hit something, get back in the boat. And that may be a little bit too troublesome. So I'm going to go ahead and call this Drukhari favored. And you know what? I'm going to go 13. It still purges the foe. I don't think that this is going to be one of those rampant tablings. And I think the World Eaters are going to be killing things the whole time. So again, to me, this speaks to a lot of primary on both sides, because you have to crush someone to take away their primary in this mission. And I just don't think, I think the Drukhari can win. I don't think they can get that crushed, though. So we're going to go ahead and call it Drukhari victory as a 13. Lewis, I am so sorry. He's going to hear this and be mad at me later, but I got to stick to it. And we'll see, Lewis, if you want the win, well, you've got 3 more hours to go get it. And that should leave us with 1 game left.
Which is our other Necrons versus CSM.
All right, so only a single monolith. Only 1 monolith. What are we doing? But I can.
No, there's 2.
Oh, there is 2. I see it in the corner. All right, so 2 monoliths. There he is. He's hiding. I see him, though. I see you. As well, there are a lot of accursed cultists. Oh, there's a Silent King. There's some Doomsday Arcs. Those are a lot of guns. Oh, man. Oh, this is a tough one to call. This is just looking at this Chaos Space Marine list, just from the top down, I can see several units of Accursed Cultists. I can see several vehicles with guns. Looks like a couple of Vindicators, a couple of Predators. This is almost certainly Renegade Raiders with the array of units that I have there. A little bit of chaff. Tough call. I don't see a ton of volume on these Necron units. Now, maybe there's a Locust Destroyer unit. Let's see if we can pull up that... and I think that's Mr. Anderson's Necron list. And so let's just see if we can pull up that Georgia Warlords Necron list. I want to see if he's got something like Enmitic Exterminators on a Locust unit or something.
So we got Emotech, Silent King, 5 Gauss Immortals, a Spider, 2 units of Death Marks, 2 Doomsday Arcs. Locusts have Gauss Cannon.
And it's just
no
single
heavies.
Locusts. Just single Locusts.
No heavy Locusts.
Okay. Here's the prediction. I think there's a volume problem. The Necrons are still going to get to kill the Chaos Space Marines, but I don't think that they're going to do it at the speed of light.
Yeah.
And even though you've got like some fun blast weapons on the Monolith, I'm going to call this one in favor of Chaos Space Marines. So I'm going to go Chaos Space Marines. Again, I'm unwilling to call any of these a crazy matchup because I still think that the Necrons are going to score. I don't know who's got first turn yet, and I wouldn't know when I'm making a prediction, but there's always that secret mission potential in Hypercrypt. I'm going to go 13 for the Chaos Space Marines because I do think that Renegade Raiders, Accursed Cultists are just really good. I just think that's a good army. And even though it's an open table, even though the Necrons are going to be firing, I'm going to bet on board control here. I'm going to bet that, and I would not be surprised if Necrons are scoring a secret mission at the end of this and keeping it close. But I'm going to go, I got to go with Chaos Space Marines here.
Okay.
All right.
Before I put it up on screen, let me make sure that we've got all the right players on the right sides.
Absolutely.
Okay, so first one we had Thousand Suns Gene Stealer Colt, and you had that as an 11-9 in favor of GSC. Correct?
Looks good.
No, gotta flip it.
Oop, okay.
There's always some quirks to work out.
Absolutely.
Round one. Okay.
And I believe on that table that, yep, the Thousand Suns were the Georgia Warlords. Perfect. Yep, because I can see the Thousand Suns players wearing the Georgia Warlords jersey at the moment.
Yep. And what is our GSC player's name there?
Our GSC player, I believe, was Ryan Shaw.
Got it.
Okay. And I called that in favor of the Gene Star cult with an 11.
Yep.
We will see if history, if the future makes a fool of me. But I'm kind of betting on Ryan there, and seeing if the Gene Star cult can pull off a little bit of a win.
All right, and then next we have on table 2. It's let me just pull these up as we walk through them. So this is Robert Birmingham with.
I'm good, over an inch.
Yep, that's Adeptus Sororitas. And I think he's also going up against Thousand Suns here. And Robert Birmingham is on the Georgia Warlords. And that means that the Thousand Suns are for the Tennessee Valley Authority Intramural Shuffleboard Club.
Spooky.
The TVA is what they're getting for the rest of it. I can't say that every time.
And then.
Yep, and you called that as a 13-7 in favor
I called that in favor of Sisters. I called against T-Suns twice. Literal insanity. I don't know why. I like to make fun of T-Suns for being incredibly good, but somehow I've called against them twice here.
I can move through me, but not
Yeah,
you.
and at the moment we're seeing the,
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
let's see, at the
So then I'm
moment
gonna
we're
move
just
these
seeing
guys.
the
Magnus
T-Suns and the
is outside of
Sisters.
6, so we're just going to move 8.
Nothing
They're
crazy
not
yet.
going to
Looks
advance.
like the Thousand Suns are willing to
gonna
play
ask
the
them
game.
to
They
get
have moved a
action.
Mutalith Vortex Beast onto the center objective. To me, that means one thing, that the Sisters are about to fire a lot of guns. Sisters shooting is generally enough to point at a thing until it goes away. I cannot imagine a scenario in which Robert decides that he wants that Mutalith Vortex Beast dead, and then the Mutalith ends up alive. Now, how much he's willing to commit to that, who knows? But it doesn't look to me like the Thousand Suns player is putting enough on the center objective to hold it forever, but that doesn't have to be his plan. He could just be doing it to get a lot of Sisters out so that he himself can start killing them, and he may be willing to sacrifice some of these units to get a response or for his secondary cards.
All right, and then we've got on table 3 Matt Hurd and Jordan.
Yep. And so here we've got the Leagues of Votan going up against one of these Chaos Space Marine lists. And, funny enough, I'm not seeing any bikes at the moment, and that has to mean that we are in the movement phase of the Leagues of Votan, and that those bikes all went into reserves. That can be my guess there. So they must be appearing on some flanks, probably trying to find some angles soon. We'll see with this terrain setup if they're able to find anything. Those Accursed Cultists very much appear to be wedged against some walls in the center. And, just taking a peek at it, I don't see any great ways for the Votan player to shoot those Accursed Cultists early. And so if they're not able to find that, and then they're going to have to find a way to convince those Accursed Cultists to come out where they can be shot. Because if they stay behind walls, just staging, making sure the Votan player can't control any objectives, well, that'll mean something, won't it? We've got a couple bikes poked out onto objective 1 down at the bottom right about there. And so I'm guessing that the Votan player is just going to line up a bunch of guns, make sure that that goes away, and try to limit how much of the Chaos Space Marines can actually get back to them.
All right, and this one you called 12-8 in favor of Votan.
I called in favor of Votan. Now, I did that under the assumption that those bikes are going to get to shoot Curse Cultists at some point. So the Votan player is going to have to make that happen. Otherwise, my prediction will fall woefully short.
All right. And then next we had our Tau Dark Angel game with Nick with the Dark Angels and Zach with the Tau.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if we can swing that one on over. Here we go. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, there's no more repulsor. Okay. There's a repulsor-sized hole in the Dark Angel lines. There was a repulsor there, I swear, folks. If you blinked, you might have missed it. But I am guessing that some combination of the repulsor's front corner being here got shot all the way down that line. And I'm willing to bet that the Tau player is able to get line of sight. I gotta say, Tau just move fast sometimes. And if you are unprepared for that, it's, well, you're going to get cut off. And so a lot of them, some of the mobility of this Dark Angel list has been cut away there. There's some jump pack intercessors, but the Tau player is there. And I gotta say, if the Deathwing Knights and these Eradicators, if those step out and start activating, they are going to do a lot of damage to this Tau army. Let's make no mistake about that. But if they are getting shot in their own deployment zone without any rides, they aren't going to make it to the Tau side. If you're just taking shooting phase after shooting phase, you're not going to get to the other side. And so, you know, by no means is Nick hurting down or out here, but, well, if I were drawing an ideal world, it would include my repulsor being alive. So I think Nick's gonna have to work a little bit uphill from that. But Dark Angels are known for their resiliency, so there is no reason to think that he's out of the game yet.
And prediction on this one was?
The prediction was, I think I called this one just a clean 10-10.
Yep. All right, that's what I got.
Yep.
Cool. All right, then next table is number 5, our Necron Death Guard game.
The Necron Death Guard. And it looks to me like those Immortals, I don't know if they're dead or they just left. Now, if they had just left after they got shot, they would be next to a Monolith, and the fact that there aren't any Immortals next to a Monolith indicates to me that they're no longer alive. What I'm referring to is the fact that there was an Immortal unit hanging around right there, but there's a lot of Plague Marines that got out of a Rhino, so I'm guessing that Rhino drove up, disembarked in a place to see the Immortals, threw a grenade, which wasn't an attack, so they didn't get to teleport away, and then shot them with a bunch of anti-infantry flamers. And at the end of that, somehow, I don't see any Immortals. I don't see any Immortals.
I mean, on this mission, you know, picking up a unit like that, pretty important.
Yep. Now, the Monolith, it has a wound dial next to it. I have no idea how many wounds are on that Monolith at the moment, or if it's actually in danger of dying, or if it's taking a little bit of damage. If the Rhino had to move up to disembark the Plague Marines, and that's, of course, I'm referring to this Rhino right here, that means that the Plague Marines aren't declaring a charge, and that's what the Necron player needs here. I think what the Necron player really would like is, okay, I got a lot of commitment out of these Death Guard. Probably want to see if that Monolith can stay alive and stay activating for a while. So as long as it's not in combat, it can leave.
That is down to 7 wounds.
7 wounds on the Monolith? Are they still in the shooting phase?
I believe so.
If it ends at 7 wounds, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if it goes any lower, it's in danger. I don't see any charges lined up on it, and that's got to be the small mercy for Seth here. So if he can hold on to the Monolith, and then it can teleport back and just start healing while not being the closest threat, it's like it never even took damage. It can take a lot of damage as long as it doesn't cross the threshold and be fine and is still a useful piece. So Seth is certainly hoping that that Monolith's going to end the turn with at least 1 wound and not in combat so that he can just keep using it. Because at that point, he can just teleport it away, start shooting people, and kind of get away from a lot of the Death Guard guns, and then it'll probably just live and just keep activating it. That's what Seth needs here. Whereas we'll see if the Death Guard player is able to bring it down. Certainly, the Death Guard player looks willing to get his army hit. He very much seems to be in a place of acceptance of, yeah, the Necrons are hypercrypt. They can shoot me. I'm not going to be scared of that. And he is okay bullying his way up, getting some kills. And, well, if he can bring Seth below that critical massive damage shooting he's able to take, suddenly he can take over the table and he can flip that prediction I made and get a big win for the Death Guard. Death Guard, they're just an amoeba, just a big sponge walking up field, finding objective markers. And if it gets them, it's hard to take it away from them. And so Seth has to maintain critical massive damage. And as long as he can preserve that, I think he can get a win. But it looks like a Plague Burst Crawler might be shooting that Monolith. Let's see what the players are saying.
Believe.
Oh, it looks like they may not have mics on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be that players have opted not to be mic'd up.
Fair enough. So we're not going to get any audio from this table, it appears, unfortunately. But we'll keep a close eye on what's going on here so that we can update you on, well, whether or not this Monolith lives. I think the Death Guard have a real chance to score something big in their favor if they can drag down the Monolith. If they can do that, I would have to say that my prediction is unlikely to come true, and then we're going to be looking at Death Guard being an advantage if the Monolith goes south here.
All right, but for the moment, we'll pencil that in as a 12-8 in Necron favor. That was the original prediction.
Yep.
And I think everything is now sorted out. So just to quickly walk through the others, I believe this is what we are currently looking at from John's prediction. This is not the official score. This is just John's prediction. See if we can throw some text on there just to make that clear. But so right now, if the games go as predicted by Mr. Lennon, we would see TVA take the win here. So I was just walking through your prediction. I believe these are all now correct on the right sides.
Yep. So it looks like, okay.
So look correct.
Yes, looks like I'm calling it as a victory for the Tennessee Valley Authority is what I'm predicting here, but that is not by any means what's going to happen. This is just me making a fun shot. And so
like if it flips to that Death Guard, if that just flips to a 12-8 the other way, they're suddenly pretty close to a draw.
Yeah.
If any of these other games change a little
the other
differently.
way. So so at the moment we're calling it as a small win for the TVA, but that is only 7 points away from being a draw. So by no means should TVA be comfortable right now. Plus, it's so early in the round. There's plenty of times for swings and drama and action to see who actually ends up with a victory.
Yep.
All right. And yeah, hopefully everyone is enjoying this. As always, make sure that you give us any comments that you have on just how we're doing the stream. We're doing this for the whole weekend. If you've got any notes, we can always attempt to adjust things. Now, luckily, our friends at Pro Tabletop are doing quite a good job at this. They're old hands. But, we're always happy to hear any feedback that you have. And, well, we're just excited to be doing this in a different way than normal. We're not just streaming one game. We're streaming 8 games. And that comes with its own challenges, as you'd expect. All right, so let's kind of go to that Tau game, and so that should be table 2, and that was the one that the Tau player took it relatively aggressively. This is one that I'm sorry,
Table 4.
Table 4, yeah, not table 2, and so it doesn't look like the Dark Angels have started to really make a response yet. It's possible that Nick is taking a little bit of time to just plan things out. Let's see if they're saying anything at the table.
I see. So there's like a front unit and there's a rubber band unit. Yeah, thank you, bro.
Jump back
and they're just they're in a line.
Shocking.
So looks like the start of Nick's plan to crack back is to try to kill some stuff and most importantly contest some objective. Looks like Nick is determined not to get too far behind on the scoreboard, and that means his head's probably in the right place for taking a good aggressive push, and don't let the scoreboard get out of hand.
Toughness on these guys?
5.
5, okay.
G5, 3 up save. 5 wounds apiece, except for the sergeant who has 4.
I gotcha.
So it looks like he's.
I will go ahead and roll or advance the charge here.
Yeah.
So +5. Try to avoid the Overwatch, I think.
So it looks like he was pre-measuring those jump back intercessors, and now he's decided to go for the advance.
Cool.
Trying to stay out of Overwatch, look to get a charge on something.
Same thing, we'll advance.
See if we can hit
advance
that
here.
top down of that table so that I can see what exactly it is that they're charging. Perfect. So that is right here on this flank. It looks like that's a Ghost Kill and some Stealth teams. So Ghost Kill and Stealth teams looks like what he's going for. Jump Pack Intercessors, decent in combat. Probably more interested in those Stealth teams than that Ghost Kill.
I think I can avoid
I don't think they're
Overwatch.
going to kill that.
It's maybe a little bit questionable.
I think you can avoid it from 2 of them. I think you're avoiding it from this guy.
Oh, there's a Crisis Suit team right behind them. That's what's looking at a potential Overwatch right now.
Yeah, maybe if I squish up against the wall here.
Yeah, you could try. No, I think I got it. With this one right here from his base.
Players look like 2 Crisis Suits could overwatch right now.
So I can see that guy in the back. I might not be within 12 of him though. I'm not, so I'm only gonna get to overwatch with 2 of them if I overwatch.
And then he's not in range of that guy either. Because
this guy's not within range at all.
Oh yeah. You got to be in range of the model. You have line of sight too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's why he can't do it.
Got it.
His gun zone could.
So I should be safe, I think. Right?
It's from these 2 could do it, but he won't. So I'll have 46 if I decide to overwatch.
But he sees this guy, right? And then he's not in range. This
From the back of his base, he's this guy.
Currently, the players are
he can see
deciding
this guy?
what could overwatch
okay.
before the top player makes the determination of if they're
I'll just
spending
move him back a
one
little
point.
bit. Yeah. So he's not in range.
I don't think there's a way for you to avoid his overwatch.
From the second
We'll
guy?
see.
Because yeah, this is.
No, we'll see if the
you can see this model.
Dark Angel player just wants to put his models on the other side of the wall to make sure that they're safe. But right now, they're just looking at the line of sight.
Oh, I guess you're right.
So-
Yeah. Let's see. I guess the question is, do I want to stay out of 12?
And I'm guessing that those Crisis Suits
Yeah, 'cause
are
I could
armed
just
with
back
the
off a little
Tau
bit.
Flamers, because they were talking about
Yeah, I mean-
4d6. So looks like the Dark Angel player has decided that discretion is the better part of valor. He's going to back up
So
just
you're
a little
within range
bit,
of one of them.
That's
just
fine.
so that
Yeah,
only
exactly. I'm not gonna
one
go for
suit
one.
can
Yeah.
overwatch, not the entire
so I'll
thing.
stay there.
He doesn't want all of that smoke. Because where there's smoke, there's fire, and 4d6
Okay.
auto hits was too much for him.
And then obviously, Deathwing Knights don't have guns, so we'll start rolling some
I
advances
cannot
here.
believe
so
that I timed the
five
players'
Deathwing Knights
laughter
there.
with my joke. They can't actually hear me, folks. Just made me
Plus
feel better about
one.
myself.
They're not feeling it.
Yeah, they're not feeling it. So 6-inch move. So it
lot
raises
more
the
things
question
coming
of like, do I want to stay put?
You want a vibe?
What?
I said, do you want a vibe?
Do I want to vibe? Do I want to make some charges?
Now,
Not really.
he's
I'm not
rolled
feeling it.
an
I could
advance
reroll the
on that
advance,
charge.
but I feel like that's maybe a waste.
That must
If
mean
you
that
stay
he's
there, I'll
popped
be able
Assault
to get
Doctrine.
him to shoot you.
So
Yeah,
I'll see if I can get confirmation on that from Price if he has in fact
Yeah,
popped
yeah.
Assault Doctrine on turn 1.
One second, I got to think about this a little bit. 'cause it
And
changes
yeah,
my plan
Nick's
a
taking
lot.
his time to think. That's the right way to do this. And if you're in a high pressure situation early, you don't want to mess it up in a team's format.
We
It
have 2
snowballs.
hours.
If you make a
play in one phase, I
mistake
play in one phase.
Well,
and
there's
you
a lot-
just
a lot
mess
can
up
happen right
everything,
now,
Yes.
so-
you could lose
So I
by a
think we
lot.
have plenty of time.
Yeah.
So Nick's taking his time on
Okay,
this.
so they
It's the
can
right
move
call.
6 inches. I can charge you. But at what cost?
At what cost?
Yeah. And I think Nick is realizing, that
He's
if he commits too much of his army at once and it all is getting shot, he may not have enough left to play the
Doctrines?
game with.
Oh yeah, use the assault
And
doctrine.
that's his fear right now, and it's a legitimate fear.
turn
You
one, assault
cannot let
doctrine,
too many resources go down. Space Marines are an elite army. If you run out of units, you're going to stop doing actions. Suddenly the Tau player's going to be holding more, and that 10-10 will disappear into the wind. We'll see how that pairs out. So tough choices for Nick here. He has to decide how to respond to a very aggressive stance from that Tau early on. And I got to say, this big wide open space in the table, not doing him any favors. If I were a betting
Alright, so if I
man,
reroll this,
I would guess that the Tau chose
What
this
do I
table,
lose?
not the Dark Angels.
That
I don't really
would
lose much
track.
of anything. So I'll go ahead and reroll my advance.
Yeah.
2.
Oh my god.
So it looks like Nick just CP rerolled an advance of a 1 into a 2. Technical progress, but probably not the value he was looking for. And remember that Nick also spent a command point on a reactive move turn 1. That means Nick is not have a lot of command points right now. And if he goes into that Tau turn without a lot of defensive stratagems, he could end up being a little bit in trouble.
That's the 7 right there.
I think we're going to switch
So
away
he
from
goes
this for
there. He's
now,
the main- he's like
but
the leader,
I'm
basically.
going to want to come back to this one because my immediate gut here is that the Dark Angels
not
are
looking hot.
standing a little bit closer to the precipice than they want to stand right now. They are very much in danger of, if I don't handle this properly, I could end up losing a lot of resources. We'll come back, check in, see how Nick's the rest of Nick's movement and charge phase goes, but as a Dark Angel player, I would be sweating right now. It's not out of reach, but you can't mess up too many things from this point. Not that he's made mistakes, but he's just not in a good position
That's not
with turn order and terrain to have any margin for error right now. Let's go ahead and kind of take it from the top. Actually, I want to see about that Gene Circle versus Thousand Suns game on table 1.
So you unsticky these. So if you'll hand me that token, thank you.
All right.
Yep.
All right, let's see if we can hit table 1 over.
Okay.
Ah, I know what's going on. There we go.
There we go. Okay, so, Thousand Suns have taken a little bit of an aggressive push here. We've got Mutilith on an objective, Mutilith on an objective. I'm willing to bet that someone told this Thousand Suns player, Gene Circle don't do a lot of damage. And so you should just
Let's
disrespect them.
see.
And he might be right. But he's going to find out whether or not he's right
Draw
very
cards. We
soon.
scored sabotage. Make sure you score me for that one. 3. 3 points. And then we're going to draw 2 secondaries. Assassination. Overwhelming force.
All right, assassin, overwhelming force. There are
Let's see
things
if I
on
get
objectives.
my,
They are
my
not
4 up.
fragile,
The extra
though.
CP. I do. So I'm going to go ahead and spend, I'm at 3. You're at 2.
Just make sure they're settling the command points right now.
Yep.
No big deal.
And I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 to toss assassination.
So looks like the Gene Circle player's focused on scoring. He's not too concerned about CP. He's got plenty, he thinks. He's just going to get rid of one of those cards, knowing
so
he
we
can't
get rid of
discard it for CP.
assassination for cleanse.
Gets cleanse. Oh man, this is
Seems
not.
a lot better.
This is not the turn for cleanse. Everything that's going on to those objectives probably wants to be shooting or might have to advance to get there. But if he's got something cheap to go cleanse with, it doesn't have to be the end of the world either. It's going to be really
My girlfriend
interesting
just
to
texted
see.
me. I hope you steal some jeans.
Fun to hear
Hey,
the
Cam, give me
players
your
banter
jeans,
back and
Cam.
forth.
Let's see.
All right, so GSC players deciding how to react. Lots of mining lasers and, you know, just lots of stuff on those Ridge Runners. So it wouldn't be a surprise
Yeah,
to me
let
if
me
he was
know.
able to get
Devastating wounds.
one of these Mutaliths down,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if he's got 2 Mutaliths of output in him at the moment. We'll kind of see what kind of direction he takes, and I think we're going to have to come back to see how the end of this movement phase looks to see what Ryan has decided to do. Let's kind of just keep going around the circuit, shall we? Let's go on to table 2. This is that Sisters versus T-Sons game that I was super interested in. And yes, indeed, it looks like Robert is in the middle of his response. I mentioned that a Munilith on the center was something Sisters could solve if he wanted to. Let's hear what he's saying.
So OC4, OC2. So we're tied on here, actually, right?
Because if I go 12 here, so that's not enough. In my head, I measured for 14.
Yeah.
And I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
as
And
I
I
know
moved them
charge-
farther back too. They were in this building. I moved them off.
So you got your Overwatch out of the way.
Yes. So you may now bring out those.
JPC.
See, but I didn't know you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do this. You know.
Yeah. It's pick your poison.
Yeah. Like I'm going to shoot some people. It's just who and where. But yeah.
I'm away an inch.
This is a lot of
Yeah. Yes. They're like a tiny bit farther back from this guy or whatever. But here, like, I got you. You're good. Yeah. They're good there.
Okay, so a lot of damage is being pointed at that center. So Robert's
I don't
doing
know
his
if I can
movement.
actually clear
Again, I
this
think
now.
we're soon going to have some very
let's
decisive
go
turns coming our way.
3 here. I got 4 inches. I can't clear this. Waka waka.
But plenty of guns pointed at that Mutalith. I would not be comfortable if I were him right now.
I'm gonna move him back here.
And is that... Hold on. Is that
I'm gonna pop the
Morven,
girls
Vol,
out.
and Paragon
Okay.
Warsuits pushing forward suspiciously close to Magnus the
And
Red?
these are the shooty ones. Scooty girls.
Uh-oh.
Right?
What now? Don't forget about containment.
Oh,
you had said you were going to do it with them.
Thanks for
Yeah.
that. Thanks for that.
They could do it from over here if you want to move, but just make sure they're, can do what they're doing.
Try and hide. Okay. So he's here.
All right,
He's
yeah, I'm
gonna
trying to
stay
let
here.
players talk. Now,
Don't really matter
I can't
much.
tell. Can those Paragons see Magnus at the moment? So that's exactly.
And then you
what
said you were
we're
going to try to drop the other
Excellent
squad, I
work,
guess,
Mark
here to
Cameraman.
contain.
So Paragons with Vol,
Is that-
double
I
suits,
don't have to survive
Castigator.
that, right?
This
No,
is
that
a lot
happens
of
immediately. So it's just
guns
off this,
pointed at
and then
Magnus.
9 away from Maggie, which is here. So, there's, definitely a pocket. There's 5 of them. You can definitely fit 5 in this little pocket for sure.
Contain.
We
Yeah,
are
no
going to have
worries.
some
They're
swing
definitely gonna
moments
be able
coming
to
up
do
soon,
it. Cool.
folks.
Thanks, man.
If
The contain
Thousand-
happens immediately, so I'll just go ahead and score you that.
All right. Thank you.
So you can get 6 more secondary.
He'll hide in the
One
corner
more.
Right there.
Good
Contain,
cards for
contain's
Robert.
gone. What was my other one?
And then
Secure.
secure
Oh, we technically
is
have secure now.
So this is going to be a really big moment, I think, in this game. If the Sisters of Battle player can take out Magnus early. I'm not sure how many things can see Magnus around the wall, but I got to say, Paragons are always faster than they look. You just need a little bit of the line. If he can see Magnus, if he can kill Magnus, a Thousand Suns army without Magnus and potentially down a Mutalith as well in the center could all of a sudden be in a lot of trouble. This doesn't have to happen. Magnus is a tough bird, but Sisters' damage output is not known for being gentle either. And so if the Sisters of Battle player can bring down Magnus or even just cripple him, if Magnus is so wounded that he has to back up and doesn't get stuck in anymore, that could be decisive. Ooh, man, I'm going to want to be here for this shooting phase. Let's see. Between tables 3 and 4, are either of those in kind of that critical junctures yet? Let's
3 looks like a standoff still.
Yeah, let's bring up table
4.
3 real quick just to take a peek at it. Yeah, it looks like the Votan and the Accursed Cultists haven't really brought themselves out yet. Some bikes are coming in. They're probably going to try to get some firing lines just down that line there, see what they can see. I'm going to bet, though, that it's not an entire bike unit shooting. That's probably going to be some of the bike shooting. I don't know if they're going to get the entire thing in line of sight. But the fisheye lens always makes things a little bit different, so maybe they can actually cut the corner there. But mostly a standoff so far, so not too decisive. We'll have to come back to this one. This may be one of those tables where both players' teams are coming over and saying, "Hey, everyone else is done, and we each need you to get this number."
Yeah.
You always love being that high-pressure last table to finish, but a standoff may be where that happens. Man, lots of I feel like a lot of these front, like 3 of these front 4 tables, to me look like they've got some interesting stuff going on.
Yeah.
And
Tough choice.
Yeah, tough choices here. Which one do we want to go to? Let's go back to table 4 there, that Dark Angel versus Tau, and just see how much the Dark Angels have committed. Okay, a lot of Dark Angels are moving out and into line of sight. So we've got Eradicators right there. They're going to be able to shoot some of those tanks. I am willing to bet that those Eradicators are in Devastator Doctrine right now. They don't have to be. They're pretty good without it, but I would not be surprised if they got put in with a command point. That would explain where Nick's last command point went, because he's currently out. And a lot of things should die for Tau here. If I'm going to make a prediction, end of the Dark Angel player turn, I'm guessing gone Piranha, gone Piranha. I'm guessing, you know what? I'm guessing dead Piranha. And I'm thinking these stealth suits right there. I can see those 4 units being dead. And it wouldn't, honestly, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world if those Eradicators downtown actually were able to cross out one of these tanks up on the objective. That would be a lot of damage. That might even be enough damage. But there are 3 Riptides that, to me, appear to be in literally 0 damage. Or, like, it's 0 danger. I just don't see them getting hit. There's a broadside pointing at the center. Yeah, so if those Eradicators can find a way to kill one of those tanks, maybe they split some fire, but between those Hammerheads, I would not be shocked. Yeah, those Hammerheads have to be what popped that Repulsor. I'm guessing that Repulsor just got a hole put right through it. D6 plus 6 damage, AP way too much for a Repulsor. That's probably what happened. But the Space Marine player has decided that he is not going to be waiting behind walls, and that's volatile. Doesn't have to be bad, but what the Dark Angels can accomplish here and what the Tau player can do about it in 1 turn is going to tell us everything. Now, the Tau player may not have time to do something like counter this scout unit in the center. That just may not be in the cards, and so maybe by pushing forward, Nick is going to hold on to some primary while the storm of fire is washing over him. But at some point, that Tau shooting is going to add up. Deathwing Knights are tough, but they just don't live forever. And if something like, Shadow Sun, the Riptide, those plasma suits, if a bunch of shooting just gets up, points at one of those Deathwing Knight units and just kills it, and then the next Deathwing Knight unit isn't really in range to come do something about it, that could be trouble. It looks like a companion squad has stepped up on the side. I'm betting that's just going to be charging into the Piranha. At this stage, there's so many Space Marines in front of Tau that you just can't be shy about it. There's no reason to hold those companions back. Normally, that's a unit you can be conservative with, but when you're already giving the Tau player 7 units to shoot at, what's the harm in throwing Unit 8 out? If they kill the first 7, it just doesn't matter anymore. That 8th unit wasn't going to save you there, so you might as well commit as much as possible, do as much damage as possible. So I'm betting those Eradicators are going to split fire and try to ice 1 Piranha and a tank, which I think is very realistic for them. That Eradicator unit is crazy. Let's hear what the players are doing right now. It seems like they're shooting.
Just 1 Melta. It's AP4.
I only count that tall in the box if you want to reroll that one that fell out.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
So right now the Eradicators
you're
are currently
good.
firing.
Same result.
AP minus
4.
I have cover because not all of them can see me, so I get a mighty 6.
Yeah.
No, wait, it's AP4 down to AP3, so yeah, a 6.
6 up, yeah.
No.
D6 and I can reroll it.
In the tray?
In the box, yeah. That's fine. Just take 5.
Cool. He's down to 9.
And then 1 more shot from the last guy. Reroll it. It just misses.
Oh.
So that Hammerhead is chilling.
Hammerhead is alive.
And then we'll do 2 Meltas here, and they're going to be at Melta range.
Okay, so that Hammerhead just got wounded, and it is not dead.
Reroll it.
That is impactful.
Nope. So do 1 hit.
Yep.
And
7.
one
Oh,
wound.
so wounds.
One wound, so it's going to be dead. Because no save, it's
Yeah.
because I had to roll damage. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So damage, and then I'll reroll the damage. It takes only 4 damage.
Okay, so it's 3 remaining.
Yep.
So this is the
So 3
Piranha
left on
being hit
him,
right now.
and then on the other one, 1 melta, 1 pistol. So melta hits, explodes, and lethal.
Yep.
Explode, lethal,
Sustain, so you have to wound on a 3?
wounding,
Or maybe a 2. What's your strength?
9.
Okay, so
Reroll
on 3.
So 2 cut straight
I think
through,
the lethal
Yep.
hit
and then it
kills
just should be
there.
dead. Let's see. Yeah, it's
Yes.
it's
Yeah,
dead.
there we go.
So this one's gone.
Does he explode? Nope. And I'll spend 1 CP to get wheels to hit against these guys.
That's fine. Do you have a token? Here, I'll use this.
Looks like that was
Yeah! I was going to use a stone, but that also works.
Okay, so it appears that the Eradicators just split fire in 3 directions, and they wounded several people and only killed 1 Piranha. Now, if he wants it, I'm sure that something can find a charge or maybe a couple pistols into that wounded Piranha right up top. But because Nick's an Assault Doctrine right now, it's entirely possible he doesn't have any spare pistols or grenades to go that way. If those units advance as part of those moves, there's not much of an answer there, and he doesn't want to charge the Eradicators out, but the amount of tanks that are alive has to be concerning. Those Jump Pack Intercessors can go tag them, but they're already in line of sight of the Eradicators. So if those 2 Hammerheads just hold still, shoot the Eradicators, they're not going to kill all of them, but they're going to kill some, and as soon as that Eradicator unit gets below critical mass, it can no longer split fire. It may not be a swing of the game back kind of piece anymore, and that's what the Eradicators kind of want to function as. So splitting fire probably felt like he was a little bit down, but that may not have been the result he was hoping for. So looks like we're now in the charge phase. Jump Pack Intercessors are just connecting on some stealth suits near that Hammerhead, almost certainly tagging it at the same time.
And then
That's right there. A lot more charges coming in. Let's see where they're going.
we just yoink. We just yeet out here to try to kill this guy. So yeetus deletus. Yeah.
I think he
Jump Pack
makes it with
Intercessors,
a
I think.
9. Let's go.
Go
If I
out
just keep
front.
rolling 9s, this game's gonna go a lot better for
That
me.
is true. So please stop.
Please cease and desist.
All right. So that wounded Piranha is probably going to get finished off by the Jump Pack Intercessors, but Eyeball says
This
that
is the
if they
classic
kill
turn
it,
1
they're
go,
not gonna be close
or
enough to go
round
tag
1 go
anything
turn,
else.
right?
Fills everyone with confidence.
Yeah, bottom of 1, just everything going on here.
Terminate with extreme prejudice.
And I
told
don't
you,
know where
this
those
game
Death
can be
Knights are
really
going to charge. They
fast.
might
Hide
charge
under there for
backwards
rain
into
protection.
that Piranha. I don't see anything else really close by.
All right, we got a couple charges over there, so let's see.
I'm
I think we
confident those
take
Death Knights are
the-
not trying to stand in the middle, though. That cannot
We
be
take
their
the
job.
long one first, needing a 7, we said?
7
Yeah.
with Terminators? Yeah.
Yep, needing a 7.
Into both or just a ghost kill?
I failed. It was just
Doesn't
a go.
matter.
Yeah, so they're stuck. You can pull
Failed and doesn't have a
And then
command point.
the short one with the 5. Short one with the 5.
Into stealth and ghost kill or just stealths?
Actually, yeah, that's a good question.
Those Death
I
Knights
need
are
the
just
points
standing in
from
the
the
open now.
from the stealths. So I mean, multi would be a 4. It would be a 4-inch on the multi.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The ghost kill doesn't. It sucks in combat, right?
Oh, God.
It's like real bad. Yeah, I'll just do the multi. So
You
Do you
do
even
let's say I
have
need a
to
4 on the
SP.
multi.
You do not have
Yeah,
to.
Got
it's
it.
10. Yeah.
That would have been
Base
the
me!
worst Snake Eyes I've ever seen. Ooh. So glad that that's
I wanted
not
those
how it went
Terminators
down.
in there, but you know.
So 1 Deathwing Knight squad has already
And,
not
yeah,
made it.
so I can just go wherever I want.
I can't tell if this squad in the middle has declared a charge yet. I don't believe so. But plenty of Jump Pack Intercessors. I'm sure there's a couple of Impact Mortals coming. I don't know if he's rolled the Impact Mortals in the other 2 squads, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll just do
Perfect.
it all at the end of the phase. It's all in different places.
And
Doesn't really
then,
matter
oh, we
if
got
it's
another
later.
5. So into the suit, we need a 7. Yeah, because his base will fit there. So 7 in charge.
Will his base fit there?
I think so. Yeah. You can use this rear guy if you want.
Yeah, let's use the rear guy.
This might be
for
regular
your front
Assault
dude to get
Intercessors. I
there.
can't tell.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah. 7.
One of these units is
These are
regular
yours.
Assault
Yep.
Intercessors. We'll find out which one.
No. So they're done.
And failed charge there as well. All right, is there any other charges that he's going to declare here? Let's see.
Cool. I did fail quite a bit of charges here.
You nailed some 9s on things you didn't need 9s for, though.
Right. Yeah.
It looks like
And I'm
he's
a little
not
bit
charging.
worried about this guy.
These are Jump Pack Assault Intercessors, right?
JPIs. Yeah.
Mortal wounds.
Yeah. I'll resolve it. 1 second. I think it's at the end of the step or something. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. The timing doesn't matter that much. Because I can declare a charge with these guys.
Yeah. This is the
Which is
Eradicators or the Inner Circle Companions here. He's got two
I could declare a
options.
charge. I haven't declared them yet.
All right, so he's not declared this unit. That's
They
important.
failed. They failed.
Yeah.
So I have 1, 2, 3
No
left.
charge, no
This is the big
charge.
one. I'm going to save that because, let's see. So there's stealth suits there.
Yes.
So they're chargeable. What's the distance?
They're an
This
inch away
is
from the wall,
scouts.
so you have to run.
It's like, oh, it's really long.
It's really long.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to charge them into close combat there.
The Piranha? Okay.
The scouts, yeah.
If he rolls high enough, he might
Yep,
actually
7.
come off that objective.
Base me set.
Let's see here. That is the case. He's come off the objective. Now, if he kills the Piranha, that's
And then
not
I'll
going
go
to be a
ahead.
problem.
I'll go ahead and charge those Deathwing Knights as well.
Oh, there's another Deathwing Knight squad to go in.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. All right, it looks like the Piranha being alive is no longer a question. That's okay.
So I should be
Knights
able to
go
claim
flush
some
it out.
cover here.
Yeah. I have a lot of ways to ignore it, but you do have cover
Yeah.
of some sort.
Okay, perfect. So it'll just be those 3 fighting generally.
I think they'll do it.
Yeah.
This unit in the center. This is the
and then
big
the big
decision
one.
point.
This is the big one. No rerolls.
Nick knows it. No CP.
Where are they going?
The hammerhead? So multi into the hammerhead down here. It's really long. It's 10. It's a 10.
Yeah.
It's a 10. So I just need a hard roll of 10.
Just roll 10.
Do I have any other better option? No.
The Piranha, but it's overkill.
Here, let me use my lucky Art of War dice.
Uh-oh.
Not the auto
Uh-oh.
dice.
Can
Where's
the
the
Art of
other
War
one?
dice do it?
Oh, here it is. All right. Art
Now
of
I'm rooting
War.
for it to pass.
I know. I love
No.
that we
Okay. All right. Nice.
caught that on stream.
Does
All
not
right, so
seem to be
combat
so.
step. I'll resolve the hammer
Immortals,
grab.
yeah.
All right, so let's take a real quick look at what happened in Nick's turn here. So he made a couple charges. Looks like some jump back intercessors here, some intercessors here, some intercessors here. And this Piranha is completely screwed. But it looks to me like he's going to kill exactly what I thought and nothing on the upside. And that, I don't think, is quite the turn that Nick needed. I think he needed to connect something else, either in shooting and combat. Because what I'm seeing right now is that a lot of this Dark Angel infantry is right in the open, and I see no reason for the Tau to do anything besides hold down the trigger and kill everything it can. And that is going to be a very painful turn 2 shooting phase from Zach into Nick. We got a big spooky Riptide guns. And also, just doing a quick count, it looks like there are 3 units of Deathwing Knights currently on the table. So we've got 1 squad in the open, 1 squad in the open that both of them failed their charges, 1 squad further back charged a lowly Piranha. That's 3 units of Deathwing Knights, no surprise there, but what that means is that there aren't any in reserves. And I'm also seeing 3 units of jump back intercessors on the table, and that means there aren't any of those in reserves. So I'm willing to bet here that there is nothing in reserves for the Dark Angels. And maybe there's like a scout squad, maybe there's something small, but there's no damage dealing unit. And what that means to me is that this Tau player is going to have the run of this side of the table if they can clear some resources. Assault Doctrine has been activated, and they didn't get a lot of good charges out of it. If Zach's able to take something like these crisis suits, I believe they are armed with flamers, if they just start sliding sideways and burning everything on the objective as they go, there's nothing in reserve to come get them. And if this Deathwing Knight squad right here is just getting shot at by, I don't know, an entire Tau army, I don't know if they're going to be free to go deal with those crisis suits. So it's entirely possible that Zach's going to be able to take over this corner of the board and just leave a ghost kill there while pointing more guns at it than Nick wants to take. Honestly, I don't think Nick's turn went too well for him here. This might be going in the Tau's favor at the moment is kind of where I'm thinking here. We'll come back for that Tau shooting phase or try to catch some of it. For now, let's actually go to that Sisters versus Thousand Suns game on table 2.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, well, there is still a Magnus alive, but he seems to have found some new friends. Is that Morven Vol and some Paragon Warsuits in combat with Magnus the Red right now?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That Zinch cannot have seen that one coming. So that's right down in the corner there. We'll see if we can get a closer shot
That
of
is
that later.
quite a dog pile in that corner.
Magnus doesn't have to die to this, but I just don't know if he's getting away. Magnus is he's terrifying. He's good in combat, but I wouldn't say he's better in combat than Morven Vol and the Paragons. And very specifically, he can't fall back and do anything. So it looks to me like Magnus is in combat with things he's not going to win a fight against. And if he stays there, eventually he'll die. And if he dies now, that is catastrophic for the Thousand Suns player. But he doesn't have to die now. And if he can live, it might be worth spending a fallback and a double move to get Magnus to safety, because if he's 16 inches away from Morvenn Vahl and he doesn't kill her back, he's not going to get to safety there.
No.
Morvenn Vahl will hunt him down as long as she's alive.
I mean, that would go a big way towards putting this into the sisters' very comfortable favor.
I called this sisters favored, and I called it volatile. This is what volatile looks like. If the sisters player can pull off one good play, just kill Magnus, kill too much, that could be very bad for the T-Sims. That would be, and you know what? I initially predicted the Georgia Warlords is on the lower side here. These are the kind of plays that you have to make to get your team back up in it. So Robert, if he can pull off Magnus, if he can just get him off the table, I don't think he's going to be scoring a 12 at that point. I think he's going north.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Conversely, if Morgan just rolls a lot of 4-ups, that might change things a little.
Yeah, if Magnus can hold on, Doombolt, swing in combat. Magnus' combat is still pretty good, and there's some dev wounds in there. He could, it's funny enough, it's not even impossible that Magnus, should he survive, could just epic challenge and kill Morvenn Vahl, right? It's, 3 failed saves does it, and with devastating wounds, you might be able to get around some of those Miracle Dice if you roll well. Won't have any rerolls in combat, but 7 attacks that hit on 2s, wound on 2s, goes a long way. Yep. All right. Oh, man, this is impactful. Real quick, let's stay on this game, but let's hit the top down real quick. I kind of want to see, yeah, it looks like that Mutilith Vortex piece in the center, the one that I called out in danger. He doesn't look like he's there anymore. Very much seems that this objective now belongs to the Sisters of Battle. Canoness and some jump back infantry came out into the center, as well as the Dominion Simulators. That belongs to Sisters now. Sisters look to be holding 3 of those objectives at the moment, and they cleared off some of the T-Suns. If Magnus goes down here, I don't know if there's going to be enough gas left in the tank to take these objectives back. This is massive. Let's, oh man, what are the dice rolls here? I need to know. Have they rolled the attacks yet?
Sure, they're might
I'm not going to kill. Well, I guess if I kill the 3 suits, that counts as... a kill. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so Magnus is going to crack back into the suits.
Right, Magnus lived. Massive. Absolutely massive.
7 attacks on 2s.
Oh no, I should have
All convert.
All convert, okay.
And then on 2s, on 2s, he wounds everything in the game on 2s. 6s are devs.
Oh, he wounds everything in the game on 2s?
16 with +16 strength with +1 to wound. So 1 dev and 7 saves at AP. No, sorry, 6 saves at AP 3.
Right, looks like 0 failed conversions for Magnus. That is the best case for him, and a dev wound at the end. Several suits could go down here.
Flat 3.
4s.
So 1 is on 1. Still alive. Still alive. Okay, dies.
So 1 dead war suit.
Yep, after 5 saves. Yep, so you got 1. Right? No, there's 1 more save and then the dev.
Okay.
So this could kill 1 more suit. It does. So
I'm surprised you didn't Miracle Dice that there. So 2 suits
down.
down.
1 suit plus Morvenn left. I could have epic challenged Morvenn.
He realized it. He realized it.
Yeah.
2 suits
you
down
got that
here.
Strat. Okay, cool. See, so
Not just you got that strat. Everyone's got that strat.
I didn't do it on purpose.
I should have charged the walker into Magnus because I have a strat that says you have to fight.
Oh, I'm guessing here that
the problem was you
okay, so Robert is
yourself
actually
with the
playing the
Seraph
Hallowed Martyrs
the
attachment, not bringing the
suits, you
flame.
can get there.
Okay.
And so
Okay, so start my
must
turn.
be
So
why.
you do get kill more. I've scored you that here, and I'll make sure I scored it here.
Corey
And
in
then
chat,
secure.
army lists
You do
are
currently
available. They're
get
pinned.
max
It's just
secure.
by the teams, but
So we
they
gotta
are
give
pinned in
you,
the
description.
on this
16
feed.
secondary.
Now, all right. So
And
that was
16 primary,
painful for
yes.
T-Suns, but it
And
doesn't
I
look like he got pushed over
15
the edge.
And 8. Yes, that is accurate. We are up to date.
I wonder if
Start
we can
my
ask how
turn.
many
I'll go up
wounds
to 4
left
CP.
Magnus has.
He'll go up to 3 CP.
Yeah, I can go.
Okay,
Find that out.
leave it on
For
this. I'm going to talk about this one for
I
a
do
little
not
bit.
control more than you in any stretch of the
The players are hashing out some score right now, but before we switch off this table, we're going to find out a little bit about how Magnus is holding up in that fight. I doubt he's at full health, but if he's got a decent amount of wounds left, he may be fine. Magnus might be able to just Doombolt his way out of this combat, though. It looks like, just looking at this real quick, it looks like that's Morvenn Vahl. And so if there's 1 warsuit alive in combat, that's that model right there. That's where the wounds have to go. The wounds have to go on the warsuit. And that means that on a 2+, if Magnus just cast a Doombolt straight down to the ground, Magnus does not have to fall back here. He could Doombolt. A 2+ is D3 + 3 mortal wounds. That is at a bare minimum a dead warsuit. And if he kills the Warsuit there, he's no longer in combat. Now, he can charge Morven Vol afterwards, but it means he can shoot with no limits. Now, he looks like he has things to shoot at anyways. One of his guns is Blast, one is not. So the gun that is Blast probably will go out of combat, maybe hit those Seraphim or the Walker. The one that is not Blast will probably go straight down into Morven Vol if he is locked in combat. But if he Doombolts his way out of combat, he'll have full selections and can put everything into Morven Vol. Because what he could be looking to do here, and we'll see if this is the play he goes for, is if he just blows up the Paragon Warsuits and Morven Vol into the shooting phase. If Morven decides to stand up, she is 3 inches away from Magnus, and she's not going to be at full health. Magnus could probably charge back in, kick Morven Vol right back into the sun, and go just sit there. And if Magnus is just alive, we'll find out actually right about now how many wounds he has left.
He has 11.
Okay, that is not exactly a dead Magnus.
No, that's not too bad.
If Magnus
He's
was
lost
at 4,
5.
yeah, that's totally fine. And so that the Sisters player was trying to land a knockout blow there, and it looks to me like it has not landed. So if Magnus can kind of take over that flank down there, maybe there's a little bit more hope for the Thousand Suns than we looked there. But yeah, Magnus seems to have taken that one well. He seems to be doing fine. And I cannot imagine that the last Paragon Warsuit surviving the turn. Frankly, I think you could get Vol in the same motion as well if you really tried. All right, let's move off that one for a little bit. Let's go hit that Thousand Suns into Gene Circle game on table 1. I know I called against the Thousand Suns twice, and it felt a little crazy, but okay, hold on. Now, Warner, hear me out here. Am I right that there used to be 2 Mutalith Vortex Beasts on these 2 objectives? That's what I remember.
Yep.
That's what I remember. I think that there were. I see 0.
There's one in the corner.
Yep.
Did he have 3 or 2 to start?
I think he had 3, but I got to tell you, Mutaliths can't teleport.
Yeah.
So that is a different Mutalith Vortex Beast. So, yeah, all those mining lasers added up, and you know what? I'm feeling better about that prediction. Maybe I should have gone higher for the Gene Slur Cult. It looks to me like the Gene Slur Cult said, on objectives, not today, and 2 Mutaliths down. And he might have actually been able to pull off some. It's possible that he was able to pull off some of the cleanse actions as well. It doesn't look like it.
Got a very interesting update from the floor. That Death Guard Necron game, which you had predicted to be a Necron favor. Well, Death Guard are in control, and it is becoming a blowout.
All right, let's move over to that. You know what? We had talked about monoliths, and as I'm looking over with my eyes, I'm seeing that one of the monoliths is not on the table.
Yep. Now, apologies, the scoring app on this is not correct. Trying to get that tech sorted out, but we do know that this score is becoming quite a blowout. So
I am not seeing enough Necrons alive.
No, there's like none. I mean, it's the monolith, the stalker. There's a destroyer on the bottom.
Hard to track all 8 games at once. This is wild, but yeah, one of the monoliths went down, and yeah, there's a couple brigands around there. Oh man, those brigands just have to have gotten like 1 or 2 shots through, and then just did so much damage. And yeah, there's just not a lot of Necron resources left over here. This is huge, and if he can't clear something like this big Plague Marine squad, then that means that it's just 50 primary for the Death Guard.
Yeah.
And if Seth can't keep something alive to score a secret mission, and that's his best hope right now, I think.
Yep.
Especially Seth with has some immortals. Now, he can keep an immortal squad in reserves if he puts it there. It doesn't have to come in. So, do we know, I think the Death Guard had the first turn here.
Yes.
So we'll see if Seth's able to pull it off, but I think that Seth's play right now has to be, get one of those immortal squads into reserves.
Yep.
And then start killing Plague Marines.
And, you know, this being the team format, this can be a scenario where Seth sees how the game is going, and you are now in damage control. You have kind of accepted the fact that you are not winning this game, and now it's all about how can I minimize what my opponent is getting to put my team in the best position.
And that's it's a blow against the Tennessee Valley Authority there. That is Death Guard trending up. That is impactful. We'll check back in on that one to see how much he's able to push up.
And we do have an update from the actual score, so ignore what's on the screen. The actual score currently is 31-29 in favor of Minchel playing the Death Guard.
But the board
but that is,
here.
if you look at the board state, it's going to get a lot worse.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll see if Seth is able to hold on and keep some points. But yeah, that is not looking too funky fun or fresh for the Necrons. Let's check in on that World Leader versus Drukhari game. That was one where they started off standing off, but as soon as it commits, it's going to get weird. And, okay, that Lord of Skulls is further back than I'd have predicted.
It is only top of 2 here, if that is correct. So, all right, bottom of 2, we just saw that flip.
All right, so
so these players are...
So must be going into the World Leader turn here. So it looks like if it's just flipping turns, it looks like Angron rocketed up. And if it just flipped turns, that means Angron is still there. And, well, you know, that's where you want Angron to be, right? All right. And, man. Yeah, so let's, real quick, it looks like we just have a super chat. And that is from Ryan G. Do you guys think that the Brood Brothers detachment might see more play with the addition of Tempestus Aquilons? They could be quite the X factor. Unfortunately, Ryan G, I do not. And that is because the Brood Brothers detachment doesn't allow Scions in it. Yeah, unfortunate there. Still plenty of cool things for the Genester Cult to work with. As you know, as we saw, it looks like Genester Cult had a very successful opening against the T-Suns. We'll see if they can follow up on that. But it doesn't seem like Aquilons are going to be. I think that is a guard-only treat. So, you know, loyalty is its own reward. But
some
here's some
cool
Aquilons
conversions.
yeah, right. And Bonsai Kitty Gaming with another super chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Bonsai. Art of War community is always amazing. We appreciate everyone in the chat here. Appreciate so much. Lots of fun people in the chat. Hopefully you're all enjoying the show here. Oop, I see Arthur 2 in the chat. Good to see you. All right, so back to this game, Drukhari versus World Eaters. So if we're going into the World Eaters turn 2. Oh, no, it looks like is it top of 3? Looks like we just went from bottom of 3, bottom of 2 to top of 3.
Just a little slow on
Oh, they probably just, they probably switched to both. Okay, so we're going into the Drukhari turn. That makes a lot more sense. I was going to say if we were going into the World Eaters turn with Angron right there, that is bad news for someone. But it doesn't seem like we're quite at that level yet. So Drukhari response looks like the World Eaters were able to kick them off a couple of objectives, and a couple of transports are gone as well. That Lord of Skulls is just chilling around in the back. Something must have gone backwards. There must have been a Mandrake squad behind it. Something must have caused that Lord of Skulls to turn around. And certainly that Lord of Skulls seems to be doing fine right now. It doesn't look like it's taken any significant damage. So we'll have to hear the stories of the big boy train at some point. But Invocatus looks to be on the center objective. Angron on the top left. And so that's right here. That's right here. Now, because World Eaters have that wonderful stratagem to stick in objective when they die, if Lewis can hold on to one of these 2 objectives, he might be able to get the hold more. But it looks like both people are scoring secondaries at a pretty good clip as well, just based on how these victory points are going. Okay. So I don't see any massive commitments yet. It doesn't look like anyone's landed anything decisive yet. Okay.
Now, the only thing with that Lord of Skulls backing up, he doesn't move super fast.
It does not. And so it may just be trying to control an amount of space and accepting it's not getting
There's a
past
large
that.
footprint.
Yeah. I think that thing would have to be going towards the center now if it was going to be trying to do anything more than that.
Yeah.
As it is, there's 3 turns left for the World Leaders, plenty of time, but I mean, this Lord of Skulls wants to shoot. It's going to move here and touch the train feature and, like, blow a Venom away. And then it's going to move here. And then it's going to start at this spot on, like, turn 4. And so at that point, if it's just, you know, I'm sorry, at the start of turn 5, if that's where Lord of Skulls is, it's just going to live on that center objective and shoot one thing. And so maybe the job is just keep the Drukhari out of the backfield, trust the rest of the army with the front. And we'll see if that's a good plan. Let's go ahead and let's see if we can bring it back to that Dark Angel versus Tau game. If I've got my mental clock right, I'm willing to bet the Tau player is either has started shooting or is about to. See a little bit of movement. Let's hear what the players are saying, see if we can catch where that game is right now.
No. Thank you. Alrighty. So, that is all my movement.
Did I just call that right?
That's pretty impressive. I'm going to be honest.
I'm
That was
thinking if I
like
want a reaction
spot
move to
on.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth it.
I don't know how long these things take.
You have OC5 on here?
Yes.
And, like, obviously these guys are going to be dead.
Well, that's
Love
probably
the-
true.
I mean, yes.
I can't see he's
Just
wrong,
the way I was saying it.
but the way. Yeah, that's
What's
Zach
the range on
Jepsen.
their, like, the gun is, like, was it
70.
Oh, it's 70?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was, like, 48. But
No.
Am I in range?
It's even more stupid.
Even more stupid.
All right, so it looks like Zach's just finishing up his movement phase. maybe about to start shooting. I can't tell if he has any reserves.
I think I'm
or
good.
if he's
I'm good on
ready.
the reaction move.
Oh, so he's letting Nick decide if he wanted a reaction move.
That's what I expected? Yeah, so far, yeah.
You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shooting time.
Here comes the guns. Do 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 do. All right.
Excellent. He's going to blast into them, being spotted by them, the stealth suits.
So ghost kill into
Ghost
some
kill.
intercessors.
Stealth suits have spotted.
Was it 6 shots? 8, 8, 3, 3?
AP1, it's going to be AP2 because I'm going to hazardous it. And then it is 1 fusion blaster, that's AP -4.
The big. Whoa. What's the big profile? Is it 8, 3, 3?
6 shots hitting on a 3, 8, 2, 3. Ignores cover.
What's the strength?
Glad he read his rules right while we're holding it open.
8, 8, 3.
That would have been funny.
Oh, okay.
8, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna
Yes.
hurt. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Nick's deciding how he wants to spend his command points, but not here. Seems
6
to be the
shots,
answer.
reloading once.
Looks like he only has 1 to work with.
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't a bit.
Only on 2s, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, no lethals. Reroll ones. So there's 5 at AP2, ignores cover.
Got it. It'll be 5 ups.
Yep,
or
5
death.
5 ups.
Or death. I lose 3.
3 of them? Cool. Chain swords, I assume?
Here, I'll pull it. Yeah, chain sword.
Okay, so just working on these intercessors.
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Giving him some pain.
His fusion blaster hits on a 3. Fails. Do I kill myself on hazardous? No. So he is done.
There's a lot of guns left,
The
though.
stealth suits who are in the building are going to shoot these guys. Hitting on 4s. Thank you. Use the fusion blaster on a 4. Nope. Other guns. 2 because strength 5, AP 0.
3 ups. Just 1 wound.
Yep, 1 damage.
Here you go.
So despite his promises, there seems to be at least 1 or 2 jump pack intercessors alive. But there's more to come still, so we'll see about that.
Remembering target priority is fun.
Yeah. What a time.
Just deciding where all his
This
guns
is a
go
crazy
right now.
looking board.
Yes.
We got Hammerhead Alley over here.
As much
We
as
can
I
all
would
see all
say
the Terminators.
that the Dark Angels are sweating right now, there is a lot of pressure on the Tau player to get this turn right. If he is in front of the Dark Angels, shoots him with his whole army, certainly the Tau player would hope that there's less Dark Angels. But if some Deathwing Knights roll a couple too many 4s, if some Tau roll a couple too many 2s on 3s you're rolling 1s, you're no longer far enough away from the Dark Angels to not get hit back. And so, yeah, you've got 1 good turn, 1 glorious moment, but he's got to make the most of it here.
Yep. It's AP3 when I overcharge.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
These guys are going to spot for him. Boop. I'll spend his once per game overcharge dev wounds on the overcharged big
On the big gun, yeah. So
Okay.
6 shots overcharged.
Yep, 6 shots hitting on a 3.
Okay.
Guided by Crisis, so no rerolls on this.
That's a lethal. Strength 8, so on a 3 again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have rerolls yet against them. That's a dev.
So
I'll use
some
them, and,
saves.
and it's I'm -1 damage, so it makes it 3 damage now,
Yes. 3, 3, 3.
and a dev. I'll use the Watcher in the Dark
Yeah.
once per game, so that's used. So for the whole phase,
Everyone's
they have a
popping
fill
there
in
once per
damage.
games here.
Yep.
So I take that last, so I have to
Yes.
make I have to make 3 saves.
Yep.
So it's just 4 ups.
Yep.
So one guy, so it's 3 damage.
Yep.
They're 4 wounds each, so this will kill 1.
Yep.
And then I'll make 3 feel no pains.
Yep.
So 1 dead.
Those Philippines should come after the rest of those
One
guns,
dead and
but
that's it.
we'll see
Yep.
Cool.
how that goes.
Smart missile system. Oh, hazardous test for him. He's fine. The hazardous, sorry, not the hazardous. The smart
How
missile
many
and the
knights
scouts,
go down here is
he
going to
ignores
be
modifier to hit, so he's
extremely
hitting on a
impactful
5.
for just how everything goes, frankly. So it looks like there's 2 knight squads that are kind of in the open that are going to get shot at. And if both of those squads are dead or crippled, if they're each at 2 man or less, that means they are no longer at the point where they are really threatening Riptides and flipping objectives because they're only 2 OC. So if both of those units are small or dead, and then those JPIs that are just staring at a bunch of flamers who will overwatch them just to death if they move, then suddenly we're looking at a Dark Angel army that doesn't have a lot of stuff forward to really carry a push. He can try to push up the side, but to do so he'd be crossing a big firing lane. Because if all of these units, if these Eradicators push up at all, if these Inner Circle Companions push up at all, and these Knights are dead, these Knights are dead, these Scouts are dead, this Jump Back Intercessor is dead, if this part gets scraped off the front, all of these long-range guns are just going cross-court. If you try to touch, move forward past this spot, get to this objective, you're taking every shot in the Tau army if you're doing that. Now, Dark Angels are tough, but you don't want to take that many shots. I can tell you that.
So I do have a little bit of an update for the folks at home from the Art of War pairing. We are hearing that they are looking good. 6 solid wins and 2 bad matches. Russell and Brian taking ones for the team collectively and doing their job to set up great pairings across the rest.
Okay, and that's the Art of War team going up against real ones right now. So looks like the Art of War team is trying to do their best to get to victory, and we'll see. I'm sure that they'll find a way to earn their way onto the stream table at some point, but I'm going to make them earn it, and then I'm going to judge their play the whole time. That'll be the most fun, I think, for me. All right, so let's go back to this game, see how the shooting phase is going. This is one that I think is really decisive for the round. They're thinking at the moment, though.
We also just got some updates on the pro tabletop matchup. Apparently, a lot of tight games.
Is going to
a lot
fire
of nail biters going on.
Using this
and are they going against Team Degen? Is that correct?
Yeah. Is he allowed to spot when he's
it's
Battle
Team
Shock?
He can because he's a vehicle, and Battle Shock doesn't affect the guiding thing.
Oh.
He is spotted for them.
Is he allowed to spot when he's in combat?
Yes, because he's a vehicle, and it's only tied to being eligible to shoot.
Degen.
Oh, so he's eligible to shoot.
If he's eligible to shoot, he can spot, and it doesn't care about Battle Shock.
Okay. Do you Yeah, that sounds right. Because like spotting is like your army rule. Does it? Do you know if it says for sure that you can't?
Looks like they're talking about Battle Shock and
Or
Guide. I'm pretty sure that Battle Shock is in there, but it sounds like the players are double checking.
Yeah.
And that's just a smart thing to do. If you're not sure, pull it up and then make sure. And my memory is that you cannot guide if you're Battle Shocked, but it might be that you can't be guided.
Battle Shock.
Okay.
There we go. Players sorted it out by themselves. Right. That's good. Always good when the players can figure
He'll
things
just
out by
fire at
themselves.
them raw. Yeah. He stood still, so he'll get +1 to hit with the railgun.
Yeah.
Right.
The
So
indirect gun is going to go into these guys.
Okay. What his AP 5, right?
Yes.
I wonder where these guns are going. He's got... It might just be that he's trying to just kill one Eradicator as thoroughly as possible.
Okay,
with
so
this big
could
laser.
AOC, but it's just one shot here and one shot here.
I mean,
right?
He has
if he
2 Seekers
gets rid of
from the
those
other guy, yeah.
Eradicators,
Oh, he still has his
that will
Seekers.
definitely...
Yeah, he still has his 2 Seekers. He does not.
Yeah.
Keep all these big
did
things
you
alive.
did you declare the Seekers though?
No.
Yeah.
I intentionally did not.
So you're holding the Seekers, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So,
Sorry,
holding
this guy's
the
firing.
Seekers-
I've not declared him at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't declared him yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If there's
Yeah,
Seeker
so I
missiles
will use
and
I will use
the
armor
railgun.
contempt.
Okay.
All right. And that was Nick's CP. So armor contempt on the Eradicators. Nick is
Hammerhead in the back. Big gun hits on a 3 because it's heavy. Hits. And then wounds on a 2.
2. Yep.
Got it?
All right, and it's cover plus AOC, so just a 6-0.
Yep.
It's on the Erads, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey!
Oh,
It
hit the
works.
6.
Wow.
Good AOC. There
Yeah.
you go.
Good.
And I think there's some Seeker missiles coming in as well. Let's see.
Twin Mike's supposed to 3 or 4 attacks. I think it's 3.
Maybe it's just smart missiles. No, this Hammerhead might have already fired them, and then it's the next one that has not, and that one will be
Into the
declared.
guys on the objective, hitting on a 4. Wounds on a 3. 2 saves, AP 0.
3. Yep.
Cool. This Hammerhead going into them.
Yep.
He's going to declare Seekers.
Yep.
And these guys are going to spot for him. So no cover because they're marker lights.
Yep.
Okay, so marker drone crisis suits, taking away the cover, so just AOC now.
I'll still get a save from the Seekers, but other stuff, no.
Here's the railgun.
See how many he can kill here.
Hits and
Lethal.
guided, so it's lethal.
It'll just kill one.
Yeah.
Oink.
Seeker missile.
Okay, AP5 ignore cover. AOC doesn't help against that.
Hits on a 3.
Nope.
1 reroll because he has a Hammerhead. And then strength 14, so choose. 2 saves, AP -3 down to AP -2.
So 5 ups.
Yep.
Both go through.
Not ideal.
Kills the guy.
Dead. And dead.
Kills the guy.
So 3 are dead, yep.
All right, 3 eradicators down. The unit's been cut
That's
in half.
not very nice.
I
And then
think
the storm
that's
missiles into
all
the guys
that
on the
Zach
objective.
has to do here. He's not really in a position to really finish wiping out that unit, but I think that's fine.
Yeah.
We're at the point where that eradicator unit is no longer a split fire threat. And there's a lot of tanks on the Tau side. He can lose 1 tank a turn to shooting, and he'll be fine. Now he needs to clear everything in front of him. And I think that's got to be his priority there. And let's see what he's doing now. He's still shooting.
I think this is those. I don't know if they're fire warriors
it'll
or
be 17.
pathfinders.
Yep.
Math is fun.
Yeah, he's got a couple things shooting at the.
I like those suits. I like those flamethrower suits. Like, they're actually very nice.
Yeah, they're here for infantry, because otherwise I don't have anything that really kills infantry well.
Yeah. No, they're really good. Like, they're really good.
I like them.
So I think this is Crisis Suits turning around to shoot jump back intercessors, who must not have engaged. Or maybe they must not have engaged the hammerhead if they're getting shot at.
Should be 3s.
3s, because 4s.
That's going to hurt. 12.
It's a lot of dice. Are these JPI about to get left
9.
6, 9. AP1 ignores cover.
So just 4s. 4s. Dead. Dead. And there's 1 guy left.
And then here's a shitty gun. On 5s. And 3s. 2 saves, AP0.
Good.
Yeah, those Flamer Crisis Suits are nice because they can just guide. They don't need to be guided because they're just made of flamers.
Yep.
They don't need to be guided.
I don't care about
Just
it.
having a good time. So 1 jump back intercessor left. Maybe Shadow Sun's gonna.
Shadow Sun is going to shoot into that guy.
There
There she
you
is.
go.
Here's her high energy fusion blasters.
It's probably gonna take care of the
2
problem.
attacks hitting on 2.
Yes.
Got him.
Surely he would die.
Strength 10, so 2. 2 at AP4.
6 up? His cover? No, he's dead.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
It's not. Is it D6 damage or
D6
like?
plus 2 because of
Yeah,
Melta.
yeah, you're
All right. Goodbye, friend.
I cleared that objective.
Yeah.
So they're all done.
Yeah.
All right. Now I think there's still a decent amount of shooting in the middle here that has not been allocated. We'll see where that ends up going. There's
Do we
plenty
have
of
an idea
knights
of what
standing.
those Marine squads are? Are those Terminator?
Yeah, absolutely.
This
So it looks like
commander
we've
is going
got
to spot for this hammerhead.
We've got Deathwing Knights here and here, then Scouts on the center.
Yeah.
And it looks like, I think while we were distracted, this jump back in for Intercessor Squad doesn't seem to be there anymore. So I'm guessing someone found them and did some damage.
I think we just heard that the
They're hitting on 2s.
hammerhead is shooting at those
So no, 2s because I
Terminators.
stood still and I got plus 1 ballistic skill.
Yeah, Seekers from back there. Yeah.
Yep. No, it's not heavy. So on 3s.
Yeah.
That's rude. Am I within 6 of Shadow Sun? I think I am.
Looks like it's a 5-inch terrain peach they're next to.
Yeah. Yep, you got him in.
Yeah. So I reroll the 1 for free. Fuck. And then I'll use my once per reroll.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, ouch.
Railgun hits on a 2.
Ooh.
Reroll because of Shadow Sun.
Ooh,
Yeah.
They
bad.
do it.
Oh my
Oh
god!
man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm
He's
sorry.
in
Oh, we just got the one reroll into the 1.
Yeah, it seems like that hammerhead maybe wants
He
to
really
stay home
flopped.
today.
Yeah.
5.
That,
Twin linked. That's right. Take 3 at AP 0.
2 ups.
Yeah!
I take 1.
All right.
Owie.
Very small amount of damage being done there. Not a lot at all.
yeah.
And taking a Deathwing
These
Knight from
suits
3
are
to
going to
2
spot for
doesn't even
this
matter
Riptide.
for a Riptide.
He's going to fire into.
Yeah, just got to work on the Knights.
Actually,
Oh,
Commander Shadow Sun is going to spot. Oh, she already shot. So yeah, this stealth suit's going to spot these guys for this Riptide.
Sure, sure.
you know, for the amount
God,
of
I want to.
for the amount of activation
They don't have
that are
anti-monster
left,
vehicle.
No, they don't. They don't.
there's not a
The other one
lot to
too.
actually
The
shoot
other
through
one
these
too.
Knights anymore.
No.
I think some of these
It's
Knights could
got
be alive. Probably
Basically
most
the
of them.
Riptides.
So
Yeah,
we're
and
actually
one
going
of
to
them is
spot
already shot.
into these guys
This
for him.
Riptide already shot.
Okay.
It killed a Knight.
What
one.
about those suits
Indirect
right
into
there?
these guys.
I don't know what.
I think
From here,
you
it
want that
looks
unit,
like they're
Yeah.
fusion.
Okay. Everything here.
they're-
Little gun here.
I think
That's
they're
fine, yeah.
Flamer Crisis.
They're
Suits.
Flamer
There is
also.
Once per game
Overwatch being
Devlins.
discussed.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, all he's got done is 2 Riptides. I mean, that's
Nah.
not going to finish.
We'll
that
do it
squad.
regular.
No.
Okay.
Could, but it probably doesn't. And so
Hitting on 3s.
if all those knights
You
are
want one for the
alive,
Shadowstone?
then
And
the
also
Dark
if I can
Angels
stealth
might be able to
seats?
carve some momentum for themselves here.
Betrayer,
Really?
yes, we can definitely
wounds
see if
on
we
threes?
can jingle the table 7
So it's
camera
gonna
to
be 5.
make sure it's not
UN.
frozen anymore.
Let's just check table 7 on our end real quick. Or, oh, looks like Price might be telling us.
Yep.
So it should just kill 1.
It's gonna kill 1. Yeah.
Good. And 5s with Lance.
They're all 2 damage, right?
Yeah.
Just make them all 1 damage.
That'll cost you 3 CP because of back.
Oh, because of that, right?
You still want to do that?
Okay.
Cool.
And that was the World Eaters
5
versus
saves.
Dark
Invuln
Elfire.
for 2 goes to 1.
Okay. All right, let's swing it back to that Dark Angel versus Tau here.
-1 because of stealth.
-1, yeah.
No, they don't have stealth. Never mind.
Does he get -1 because he's like a spotter though?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, looks like another Deathwing Knight might
So
have
he
just
was
gone down
missile
while we
pods,
were
hitting
away.
on a 3 because
I
he
think
just
there was a
does
guy
that.
over there who's no longer there.
They're T4. Yeah, they're T4.
And
Yep.
it looks like that's the side
Strength 5, I believe.
that Zach is
Strength
working
7.
on.
So 3s. That is 4 at AP1, and I can see all of them.
3 at AP1, right?
3 at AP1. Yeah.
5
Boards are hard.
5-0. Nice. Just 1?
One guy dies.
Okay.
That's a
The
scout
overcharged
down.
Cyclic Ion. Do I hurt myself? No. On 3s.
That's a cool dice, that white one.
I have no idea what's
That's
from.
super cool.
It's from some team I played against.
If you have an extra one, let me know.
Wins on 2s. I might. Wins on a 2? Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, sad. Alrighty. He is done.
I think your dice really crapped out here, man.
Sometimes they do well, sometimes they don't.
You're still gonna be.
These guys over here?
You're still gonna be okay though, I think.
Yeah. To the dune bucket you go.
What did you say to the dune bucket?
The dice that rolled all ones.
Oh.
These guys hitting on 4s.
Not good shooting here from the Tau. Not what they were looking for.
Is that the
at
big
all.
gun?
So
No,
like
these
lacking
are
a
the
couple
two
rerolls.
feet-
is
the
big
two
for
I'm
the
sorry,
back
I'm
player.
middle guns.
Yeah.
I want to just pull up the scoreboard for a second.
Yeah, let's do it.
3 at AP0.
Yo, what's this? Or we just
This is at least currently what's punched
Okay.
in.
and plenty of time for these to develop still. Like we know that Death Guard versus Necron game is unlikely to stay at an 11.
Yep. Now, we have been chatting a little bit with TVA's coach.
Mhm.
They think they are coming out with the win here. They think their current projection is at 88-72.
Okay. So they think that they're up. That's interesting. And of course, I think 88 is the number that I called early. So obviously, I'm not pulling for one of the teams, but I can't help but root for myself a little bit. So we'll see if they're able to deliver that.
Right. Just taking a stroll from their individual matches, see where scores they are projecting. So they're thinking Tower going to get another couple points to make it a 14-6.
Yeah.
They have their that's their Death Guard, right? Or no, CSM. So they have their CSM getting a 15-5 on the Necron game.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They have the Drukhari taking 13-7 over the World Eaters. So again, a couple points beyond what is currently reflected. They are showing Thousand Sun Sisters as a straight 10-10. Same with the Votan versus the CSM.
Okay.
They still have their Necrons coming out on top of the Death Guard, 13-7. So that'll be interesting.
That must have been a pregame prediction.
It's possible.
But maybe there's
don't know if they're
maybe there's
updating
some
or not.
some secret mission shenanigans coming in from
Yep.
Seth. We'll see.
Oh, yeah, okay. So that was their projections going into the round were 95-65 in their favor.
And it's sliding a little
And
bit. Yeah,
it's,
it always
now-
does.
Yeah. 95-65 is pretty optimistic.
Guess we'd be cutting a little closer than that. I'm guessing that with that Death Guard Necron game potentially getting away from them, that's got to be big.
Yeah, so it looks like the games that are kind of slipping the most for them are the CSM Necron game, getting very close to a draw territory.
Okay.
Looks like Votan also going down like a point.
Yep.
And then, yeah, that Necron Death Guard game is like a 6-point swing.
Okay.
So, yeah, and it'll be interesting to see
Yeah, absolutely.
how their projections pan out.
Let's I don't think we've looked much at either of these CSM games. Let's I think was table 8 that CSM versus Necron, is that the one?
Yes.
Okay, let's just take a quick peek there, see what's going down. boy, just no respect for whose deployment zone is who. So just because the Necrons are not making it obvious, this was the CSM deployment zone. Yes, there's a monolith in it. Just absolutely classic fashion. That monolith is now just in their deployment zone doing its thing. It found some room and it wanted to live there. But it looks to me like the AC/DC are engaging it on all the fronts. So I see a lot of cultists in combo, the monolith underneath that logo right there. And yeah, that monolith's like probably not going to die, but I just don't know if it's getting away. And then the same thing, a lot of accursed cultists here and here just touching the Silent King, touching a Doomsday Arc. And even if the Necrons don't lose that fight, they're not necessarily getting out of it. And as long as the Chaos Space Marines are scoring points, holding more, scoring points, I can't see them losing it. But if the Necrons are holding material, that's how you would get a lot closer to the draw, right? If the Necrons, and it looks like if the Necrons are able to pull off a secret mission, if the Necrons are able to just kill them in time to score points at the end of the game, like there's plenty of options here.
Yeah, Necrons do have top on this table, though, it appears.
Oh, so maybe not the secret mission plan, but you know what? Because it's Purge the Foe, if you're not losing, you probably just stick to the primary and try to score points that way. And that usually works out well enough. Okay. All right. You know, I kind of want to send it over to that T-Sons versus Sisters game to see if that's still looking as 'cause it was going back and forth, but it just hadn't gone a clear way yet. We'll hear what the players have to say about it as well.
Yeah, look how tight this is. 38-36.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that sure is looking like a 10-10 so far.
So established for 2,
Yep.
air denials for 5.
Yep, I've already scored you that. So I show 48-53 once that's scored.
44,
I've not scored you kill 1 yet. What you do have. So actually 57-48. You're 57.
Where's your extra 4 points from?
I just scored myself kill more.
Oh, okay.
I assume. I'll fix it if
Yeah, you're
if
right.
that's not the case.
Scoring an optimistic kill more, which
Yeah.
he must have killed a lot.
You gotta kill
It's the only
more.
way that could have
Can
gone.
you kill 6 things?
I just want to deny.
Oh,
Killing 6 things.
Oh yeah, so can you kill 5? Yeah.
Okay.
5.
Let me rethink that tank.
Just a
Yeah,
measly
this one,
5.
right? I am.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
building.
definitely one factor for this matchup that they happen to be playing on this mission, for sure. Definitely a difference in...
Yes, it's not normally much of a downside, but the Sisters do have a lot of units.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like a lot of edge got lifted.
No, with this angle, no, because of this footprint and where he's
Now,
at.
Morvenval is still alive and in combat with Magnus at what I can only guess is the end of the T-Sun player's turns going into the Sisters' turn.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Yeah, looks like maybe...
So, I don't know if he tried.
sure. Well, I mean, I've got part of me's in
It looks
here,
like
right?
we're in Sisters movement.
Yeah, it looks like we're in Sisters' movement. So
Yeah.
the end of the
bottom of 3.
T-Suns, they must
so, yeah,
have
since
not
you can't
gotten.
see this part, I do have cover, yeah.
Okay. And he's just figuring out how he's going to solve Magnus.
Yeah,
We'll
'cause
see if we
it's
can
for the
get.
model. You draw
Do
that
we
on the
want to keep going on the Magnus wound tracker?
Yeah, I'll go
Alright.
find out.
Perfect. So we've got Magnus at the bottom, still in combo with Vol. Looks like he wasn't able to get Vol down, but I'm not seeing any Paragons near her, so it may just be Morven alone, and it would not be a shock. There's still plenty of units on
you
the
have
center.
45 minutes.
It very much appears that the Sisters were able
It's
to hold
very
on to a
far.
hold more. And there's some packs of rubrics
Yeah,
scattered
we get
around the
cover.
board here, here,
So
here.
be saving on
But it,
threes.
it just doesn't look like those rubrics
bunch of
are
shots,
getting
though.
to the objectives in it. And so it just looks like the Sisters are holding more. And if they're both killing, sometimes the T-Suns kill more, sometimes the Sisters hold more. Maybe this ends up as a tight game until someone can break through on material. And
Yeah.
killing the rubrics is how you would be doing that. I think you'd be having those Cascaders just try to catch those rubric Marines, find them away where they don't get cover, and just shoot them as
shoot
hard
me,
as
nice
possible.
one to hit.
So
biggie.
Magnus has only lost 1 since we last saw, so
Oh,
he is
man.
at 10.
Okay, so the combat is not what did it,
who
is
is?
what I'm hearing. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we are going into a Sisters
oh,
turn.
okay,
So there's
Yeah.
time still.
Yeah.
She's hurt. Yeah.
Oh, kidding. That's spicy.
Dude,
Yeah.
you were all good.
Probably really want to make sure Magnus does not get another turn.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is in kind of a difficult spot for the
Yeah, so you got
Sisters to get a
secondaries here,
ton of shooting
or
into, though.
Here and what was your other one?
I don't think that other
You know,
Castigator can...
It may just be that you keep Magnus there.
Maybe.
Like, you just if you just charge
Put
him
him on
with...
timeout.
Yeah, just charge him with those Seraphim. Now,
Okay,
because
so
this
yeah,
is
if
Hall
you
of
are
Martyrs,
cleared
you can always spend that stratagem and dictate where he swings. And it means that you keep
Yeah.
him off of Vol. Sure, maybe he kills a Seraphim squad or something. It's not the worst thing in the world. But if that's how it goes, and then the Sisters player takes some time and clears out the nearby rubric squads, maybe you just say, hey, you're going to stop sending things to help Magnus.
Yeah.
It's Magnus against Morven, and I'll keep plinking him, I'll keep doing damage, but no one is coming to help Magnus. Maybe that's how you try to get the diff there.
Explosion.
And then 3s. Give me 6 AP1s.
Woo! 6 AB1s, 6 4-ups. Damage is 2 each.
2 each.
That will kill him to the dollar. So do I blanket?
I still have a bunch of shit here.
Yeah, I will spend a CP and blanket because it makes you have to spend another activation on this guy.
Okay.
So he's down to 2 wounds, and I'm down to 1 CP.
Okay. So it looks like a disc sorcerer on an objective just got shot. And it looks like he is currently alive.
Oh, man. I could have kept him over there to shoot down there.
Let's see. I don't think that we have a Ruststalker list in this. I don't believe there's any AdMech in this round that we have here. Now, I know that Richard Siegler is bringing AdMech, and he has some Ruststalkers, but at the moment we're not covering the Art of War round. We're just covering the Dreamhack Atlanta event as a whole, and so at the moment we're covering Georgia Warlords versus the Tennessee Valley Authority Intramural Shuffleboard Club. I will get that name right eventually, I'm
Otherwise known as TVA.
sure. Otherwise known as TVA. So no Ruststalker spam on, but if you keep your eyes peeled, I'm sure at some point Art of War will find their way onto the stream table if they can earn such a privilege as to be on their own channel. We'll find out.
Yep. Recap, we will double check that the players are accurately updating their turn numbers. We are asking them to keep track of things on a tablet to inform the screen beyond, their normal score tracking. So it is certainly possible they haven't. Also possible that they are only on 2, which hopefully they will speed things up.
Yeah.
Do have pretty generous round times here, so.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of time left in the round. So they've got an hour and 15 left in the round, so certainly time for people to finish up their games.
Yep.
I think you did. You got like a 1 or something?
Let's move our way down. I actually want to check on that T-Suns into GSC game.
Ball into Magnus.
That was on table 1.
That was table 1.
Yep, give her extra shots.
Table 1.
And yeah, Naz, I'm sure the Art of War team will be on this stream at some point in time.
We didn't want to do it all 5 rounds, though.
But yeah, we wanted to really cover the event as a whole. John and I are trying to be neutral here. Of course, we are on the Art of War channel, but yeah, they will certainly appear on stream, and we'll be covering as the rounds go on more from the kind of top table. Of course, round 1, we have no idea what the top table is, so wanted to highlight this local rivalry and get some awesome storyline drama right out the gate.
All right, so let's take a little time to ascertain what's going on in this game. Now, this was the game where previously the T-Suns player had pushed some Mutalists up. The Mutalists appear to have gotten removed in very short order, and the Gene Stealer cult were on those objectives. Now it looks like the T-Suns have pushed back and removed a lot of that. Let's hear what the players are seeing. Let's see if we can figure out where they're at right now. Thinking, apparently.
Yes.
But all of the Ridge Runners are alive, and that is very nice for the GSC player, because that means anything that touches the
You
objectives.
can both get shots on that Vortex beast, so that's cool. And then I guess we just shoot up the Infernal Master squad. Big boy moves 12? 14.
Okay, just looking at where Magnus can go right now. Lots of GSC still on the table. T-Suns has high damage, but you just can't point it in 6 different directions at once, and so that may be what's giving a little bit of the edge to the GSC at the moment. And it looks like they have not updated their score at all. So maybe we can go ask Table 1 to update their score.
Yeah.
Because it surely isn't 0-0 top of
Did
That would be
Magnus
impressive.
go up and over this? How does that work? Can he go up and over terrain? Magnus.
Right,
Yeah,
so
but how hard is it? Do you have to be like up against a wall to go up and over?
just deciding where Magnus can move right
It's
now.
6, 5?
Generally
5.
faster to move around. I can't imagine Magnus going up and over and being faster than just taking a small detour.
Man.
Especially with double
No,
move.
but then your base is. So yeah, you'd have to be touching the wall to get over. Okay, sounds good. Or
We're just prodding them to do some scoring update.
Yep, so we'll see if we can get where that's at. And,
Might be a feed issue.
over it. Yeah, yeah.
Looks like it is, so we will manually get that score update.
no
So we
problem.
can provide that to everybody.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very curious to hear. GSC is a good scoring army, and it seemed that they were keeping the Moors away from the Thousand Suns, but let's be honest here. There's more GSC units than Thousand Suns unit. I wouldn't be surprised if Kill More was holding that game close.
All right, so looks like gonna have to do some.
And I think Cam was the Thousand Suns, and Ryan was the GSC, I believe.
All right, so it looks like Cam is currently at 23.
Okay.
And Ryan is at 24.
Okay, so tight at the moment.
Yeah, pretty tight.
Fair enough. Maybe that bottom of turn will
so this
help GSC out.
is turn 3. Yep.
Yep. Okay, very cool. So staying close here. I think as long as those Ridge Runners are alive and there's just like a cycle of trashy cultist squads flying around the table, I can't see the Thousand Suns being able to pull away here. It doesn't look like they've got a real opportunity to just like take over the game at the moment. And so as long as they're not able to do that, then the Gene Star cult are just going to keep scoring. And with bottom of turn, I really wouldn't be surprised if the GSC just snuck a win at the end of this one. As long as the game is close the whole way out, bottom of turn is going to be the tiebreak. All right. Now,
yes, give me 1 second.
Quenta, welcome.
All right, welcome to the War in Bronze. Appreciate you, Quenta. All right, now let's kind of go down through these tables. I wonder, let's just take a quick look here. Death Guard versus Necrons on table 5. We know that one was leaning Death Guard favored. Let's just see. Oh, is that other monolith? It's off the table, but it appears to be on the sideboard. So I'm guessing it's coming back. Okay.
Yeah.
Hypercrypt's
that would be
hard to. Yeah. If the other monolith is dead, that is beyond catastrophic. Okay. And I'm guessing this is another. I don't think the score on the stream is accurate because I don't think it's 8-0 at the moment. So I think this was another table where we were having a little bit of feed issues. There's a lot going on in Dreamhack. We're going to see if we can work on these throughout the weekend. So, stay tuned. Hopefully, over the course of the weekend, we'll be able to just whack-a-mole these problems out one at a time. But I'm guessing that it's not 8-0 at the moment. That's totally fine. All right, but just looking at the board state, though, Death Guard pushing up, Death Guard on several objectives. Looks like they're just trying to lock in a hold more while going in and attacking the Necrons wherever they can be found. And the surviving Necrons are probably going to be arriving from reserves in a second, but they're going to have a tall task ahead of them. I just don't think that the Necrons are going to be able to do enough damage to really swing this back. It's just about scoring points. Now, the interesting thing is I don't see a lot of infantry for the Death Guard at the moment. And so that does keep the secret mission hopes alive for those Necrons. If there is one Immortal squad hiding somewhere, anywhere. Oh, it looks like the Triarch Stalker's alive too. He's coming in down in the backfield there of that Necron game. No big deal. Okay.
We want to touch the plane. I'll have to spend the CP from the top to come with a 9. And this guy is...
All right, we're actually going to go back to another game here, and this is going to be that CSM into Votan. The Accursed Cultists seem to be coming out. We've got big Accursed Cultist Blob. Big Accursed Cultist Blob. There are plenty of bikes alive for the Votan, though, so CSM players making their push right now, as you know is going to happen. I'm fully confident that there are grudgement tokens all over these Accursed Cultists, and if they're not, it looks like they're killing things, so there will be soon. It looks like in one of these cases, though, it's Accursed Cultists hitting bikes down here at the bottom of the screen. That means that bike squad is not going to be there. That's just, they're not going to exist for much longer.
Looks like that Necron Death Guard game is currently 55-49 in Death Guard favor.
Okay. So,
I mean, still reasonably close, but
a
little bit more time for Death Guard to try and
try to pull away. Very nice. Yeah, so right now, just looking at the CSM into Votan, I am not... We're going to listen to these players a little bit, see if we can catch up exactly where they are right now.
Feel no pain. Little guy dies.
Okay, just a couple
Take a wound over
back.
here. Oh, gotcha, yep. Little guy dies. Little guy. He's just a little guy.
Oh, that might have just been an explosion from a
I don't know if I can disembark and still stay outside of, but you'll still be able to pile into me.
Yeah.
I'll get the swing, then I'll have to fall back with them.
Yeah.
So here's a real dangerous thing with these Accursed Cultist units. And That is that Blood Surge move that they have, where they get to move D6 inches if you shoot them. Now, it looks like this Accursed Cultist unit just lifted this Sagittar up. It looks like it just exploded and, you know, wounded a Berserk or something. No big deal. But here's what actually matters. And that is that if you shoot this Accursed Cultist unit, it's going to move. And it looks like this Accursed Cultist unit is about to consolidate into some Hearthkin warriors. So, if Hearthkin are in combat with the Cursed, fall back. They're only 5 inches away. They're just not that far away. You shoot them once, they immediately Blood Surge and they go find something new. So you may only get one good shooting activation into them. And that means it's got to be that Bike Squad right at the bottom. Now, that's a lot of damage. I don't know if it one-taps an Accursed Cultist unit. It really should hurt, though. So that's going to be the big point for the Votann, is they may need to keep that Plasmax unit, because it looks like we've got some Berserks right there. The Berserks cannot be what gets Blood Surged into, because if that gets Blood Surged into, yes, they can fight on death sometimes, but that's not the same as going in and swinging first. So I think it's got to be that those Hearthkin need to just make a wall, accept that they're going to get Blood Surged into, shoot once with these bikes, do as much damage as you can, and then a Hearthkin warrior, or the Berserks charge in and try to finish off any survivors. And that might be enough to bring down a unit, but if you're going to flip this objective back for the Votann, because it is extremely corrupted at the moment, that's going to be how you have to do it.
A couple comments in chat. Jonathan, that AdMech list is actually on Pro Tabletop on your team. That's Damien. And Betrayer, we will see again if we can jostle that Table 7 camera.
Yeah. It
we'll
may just
see
be
if on our side.
Yeah, it may just be the feed to the Pro Tabletop one. This, I
don't know if the players are actually just like not standing by the table right now.
it looks like neither of them are. No, Lewis's arm should be on the camera right now. It looks like.
Okay.
But he's adjusting the score. Maybe not. Yeah, hard to tell. It might be frozen. So if that's the case, then we may just have to catch an update from it and move on from there. So let's for now, let's kind of swing back to that first row, those front 4 tables. Let's go ahead and hit that Dark Angel Tau game. That's the one that I've been following the closest. And, you know, maybe a little bit of bias here. I do love talking about Dark Angels. So here we are, very much into the Dark Angel turn at the moment.
I'll take the 6 into the Hammerhead.
Yep.
It looks like charge phase for Dark Angels at the moment.
In the box.
In the box.
I think it's this right here.
Reroll it.
Yeah.
Oh, spending a command point. Looks like he failed the 6er.
7.
Oh, thank God.
All right, then he made it. Then he
You
made
saw
it.
that one, yeah. You saw 7 is charged.
Yep.
Okay. So, a lot of pain suffered.
Basically, one guy bases and the rest of them will pile in.
Yeah.
By the Dark Angels, but it does not look like the critical mass was hit. It looks like a couple of Eradicators, some Knights. There's still plenty to play with. And so, even without Assault Doctrine, it looks like they're getting in and getting behind the walls onto the objectives. And that's really where they want to be. They cannot take too many turns in the open here.
I'm out of CP now. So I'll just take the short charge here.
Yep.
Whatever it might be. Yeah.
Yes.
10. I only have 2. Or no, I can't base you, so I can just go wherever. Yeah. So we said it's a 10.
See what's moving here.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I roll a 10. Yeah. That's interesting.
You just have to end closer to them.
Yeah. I think Azrael's base won't fit there. Unless, actually no, it does, because I can fit Azrael. Yeah, his base would fit in there. So let me just make sure the 50 mil fits. It looks like it does.
Oh, this is that companion squad.
Yeah. Cool.
Looks like it just charged the crisis
and
suits.
The rest of them don't really matter that much.
And with a nice 10-inch charge there.
Obviously, we're going to get 2 fighting you there.
Those crisis suits.
Maybe a guy fighting you there.
Should be in danger. It looks like they're already based up by some
yes, that is 1 and 1
wings.
inch. So 3 fighting you.
Okay.
And then 10, maybe I can get another one here, but I'm not sure. Let me see if it fits.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like
That
the Dark
looks
Angels
short.
might be able
Yeah,
to
that's
push
short.
through
So it'd be
and
those 3.
crush this flank here. Looks like if they can take that objective
Just
back,
those
the
3, I
Hammerheads
think,
are not great at
yeah.
picking off a lot of models at once. He doesn't actually have to kill the Hammerheads. He might kill one of them. I think this one here is in significant danger with the Knight squad connecting on it. But it really does appear that a lot of Dark Angels hitting that spot should be able to flip that objective OC-wise.
Cool.
Kill the
So
Crisis Suit unit, maybe the Hammerhead, touch some stuff.
I will go ahead.
And this big, massive Tau shooting in the center is still alive, and it's going to keep activating.
Sorry, there's all more charges here.
Yeah.
So I guess they charge, or we got those two guys. Those two idiots will charge into the.
These two idiots?
Oh, hang on. Let me
These
look
two
at.
idiots.
Yeah, let me see what's going on over there. It's a little complicated.
There's a lot of two idiots over here.
Yeah.
Nick's still deciding what he's going to be doing here for the
Alright,
Dark
so I
Angels.
can base those. Yeah, so they'll just charge those two.
All
those two
right,
guys.
that table 7 feed should be back up and functioning.
Four.
All right, let's switch to that now, and then we'll come back for to kind of see how this wraps
I
up
have the
for
base
the
here.
Dark Angels. But at the moment, it looks like the Dark Angels are very much going to be scoring points. All right, so back up here. Yeah, I see a
go to
little
my
bit of
normal
movement.
turn. It's sneaky.
There is... The big boys appear to still be alive for the World Leaders. Man, maybe Lewis is... Looks like Drukari are up on the scoreboard right now. If all those transports are full, they're
I'll
great.
hold one, but
if
not
they're all
more.
empty, they're in trouble. I'm guessing some of them have some
yeah.
constants still.
Kind of looks like that bottom Venom has
There's a guy on top.
something
Yeah.
embarked. Yeah.
It looks like that guy might have some friends still.
Yeah, I have a couple for you.
This Venom has
I'm just
nothing
thinking
standing
about
on it, so
stuff.
that's probably...
Boat in the middle is good. Boat by
It's a
Angron
battle shock.
is fine, and Urian is fine on a 6.
Okay, so looks like no failed battle shocks. So we're just starting off that Drukari turn.
That's not happening. I
Turn
think
4. Yeah, still looking like a kind of close game. All right, players are just thinking right now, looks like, and doesn't look like anyone has gone all out here, but you know what, tell you what, we're tracking the big boys. Is there a way we can find out how many wounds that Angron has? It looks like Angron's just in the top of that screen. He's not on the objective, but he's clearly there's some reason he went there, but I don't see any Drukari on the top down that it looked like they're threatening him. So can we see how many wounds left Angron has in that game?
Scourges might be able to...
Yeah, those Scourges might be able to
We'll
work
just
on
follow
that, but
this
if they're
thing
Haywire or Dark Lance is a big deal. Tell you what, can we
I
check
just
Noah's
rolled the
list and see what
battle
those Scourges are armed with? If
Yes.
they're all
It's a
Haywire,
vehicle.
that is not the same thing.
I believe it's non-monster vehicle. It's not infantry only. I think it's non-monster vehicle, but you can double check.
I feel like that 14 is how many wounds Angron has left.
So Angron is very healthy. And then we're going to see, I don't think Scourges are answering Angron. Actually, I don't even think it matters what weapons those Scourges have.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the answer.
Okay, so he has 2 units with Dark
Seriously?
Lances and 1 with Haywire.
Okay.
But I think that conversation we just heard was them discussing that. Not being vehicles and monsters.
My apologies. I thought it was a different. So,
I was just going to tell you, roll it anyway. See if it even matters.
yeah, we're going.
Yeah, there.
So,
All right.
there. I am down. By
All right,
2, 4,
looking at
6,
this-
8.
It looks like a big
Alright, there
squad
we
of Dark Eldar. Eyeball says Incubi
Good.
is coming out to hit these center War Leader units. So I'm guessing this just got out of a Raider. And it looks like there's a couple more things that might be poking out here as well. Okay. So, yeah, if the Drukari are able to come out, and if I don't think they're handling Angron at this point, and I don't think they're handling that Lord of Skulls at this point. But I think that if the Drukari, who have a small point lead at the moment, if they can get all these little guys out and solve all of those War Leader units on the center objective,
that just kind of ended up happening.
there just
what it
may
is.
not be enough World Leaders left to really score a ton of points. Now, score some points, 100%. It doesn't look like Noah's getting anything like a big win out of this, but just tag some guys, touch some objectives, deny some points, score, and hey,
fucking stupid.
he's up. Maybe he can just keep that score lead, get a small win, but bottom of turn, I don't know. This looks like it's going to be close either way, though. This does not look like this is going to get too crazy.
This thing's. Do they even have like drinks here? That thing's doing its auto advance
All right.
20.
Let's see if we can go back to table 4. I kind of want to check on that Dark Angel turn into the Tau.
I should have fallen him back differently. Oh well.
All right, so I think we're going to switch
Make
back
sure
to
you're
table
over
4
there.
now. And there we go. So this is the Dark Angel charge phase.
They're 2 damage each, right?
Yeah.
All right, so he's swinging Deathwing Knights right
Guys
now.
with 5 wounds. He's still alive. Now he's dead.
I'm guessing this
he's
is a
fine.
Crisis Suit unit being hit in combat right now.
So
That's what I'm
he has
thinking
3
here.
remaining and it kills 1.
Okay.
Could be the other Crisis Suit unit, actually. Looks like these Deathwing Knights may have made a charge into some suits there. We'll see where the casualties go in a second. Catch up on where this is. Gotta say, tracking 8 games at once, making this fun.
I'll do the other squad here. The hammer. Oh, do you have a guy on 1?
No, 3.
There's a guy on 3. Okay. That's fine. I'll do the hammer. So hammer.
Still figuring that out right now. And the judges are making a call right now for 1 hour left in the round, so still plenty of time to sort out these rounds. But you don't want to be too slow about it either.
I think I keep oathing the wrong target, which is funny.
Although this game here, they might actually run into a little bit of a time trouble. There's a chest clock at the table. I don't know if the players are using it, but it seems to be bottom of 2 for the Dark Angels. And for an hour left, bottom of 2 is not necessarily where you'd want to be. So I don't know if this one's going to finish.
Yeah.
And if this one doesn't finish, that very well may be that close score where I feel like the tower in position to
kills that 1 guy.
Win this game in 5 turns, but I don't know if they're going to do it in 3.
Yeah, and I mean that is a consideration when you're, picking out your armies for a team event.
I rock.
But we will certainly prod them and double check if that turn count is correct.
Yep.
And if so, make sure that they are aware of that hour time notice.
That judge was pretty loud. I bet they heard it. But you know what? It may just be one of those things where once the critical moment is solved,
that does
they can
happen a lot.
Snap their fingers and go, go, go. These early turns looked very important, so that's why the players took their time on it.
I went first.
Jonathan, we will get all of the lists in eventually, and I'm sure we will have Pro Tabletop on stream at some point, so we will definitely get that list.
I imagine so.
Oh.
1 save on those suits. 2 damage.
Kill.
All right, so he's still swinging on the
1
suits.
guy has 3 remaining.
Yep, the other guy is anti-vehicle 4 or whatever.
These are some Deathwing Knights, must be. Yep. It's right down here.
Just 1 more save.
I'm going to auto-pass with 1 of the
Oh, it's on that.
on these guys.
Yeah. I lied. They're 2 different weapons.
Okay, so we did hear these players are playing by a hard clock.
Okay.
So I think we heard 18 minutes for the Dark
and then
Angels, 29 minutes for the Tau currently.
Okay, so then,
or did I reverse that?
Yep.
2 dice. 2 damage.
Okay, kills.
Yep, so Tau do have a little bit extra time.
Okay. And then I'll resolve their charge. I gotta see.
They'll both have to play real fast.
Yeah,
then to
I mean, they both know what they're doing, presumably, so.
So yeah, I'll do
they've got a clock, they can follow it.
Fist into the suit, and then sword into the guy.
Yep.
So that guy's on 1, right?
So they've got a couple of knights going on a ghost kill.
Win on 4s.
Just 1.
I will survive.
Fisting.
Yeah, it just looks like, honestly,
T8?
even if this game gets played through 5 turns, I think the Dark Angels may have successfully navigated
the flail
past the worst of it. Because there's no longer a critical mass of shooting to go into this objective in the bottom corner. And there's enough Dark Angels there that they're holding it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Dark Angels on this objective. And if they just take 1 more shooting phase and have some guys left, they've held more, and they're real close to Tau, and they're going to keep killing.
Yep.
And that means that they just can't be that far behind on the scoreboard. And honestly, while they're controlling those center objectives, anything can happen when you're drawing cards, but if you're holding the center objectives, you have better odds than your opponent to get the good ones.
Yep.
And that could even be enough for a small Dark Angel victory. We'll see if they're able to finish out the game enough to get to that conclusion. But hey, these are both good players. I bet they can speed run their turns if they need to. I'm sure once they've got past the important stuff.
Yeah,
But,
definitely.
But it looks like enough Dark Angels have been alive and made it to the objectives that I don't think the Tower are going to be able to pull out any kind of a big win here at all. Let's what are these games? Is the Death Guard versus Necron the only game here that really looks like it might be big? A lot of these have looked close. Let's
I'm gonna just take a quick stroll.
Yeah,
through
let's just
the
take a
tables,
quick stroll.
See
Let's
what the boards look like.
Start at the top.
Here's one. Certainly, that is not an accurate turn number or score.
Yep.
But
still a lot of GSC alive.
Yep.
Oh man, those center objectives are getting obliterated right
yeah,
now. No one
there's
is living on them.
Nobody hanging out on them.
It looks like the last Mutilith Vortex Beast has gone down, and Yeah, it just looks like the Thousand Suns just aren't able to hold any objectives in front of the Gene Star Cult. And they've been able to clear them so far, but that looks like a Reductus Saboteur right there. And that's a lone operative. Thousand Suns, not a fan of lone operatives. She may just be living there on the objective unless Magnus himself decides that he doesn't like it.
Yep. So this could get pretty big.
Yeah, I still, yeah, and Thousand Suns had the top of the turn, so I don't see the Thousand Suns getting some kind of bottom of turn, big score out of this. I know this one was close on the scoreboard last time we looked at it. Let's just move down the line, right? Sisters into Thousand Suns on table 2.
All right, shooting.
Magnus is still alive in combat with Morven. Apparently this will just last forever.
Yep. Looks like right now 11-9 in favor of Thousand Suns, so very close.
No, you're good.
Still a
so I
couple
got
of
to
turns.
see, let's do Ariman into this tank in the middle. It's one shot, normally hits on a 2, so hit on a 3 because you're in combat. Cool, good talk. These guys into their own combat.
Yeah, the one that just destroys
Uh,
their pistol.
Well, no, you're a vehicle. You can shoot a vehicle at -1 to hit in melee. A vehicle or monster.
But you have to have a pistol
No.
if you're in melee, right?
No. Pistol is just, it ignores the -1 to hit if you're in melee. And you can shoot a pistol at infantry versus infantry. It doesn't have to be monster vehicle.
Looks like these players are debating about, are these rubrics in combat with the Castigator?
And then anybody engaged with you can also shoot in, and anything out can shoot in also.
Believe so.
Bar blast. Yeah. They can shoot at their own combat at -1 to hit.
It does not
And they
sound
cannot
correct to
shoot
me.
blast
No,
weapons,
it does not
which I
sound
don't have.
correct.
Can you show me that on the app?
Yeah, it's let's see.
All right, so the players are going to resolve
let's
that.
hop off this table for a minute.
Yep, they'll figure that one out, I'm sure, and I'm sure that they'll find the right rule there pretty soon. So, looks like a tight game, though. All right, and Votan into CSM. Oh yeah, this is the interesting part, is how effectively can the Votan crack back into this wave of Accursed Cultists that pushed onto the objectives here and here. So let's listen to see where they're at right now.
I'm going to have to just use your range. That thing is so broken now.
No, you're good,
I don't know
dude.
what I do
Go
with
for
it. It was $4.
All right,
But it's not the one I normally use. It's my backup.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of CSM left. I don't think the Votan have been able to punch through much of this at all. This is very much being standoffish at the moment. Looks like the Chaos Space Marines went
go ahead.
first. Votan always likes to go first if they can. But just the amount of Accursed Cultists alive and the Votan near them are going to be really
disembarking,
problematic. I
bringing these
think.
berserks on.
Okay, more Berserks coming out. That's probably good for them.
We're going to be 1.1 from this wall,
Sure.
but I can't be over here.
Okay. So Berserks coming out here. Sagittarius going to drive down and get some shots.
Here, so it'd be like here. Does this even matter? No.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's just
Maybe
a
we just
hard
keep these
squad of
berserks
Accursed
inside.
Cultists to deal with. Oh, he's realizing it. Yep. Player's catching on.
No.
No, maybe not. He's thinking about it.
But what am I trying to do?
So the big problem is I don't see the Votan player, unless there's some bikes and reserves that I'm not currently catching. I don't see how the Votan player is going to try to deal with all of these Accursed Cultists at once. And to my opinion, if you can't, I don't know if it's worth trying. Maybe you just get some of these vehicles in front of the objectives, not on them, and say, hey, if the ACDC charge me, I'll pop Armor Contempt. Or Void Armor, as I'm sure it's technically called. So, all right, big old Land Raider is rolling up. You know, maybe that is enough firepower.
So that table 1 score is currently 36-33 in the Thousand Suns' favor.
So real tight there, okay.
Bad things happen. No, I'm not going to
Okay.
stand. I'm
Is
not
that-
doing it.
Okay, so we are getting a final score for that Necron
Ooh,
Death Guard
okay.
game.
I guess.
Super tight, 77-75.
Really, that's the final.
Yeah.
So that was the one that we thought was going to go
It looked-
poorly, but it seemed that the Necrons just kept scoring.
Yeah.
Okay, well, props to Seth. It looks like he lost a lot of material, but was able to hold on to it. So that's just a final 10-10?
Yep.
Okay. Now,
So, yeah, Seth probably pretty happy with that after how some of those turns appeared to have gone.
well done for Seth. Now, on the score tracker where we can see the whole round, is there a way that we can mark which one of these are finished? Because I'm guessing if one of these games is done, I'm guessing we're going to have a couple flown in. And no, there are no Hearthguard in that Votan list. That's one of those things I was looking at. Hearthguard are a great tool to answer Accursed Cultists, but it doesn't seem like there were any in the list today. Those bike squads, I think, are the best answers. Now, though, Land Fort is not exactly shy on firepower, but I would think that the bikes are the best answer. So this is showing all the diffs that we have right now, but a couple of these we know are not quite accurate. But also, frankly, the ones that are not accurate are still pretty close. It doesn't seem like any team has managed to pull away yet. I think that initial read of TVA up slightly seems to be holding true, but hold up ahead slightly might not actually be enough to secure a win. They may be locked into Draw City here. One of these games has to break open in the next hour for a team to pull ahead. I don't see any big scores happening. And I know I said that early. I know I said that this wasn't the mission for big scores, but I just, with how even a lot of these games are, I just don't see anyone getting that big win. And if one of these teams can turn a game, if one of these teams can turn a 20 or an 18 or even getting a 16 out of a game that looks tight right now, if they can just turn that corner somewhere, that could be enough to secure a victory for their team. But so far, no one's doing it. And so this may just be, you know what, maybe these rivals are just going to have to talk smack for another year while they wait for a rematch.
If they ended up drawing, what a
I know, right?
What a drama.
All this drama. Okay.
Ooh, see some more scoring there. Bringing it further into draw territory.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, no one's pulling ahead at the moment. Yeah, I mean, just tight games. And, you know, between turn orders, you know, sometimes game will fluctuate, right? The person who went first usually is up a diff point or two in the middle of the round, but it'll swing back. So we'll see if someone can swing it.
Looks like this game will be the next to finish. They're still on top of 5, but cruising pretty well. And that is actually Grey Knights, not Space Marines.
Yeah, these are Grey Knights. Okay. But yeah, tight game. Astra Militarum had that first turn, but I don't see, you know, if they're on top of 5, I'm sure they just held more. I'm sure they're scoring a lot of primary, but it looks like they haven't broken through. I mean, to be honest, I mean, we saw earlier that I think there were 3 Dorns, so it looks like one of them's down, but it looks like the Guard have just not really crossed the halfway line. It looks like they've been content to push up, get to most of the objectives, and say, hey, I'm going to hold more. But at the end of the day, the Astra Militarum has more units than the Grey Knights. Purge the Foe is probably not the best mission to play Guard into Grey Knights, because one of these armies is elite, and the other one has Rogal Thorns.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's how he's holding his lead, but he just hasn't been able to turn that into a big one.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks like this one will be finishing up soon. We'll be making sure to get some updates there. I'm guessing that this marker on this objective is indicating that it's sticky and that the Grey Knights were holding it. And I'm guessing it's the same thing over here. Those strike squads always put in work. And that could be enough. Just, hey, I've held the objectives. I've scored points because I'm Grey Knights, and I'm not bad at secondaries, and I'm killing some things, and you're holding more, I'm killing more. And maybe the Grey Knight player is content to kind of keep it close, draw it out. And none of these games looking big so far, though.
Looks like Table 7 got some score updates there, too. It's currently 65-48 in the favor of the Drukhari.
Okay, let's switch to that one.
Again, apologies. Score on the side, not entirely correct.
That's all right. I'm sure they'll get it up to date as soon as they can. All right, looks like that Lord of Skulls is pushing up, and sure enough, it looks like on turn 4, this is where that Lord of Skulls is. But there's enough Drukhari there, though, that it looks like they'll be able to charge that objective without too much trouble. If indeed we are, if the turn order is accurate, we're in bottom of 4 at the moment. And, no, maybe we're in top of 4. Let's listen to the players, find out what turn it is.
All right, so what I want to do is I want to shoot this one with the long gun and then the short gun over here.
Go.
All right.
Yep, we're in bottom of 4 world leaders. Lord of Skulls putting a long gun down range. I can't tell which thing is taking the short gun.
You're good.
What is Angron doing? Is he moving around? Must be. Yep. Oh, Angron coming around the corner.
Same difference or
Whatever. It's same diff, man.
Yeah, something's getting lifted from the table. And Angron chooses who. Okay. Yeah, big turn for the World Eaters here. If the World Eaters player, if Lewis can shoot some of these pieces to death and just get both his big boys on objectives, that's going to help close the score.
Working out. Sorry.
Oh.
Let's see what happens. This is bottom of 4.
All right. Sounds like Noah's talking to his coach, and it sounds like he's indicating this game is not going great for him. I'm guessing he thought he was going to win, and Lewis is keeping it a little bit closer than that. And yeah, sure enough, I just there's not a lot of pieces left to deal with the two big guys. Is just what it's looking like right now.
Cool.
Sounds like Lewis's mic might not be out. He's a little quiet. Okay. So at the moment, it looks like these big boys are just kind of trying to take over the table. Again, I imagine that this Lord of Skulls is just charging into these incubi, going to do a sweep attack. The Archon might survive that, but there's not going to be more OC than a Lord of Skulls by the end of that fight phase, as long as there's no quadruple ones in the Lord of Skulls future. If he makes the charge, he's taking the objective back, and there's like I think 1 8-pound hanging out there as well. If I'm looking at that right. And then yeah, Angron is just going to turn the squad into putty. They are gone. They are a formality. I don't even think he can fail that charge. They are not going to be there in a second. And then Angron's just gonna project a threat, and he's going to go hunt something down on turn 5. But still, the Drukhari player just has more resources, so it looks like this objective here that just belongs to Drukhari. This objective on the home just belongs to Drukhari. I don't see any of that changing unless there's more World Eater assets that I cannot see right now. And because of that, Lewis could run into a secondary problem. It looks like he should be getting kills and kill mores because he doesn't have a lot of things to lose, and so he should be able to kill more than he's losing. So that could be that. And we're going back to the guard game.
Yep,
now.
So we just heard this game is done, so they're just putting in their final scores.
Okay. Oh, looks like the Grey Knight bottom of turn might have swung something.
Oh, wow, that would be huge. Turn 6. I
Oh
mean, I guess that's a way for us to know.
Turn 6? Hang on. I guess that's a way. All right, yeah, as they're putting in these scores here, we'll see if the Grey Knights can swing a win for the Georgia Warlords. That'll go a big way towards keeping this round at a draw. At the moment, it looked like, for a while, it looked like the Georgia Warlords were on the lower end of it, but they were never out of it.
Yeah.
They could turn this back into a win still. There are enough games left that they could do it, but at a bare minimum, cementing a tie is where you start. Once you've got the tie, then he's trying to get the win. Okay. Is there any way, Warren, do we think that we could highlight the ones that are done? Or I guess just putting it in turn 6.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Turn 6 means the game is over and final. We'll see if maybe we can find a game over text to put in there at some point, but that might be while we're eating lunch. But for now, it looks like 2 games are done.
Yep.
And is that a final? Is that an 11-9 final in favor of the Grey Knights over the Astra Militarum? Yeah, if that's just how it ends, then hey, that's it.
Is that the final?
Yeah, it's 58, 59. That's final.
Grey Knights taking.
All right, so Grey Knights with the 11. So small win there for the Georgia Warlords. Oh man, can we just hit the perfect 80-80? We think we could just get a draw here. Just a perfect dead draw. We are so close to that right now. All right, we're gonna go check in on a couple more of these. We haven't seen that Necron versus CSM game in a while. How about we take a look at table 8 for now?
Yeah, let's see what's going on.
Okay. Boy, that monolith sure is still there. Looks like this monolith has never moved, and this monolith arrived and then stopped moving immediately. Now, the last time we checked on this game, we saw that there were a Curse Cultist on the center and a Curse Cultist here. And the whole time it looked like there was just more CSM on objectives than Necrons, but the CSM could not kill the Necrons. One Doomsday Arc seems to have been brought low, unless it's in reserves right now. But that is it as far as big pieces missing from the Necron army. I'm guessing that score is not accurate, because surely they're not on turn 2. But if they are, then then they're going to need to hurry it up. But it's possible that they're just not quite updating that score tracker, and that's fine. Let's go over to some other ones that may be a little bit more. No, actually, let's see if we can get an actual score update on that Necron versus CSM. Just see if that is up to date on the score sheet. Just see what turn they're on. See what the players have to say right now.
All right, we're getting that update. In the meantime, got a question in chat from Sci-Fi Spartan. Quick report on how Art of War versus the Real Ones is going. Last we heard, there were 6 out of the 8 games looking very good for Art of War, and basically the other 2 were games where Russell and Brian were put out to pasture to set up some better pairings elsewhere.
Someone has to stand on a grenade, and if you do that, your buddies can prosper.
Yeah, I love playing the trash man role.
Absolutely.
All right, so looks like turn 4.
Okay, so that it looks like the players are both sitting down with that score sheet right now, so they're going to make that up to date real quick for us.
Yeah, it
which
looks like
very
we
much
are
appreciate.
seeing some updates.
All right, there we go.
There
So
right
we'll probably
now.
know in a second. For right now, just from a material standpoint, I can only guess that with both monoliths alive and the Silent King alive, and not even alive, the Silent King has not even lost his Minears. He is doing fine.
Yeah.
And just one DDA down, there's still one in the back.
There is not much chaos left.
There is not much chaos left. The turn is massive here.
Okay, going into turn 3.
If
so
we're going
that
into
was
turn
actually
3,
accurate.
If the turn is accurate, that means Necrons. If they play to finish, the Necrons are going to win this.
Yeah.
So it seems that Necron durability and repeated activations may have worn down the Accursed Cultist, because I think one Accursed Cultist unit in the middle on the objective, and that's fine and dandy. You like to have one alive, but there was one Accursed Cultist near the Monolith. There was one near the Silent King, and I just don't see any ACDC there. So clearly what's happened here is that the Accursed Cultists hit the tough units in the Necron army, and they did not do enough damage. Maybe they were just trying to tie them up and hold the objectives, and it looks like the CSM have held objectives for this process. It looks like Colin has done that, but it looks like Sponicus Anderson has very much cleared a lot of the models off the table. I don't think those Accursed Cultists went into reserves. I mean, there's a couple touching this monolith, but maybe they just hit the monolith and just when they weren't killing it, the monolith just spent several turns of here's all the guns. Here's 6 attacks in my turn. Here's 6 attacks in your turn. Here's all the guns. And just wears them down. Yeah, it looks like they're rolling into turn 3. I'm genuinely impressed by how much this Necron army has killed in so little time, it appears.
Yeah.
So
did not think they were like the best setup for that match.
But it certainly seems that they're making the most of it. So scoreboard's tight right now, and yeah, it does seem like the CSM are certainly holding objectives while these problems are happening. But if the material is looking the way it looks, I don't think they're going to hold more objectives again. If Necrons are taking a turn, I cannot imagine that this turn ends with anything besides the Necrons controlling more than half of the objectives, and they'd never let it go from there, which is with the big models that are on the table. I don't see that escaping them.
I'm not sure if Sponicus is his real name. I would also guess not.
No, it might be on his birth certificate. We'd have to check. He could have changed it. Or it was given to him by the Dark Gods. Yeah, could be his legal name. I don't know. Does seem unlikely. You know, when you look at the names, I really would have expected Sponicus Anderson to be the Chaos player, but he's the Necron player today. I would have guessed otherwise. All right, so yeah, this very much looks like it's going to start sliding in favor of the Necrons. And because the Necrons are on Georgia Warlords, it seems that Georgia Warlords are making a furious comeback attempt at the moment.
12. I need one more axe.
All right.
On to the next. Winning on 2s, winning on 3s.
All right. Okay, looks like some good work was accomplished here for the Votan. So this was a large squad of Accursed Cultists, and it is not that. It is instead a small squad of Accursed Cultists in combat with a Sagittar. It looks like those... man, it looks like those Berserks did not attempt to charge them, or they just failed from way too close.
9, 12,
that is
14.
not good for the Votan.
So Brian is Sponicus's real name.
What we got? 3 big guys left?
Oh, yeah.
I'll keep calling him Sponicus.
He put it in there. We should
put it in. We're going to honor that.
But we'll get over
big guys.
Yeah.
So save these.
Yeah, with Renegade Raiders, this Accursed Cultist unit could just fall back at the end of the turn and just stand there, hold the objective, and then go lift that bike squad if they were so inclined. There's a little bit of a move block going on, but that does not look like a full move block in my opinion. It looks to me like if they wanted to, you fall back 6 inches here, you move 6 inches there, you advance, and you are not filling that charge.
I think it might be a 10-10 again.
All right, they're keeping it close.
Is it okay if I try and do the 10? You think it's too long ways? It's a 10-inch charge.
Oh.
Yeah. It's from these Berserks. Is that okay with you? It's okay if it's not.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like maybe they forgot to declare a 10-inch charge.
I was just moving through a 10. Moving through my turn.
Looks like they remembered it and failed it anyway, so you can't change the past.
So, Dark Packs.
Yeah.
Pass.
The Curse Cultist is swinging back right
Lethal,
now.
number of attacks from the big guy. So 5.
If the command point tracker is up to date, I really think that we're about to see this Accursed Cultist unit get out of that combat. There is no fallback in charge in Renegade Raiders, but there is fallback in your opponent's fight phase. And then you just make a normal move in charge or advance in charge, because you have those options instead. So that unit getting out of combat, it looks to me like that's what's going to happen. That looks like the best spot for it. There's a big Accursed Cultist blob down here that, as far as I can tell, is not in combat with anything. It doesn't look like it took significant casualties.
It looks pretty full.
Which is crazy to me. I would have guessed that this bike unit at the bottom.
Yeah.
I would have guessed that shot there.
Did he start with 3?
Oh, maybe there were 2 Accursed Cultist bricks there, you think?
Yeah, maybe.
He did start with 3 Accursed Cultists. Yeah, and I can't quite tell what that is behind the wall. It doesn't look like cultists.
Or maybe they were on the center objective and the bikes shot into them that direction.
I didn't see them there before, but maybe that's what's happening. Sure. And we're on bottom of 3 here, so there's plenty of Chaos Space Marines behind this. I have to ask, unfortunately we don't know the story. These 2 bikes on that objective near everything, how did they get there? What is their story? What happened? How did those bikes get there? They didn't charge anyone. They just seem to have driven there. You know what? Well, we may never know. Or you could go watch it on the Tabletop Light Tabletop channel. We could find out.
We have the technology.
We have the technology. Yeah, so this one looks like it's grindy. Let's go switch.
Maybe someone in chat can rewind the tape for us and let us know.
I just want to know. Let's go hit some of those games that looked like they were wrapping up. I think let's hit that Drukarian World Leader game again. That looked like it was getting towards an endpoint. Okay, Angron has killed several people, but not all of them. Did he charge over those into something else? Did Angron hop the squad into a Venom? That looks like, because Angron was here, and he was staring at some Cabalites, and I just kind of assumed that the Cabalites were going to go meet their mothers, and that was going to be the end of the story. But it seems that Angron might have just hopped the wall and touched a Venom and killed it, which, fair enough, right? Maybe the Venom died to the Lord of Skulls shooting, and then there was something inside that it was worth rolling an Angron charge into. That could have been how that went down. It does very much appear that this Lord of Skulls did make the charge into the objective. There was a unit of Incubi that were wrapped right around there, and I gotta say, I don't see any Incubi. So it looks like the Lord of Skulls is doing his work. I think that Lord of Skulls just owns the center, and that's how the game is going to end with that Lord of Skulls controlling the center objective. And what I'm guessing is going to be a World Leader's bid to hold more than the Drukari at the end of the game, because, I mean, Drukari seem to have locked in 2 objectives very handily, but holding 2 doesn't matter on Purge the Foe. 3 or bust.
Here we got some updates. Betrayer's been watching this game closely. Venom died to the Lord of Skulls, and Angron multi-charged.
Oh, he just hit both? Yeah, fair enough. Okay. And he must have gone for the Squan.
Slightly ticking it in the World Leader's favor by a point.
Okay.
It's in at 50 to 43 right now.
Okay, and that's with the World Leaders having a bottom of turn coming up.
Yeah.
And looks like that.
Yeah, it looks like we're at the start of bottom of 4. If
I think finishing, the World Leaders had bottom, so he must have just finished at bottom of 4, and now we're on top of 5.
Now we're top of 5. There
yeah, World Leaders up, a turn to go. I mean, look, you can look at the board and see the Drukari are holding. I don't know what they're killing. Like for the battle round.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're killing.
Seeing some score updating going in there now.
Okay. So he must have finished something. He probably just finished to recover assets and scored a hold.
Yep.
And it does. Oh, Angron left the objective. The Drukari got hold more. That's it. It looks like Angron left the objective, and so that Scourge is holding. Okay, so the Drukari just got to hold more and to recover assets. That's how they got the score back. But I truly believe that the World Leaders are going to close this out with a flurry of primary. If there is primary to be scored, the World Leaders are going to go score it. Because that Lord of Skulls by himself is probably a kill more.
Yep.
Even if Angron goes down here,
Almost
if the Lord of Skulls survives, kill more is happening. Because he's just going to find
Venom,
something in line of sight.
Yeah.
And something in line of sight will stop existing.
Yeah.
Maybe these Scourges here and here can combine for Dead Angron. That's not impossible.
Might have a really hard time getting hold more, though.
If Angron dies, then he just can't get it. And but I think if Angron lives, Angron lifts something off this objective and makes it his. Lord of Skull holds still, then what appears to be some jackals in the back corner, just going to keep doing whatever
theirs.
cultists do. I think they have a very thriving bridge community in the 10-man cultists. Just maybe a little bit of go fish. They're doing something back there, and it's not violence. So maybe the World Leaders can pull out a small win here, but again, this looks like another close game and a close round.
Super close.
Let's kind of go back through these front tables. You know what? Let's just start at the top 4 and see which of these that GSC versus T-Suns maybe. An amount of T-Suns have decided to venture onto the center objective. So far, no one has survived contact with an objective this game, as far as we can tell. But the GSC are moving around now. Let's see what the players are saying.
No, let's go.
Deciding where that truck's going.
Okay.
All right, Tibble 1 score
let's
is
go into
currently
shooting.
50 to 53 in
He's gonna
Cam's
fire
favor.
indirectly over here.
So
Contain. Oh, I need to move these guys.
Thousand Suns with just a 3-point victory point lead, which is a 10-10 in the team
I'm just
format.
gonna leave this derby car here.
Bottom of turn for the GSC, though.
For containment.
You never know if that's
I
going to be enough.
advanced those guys, even though I said I wasn't going to, but it's okay.
All right.
I'll move these guys. They're 12.
Let's move on down. See that T-Suns into Sisters game.
Okay.
All right. Also very close here.
I see no Magnus. I see no. Is that? No, that's not Morven. Then. That is Morven at the bottom. Morven won the fight.
Wow.
Look at her. Look at that beautiful girl. Okay. Faith prevailed over whatever Zinch is feeding Magnus these days. Boy, these armies have beaten each other to shreds. There is not much left.
Yep, 4. Got it.
And again, it's a tight one.
4 AP2s, so 4
But
5
it's just.
Damage is 2 each.
I've got to believe that with bottom of turn, the Sisters are going to take this one still. There's just not enough resources left for these T-Suns.
Yeah, but how much can they even?
How much can they do? There's nothing left. Everything's dead. Just Morvenval walking towards that back objective by herself.
So it's just the guy left, this leader.
All right, so Sisters are shooting right now. Okay, so it looks like some amount of shooting. Maybe this Cascadator just lifted some rubrics, and we just finished shooting. Okay.
So no prisoners for 5.
All right, the Sisters are putting in their scores.
Killed 1, 2, 3, yeah. And then overwhelming on objectives, you killed 2, because you killed Ariman and 1 there.
Yep.
That's a big swing.
So that's 10 secondaries for the Sisters, and they were just up.
Yeah.
So we're looking
so
at
that would push 65, 51.
Yeah. There's just not a lot of T-Suns left. Oh.
6-point differential.
And this is another Georgia Warlords game that's swinging their way. They might be pulling this one out.
They might be
winning the round. Yeah.
3 CP.
It was looking drawish, but if this game finishes out, and if the turn order is right, if they're just finishing bottom of 3 and there's 2 more battle rounds left.
Dude, you're all good.
I know you like a beer or something.
No, you're good.
Sounds like some good sportsmanship on display. I wish we could have caught what it was, but I'm glad to hear it. We'll get the players on after a lot of these games.
So then I got to draw my missions, and it's bottom of the end of the turn. Just got to see what I can get. Overwhelming and recover. What do you have standing on objective?
Doesn't sound like there's a lot of T-Suns left.
I just got to see if I can get within range, right? Like if I double move.
Just Doombolt him, right?
Yeah, if you can get there.
Actually, I don't know how many Cabal points are left here.
That's true.
That's a limiting factor.
And I will attempt to overwatch you with the Castigator.
Yeah, I mean,
why not, right?
Why would you not?
3 CP.
Yeah, it seems like they're in the late stages here, and the Sisters are pulling away. So this is going to be a Sisters win, probably a decent one, probably in the teens. Let's keep going down the line here.
Yep.
Let's skip over to that Tau Dark Angel game on table 4. I think we just looked at the CSM voting kind of recently. Let's see how this is going. Yep. This is exactly what I thought was going to happen. So the Dark Angels army, we saw them a turn ago. They had gotten behind these ruins. And it looks like we missed a Tau turn, but based on the fact that there are Dark Angels moving out from behind the walls, it looks like the Tau player was not able to do a ton of damage about that. And now the Dark Angels are coming back out, these resilient, these knights, these companions, that's the kind of damage that can turn this Riptide into a pile of scrap. And then consolidate onto the objective, touch as much as they can, take it. The Dark Angels might actually be getting out of this with a win. A rough start, but they might just be powering through. They might have just, they took it on the chin, they made it to the other side, and that could be enough. And let's check. Oh my goodness, the Dark Angels are Georgia Warlords. You know what that means. I know the score is not
That is
currently
certainly
accurate.
not accurate. Yeah.
We'll see if we can get a bit of a score update on that game. See if we can just get an up-to-date score sheet. And we'll work on that for the future rounds as well. Make sure that we get a little smoother with this.
Yep.
All well-oiled machines, need a little bit of time to warm up. But I would not be surprised if Tau held the scoring edge for the first half of this game. But whatever the Tau lead is now, I cannot imagine it growing. And if there isn't a Tau lead, that means it's going to be a Dark Angels win.
All right, I'll take it.
As long as time isn't a factor, of course. If time is a factor, then throw out everything I said. It's who has time and who doesn't.
Yeah.
That's who wins.
Why don't we maybe do an update to your predictions?
Yeah, let's see how some of these things went.
do that. So this is how it was before. So we know now that the Necron Death Guard game ended up as a 10-10.
Okay.
And we know, what was the other one that finished?
It was the Grey Knights
Grey
into
Knights,
Astra
yes.
Militarum. And I had bet on the Astra Militarum there, and I was incorrect.
Yep. And
Like,
that ended.
That was, I believe, in an 11-9 Grey Knight favor. I think the Georgia Warlords snuck that one.
Yep, 11-9.
It looks like every time I bet on the TVA, I was incorrect. It seems that the Georgia Warlords might be taking this one, because I believe I'd also bet on the Drukhari over the World Leaders, and it seemed by the look of that it didn't look like the World Leaders were going to lose. We'll see what the cards are if they get that win, but it just seemed like they weren't going to lose. And the same thing, that those Necrons looked like they were really running it up on the Chaos Space Marines.
Yep.
Just on the board state alone. Some of these early games I might have gotten right, but after that I might have missed a couple.
All right, so right now, any like prediction-wise, what are you thinking on these other ones that haven't finished?
Now I'm thinking that just about every game in the late stretches, other than maybe that GSC into T-Suns, seems to be going in favor of the Warlords against the TVA.
Okay.
None of those other games looked like it just didn't look like there was any upside left for the TVA here.
Right.
And so it seems to me that I know that John's predictions were looking at a TVA win, but I think John's predictions weren't accurate. I think we're also about to get a score update real quick. We've got our man on the floor, Price. Looks like is he bringing us a score update? Okay, so
that Tau score is correct.
let's look at what that was again.
Those two there, those two there.
It cannot possibly be 0 victory points. The Tau score cannot be right. I have seen them kill things and seen them hold things. So it seems that we just have a feed problem, and that's okay. We'll just get an update on what
might be update on their local machine, and it's not pushing correctly to us.
It may be the fact that there are 3,000 computers active in this very large hallway, and just some of it's not working. But that's okay. We'll get an accurate score read very soon, and we'll see where that's at.
+6. So yeah.
Does not explode.
And then into the little
All
one
right.
here. Oh, you got one shot?
So we'll watch this one a little bit.
It'll hit. I'll take it.
And oh, yep.
It's on a 4, doesn't it?
No, oh, I'm sorry.
Did that Riptide just get lifted?
No, it hits on the little ones hit on 3.
Okay.
So it's
Here. So their score is currently 36-30 in the Tau favor.
No.
36-30 Tau favor.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tau are up a little bit, but it just looks like the Dark Angels are going to run the board from here. It looks like those 3 Eradicators just poked out and blew a Riptide up, which, funny enough, is going to make those charges failable instead of not. But even if they fail, the Dark Angels are going to be on the objectives. And so I'm guessing here that we're talking a Dark Angel win, and it's just how much can they swing it back by.
Yeah.
But I do not see Tau holding on to this lead. They have a decent amount of material left. I just don't have faith that that's enough to make a dent in the shooting. I just don't have faith that that's enough there.
Yeah. So you had predicted this as a 10-10.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like I think 12-13 for the Dark Angels maybe.
You can only get so far.
Yeah.
Let's be conservative. Call it 12.
12, yeah, it's swinging it back.
All right.
I think the Adeptus Sororitas are definitely winning that T-Suns game for the Warlords. It could even get higher than a 13, but we'll leave it there now because it seems like they're at the end of the game.
Yep.
Do we want to check and see if the CSM versus Votan anything interesting has happened on table 3?
Portal here and a portal to the bike.
Sounds good.
CSM are pulling away. It's 12-8 in their favor currently.
I'm guessing they just held more. Seems that they did not fall back with that Accursed Cultist unit. They're just content to stay in combat, apparently.
So scoring
And we had,
purposes,
estimated the
I
score in
baby
the
engage for
reverse.
2.
Yeah.
And then containment with the
Yeah.
bikes is another baby. So
Seems I'm
3
going to owe an
points.
apology to the Georgia Warlords. I may have underestimated them.
And then I got 3 kill tallies.
Oh, and they're still scoring. Oh,
Because
no.
it was...
You killed the Sagittarius. You killed him.
Yeah, him, bike.
And bike for 3. Yep.
I think it's 3, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And they need a judgment token.
And over to you. Flip it over.
Okay.
Maybe I had misjudged entirely what turn it was.
Hold your
Don't
home for 4.
uppy downy anything. We're good.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
Good. All right.
So what we're looking at right now is it's
gonna be
about to
very
be the
super
Votan
quick
turn.
Super quick.
And
I
there's
know
a lot of bullets to fire.
exactly what we're doing. I need to draw my cards.
You do need to draw your cards. To
I don't know
even-
exactly what I'm doing. Cleanse. Engage on all fronts.
All right.
Cleanse and
So
engage.
they can
This
get
must
in
be
there.
bottom of 4.
All right, so right now, as of this moment, if things pan out as we are projecting, we're looking at an 88-72 win for Georgia Warlords.
Ooh, turning it around. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a couple of those
turn.
games.
I go up
just finished.
You got 4?
3.
Okay, so it
Three.
looks like we're going
One
to
for
Votan
my
turn.
turn, 2
Let's
for
pop
the-
that World Leader into Drukari game one more time.
One
I'm
for
guessing that
mine.
one's
Oh,
going to
it's- I
finish
already
soon.
gave
There
it
just
to
weren't
you
a lot
there,
of
so-
balls
Oh.
left.
Yeah, look like
I
they
didn't
were
know it was the
pretty
start of your
close.
turn.
Let's
Okay,
take a
so
look.
Sword of Secrets.
Oh, wrong table. My
Nope.
bad.
No problem. I heard Sword of Secrets. I was wondering, that sounded like Azrael.
Yeah.
All right.
We did hear from Betrayer that this camera may be frozen, so I can go see if we can.
Okay, I don't see an Angron, though. Yeah, the
Click
camera
that.
does look frozen, so we'll just have Warner
So
poke that
which
for
gun
us.
where?
Yeah.
We can still hear them.
Well, that's good at least.
Cool.
And it looks like it froze after Angron died. Angron dying might be the catalyst that Noah needs to hold on to the lead here. That Lord of Skulls is going to kill something. I would not be surprised if it killed 2 things, and in doing so, was able to get a kill more. 'Cause
So
I think
stealth
only
on
Angron went
the
down.
yellows.
They might just be finishing bottom of 5 now. Looks like Lewis is rolling. Oop, reset that camera real fast. I'm guessing this is bottom of 5, though. Here we go.
Take this. That's dead. There's
So,
1-1.
while he's working on that, we're going to go ahead and
All right.
let that
He's
one
dead.
be. And
Damage.
until Warner fixes that, we're going to go ahead and swing over to table 1. So this is that GSC versus Thousand Suns game. And it looks like the Thousand Suns are finally pushing out, but the
Do I
GSC
get
were
cover?
kind of content just to be
From
behind the walls. I'm
chain
guessing
cannon,
he's just
I
waiting for
probably
that
would,
bottom
but I don't
turn.
think it mattered, so we're good. Yeah,
You know, we see that
yeah,
Magnus
well,
is
I
pushed
failed
up onto
both
the objective
saves
here,
and 2 death
and
points, right?
I do
Okay,
not see
so
any way for
I'm
the
just
Jinx to
gonna-
realistically
I'm
kill
gonna kill
Magnus
2 of
unless
these
he's
guys.
already wounded.
Yeah.
But holding objectives here, holding objectives here, just trying to kill some of the T-Suns unit, you can probably easily contest the center objective. And if you can contest that center objective right here, I'm guessing that's enough to just keep the T-Sun score down, keep it close, try to milk that bottom of turn, get that 11-12. Just get a win for his team, and that's got to be his plan here.
3 AP2s go straight
Alright,
through. Is this
so let's
damage
see-
1? Okay,
what
so
kind of updates we can get on the rest of this.
it's 5 total damage. So to kill this, put a wound on him.
Yeah. Seems that the T-Suns are currently in the process of striking back. Oh, and there we are. We're over to the World Leader game. This has got to be bottom of 5 based on the fact that that Lord of Skulls has moved, and there aren't any Scourges alive. There used to be a green Scourge squad here. I'm guessing that just got lifted by some kind of gun.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm putting you up. I put my kill points. So some stuff I
Yeah,
decided
it
to
looks
put
like
in.
they're just squeaking it out.
Yeah,
Currently
that's
at
right.
a
You have, gave you kill
10-10.
more.
This
You have
might be a
48.
10-10.
You got kill more. So it looks like it's just a 10-10.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Wow.
All right, and a handshake.
with
That's
you,
the
man.
final. Looks like a 10-10.
All right.
All right, so let's...
That is also
is-
big for Georgia Warlords.
Yeah, that's just making sure that they're not losing any of that. So onto a 10-10. There we go. And let's set that one to turn to over.
This is on the
this is
projection
predictions.
one, so,
okay.
yeah.
So
Those
change
all
it
just
over.
say
It's the
turn 0.
10-10. Yeah, you know what? Good.
Here, we can do asterisks.
Oh, that'll do it, yeah.
Yeah, so we know.
So
this is
asterisk means it's
done.
done. Just this is
This is
completely over.
done,
So
done,
all
done.
the games that are over are just draw city.
Yeah.
But all of the games that are playing, again, I think the GSC versus T-Suns is the exception on table 1. other than that, I just feel like Georgia Warlords have the upside on everything that I can see here. And so
this is a real team win if they end up pulling it
yeah,
out. Because no big scores. They're all pretty close, but everyone getting a couple points makes the difference.
Hey, but it's one of the ways you can win a team event. Like if you just have solid guys at your side, or gals, not in this case, but if you just have solid teammates, you can just get some wins. All right, 5 games left here. Let's pick one. Let's do a quick zoom in on that T-Sun vs. Sisters. There's another one with low resources. I wouldn't be surprised if it wraps pretty quickly.
This might go fast.
6 AP1, so 6 4-ups.
I'm also guessing there.
Yeah, he's going to die. Okay, cool. So that's
for
that's
the amount of points.
Good game, man.
Oh,
dude,
handshake.
Awesome
Got it.
Wow.
I really thought
I mean, that was just perfect
timing. Enough, but it just I whiffed so much.
Mutalith and Magnus whiffing both?
Yeah,
I just over when I forgot to do Val's wounds. I thought it was over.
Well, and then I bounced on that next turn for sure.
Okay.
Like that's what did me in, I think.
So it seems like this 54-69 is a final score.
But dude, no, that was an awesome game.
It's
a great game.
15-5.
Oh,
yeah.
No, they're updating.
It was really close.
They're updating. Okay.
Oh, really?
Was it?
Oh, very strategic. Oh, thank you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, that's cool.
So the players just said 15-5. So that's
that battle of the warlords.
I'm guessing that there's like 10 points or something that are not being scored yet because they just handshake on it. Maybe they haven't put the scores in yet. Oh, it looks like they're finishing it out.
Hey, you just played a perfect game. Did you know
okay.
that?
Oh, I didn't. I made
Oh, yeah, there we go. So it looks like 61 final for the T-Suns and 90 for the Sororita. So the 15-5 Georgia Warlords. This is the first of those big wins I talked about that they needed, and they locked it in. I thought this one had potential to be good for the Sisters. Looks like Robert did a good job pushing it even higher than it could have been.
Was fine, right? Like you
certainly his opponent is speaking highly of him. So that's 4 games down. And let's move right on. Let's go ahead and look at one of these CSM games. You want to take a look at CSM versus Necron, see if those Necrons are really able to push the envelope here? And then we can look at those updated predictions. Yep, there it is. We saw the score was close before, and now the Necrons are getting the lead. The Silent King has made it to the center objective. Oh my goodness, everything is getting too close to the objectives. This is going to snowball. If the turn order is accurate, I think this is a 20-0. If the turn, I know
definitely a good chance.
It's one of those things where you're not expecting the Necrons to score 100, but the CSM do not have enough points for where their board is at. If the turn order is accurate, unless the turn is wrong and it's turn 4 or 5 or something that we're not seeing, I think this is a 20-0 for the Necrons. And that would basically be a dagger, I think.
Yeah.
And man, this was looking so close on the line, and Georgia Warlords just breaking it all away at the last minute where they needed it. But I really think that this is looking at 20. So let's put in that 15-5 that we know is over. So I'd predicted the Sisters win as the 13. They pushed to a 15. Well played by Robert, but that is a final.
We were told by chat that the Grey Knight Astra Militarum scores were flipped, so we have flipped those over here.
Oh, they were flipped. Oh, so is an Astra Militarum
11-9 in Astra Militarum favor.
That helps TVA a little bit, but not much.
Not if a 20-0 happens.
Not if a 20-0 happens. That's and that's high teens at a minimum. With that board state, I'm thinking 17 plus, and I just think that could be a 20 if there's just no CSM left.
Yeah.
So there's only a couple games left that are really impactful here then. So the Gene Circle and the Thousand Suns on table 1, it looked close. And it just, you can talk about bottom of turn and getting a win, but that's a singles win. I don't see a big diff coming. Leagues of Votann into Chaos Space Marines. It looked drawish, but frankly, it was CSM favored as it looked. And then the Dark Angels into the Tau. Unless one of those players can pull a miracle that I'm not seeing right now. I think the Georgia Warlords are gonna I think it's all gonna come into play for them at the end. And I think that the big thing that we missed was that CSM the Necron game. It looked like they spent 2 battle rounds taking a long time sorting out what was happening.
Yep.
And then they got to the decisive point, and now it looks like the Necrons are going to speed run through
just
3 battle rounds.
Cards,
just draw cards. Everything that steps out is dead.
Yep.
And so we didn't really catch that the game was sliding so fast, but it just looks like now it's going downhill. Okay. Yeah, let's look at this. Okay, so this was that Votann turn. Oh man, I wish we got this on camera because every Accursed Cultist looks like it just died. Oh, I wish I'd seen it. There was an Accursed Cultist squad on this objective. I do not see any. There was an Accursed Cultist squad on this objective. I do not see any. I'm guessing that those bikes finally got those activations that we were talking about, as this is what they have to do. And this is a little bit of good news for the Tennessee Valley Authority, because just looking at the board state here, there's plenty of bikes. They're getting the objectives. There's stuff on the center. It very much looks to me like the material advantage has gone against the CSM here. They're up on the scoreboard though, and so we're just playing time. Is there enough? And it looks like we're charging right now. For the Votan is charging right now. Is there enough time left for the Votan to turn around this score? 30 points, if I'm being honest, is kind of low for it being top of 4 right now, or bottom of 4 even.
Yeah.
Because we know the CSM had things. I'm wondering if maybe they updated their turns and not their scores.
That is possible.
It also could be that they're waiting to put in the holds and the kills until the end.
Or there might have just been several turns of like nobody got either.
Yeah, just shuffling.
They were just
trading
even.
But yeah, I expect the Votan to close this gap. At this stage, frankly, I think there is enough time for Votan to get this to like a 9 or 10. But I don't see enough time for them to win. I just don't see enough time for them to win from here. Unless there's a lot of points coming in this turn. It looks like Berserks are just killing that unit.
Yeah.
If you put that in as a 10 for the Votan instead, that's just not enough.
No.
Not if Sponicus Anderson, I know no other name for him. If Sponicus is doing what we think he's doing and pulling a 20 out for his team, that's frankly winning them the round. That's what you want to see, right?
Yeah.
That's certainly what they want to see.
Sponicus.
Sponicus pulling out might be saving everyone's bacon here.
It's already at 15-5.
Yeah, this is. I just don't see enough CSM left to score points of any relevance.
Yeah, even if that score held, that's 90-70.
Yeah, and there's just no way that this score is not getting more Necron favored, not less. I think that this one is.
Yeah, it looks like this is deciding the round.
Yeah, this game is, I think, over for all intents and purposes. You know, Mr. Anderson's going to do his due diligence. He's going to finish it up. I do not see enough pieces left from Colin. Again, there would have to be a massive amount of reserves that we have just not seen, and there's not enough time in the game for them to even impact things. This one's over.
The only thing that could be kind of funny is that on this mission, it may suddenly become hard to kill more.
I guess if he tables him too fast.
Yeah.
But I see a couple cultists. I see a couple spiky boys behind walls. I don't know.
It's not going to change the outcome. The only thing is maybe that stops you from getting to a 20. Maybe you can't get past that 19 or something.
I guess that's possible, but yeah, this. Sir, if the Silent King in your home corner,
that's not something you want.
That's not what you want. Okay, so let's go ahead and take it to that Dark Angel Tau game.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be where if the Tau can hold on, maybe that's enough. So, Dark Angels have really buttoned down this objective. There's no way the Tower are taking that back from them. Looks like they just backed up, but also. Frankly, it looks like the Dark Angels are not trying to contest the center anymore. And so this may be enough OC that the Tau is holding more.
I'm surprised that Ghost Keel is still kicking.
That's a Riptide now.
The one on the bottom?
Yeah, it looks like a Riptide, right? That guy's
yeah, it does.
I think he's been promoted.
He's been swapped out.
Yeah, he fought so much that he evolved into a new type of Pokemon. It's a Tau trick. Yeah, from this position, maybe it's that... Depending on, what the coaches are saying for each of the teams, it's possible that Nick has just been told that he doesn't need a big win, which is what we're projecting right now, is that he just needs to hold fast. But it seems like Nick is just locking down 2 objectives. And he could push up a little bit, but because he doesn't have Assault Doctrine, he's just not pushing a lot towards the objectives. It's going to be hard for him to get multiple units onto this objective, and the one that he sends is going to get overwatched. So, a Terminator squad could go in there and cause some ruckus, but they might not actually be able to flip it. And so this may just be here. Let's hear what the players are saying. They're probably wrapping this up soon.
Like little baby behind?
Yeah, I still get TCP, so I'll just spend one, I'll auto pass.
Auto pass, there you go.
And then their battle shock doesn't matter at all. So I'm just trying to get behind right here, so I could just advance them. I could just advance them to here.
Yeah.
I don't have to kill you, so I'll just roll in advance. 3 inches, yeah. 8. That should get me behind.
You have to be wholly behind?
Yeah, but your line is right there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this back guy I'm worried about.
Oh.
And I think that's a good thing to check if that back guy is going to make the objective or not. Not the objective, I should say, into the deployment zone.
Okay, so that's an 8-inch. That's an 8-inch move.
So they'll draw out Crucible right
now.
now.
No, I think it's just within.
So center point looks like it's
it's wholly
about
yeah.
There. Well, my shaky line is not helping, so the players are going to have to figure this out.
There
You know
we
what?
go.
That
Is
is
it the
not a
inside or the
bad
outside of
shaky
that?
line. For
No.
him.
It's on the inside.
So yeah, he's
okay.
not.
Or the outside, it wouldn't matter because you're behind.
Doesn't
by-
look
So I
like
need to
behind
get, I
me
need like
lights
2 more
have it.
inches, I think.
Yeah.
So I had to roll a 5.
I don't even know if 2 inches would have done that with the 40
Oh, it's only
bases.
with one. Never mind.
So
it's only with
one
one
thing
it's
that
only
may
it's only
end
one
up
point. Yeah, that doesn't
impacting
matter.
that Necron
So
game.
I'll score 3 plus 3.
It is a hard
and that's-
dice
that's
down
final
event.
score.
Oh, true.
So they currently have 4 minutes and 7 minutes respectively.
Oh, okay.
And then whatever the score is at that point is the score.
Yeah. So a strong Necron victory, but if it only gets to turn 4, that might not be a
able
20.
to. Yep.
Okay. I think that'll still be enough for the Warlords.
I do think so too.
All right.
Right now, just showing that as a 15-5, we're still looking at 70-90. Got still a 4-point buffer.
Yeah, tight round, but it definitely seems like that late game is pulling it. Let's check on the T-Suns versus GSC on table 1. That to me, that feels like that might be where the TVA has to try to find some upside and hope that Colin can hold on against Sponicus.
I'm going to see if I can get the accurate score for this table.
Please do, thank you.
6 dice.
So a lot of acolytes and things are dropping out here, trying to fight Magnus or to bare minimum contest him. Yeah, it looks like the GSC is just sending everything they have onto the objectives. I'm wondering if this is the bottom of 5 now, and they're just trying to score everything they can. Warren is getting us a score update real quick. We'll be able to find out about that very soon. But certainly it seems like this kind of a late game push is, let's score everything we got. I'm also guessing that Ryan's teammates might have told him that they need a little bit of magic right now. This is what you do. If your team says, hey, it looks like we might lose, you don't try to lose close. You try to get the tie. You try to go push, get everything you can in there. Oh, looks like a Ridge Runner just got lifted. So this may be top of 5. I'm thinking that 1,000 Suns, unless that was an Overwatch, 1,000 Suns may just be trying to crack back with everything they have left, and then the GSC are going to hold on for bottom of turn.
Okay, so victory point totals here are wrong. WTC scores are correct. It is currently 80 to 80.
We got it over here.
Oh, okay, so this is tight.
Yeah.
So there's
and I don't know if you can even separate at that point, realistically.
No, you can get an 11, you can get a 9. That's it. And so if there's no up, and hey, I called an 11-9 for the GSC. It's possible that they hit it, but that looks like the cap at this point. Is if this is capping at an 11 or 12 for GSC, then that's what we had in the score sheet right now. So that just may not be enough. It may not be enough for them to turn it.
And looks like that Tau Dark Angel game is currently 62-54.
And is that in favor of Tau?
It is in the favor of Zach.
Zach was the Tau player.
Tau.
Okay. So maybe the Dark Angels just are keeping it close, and even if they get an 8 or a 9, all they need from those players is for them to keep it close.
Yeah, just don't get.
Yeah, and then that'll be enough for them. As long and then they're telling Sponicus, hey, use your time wisely, but step on that gas pedal and just get the points. Take the turns, because I think the turns actually matter more than killing one thing here or there. It's just getting an extra battle round.
So right now, this is I think what we're looking at.
Man, this may be just a nail biter close. So if Ryan Shaw, the Genius Circle player, can push this to like a 12,
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Here's
for some reason. So this is the actual live score. So
okay,
we're getting the lives on this overall screen, just not on some of those individual tables.
All right. So this is where everything is at right now. So Zach Jepson's up on Nick Herding with the Dark Angels, but I don't see him pushing that differential very far. And again, everything that's set to turn 6 is something that's over.
Yep.
So if you want to set like that Drukhari versus World Leaders, but this is 88 for the Warlords with us looking at the Necron versus CSM game and seeing a lot of upside for the Warlords. And I just don't think that between those couple other tables that there's enough upside to be found for the TVA to tie this up. So they'd have to get, because I really think that bottom, that table 8 might be what seals it here. It looks like we might actually be getting a final score on table 3 pretty soon. It looks like the guys are just holding their phones next to each other looking at score sheets.
All right. Let's see what we got. Maybe we can
See what they're saying.
36.
Yeah.
And you have 44. Yep. And you're at 44?
Yeah, because if I get a kill more, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they
And
decided
then
to it's not over.
30 on secondaries for me, and 27 on secondaries for you.
I'm guessing they're
I
just
do at
working at turn
31
5.
on secondaries.
31 on secondaries, or what do
and
you
then
have?
30.
30. Where'd you get 30?
So I've got, this is, oh God. All right, area denial was 5.
Yep.
Secure No Man's was 5.
Secure No Man's 5, yep.
Engaged was 4.
Yep.
Flames was 2.
All right, so right now the players are just deciding the score, but looking at board states, this is the board state where it looks like there's the most upside for the TVA, but it looks like it's going to be a time problem. It just looks like there's not going to be enough time. They're either on starting turn 5 or they're finishing turn 5 is where they're at right now.
I did.
You went first, battle.
Yeah.
Primary for Jordan.
It was 11-9.
44.
Looks like a final.
For me.
He scored 27.
36.
36 secondary.
I think the main question there was
for me.
was the Tennessee
30.
Valley Authority.
31.
Yours was 36 primary.
So if that's going to finalize at an 11, that's
So we're drawing. I hear we're drawing.
Good for the TVA, and they're trying to hold on to that draw, but they may not be able to.
Sir, man, I'm so sorry about the round 2, the confusion with the
Oh, no, you're good, you're good.
It's because that's stupid.
All right, so it looks like that one's just about over. We'll see if they can get them to actually punch those final scores into that laptop, but we've got our man Price on the job, so it looks like we're going to get those final scores in the system soon. But an 11-9 final, it appears to be in favor of the Leagues of Votan for the TVA. And that's what we're looking at right now. So so that 10-10 is going to 11-9. That's 1 point in favor of the TVA, but again,
That nudges it.
that's a 74, but again, it's that bottom game. It's does Brian Anderson
Where
have
can he
enough
get to?
time on his clock to turn this current 13-7 into more? That's what he needs, and they're just finishing out. The round is over, but
It has been slipping. Oh, down. That is now down to a 12-8.
What on earth has happened over there?
It was a 15-5, then it's been slipping slow
Yeah,
and slow.
the judges called round over, but we're not the ones enforcing that.
Nope.
So no one has told those players to stop playing, so they're still rolling dice. If that isn't, I mean, I thought that was. I just looked at that board and said, can we just switch over to that one?
Yeah.
Let's hear what they're saying. What scored points? Like,
I don't know. Just those guys sitting on an objective.
just a guy here, a guy there, and hope the game ends. All right, the Silent King is moving on to the objective.
I mean, maybe
This
he
is not
just
gonna
hasn't
end
been
at
able to
12.
hold objectives at the start of his turns. I don't know.
I mean, he's a.
But here it's still showing 12-8, so.
Maybe they hadn't been updating
1,
the scores
2.
for Colin is also a possibility.
Right.
That
Yeah,
they
that's
maybe
You have 1, 2.
Colin's
So
been keeping
No,
it
I
on the
had
sheet.
three.
But it certainly looks
start
like
of
it is
your
still
turn, I
all
held 1,
Necrons
2,
from
So
here.
I hold for 4.
Yeah.
I'll add 4 in a second.
I'll do it for you.
Here,
And yeah, that's
he'll just
that
go
objective
there.
is over.
I'll particle whip
This
and shoot them
property
off
of the Silent King.
objective. 3d6 plus 1,
Yeah, the players are going fast here.
10, 11,
Okay, so
6.
as long as Anderson is able to
11,
successfully capitalize
threes.
on this board state he's got, that probably locks up for the Warlords. But man, it is down to the last minute
Yeah.
here.
Suddenly much tighter than we thought it
so
was.
Yep.
7
Yeah,
AP2.
I'm
2
guessing
damage
there
on
was a
them.
turn that hadn't been scored
did you
for
draw
the
your
CSM.
secondaries?
No, I'm stuck with the ones I have.
Oh, sure.
All right, we are told that table 8
Um,
is updated, so it is currently only a 13-7.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, this is I think where they've got to take it home.
I killed 2.
So currently, if that happened, we are at the edge of a draw.
Yeah. So Anderson has to push this higher. He needs
Yes.
2 more diff points.
Yep.
And if the turn tracker there is accurate, and they then get another battle round after
I'll
this,
ditch
Oh,
them
this is
both.
4.
that
and
probably
eight.
works.
That's the game.
But if this
So
is
I-
just
I
an
need
end
to
of the game
add-
because
oh,
they're
you
out of
added
time,
for me, right?
Yeah, I did. I just added your
that
4.
may be it.
So then we do my turn 4, and that's it? Is that what you want to do?
They're deciding this right now. Time is such a factor here.
We're both out of
Yeah,
time.
go.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, they're both out
So
of time.
draw,
Okay, so oh my goodness, this might
engage,
actually be a draw.
establish.
It sounds like
you're
they
gonna
both
win
ran out of
this.
time, and they're just
That's your
finishing
super
the battle
mission.
round.
Yeah.
It's not
I don't think I'm
Oh.
going to win, but I think I mitigated getting destroyed, which is
Oh
what
my
was
goodness,
happening.
yep.
So I owe you a battle
Wow.
shock on Cypher.
Colin has an accurate read of
failed.
what's happening.
I owe you a battle shock on my
So
character.
Cypher, Snake-Eyed.
He passes.
Oh, there's something in a corner here
So-
that belongs to
That just
CSM.
passed
Engage.
Battle Shock, I
Oh
think,
my
whatever
goodness.
that was.
I'll advance some nerdlings.
Wow. We thought
I don't think that gets
we
there.
thought Anderson
rolled a
was going to be the
6.
hero, but it
Yeah.
might be
Colin.
that Colin Cochran is the hero of the round. He might be pulling the
That's what 6
drawback.
gets me
Yeah,
if you wanna move
which
to
is a
6.
huge deal. Listen, in a
Massive.
team event,
I guess
draw
I'd
not the
CP
end of the
reroll
world.
that at this point,
Yeah.
Okay.
because I just need to get to the other half. They get 4 more. Would you try to overwatch him, you think?
Yeah,
I know
would.
you're out of time, but just do it if you think you'd do it.
It looks like they're being
Silent
amicable
King.
about the out-of-time situation. They're just finishing it up, letting both players still take actions. If you're out of time like this, I think that's the way to do it. It sounds like the guys being very friendly with each other still.
Nothing. 2 from him. 1 strength 10 wounds. AP 3 damage.
That's the
Just
Silent
one?
King.
Yeah,
Overwatching, I
and
believe.
then the 2 Minears are coming.
Fail it. So one of them's at 1.
2 Minears, 1 hits.
One's out of 2, I'm sure.
When he was trying to lift something up here.
Kills him.
Yep, he's dead.
But he only needs 1 model alive
so
for
I
engage.
do have 1 left.
So he's got 1.
And then I will just locus with my Warlord.
Something is in the background here
And then,
locusing.
yeah, you kind of guessed it. I got a little bit luckier, but I did do command insertion.
Oh, there's a secret mission. Oh,
So
my
Roger-
goodness.
So primary max is at 40.
4 for, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yep.
So I get 2 for engage. I get 4 for establish.
We're going to have to hear from these players.
Yeah.
We're going to have
Does
to hear what's
engage have
happening
to be
here.
Non-battle shock?
You're right. So Cypher can't get it.
None for engage.
So I just add the 4.
Okay.
I just.
Oh, is this a
yes.
10-10?
So I just added 2 more. And
Oh
then
my
this goes
gosh, if
40,
it is.
No. Is he
and
winning?
then that's it.
No.
Look how close that is. Am I reading that right?
We got a final score in the Tau Dark Angel game.
I killed more,
Okay.
right?
This you just ended up killing
69-62
cultist.
in the favor of the Dark
So-
Did you
Angels.
kill any?
Yeah, you would get 4, but it'll still be a 10.
I'm still, okay.
So,
Yeah.
all right, so we've got an 11-9 out of the Dark
Or no.
Angels game, a 10-10 out of
Right,
this one.
primary max is
That
at 50,
is
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, I think
10-10?
time was the enemy here, and there had to have been points that
right?
we were
Yeah.
missing.
Yeah,
And then
it's got- you gotta
something
beat
lived
it by
for the
a
secret
5
mission,
points.
and Anderson wasn't able to stop it.
Dude,
We just wasted 3 hours of our life. That was a God, dude.
I
that was
cannot believe that was a 10-10.
So this
Ma'am,
is supposed to be like
am
a
I bad at
13
reading
for me
these things?
if it were not
That
on
looked
this
so
board.
dire.
Oh
Yeah.
my
I
gosh.
think
Okay.
normally
So
Necrons are
I'm going to
decent.
flip it. This is the scores based on their tablets. We know that the Astra Militarum Grey Knight game is flipped.
Okay.
So actually it should be 78 to 82.
Okay, so they didn't update that on the tablet. They just
Yeah,
know that
we've
it was
only
flipped.
updated it on ours.
Okay.
So we could also update on our end.
Wow.
So we are seeing this is
Yo.
now a 10-10.
Incredible.
And then that Tau Dark Angel game
That was
did
an
go in
11-9?
Nick's favor.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's just an 11-9.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So this is the GSC game and the Votan game, and both of these were the 2 games that we thought were going in the way of the TVA.
Yep.
I don't see a way for them to take this back into a win, but let's just check in
And
on them.
Currently, based on their actual tablet scorings,
Yeah.
that's 1 extra point for Georgia. So it is 85-75 right now.
Oh my God! All right, let's hit the GSC versus T-Suns. No, that game is over. All right,
Oh.
let's see if we can get a final score on that one, because I mean, there's people packing up models. That to me that means over. Let me just. I'm gonna mute him and ask him.
Yep. Apologies for those screens. Since the games have ended, we are trying to reset some of those computers on the individual tables so that we can make sure that things 13-7 is the final score on table 1. So T-Suns got the 13 there. So I think that is going to eke a win for Georgia. So I think, do we know if the Votan CSM game is actually done or not?
It looks like that game's done. So let's switch to it real quick just to see, just take a look at the camera and just see that
hang
does.
on.
So that'll be table 3.
For some reason, any of them that I switched to now, it's got the starting just 3.
All right, so we're getting an update right now on table 3, and man, at the end of it all, the Warlords may have stayed ahead. I wish, man. I mean, so much drama coming down at the same time. We couldn't catch all the games at once, but
you know, we did say earlier that Sisters Thousand Suns game could be really pivotal.
Yeah.
And right now that was
the highest score
biggest
out
score.
there.
Yeah.
So the two players.
Well, I think they've cleaned up this table already.
Oh, so then it's over.
Yes.
So that was the 11-9, I think. That was 11-9 in favor of the vote, Tan.
I think it ended up 10.
Was it a 10-10?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I believe this is the final score.
Okay. Let's see if we can get one of the players to confirm.
We're off by 1 point, but I'm looking at BCP right now. It is final win for Georgia Warlords, 87-73. Let's see which one we are off. Yes, it was the Votan. They did end up 11-9.
Okay. So that is a
So
final.
this is final.
Wow. Man, you know, and just when we thought that the Necrons were going to win it, it was the T-Suns, who I shouldn't have bet against, that were able to get it at the end there. Okay, so I think we're going to be able to get some of the players here to talk to us a little bit.
Are these captains?
I'm guessing these are captains.
Okay.
So let me move over here,
All right,
and we'll hear from the players themselves how this is
John
gone.
on over there.
All right, and you tell me, am I in shot?
You are in shot.
Fantastic. All right, gentlemen, welcome, and wow, what a tight round. First of all, can I get some names just for everyone watching here?
Chris.
Chris? All right. Wow. So finished just as a very tight win here. Looks like the Georgia Warlords snuck it out. I got to say, watching it, it was neck and neck the whole time. We thought it was going to be TVA. We thought it was going to be Georgia. We thought it was going to be a draw. And then right at the end, either sweet victory or heartbreaking defeat, unfortunately. So close.
So close.
How did each of your games end up?
I ended up I lost 9-11, but it worked out for me because like Chris Daly's a really good IG player, and I managed to choose the board, and I chose table 7 where it's, you know, not many good shooting lanes. So I'm like, I'm gonna just hide the whole game.
That's what you got to do. Okay.
Yep. I also lost 9-11.
Okay, fair enough.
So that was, look at that.
We suck at team captains. Let's go.
I was playing against someone playing Gearless, the DA Gladius.
Yep.
And I was Tau. He got 40 points on primary, and then like middled out some secondaries. Meanwhile, I was like 28 and 24.
Yep.
So he just got it by a purge.
Yeah.
And also just playing really tightly, because by the end of the game, I had more left alive than him, but he had more important units left alive.
Yeah.
If the units alive are on the objectives, that is just one of the ways to do it.
That's how you do it.
Fair enough. So how much were you guys able to keep track of what was going on the other 7 tables during your game? Like, did you have a good idea of how the round was going during it?
I think we had a pretty decent idea, I would say, because they had a captain or a coach, thankfully. They were kind of going around. They were kind of like, you know, I was hearing them talk a little bit, and it sounded like it was neck and neck the whole time. So
It was. There was some twists and turns on some tables at the end of that really sold it for us. So like the 2 games that finished late that really determined it was that T-Suns into GSE and the Necrons into Chaos Space Marines, where it looked like the Necrons were going to run away with it, and the Chaos Space Marines just held on for the TVA.
They sure did.
But then the T-Suns found the diff points that you guys needed against the Genestealer cult. Going into this, now that you know the results of the games, were there any games that either of you were surprised by the results of? And and I'm sure on both sides there were.
My game in particular, we expected it to be a win, but we didn't fully account for Purge being the way that it is.
Yeah.
So it ended up being a very small loss/draw for me. It should have been a small win in my books.
Yep.
But Purge being Purge, I did lose that one.
Purge is tough, man.
Purge makes it tricky.
Yep. Definitely. I'd probably say our Sisters going to T-Suns was actually, I was not expecting a 15-5. You know, T-Suns a good army. They're always able to keep it close and or, take it away, at the end of the game, especially if they win second. But that was big. 15-5, I think that kind of put us over the tipping point to, not get the draw.
Yeah, that was the single highest scoring game of the round. It was just tight games all the way down.
Oh,
I think other than that, I think the highest score might have been like a 13. I think it was just a bucket of small wins, and the 115 may have been enough to push it over the edge for you all.
I think so.
I didn't have time to look at the individual scores that much, so I didn't know that our T-Suns got 15-5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was big.
We're going to be down to player next round.
Oh, man.
Morgan's
He's not going to make it out of here live.
Man, Zinch is unforgiving, it seems.
No.
Wow.
Very unforgiving.
We have
So
a
are
tight
you.
ship at Tennessee Valley Authority Intramural Shuffleboard Club.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate you all coming on stream, hanging out with us. I know that you both have played a lot of Warhammer and probably want to eat some food, catch up with your team, and get ready for the next round. So I'll let you all go. But thank you so much for being on. Congratulations. Good luck to you both in the next round.
Thank
you,
John.
We'll see how it keeps going.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man.
If I could, I'd like to give a quick shout out to our coach, who is our lovely 8-month pregnant coach, who's going to be a champion running down these rows doing coaching.
Hopefully walking.
Yeah,
But,
hopefully walking.
No, she's going to sprint, baby.
All right. Good for her. Well, absolutely. That's a well-earned shout out there. All right. Thank you so much. And good luck in the next rounds, both
Thank
of
you,
you.
John.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
All right.
All right, and I think that's going to be our cue to take a break as well, also eat some lunch.
Sounds right. We're going to find out the next game for you as fast as we can, but I'm also going to need some lunch as fast as I can. I've got equal priorities here.
What game will be next? We are not sure which teams we will pair next, but once we do, we'll drop them in chat. I think we're keeping the stream up. We're not taking it down. So once we know that, we'll plop it in chat, maybe hop it over the mic.
The next round starts in 40 minutes, so we might be on a couple minutes early there, but set your watches. We'll be back, and or just leave the tab open, and we will go ahead and get that next round going for you as soon as we can.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. We'll catch you soon.
Thanks, all. All right, folks, we're going to get started in about 20 minutes. Bear with us. We're just doing some technical checkups. right, we are back.
Very exciting time. So we are back for round 2 of the Dreamhack Atlanta team tournament. This round is going to be featuring Pro Tabletop and the Midwest Monstars. Yeah. So this is one that we're expecting to be a very good round.
Yep.
Both of these teams are teams that were coming in that we thought were going to be quite competitive. The lunch break ends in 2 minutes, but it seems that the players are eager beavers. They're ready to go. They want to pair. They clearly have some plans, and it looks like they're already setting out their first cards.
Now, this may be a little difficult for the camera to catch. We will do our best. But Pro Tabletop actually has custom-made faction cards. They are heavy. They are metal. They are milled to have the faction logos on them. And we'll see. Maybe we can get one of the cameras to have a better zoom in on that. Because I'm not sure that the overhead alone is going to do it. Although it looks like there you can kind of see it. I think that is a Space Marines or an Astra Militarum.
It's definitely Imperial. I see wings in the sword. We're getting some confirmation real fast from our wonderful table boss.
And then we've got Tao as first defender for the Midwest Monstars. And just like last time, we will get those lists populated.
It'll just make it bigger for us. All right, so here we are. Oh, yes. All right, so here we are. So it does indeed look like it was Astra Militarum and Tao's defenders. Two classically shooty armies that are looking to choose their own tables. No massive surprise there. And do we have mics for the players?
Yes. Captain should be wearing their mics.
Is Brad of all people not wearing a mic?
He should be wearing it.
All right, well, for now, it looks like they're deciding their defenders are the attackers for those defenders. This is one of those situations, whenever you have a shooting-having army, choosing its table early, this is where it gets very difficult. You have to have armies that are ready to go in and score points, however you're going to be doing that. Someone has to be willing to take on those guns. Someone has to be willing to do this. So we're going to see about... oh, they might be coming through here. All right, looks like this is Pro Tabletop deciding.
But I've played against Tao. I know hammerheads, I know the drones, I know the sky rays with heroes, I know the stealth heroes, wants to hit and wants to wound.
That's all it does.
It shoots me. Okay. But
all right, so right now they're just
and
talking
like,
about how the Tau army is going to work and who they're going to send into it. So we're going to let Pro Tabletop talk about it.
They have to shoot your current. They have to shoot.
We like this? I can rapiding. I can even rapiding myself.
Yeah. Roll for us.
All right.
Great.
So we're going to roll a Kyle. Some decisions here.
We picked the table.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
We're going to give you AdMech and CSM.
We'll give you guard and CSM.
So CSM are going out no matter what. So it looks like they're offering a guard mirror to Pro Tabletop. And then the Tau gets their choice of AdMech and CSM. So CSM getting thrown in either way. Seems that is the popular attacker here. Both sides confident that the table choice is either not going to matter too much or that their CSM will absorb that better than anyone else. Very interesting here. Very interesting if we saw both games where it was CSM versus a gun line on table choice, just so we could compare how each one does.
Okay.
But I've done it enough times.
A guard mirror, though, is spooky for whoever wants that. Man, that game will be brutal if that happens. I'm very excited to see what they choose here.
No, I know. On 5, I should be able to win this.
What does the rest look to us? What does the rest look like for the rest of us?
The only downside to this mic situation is we don't know which players are saying, I can win this. Because I would love to keep tabs on that throughout the round.
Based on the voices I'm hearing, it sounds to me like the Astra Militarum player of Pro Tabletop thinks that they can win the guard mirror. And I believe that the Pro Tabletop Astra Militarum list was distinguished by having no Bulgarin, only violence. It was guns and nothing else. Whereas the Midwest guard list, I recall, was a lot of guns and 18 Bulgarin. But, you know, still a lot of guns. And now they're finalizing this one. Oh, boy. As before, folks, we're going to get those lists into paste for you. We're going to get that up for you.
Sweet 6.
And as soon as we have that, we'll put them in the chat and in the description so that you can see those lists and see the ones we're talking about. So they've decided what's going into the Tau. And Pro Tabletop is still deciding. So it's either Guard or Chaos Space Marines going into this Astra Militarum army. This is a lot of guns. They think that they're ready, but they haven't decided yet.
Yeah, but it's a lower score for him, right? The thing is like if he gets a 10 to a 12 here.
I kind of hear them talking about it. Let's push the line. Can't hear much of what they're saying there, so
okay, then
they're talking in hushed tones. All right, I think a final decision's happening.
We're gonna back to y'all. Take this.
Okay.
All right.
We will take guard into guard.
We'll take CSM into the Tau.
All right.
All right, roll a dice.
Down to CSM, guard into guard.
Jeff. Big money.
Looks like Pro Tabletop won, so they have the very first table choice.
Hey Joe, do you want that table still?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know which way.
Ooh, spicy guard on guard action.
Towards me. Guard into guard, and CSM into Tau.
You know, with no Bulgarin,
Guard into guard is
but
gonna
just
take
more
5.
guns, I would not be surprised if Pro Tabletop was correct that they might be able to sneak one in that guard.
Wherever
But
it
I don't
says
think it'll be a huge one unless things get a little crazy.
No, they get to pick it. You don't get to pick it.
They took 5.
And I think
that's not 5.
We're taking 5.
earlier
We're taking
someone
5.
in the chat had
Okay,
been
yeah, we're
asking
good. We're
about
good.
this
Yeah, you're good. No,
Rustalker spam list.
We're good. No, we're good. No, we're good.
That
We
Pro
know the
Tabletop
game
has.
plan now.
And it seemed that the Tau declined it. So
Yes, be interesting.
Clearly they're worried about the AdMech. I believe that AdMech is being
What's
piloted
the
by one
mission
Dane
again? Is it Hammer and Anvil?
Yes.
So they're choosing the tables now. This will be very interesting. Yeah, now they're going in for the next round here. But I mean, everyone's choosing open tables, right? That's just everyone put their gun armies down and they want their guns to see the objective markers. This is a classic part of team strategy, especially when you're playing all 8 GW tables. I'm not going to claim to be shocked here. You kind of start by getting all your gun armies out of the way, get the open tables, and then combat rules the scrum is normally how this works. So any gun army that is still hanging around when it's all dense tables and combat armies, that's going to be in a bit of trouble. So they want to get those out of the way right about now.
All right, we got the Pro Tabletop list. We're going to drop that in the chat. Just give us a few minutes and we'll get the ones for Midwest Monstars as well.
Perfect. All right, so Pro Tabletop's in the chat. We'll get Midwest Monstars soon. And again, this is a matchup I'm expecting to be very tight. Both of these teams are very good. I know we're going to hype up everyone in here, but the Midwest Monstars recently won a team event in the Midwest just about a month ago. You know, a member of the channel, Jack Carpenter, was actually with them for that round, but they were able to secure victory. And then Pro Tabletop has quite a history of doing well at team events. As a matter of fact, they finished second at the last Dreamhack, including tying the Art of War team. So what they're able to do here, well, that's this. You know, these are two strong teams. I do not know who is favored here. I have no idea. But hey, pairings are part of it, and that's why they're each taking some time on this next step. So Dark Angels and AdMech are what's next, and I believe that the Space Marines for Midwest Monstars are Dark Angels. We will be able to verify that very soon, as we're getting these lists up quite soon. So we'll see who the Dark Angel, who the Space Marine player is for the Midwest Monstars, and looks like Pro Tabletop is ready their attackers. And still deciding what's going into the AdMech. That AdMech was too scary for the Tau, but now someone has to accept it. So this Rustalker spam, it's going to be on some tables. We'll make sure that we get some coverage of that.
It is not just Rustalkers. It is also 30 Infiltrators. So
it
is 60 Sicarians.
It is just 60 Sicarians.
Yes.
And someone painted these?
By
hand.
We will find out.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, looks like the Monstars have their answer ready. Let's find out. All right. Tau and Ultramarines for the Space Marines. Don't know, I think that was Genestealer Cult and Chaos Marines? I think that was Genestealer Cult and Chaos Marines.
Yep.
All right, cool. So Genestealer Cult and Chaos Marines going into the AdMech. Ultramarines are going into the Space Marines. Let's see. Warner, by chance, have you gotten to that Midwest Monstar Space Marine list yet as you're going through these?
Yes.
Do you happen to recall if that was a Dark Angel list? With a Gladiator, Reaper, and a Lancer by Dr. Kalmacord?
Yep, it is Dark Angels, Gladius.
So choosing here between Ultramarines, you know, I've got a bit of a Dark Angel theory in my head at the moment. So they're choosing between between the Ultramarines and what was the other offer there? I can't quite tell what the other thing that went in was. Let's see if the players are talking about it at the moment.
But if we all assume our matrix is correct,
You definitely take the CSM. It's like a
Two scrum force, two ghost
It seems like the Admech are leaning towards taking the CSM.
Why is this a trap? Can you tell me?
So the Starflies are flamers, right?
Yes.
No. It's the aberrant shit.
I mean, they're
AP2 infantry, flamers and infantry.
What's like 15
They're better in infantry.
Yeah, but if I turn off their AP down to 1,
Sure.
and then they win me
So
on
it's
better for
yeah,
us
we're
to
good.
take.
Yeah,
So you find it?
All right. And,
I mean, you go talk to him.
the description's been updated with the round 2 lists as well, in case anybody needs it later and loses it in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Warner. So you'll be able to see all those
Should be
lists
fine.
We good?
right there in the Facebook.
So this is
Okay, so let's get...
Yeah.
our Marines are going to take this one.
Okay,
They
so
are making their
Get
choices.
this guy back.
that's going back.
Okay.
This is who we're taking.
Groovy. It's,
You guys will get the first pick, so you guys will be here.
Is it
so
gonna
we're
be
going
a
to
Space
go
Marine mirror?
Marines versus Tau.
Okay. We are going to go Admech into...
So we saw
ACDC.
that Dark
And you
Angel
get table
versus Tau
choice.
game happen
And
once.
Damien, you'll get
And
table
it's
choice
happening
after
again.
this. I need you to take
But
7 or 8.
this time, the Dark Angels are going to have the table choice. We saw last time it was a relatively open table in Dark Angels versus Tau. That was a game we covered a lot in round 1, and the Dark Angels got a narrow victory. But right now, the Dark Angels are choosing the table. As well, this Dark Angel list has a couple more guns than the one before. It has 2 Gladiator tanks in it. I think 1 Lancer, 1 Reaper. I expect that to be a victory for the Dark Angels, but we will see. Choosing table has to be massively advantageous for getting those knights into position and onto objectives. Then Chaos Space Marines are the next one, and the Chaos Space Marines are into Admech. Admech's choosing the table there. So while these players are choosing the tables, they're also probably working on that that defender as well. That's what the rest of the team is thinking about right now. They've still got some strong players left on both sides.
Now, on paper, I would think the Sicarians match up pretty well into the Cultists.
I would expect so. Volume is a way to get through Accursed Cultist. Do we know that that's an Accursed Cultist Chaos Space Marine list?
Yes, we heard them.
Okay.
I heard some ACDC
Perfect.
shout-outs.
If it's ACDC, I would agree. I think Admech, volume is not where Admech suffers. I would not be surprised if they have what it takes to carve apart those bricks. But, as we saw, the ACDC can score points while getting tabled, it turns out. And so whether or not they're able to turn it into a diff is going to be a big deal here.
Yep.
All right. Interesting choices so far. I mean, just looking at this, you know, I feel like, you know, in an Astro Military mirror, I might actually trust more guns over having Bulgren. That might be pro tabletop favored. But I got to say, I like the Midwest side of that Dark Angel versus Tau pairing. No way to know for sure, you know, exactly how these are going to go yet. I'll make my predictions. Some of them will be wrong. But each team has a matchup that I like for them at the moment. Tau versus CSM on Tau table choice is a little spicy, but you never know with these things. Okay. All right, and looks like no one has decided yet what they're going to be doing with the rest of this. So they each still have to pick a defender. Let's see if we can hear what Pro Tabletop's thinking right now.
So much beneficial for you.
Us, you, us.
Us?
Us, you,
Okay.
us.
Yeah.
So
looks like they're just settling
we're
down
gonna
the
get one table
order.
pick,
It's always
and the
confusing
rest
for
are
some
going to be
reason.
determined by them, so I have to defend.
Might be taking
All right, looking at the tables in order to decide who they're defending with so that they know what tables they have to pull. That's what's being the tiebreaker for Pro Tabletop right now, so they've made their choice. Okay, we'll see who that is. That sounds like Brad might have said I have to go down, and I believe Brad is playing Thousand Suns this weekend. But his Thousand Suns is a little bit more gun-heavy than average, especially at long range. We'll see if that manifests.
Double check this.
Always double check, folks.
I'm ready.
All right, let's see the flips.
Yeah, we're good.
Yep. Got GSC.
1,000 Suns.
Yep.
1,000 Suns.
All right, I was correct. Pro Tabletop with 1,000 Suns. Gene Stealer Cult is the defender. Interesting. GSC is such a hard army to place right now. It's it came out of the gates regarded quite poorly, but we've seen people start to do well with it, and some good teams are starting to take them. And so it's a weird thing where we've seen GSC start to do well in the meta.
What detachment is your guys' GSC?
Root surge.
Oh man, that is a rough time to be asking that question. Hopefully they accounted for that in their matrix, but it seems that they may not have.
The codex?
Okay, then let's just.
Does not seem like they're confident with what to do in the research. Not that they think they're going to lose, that they don't know at all what's going to happen. Fair enough, I'm not sure. I'm excited to watch that one.
No.
+1 attacks.
Oh, they're just reading it right now. Just reading the detachment after the card's down.
I hear giggling. Afraid.
All right, the Midwest Monstars were ready.
Groovy.
And they're ready. Let's see it.
Necrons and Grey Knights.
Marines and Grey Knights.
Marines and Grey Knights.
And then Necrons and Grey Knights. So Grey Knights went in either way, and that's leaving Sisters versus Necrons at the end. I think that's a Necron.
What's the fault?
That's a Necron.
Sisters and Necron.
Okay, Sisters and Necrons at the end, and now they're just each determining between Grey Knights and something else.
Yeah.
1,000 Suns into Grey Knights or Necrons. That's interesting. Depending on the comp of that Grey Knight list.
Right?
Hey Werner, what is the comp of that Grey Knight list for Midwest Monstars?
So the Grey Knight does have Canis Rex in it.
Okay.
I know that caught my eye.
Yeah. Is it then 6 Dread Knights?
Let me pull it up.
Once you take Canis, there's usually a lot of Dread Knights.
Yep. So we got a Tech Marine, 3 Grandmaster Dread Knights, 3 regular Dread Knights, Canis, and then a couple of strike squads.
That's the list we've been affectionately referring to as the German War Machine. And it is just efficiency and robots shooting people to death. And I actually think that's very similar to what the Pro Tabletop Grey Knights list is. And you know what? That makes me actually really excited. Is there a way that we can get those to both play each other? No, there's not.
I get a table pick into
All right, pairings are down. Let's find out. T-Suns into Grey Knights. That is going to be a monster mash. Just monsters and tanks. That's going to be wild.
And yeah, Pro Tabletop's list
Thanks,
almost
both.
identical. Basically swap
All right,
out
hey,
the strikes.
I'm just going to give you this.
Subductors.
Okay.
It's the
I'll
fighty
take that.
aggro.
And then
You need
Corey.
to look up what they do.
Which one do you want? I'll play wherever.
Like strats or anything?
No, you.
Stop.
I can't move through this that well. I would.
That's what
He's
I'm
just got
saying. Do you want to look at the
Necrons into Grey Knights, into Necrons, into Sisters.
I would
how this wraps
I
up.
would rather have this
Look.
because I can't get to
So they got
these
+1 to
as well as
charge,
I can if it happens
+1
to be one
to
of
their
these.
attack. Okay, that's
Yep.
their rule. Strats.
Yes, you love the lanes.
Here, you just look through those logs.
Groovy.
Okay, looks like we've got finalized
Oh yeah, sorry.
pairings here. All right, let's take some looks here. So just going down the line, we have Astra Militarum and Astra Militarum. That's going to be on a light table. That is guns on both sides. I believe Pro Tabletop has more guns, but less Bullgrin. Tau into Chaos Space Marines. Then Dark Angels into Tau. Very interesting there. Then Chaos Space Marines into Adamek. That Chaos Space Marines into Adamek, I know that the Adamek have the weapons capable of killing the Accursed Cultists. I don't think that they survive getting hit first.
Yeah.
And I think that those Accursed Cultists are faster, so it's going to be about how good the screen game is of those Adamek. But Adamek are just annoying. They're difficult to shoot through. They're difficult to chew through. You have to really hammer them to actually get them down. I would not be surprised the Adamek player has enough screens in front of the good stuff that the ACDC don't get to land a solid blow. That's going to be interesting. Grey Knights at 1,000 Suns. This is essentially a 7 Walker Grey Knight into a monster mash G-Suds. I expect this to be one of the first games done, and I expect it to be brutal. I don't know who's going to win, but brutal is the prediction. And then, honestly, this might be my favorite game of the round. Genestealer Cults into Ultramarines. We have Gulliman, we have Calgar, we have Genestealer Cults. We are defying all competitive odds on these two very good teams to bring two very weird lists up against each other.
Yep.
I feel like both of the armies that no one understands are just playing. Like, Midwest Monstars is confused. There's a Gulliman in the list. Why is there a Ventress? Why are there aggressors? Nobody knows. Put it into the Genestealer Cult because no one knows what that does either. And then Necrons are just closing out the end of it. Necrons into Grey Knights and Necrons into Adeptus Sororitas. I am very curious to see how those are going to break out. Okie dokie. All right, so now that we have these final pairings, all of the players are going to go ahead and spread out to their respective tables. They're going to start setting up. All right, so as always, we'll be talking through some things as the players get situated. It'll take a minute to deploy, get to know their opponents, get to know their armies, figure out what's going down. And while that is going on, we'll kind of make some predictions as well and see what we're doing. We've already got the lists together, so hopefully that's helpful for everyone. Lots of interesting games going down here.
Okay, so we did get a little bit of inside baseball on Pro Tabletop's Matrix here.
Okay.
So it looks like right now they are projecting it out as a 100 to 60, but one of these games they view as a straight coin flip. That is the Grey Knight Necron game. They think that is 20-0 one way or the other.
And they just don't know which way yet.
They do not.
Well, they're going to find out, and
Yeah.
we'll find out with them. That is an impressively optimistic Matrix here.
Yeah.
What is the
So that is
wow.
doing that game as a 10-10. So,
Yeah.
But yeah. So
But they just don't know.
Right now, it looks like they think they will take that Astra Militarum mirror.
Yep.
They have a pretty favorable on the CSM versus Tau. Also on their Tau versus the Marines.
I don't trust that. I do not trust that.
Okay.
I won't tell Pro Tabletop, but I don't trust that.
All right. Then they've got their AdMech with most of these wins they have as like a 12.
Okay.
So same deal with the AdMech into the ACDC cultists. Again, Ultramarines 12-8 on the GSC. And then the T-Suns Grey Knight game, they are putting in as a 15-5 for the T-Suns.
Okay. T-Suns are confident in that one. And you know what? They do have that stratagem against the psychic weapons, which the side cannons of the Dread Knights are psychic weapons. So killing Magnus is just going to be difficult unless Canis gets into combat with him, which I imagine that the Thousand Sons player, Brad, is going to put some effort into making sure that's not how that goes. But you never know. Morvenn Vahl found Magnus last round.
If you're just tuning in, we're on round 2 of Dreamhack Team Tournament. We have Pro Tabletop versus Midwest Monstars on stream. They are 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now, which is wonderful. But so probably we'll see players taking, not in any rush to get their stuff on the board, going through their pregame motions.
Absolutely. You know, it might be worth our time to go see if someone on Midwest Monstars has a Matrix and see if they're willing to share it. See if they have something easily shareable.
Yeah.
You want me to go ahead and see if I can grab that?
Yeah.
All right. I'll see if I can hunt down someone on the Midwest Monstars, see if that's something they have and they can share. And looks like we've got Price looking at it now. So if that's a thing we can get, we'll get it. And if not, if they're feeling a little bit shy, it's no big deal. We'll see what's available. And no pressure on them either way. We're not too worried about it. Alrighty. So at the moment, I can only do our smiley faces. So that's what you get. All right, and yeah, everyone's setting up, so we got a little bit of time before we're getting models on. But as always, and in case you're joining in for the first time, we have top downs on all 8 of these tables, so we'll be able to bounce back and forth between them.
Yep, and each table is mic'd up for the players. There additionally is an individual stream for each of the 8 tables. So if one of these matchups really looks juicy to you and you want to just track that one, you can go ahead and check that out. We will be providing kind of the mainstream here with the overall coverage, hopping between tables, but over on Tabletop Life, they should have 8 separate streams currently live, 1 for each table.
Absolutely. All right. Notably, that's Tabletop Life, not Tabletop Alive. These are 2 separate channels. Very creative in this industry. All right, so lots going on here. This is going to be a good one. Again, these are 2 of the better teams, I think, at the event. And we've got strong contenders all the way up and down, but these are ones that I know that the Art of War team has been taking very seriously as potential competitors. And so we'll see how this goes. At the moment, Team Art of War is playing against Pro Top, not to be confused with Pro Tabletop, but I believe that they're a bit of an offshoot team. I think Pro Top are members of Pro Tabletop. They just, had more than 8 players who wanted to come play at the event, so I think it's like the secondary team of Pro Tabletop. And they're the Pro-Tatos today and for the rest of the weekend. All right. Yeah, of that, I think that the game to watch is going to be that Tau versus Dark Angels of the pro tabletop predictions, that was the one that I trust the least. I think on Dark Angel table choice, and I don't know what table they ended up on, but I would guess that if the Dark Angel players scored a little bit more of an open, a little bit more of a closed table, something with walls in front of the objectives, that could be to their benefit. Now, something that we do also have to mention here is that this is Mission H, as in hotel. And Mission H is, that's the one where the objectives disappear in the middle of the game. So at some point, once we know where the alphas and the omegas are on all of these tables, I think we're going to have to get a count to see who won the alpha omega off. Because I don't care how good you are. If all 8 omegas end up on the wrong side of the table, you are in for a hard day.
That is true. Azuma, not in this round. We don't have any Black Templars. I'm not sure how many are in the field, but certainly if we get a couple teams, you will get that coverage. That
and round 1, it seemed that Team Art of War put up about 130 points. They seemed to put up a very good margin on their round 1.
All right. So this is the last round for today. Basically, it's 2 rounds today, 2 tomorrow, and then a final round Sunday. Right now, players have about 6 more minutes before the round officially starts, and then they have essentially a 3.5-hour time limit. So we will be going until 8 p.m. Eastern.
Indeed, we'll be here for quite a while, but that is okay. We've got a lot to talk about. It's going to be very exciting. So now I know that in the first game, in the first round of the day, the whole mood was tight games all the way up and down. No one could really put a lot of differential. And this, I don't think this is that kind of mission. This is the kind of mission where you can get big wins. It's going to be difficult to make predictions before we know where the alphas and the omegas are. But, man, this is absolutely a mission where one side can get skunked on primary. You can't score primary points in your deployment zone. All primary is in no man's land. And that primary is going to start disappearing out from under you. That means that if someone goes first and they get close, there's no hiding and scoring primary. If you try to score primary, you're going to be in charge range of someone that moved up in stage turn 1. So it's going to be difficult to score primary in a lot of these games, but if someone gets the upper hand and they're the only person scoring, primary, you're just cashing in 2 diff points a round. And it's just going to go up and up and up. And so this is going to be very challenging, I think. It's going to be challenging to predict until we know where those objectives end up disappearing. But I expect that this is a round we're going to see more high differential scores than what we saw in the first round. I think we're going to get our first 15, we're going to get more than one 15 plus, probably on each side. Because, again, we've got some real heroes on both sides of the lines here. Of course, making sure that everyone's getting their names and their factions in, so hopefully we end up with everyone with up-to-date tables pretty soon, so we can get that information to you once the games actually begin in earnest. At the moment, it looks like just about every player is still in deployment. I don't think anyone has actually started a game yet. No surprise there, just the amount of time. It would not make sense for them to have begun rolling dice yet.
I would be impressed.
I would be impressed. Maybe that T-Sun versus Grey Knight if they both do the armies.
Yeah.
Because there's not a high quantity of relevant units in each of those armies. You've got what you got. But that'll be very interesting. Man, that's going to be the Magnus show. It's going to be, can Magnus live and just keep walking around blasting Dread Knight slowly without getting in combat? Because side cannons just don't kill Magnus at anything approaching the correct rate. Now the 4-up feel no pain on the big man. That's just rough to deal with. I also think they wound him on 5s. That is the Magnus show.
That's not what you want.
No, wound on 5s into the 4-up arm, invuln into the 4-up feel no pain. I'm not willing to play that game. But the Grey Knight player may be a little braver than I am.
All right, I'm going to go jostle a couple of these table cameras.
No problem. Thank you very much. All right, so at the moment, it looks like we've got table 1 right in front of us, which appears to be, is this going to be Sisters against Necrons? It looks like it. Now, this is, oh, they haven't put theirs in yet. That's okay. This is Awakened Dynasty Necrons, and I gotta say, I don't even know how to describe this list. This is one of the weirdest lists you're going to see. This is the Walter Langendorf special. Walter Langendorf is a bit of a legend in the Art of War team. because this man has lists that, on first glance, perhaps do not show their strength. You can view the lists in the chat as well as in the description, and this is an Awakened Dynasty list that I think the count is, and we'll know for sure, I think the count is 17 characters. 17 is a lot of characters. Beyond that, there's a bunch of Immortals, there's a bunch of little stuff. Awakened Dynasty is the detachment that lets you just, whoop, resurrect a character for a command point, and there's plenty of characters that are going to be problematic. But this is against Sisters of Battle. We know that Sisters are pretty good at Warhammer these days. This is also Hammer and Anvil, so we've got deployment zones, whoop, right like that, and whoop, right like that, roughly. Don't hold me to that line. But this is going to be wild, because if this Necron list is legit, now is when you find out. This is the definition of anti-meta against meta. And I gotta say, don't count out the Necrons. If you read that list and you thought, what the heck is going on here, don't worry, you're not alone. Don't feel bad. But if anyone's going to pull that off, Walter Langendorf is the man to do it. Just to hype him up a little bit, in case you're unaware of who Walter Langendorf is, Walter Langendorf has beaten both Quentin Johnson and myself in team tournaments in the past as part of Pro Tabletop. The Art of War team knows that he is dangerous and deadly, and his lists do not look good. That, however, does not change the fact that Walter is good. Walter is very good at Warhammer, and his crazy lists work well for him. So,
that can be a huge advantage in a team event, especially because you don't have to go undefeated individually as a player. You don't have to play the entire field. So if there's one or two matchups that are just brutal, you
don't
can
play
avoid
them.
Yeah, and then when you have weird stuff, it's really hard for other teams to get a good gauge on what that match should be.
Yeah, I imagine that the Midwest Monstars were confident in this matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, again, 17 character Necrons. Maybe it's 16. It's in a teen. How are the characters in a teen? But this is Bringers of Flame Sisters. This is about the definition of a meta army right now. I mean, for good reason. Sisters are an incredibly powerful army. They are just strong. But we just have a crazy Necron list opposite this. And so I am extremely curious to see how this goes. It looks like Walter is taking a very conservative approach to this. Looks like he just has one character floating out, but that is the extremely tough Illuminor Zerans. And so now we've got to get some close-ups here of Walter's deployment zone. This is fantastic.
Zera's, of course, lone up when he's nearby other Necrons.
So he's not in a lot of danger. I think Walter would be happy if the Sisters committed early game. So plenty of good things there from Walter. Looks like he's now taking the other side. Let's go ahead and move on to that top-down now. And then it looks like the Sisters are taking a relatively aggressive deployment. Looks like they're going on the line as well. Let's see if we can get a shot of those Sisters as they're deploying on the line there. And looks like we're getting off the camera now. Yeah, that's the line, and the Sisters seem intent to park on it. Walter's list, unconventional as it is, does not have a high quantity of, let's say, long-range shooting. And so the Sisters are deploying fearlessly right now. They're on the lines. There's a ton of tanks. There's 2 Exorcists, 3 Immolators, 3 Castigators, I think. Too darn many, and I don't even know if they're done deploying. It seems like instead of, I don't see any of the Volgons. I think I just see a couple Mortifiers, but a lot of vehicles, a lot of hulls. So I think we can go ahead and head back to that top down. And there we are. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Sisters holes. Woo, Christmas. Yeah. 3 Castigator, 2 Exorcist, 3 Immolators. That looks like the ticket. I'm going to be honest, folks. I don't know how Walter's going to kill all of that. I don't know if Walter knows, but I've seen Walter win games with a shoestring and the gum in his pocket. So this will be one to check on.
I have to imagine that this is definitely a match he thought about and had some idea of how he would play it. You have to know the Sisters are going to be there.
This is also one of those things, though, where the Pro Tabletop team, they're betting on their guy. They're betting on Walter. They're not betting on the matchup.
That is part, especially the, I would say, more competitive teams. It's not just about faction versus faction. It's player versus player as well. And trying to optimize not only which factions are playing against each other, but style of play and maybe mindset of how those individual players operate.
Yeah, seems like they're rolling off now for the Alpha Omegas. All right, let's move our way down the line. Let's go check on that next table. So let's go to table 2, I think. All right, and this is going to be Thousand Suns against Grey Knights. The Grey Knights seems to be deploying without a care in the world all the way in the back, almost as if they're going to find a way to get there when they need to.
Weird.
Crazy. I'm guessing that the Grey Knights player is waiting to see where those objectives end up being important before they commit where their army is, and fair enough. T-Suns, for their part, are deploying on the line. They seem to be unconcerned about the long-range shooting of the Grey Knights, or they're just accepting that if the Grey Knights want to shoot them, they're going to, because getting away from Grey Knights is hard, and they're not going to try. So T-Suns on the line, they seem ready to push up, try to hold those objectives, and try to defend them against the push of the Grey Knights. Looks like it seems that on this map in Hammer and Anvil, it seems like the clear call on every table we've seen so far, and we're going to keep going the line, is if you don't have the shooting advantage, hide. If you do, on the line, get to those center objectives, get the diff. Both of these teams are good. Both of these teams are capable of winning this event. Good shots there. Let's go ahead and take it to the top down. But they know how to push for diff. There's no, oh, I'm going to win, I'll score a 12. If they think they're going to win, they're trying to get the 16, the 17, the 18.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are experienced, and they're both trying to get everything they can because they know that even if their game goes well, there are going to be battles against them on the other tables.
Yeah. And Brad's Thousand Sun list is a little unconventional.
I would say
some
so.
Interesting unit choices in there.
Yeah.
More maybe range shooting than would be typical.
0 Rubik Marines, as I recall. Quite a first. This is a low Cabal special. So this is Magnus, 3 Mutalith Vortex Beasts, 3 Fortrines, 2 Predator Destructors. That is quite a bit of guns, and the Grey Knights don't seem to be super interested in absorbing that on turn 1, and the T-Suns seem content to get hit first after pushing on 2 objectives and then pointing their guns downfield. Really, it's enough Cabal points to keep Magnus operating, because Magnus has most of the Cabal points. There's a couple characters other than Magnus, but it's mostly Magnus. This is a Magnus and all of his biggest friends party. I will say I love the inclusion of Thousand Suns Forge Fiends. They don't get a lot of buffs, and you may think, man, aren't those a lot worse than Chaos Space Marine Forge Fiends? You're correct, they are. They are nowhere close. However, they're also nowhere close in points. That's because these things are cheaper than what Forge Fiends cost when the edition started. I believe that these are like 135, 140. The Thousand Suns Forge Fiend is just not that expensive. But it's still Strength 10, AP 3, Damage 3. And that means that just firing 3 of them at a Dread Knight is going to put some saves. Because against these kind of low toughness Dread Knights, they're banking on that 2-up armor save. Well, AP 3 is cut into the end, even in cover. Maybe you could True Silver one of them for a 3-up, and guess what? That's the guy who's going to eat Doom Bolts next, or the Dev Wounds off of Magnus. They'll find a way if they need to. So I am thinking here that the shooting advantage is very much in Thousand Suns' favor. I can see why Pro Tabletop is confident. It looks like they're rolling off now. Let's finalize these objectives real quick. So I think the Alpha is the center, and they just put a 4 on it. I'm guessing that shows that it disappears on turn 4.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Rolling for the Omega.
So that one stays.
Okay.
All right, so the objective on the bottom of the screen is
That
going
one will
to stay.
stay.
So Alpha. And
This one's going to
Omega.
leave on 4. That one's staying.
All right, being very clear
So
with each other
leaves
about
4,
what's
leaves
going
5,
where.
stays. Cool. Sounds good. Seems good for your side.
All right.
All right.
Let's go ahead and move on down, but it doesn't seem like anyone's upset about this. Because this is Hammer and Anvil, at least the objectives are equidistant.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than playing on table quarters and having your natural
It's
expansion
unfortunate,
objective disappear while theirs stays. All right, now we've got a little bit more of a conventional Necron list into these Grey Knights. And are they finishing deployment? Have they already rolled the Alpha and the Omega? It's hard to tell. I don't see any chips on those objectives, unless I'm missing something. Get a nice shot of the convention there. Oh, it looks like they're rolling. Let's find out. Let's go to the top down so we can hear the players. If the players have mics on. Price, if they don't have mics, tell them to put mics on. Oh, no, I see mics clipped on. All right. They're just rolling for it. Let's see if we can pick this up.
Yeah, I'll go see what I can prod. Actually, it looks like
man,
Price
is this Hypercrypt versus Great? This is just up-down festival.
Just everybody teleports.
But you have to stay to hold the primary.
Yeah.
All right, no equality here. Oh boy.
Bit of a distinction on when they teleport, though.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're on the objective, you're not teleporting. Just everyone's going up, everyone's going down. Good amount of shooting on both sides. And this is the one.
Yeah, our mission needs to be updated.
Yes, this is hotel. So I believe supply drop is the name of the one.
Hidden supplies.
No, hidden supplies is a split objective. So you're looking at the mission rules.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, what's our
smoke and mirrors?
Smoke and mirrors.
There you go. And this is hammer and anvil as well. All right, so here this should be a good one. Hypercrypt versus Krons. This is one of the ones where Pro Tabletop at least seemed to think that this was going to be a coin flip. This was one that they thought was dangerous. I can see why. The Silent King is deadly. I would not want to be tangoing with him. Ignoring mods, lots of high damage shots. Yuck. But Grey Knights. I mean, you've got Canis, you have 6 Dread Knights. There is plenty of stuff doing damage on the Grey Knight side as well, and someone's getting hit first. And
So
you don't know who it's going to be.
It looks like Colin has gotten first turn with the Grey Knights.
Doubt he wanted that.
Yeah.
I don't think he had any interest in going first, and the dice have forced him to anyways. He is probably unhappy with that. I think going second is the key here. Not only for bottom of turn, try to steal a 15. You're both 3-inch deep striking up and down armies, but he can't go up and down this turn. So this is the turn where he sits, but on turn 1, the Necrons get to bring up and go down. So I would expect that Colin is disappointed with that result, and I would say that that's already a point in favor of the Monstars, because I think going second gives you a better chance of winning this coin flip. Not to say it's a guarantee, but we'll see how this one develops. All right. Let's keep on going down the line. I think next game was a Tau versus Chaos Space Marines. Let's see.
Table
Looks like
4 is National Military Tau. No, sorry, it is Space Marines.
Yeah, I think those
that green threw me off.
Absolutely, nice
green
camo
tanks.
green on the Predators, but those are Chaos Space Marine Predators.
That's correct.
I see some Brigands in there. I see some accursed cultists. Lots of nice holes. I think this is Jaime.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll try
Jaime
and
is,
get them to update their scoring tablet as
absolutely.
well.
Jaime's a phenomenal player. They were confident in this one. Now let's look at this Talus. I see 3 Piranhas. I see 3 Riptides. I see 3 Hammerheads. Oh, well, nope. I see Skyrays and Hammerheads. Okay. A lot of guns. And I gotta say, these objectives don't look like they're behind the walls. I wouldn't be thrilled about staring down this many Tau guns.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't done the math on Accursed
pretty open
Cultists,
middle.
but that is a... Well, this was the table chosen by the Tau.
That is true.
But if you touch this objective there, you're getting seen from here, and from here, and from there, and from there. Okay, so, you know, if you do that, the Tau can probably only get like 8 holes shooting at you if you touch the objective. That's got to be fine.
Yeah.
Very curious to see what works out. Now, the Chaos Space Marines, they have shooting of their own. There's, I see several dogs. I see, looks like 3 Predators as well. So it's not like the Tau player can touch those objectives super easily either. And maybe some cheeky rapid ingress plays will keep the Chaos Space Marines safe on the objectives. At the moment, it looks like Jaime's trying to stay safe. And it looks like they're still in deployment. So I'm guessing
You
they
got
have
so much anti-tank. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Jaime's noticing the amount of guns that his opponent brought. It is a high quantity. I will be curious to see if Jaime can make good on that prediction. All right. Want to go down the other side?
Yep.
Let's go ahead and hit table 5.
Over to 5.
Love it. Oh, goodness. We're going to have no idea what's going on in this game, are we? This is the AdMech versus Chaos Space Marines. It looks like they're handshaking for the start right now. All right. That is a high quantity of AdMech.
That's a lot of dudes.
Holy goodness. That's a lot of dudes. Now, this has got to be the Skitarii veteran cohort because the entire list is Skitarii. That is more 40mm bases than I own Gaunts. What are we doing? Looks like they're rolling, so I think that they just determined the alpha objective.
Yep. Looks like it was that bottom one.
And that bottom one, if the bottom's the alpha, that's the one that is easily head by the Chaos Space Marines. That is not what the Monstars wanted to see.
Nope.
And so let's make sure that that's right. And it looks like the top one's the Omega, the one being held by the AdMech. Okay. So they've marked those two. And that means that the middle one is going to be the one that disappears at the end. Let's just see if we can get some confirmation on the fact that that is the Alpha and the Omega. They haven't. They've just put tokens down. They have not marked which one disappears first. But we'll get a good shot of the deployment there. We'll get a good shot of what's going on, and we'll see if we can get confirmation. Price, can you just point at the Omega objective if you can ask those friends which one's the Omega? So Price, point to the Omega for me. Like, put your hand on it. Okay, nope, that is the complete opposite. Uh-oh. So the Alpha objective is at the top. It looks like they rolled that one first. They just had marked it. And the Omega is at the bottom. So that means the first objective to disappear is for the AdMech, and the last one to stay is for the Chaos Space Marine side of the wall. All right, I lied. That is exactly what the Monstars wanted to see. Yep. That's another early thing going their way. All right. Very interesting. And we're seeing some looks at the table here. Lots of accursed cultists. They seem to be hiding around the edges. They don't seem to want to take the brunt of that firepower early, but they still have plenty of guns of their own. This is being played on table layout 8. So this is one of those things where it's touching that center objective is going to be difficult unless you're willing to get shot, and it may just be that the AdMech player is going to have to decide at a certain point, yeah, I kind of am willing to get shot, and we'll see if that pans out. But at the moment, that those early rolls seem to be in favor of the Chaos Space Marines. Let's see if we can now move it on down to table 6. And this is the one that I'm interested in. This is the one I want to see. This is Thomas Bird's Ultramarines into Gene Stealer Cult. It seems that game is already going, which is crazy because the players haven't put their names in yet. But I'm sure Price can poke them and see if they can remember their own names. And we may even have to update the team name on there as well when they do that. But for now, I'm guessing the Gene Stealer Cult. No, they just may be going fast here. Eyeballing this. No, I think that the Gene Stealer Cult might have the first turn here and is just going full speed ahead.
Yeah.
Wow, they are just careening towards me. This. All right, hold on. Let's listen to what these boys are saying.
Advance to these guys.
All right, deciding what they're doing still.
We got them right here marked.
Oh, man, they are... The Gene Stealer Cult player appears to have zero fear right now.
Yeah, they rolled a 3.
They are just going. So, looks like a bunch of Acolytes have pushed forward. This truck just driving straight towards. That is gutsy. And it looks like there's still something in it. I'm guessing that has to be a Neophyte squad inside if I were a betting man. I'm guessing there's some Neophytes pointing their guns out the top, and so maybe they're just going to try to sprinkle some shots down into that Aggressor brick. That looks like that is Aggressors with Calgar, if I am reading that top down correctly. I think that's Marnius, Calgar, unit of Aggressors, and Victrix Guard. And then, of course, you've got Papa Gulamin himself standing right, proud and defiant. I do not know the order of the Alpha and Omegas. It looked like they've marked the Alpha and Omega, but yet again, I don't know which is which.
I'm going to put this guy in there as well before
that's
move.
a Kellamorph just getting in a truck. We'll see if we'll see Price. Could you point at the Omega? We're on the top down right now. So if you could just figure out from the players which one is the Omega. So Omega is what just got pointed at, and therefore Alpha is the other side. All right, so Price, put your hand on the Omega for me because I can't hear what you're saying.
I'll just move 10 because I would have had a pivot to...
Okay, so the far side is the Omega, it looks like. So that Ultramarine symbol seems to be the Omega. So that means we are looking at Alpha, Omega. These Alphas and Omegas appear to have zero interest in the center, which is crazy because that means we're getting the most binary results possible. The center, you know, if the center's the Omega, I think no one's mad. We're just exhales in relief. But this is favoring the Ultramarines. But now the Gene Stealer Cult have decided to full send. And so we may not be a bottom of 5 kind of game here the way that this Gene Stealer Cult is playing. That could be good for him.
8 wounds, 3 up save. Plasma bait. Or a bolter. Oh, bolter. Okay. Bolter should kill him. Just got to get 4 through, right? Can you tell me a distance from my front Gene Stealer to this squad?
Oh, man. Yeah, aggressive from this Gene Stealer Cult player, but it could pay off for him if he's able to capitalize.
The big squad.
if either of
The
these teams
Gene
are able
Stealers,
to secure
I think it's
a
like the
big win
Patriot.
early, that'll be massive for the round and for
like
shaping the
20?
direction of the team. So
Okay.
he might just
I'll
be
roll his
going for a
advance.
win if he's thinking he's got this.
A 1, probably not coming out.
Yeah, 1 is not what you want to see there, and I don't think you, on top of 1, you've got enough command points to really determine that. Okay. Wow, this is likely going to be a game that we come back to a lot, because as long as the Gene Circle player is existing in front of the Ultramarines, that means that we're going to have some interesting results. Wow. Yeah, this is going to be good. Thomas Bird is another player with an unconventional list for Pro Tabletop. Ultramarines with Gulliman, but well, we'll see. I don't really know what the Gene Circle player is doing either. This is going to be a learning game for everyone, I think. Oh, and they're coming out. Are these the Pierce Drains? Wow. No, those are Acolytes, I think. Or Aberrants? Final answer, Aberrants. I say final answer, it might not be the final answer, but those look like Aberrants to me. They are big and large, and I recognize, yep, those are Aberrants. Okay, my eyes did not fail me. Yep. So Aberrants pushing forward. This just may be a case where the Gene Circle player is looking at the table and saying, you know what, you're a tricky army or a toolbox army, but you're not a kill everything on the table at once army. And he may have decided that the Ultramarine player is going to be busy.
This turn, right, Tom?
And there's no reserves coming in.
Just uppy downy those guys, maybe?
Okay, so he is just pushing. Wow, this is going to be fascinating. Yep. Aberrant's pushing forwards. Let's see. And let's go ahead and hit that top down, and then maybe we can get a side of the push on the other side. I'm very curious to see what all came out on the other side to go attack those Ultramarines. It looks like our cameraman is getting in position, so we should have a good enough shot of that very soon. And as soon as he's in position, we'll go ahead and get a shot. Because a lot of Gene Circle cultists have run out at these Ultramarines that are on the center objective. Looks like a pure strain squad, a 5-man, and maybe 10 Acolytes, but those 10 Acolytes do appear to have a character with them, as well as a Midwest Monstar standing in front of the camera. That's okay, though. So that's, 10 Acolytes, presumably Metamorphs. No, those look like regular Acolytes. I can't tell. I think those are regular Acolytes. Regular Acolytes, maybe, with a
sounds good.
I'll advance biology. Oh, God, what is his name? I'm embarrassed that I've forgotten this. What is the Gene Circle doctor? What's his name?
Ryan. Oh, the model.
The model, yeah. Like, what's the guy?
Isn't he a biologist?
He might be. Biologist. That is the biologist. The biologist, if those are regular Acolytes, a biologist will give them the rules of the detachment. All right. And real quick, if you could figure out, what's that Ultramarine behind the wall, just from the other side?
What's the speed here?
Oh, man, those Monstars are just determined to stand in front of the camera. You got to let the players play.
So the fastest this guy's going to go is 6.
I don't blame them. And we don't want them to get out of the way because we want them to be focused. Looks like an infiltrator.
He can advance and shoot and charge?
Oh, man. If the Gene Circle army kills the infiltrators to start the game, that is a big amount of the screening gone. Yeah. And I got to say, infiltrators into Gene Circle, pretty useful. I would want to keep those alive. But the 2 units bearing down on them, to me, indicates that they will not be alive.
Okay. We'll go to
I think that's too much melee for them to survive.
I would be surprised.
They're not going to come out because I only rolled a 1.
But we'll see. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to the top down, and then we can probably move on to the next table, actually. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what's going on in Table 7. And I think Table 7 is Dark Angels against Tau.
Yep.
Based on these movements, I would say that the Tau player has the first turn.
Nothing to shoot
Looks
there.
like Trenton does.
Yeah. Man, in Hammer and Anvil, none of these objectives are covered. These objectives are just, they sure are in the open. So another case where the Tau player is able to shoot onto all of the objectives.
Happy with that.
Looks like the Dark Angels are relatively safe at the moment, but they're also
This
not
one's going away
in a position
first.
to contest these
This one's
objectives.
going away second. So this is the last one.
Okay, so here we go. Alpha, Omega. There we go. That's not bad for the Tau player. The Dark Angels are least well positioned to go push onto the Omega at the moment, but they still might be able to by bottom of 5. And I'm guessing that the Tau player has the first turn.
I don't know what that line of sight
Sure enough,
looks like
it
from
is
corner
checked right
to
there.
here
Tau
to
has first turn.
somewhere over here.
And I think
It's not back there, I can tell you that, where those guys are.
Yeah.
I think the Dark Angels are happy about that. Bottom of turn, you can just throw a unit out on turn 4, try to contest the Omega. Throw a unit out on turn 5, try to hold the Omega. And if you can do that, that's a big primary swing that almost overrules whatever else happens. If you're not gonna have the Omega in the right spot, you want to go second. And that seems to be what the Tau player has gotten. The worst thing that could have happened is if the Dark Angels player had gone first with the objectives in the same spot. I think Kyle would be quite sad if that's how it had gone down. But I don't expect he's taking so much damage on turn 1 that he wanted to go first. He should be fine here.
It's interesting to me that, last round we also had a Dark Angel versus Tau match. And here, both lists are completely different.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got, this is still a Dark Angel Gladius, still Deathwing Knights, and after that you get Redeemers and Gladiators instead of everything else. And it looks like, I think only one Gladiator's on the table. It looks like there's a Lancer all the way off to that bottom corner. But I believe that there's a Reaper in this list, but it's not on the table. So unless we are further into the turn than I personally can assess, I'm going to guess that Reaper's in reserves.
Yep.
And interesting here, and I think that leaves us...
just got confirmation of that.
Perfect. And I think we've got one table left, and that looks like it's another... What is that? Is that
Number 8.
guard versus guard? We haven't seen a guard army left. That's got to be what's left here. All right, let's open this one up. Woo, that's a lot of tanks. And it appears that guard has gone first. I don't think we need confirmation on that one. But it actually appears that the Midwest Monstars guard has gone first. So I'm seeing 5 tanks for the Monstars, as well as a non-zero number of Sentinels. And the Bullgren are pushing up. But that is a hellacious quantity of tanks on the side of Pro Tabletop. Now, the Monstars, again, as near as I can tell, have gone first. And so it seems like we've got a Bullgren unit pushing up behind that wall. They're ready to receive, move, and start moving faster and charge things next turn. And the tanks are going first. And it seems that Pro Tabletop took the stance of, I have more tanks than you, I can deploy on the line. I cannot imagine that first turn is something that either player wanted to give up. I also am very confused by the objective placement of this game. Am I crazy, or are those objectives not Hammer and Anvil?
Nope. Sure.
All right. So we had taken a policy of not telling the players about rules mistakes, but I think we should have Price ask them what mission they think they're playing.
Yeah.
This
is early enough.
I think it's early enough that we can just ask them.
Should.
Yeah. Just because I thought this was Hammer and Anvil. And now if the two players feel that it's too late in the game, I think at that point you call a judge, and that'll be up to them. But I think since we're on like top of one deployment, we can just ask them what mission they think they're playing and let them work out the rest of this. Man, this makes me paranoid. Was everyone else on Hammer and Anvil? I think so, but I'm not sure. And it looks like a judge is walking over now, so that'll be my interference for the day. Just one as a treat. I really had made a plan of not interfering if I saw any rules mistakes, but I think I'm willing to comment on this one. Chat, you can shame me if you think I've overstepped my boundaries here, but that feels like it was worth saying out loud. They've got a judge over there. They're gonna sort that one out. That is absolutely hilarious. Wow, wildly. I don't know what to do with that. That is a judge question, and so I'm gonna go ahead and let the judge do their job, because you know what, JD from Away Games is the judge there, and he is a pretty capable dude, and I am gonna trust him on that one. So we are instead gonna hop all the way back to table 1. And so we're going to see table 1, and this is going to be the Necron versus Sisters game. And I'm going to hear a little bit about what they're saying as well.
Okay. Sisters. I don't know. Yikes. All hits. Cool. Strength 5. Take a save. AP 1. Good. No, the 3 fails. But are you a 2-up tank?
Is this guy?
Yeah.
I get covered because the whole unit doesn't fully see my unit, right? Like fully, because if part of me is covered, I get cover.
Sure. All right, so right now it seems we're in the Necron shooting phase. My read on this is that it looks like the Sisters player has gone first. They're pushing forward, and the Necrons have decided to come all the way out. Here's what this means. This means the Necrons are going to do a decent amount of damage right now. But it means that there is going to be an entire Sisters army activating on them in about, 15 minutes. And we're probably going to want to check in on that shooting phase, because if that shooting phase goes well for the Sisters of Battle, that will be disastrous for the Necrons. But if they weather the storm and the Sisters get too close, it goes the other way entirely. So it seems to me like this is going to be a game that is decided early. The Necrons are coming out. Walter appears to be playing aggressively. He is certainly giving plenty of targets to the Sisters army. So I can only assume, based on this, that this is going to be a game that we know about the result in the next hour. There is a lot going on this table. Walter is not being shy, and the Sisters Army, if they want to activate, they're going to activate. God, is there a Volgon unit in that too? Yeah, there is a Volgon unit. I saw 8 tanks, and I just looked down and thought, well, that means there's no points for Volgons, but I'm wrong. Apparently, you can take whatever you want in a Sisters list. Must have been a miracle. Yep, that's Morven Vol. She has 3 Warsuit friends. God, what are they feeding Sisters these days? How do you fit so much?
You know, I guess the...
there must be no Seraphim. This must just be guns.com.
Just 1 wound, AP 4, 2 damage.
Just guns around America.
The Administratum has been very pleased with them lately. And,
yeah, just
you know, gave them some extra budget.
Turning things out overtime, no problem. All right, so we're back on the top down here. And let's just listen a little bit as Walter's shooting here. See what's going on.
There's the mortals from this thing. There's this guy's gun. There's Illuminor Xeros' gun.
All right, so Scott's asking what's left to shoot, and it sounds like that's because an Immolator has died and the girls are getting out. I am not shocked that an Immolator in front of the Necron army ceased to exist. No one is surprised there. But
how many shots is Illuminor's gun?
3.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think he's just going to get shot
we'll
by
go
that.
like that, not touching.
That.
No doubt, no doubt.
I get a miracle.
And it seems to me that he's trying not to touch the objectives. That's because Immortal Squads reroll wounds against objective markers. And I think that Scott has accepted that a 5 is where his primary is right now. The Necrons have pushed onto 1 to contest it. There's a Castigator all the way at the top that appears to be unbothered, flourishing in its lane, scoring 5 primary. The Dominions... Ooh. Dominions have a character attached. And several of them are dying. Okay. Oh, wow. Several Dominions are dying.
Xeros is going to fire at this tank. With his like staff of death. 1 hit, 1 wound. It's AP 3, 3 damage.
Goes through. I'll be down to 8.
All right, a little bit of damage coming through there.
I'm sure you're trembling.
Eldritch Lance of Necron phasiness. I'm sure Werner knows the name of that.
Oh yeah, Eldritch Lance is a solid little thing that Xeros brings to the table.
There you go.
It's I think about the only range shooting he's got in this list.
3 mortals.
Okay. It's just you just hit and it does immortal?
Well, I'm confused by the question, sorry.
I roll.
Hit? It doesn't hit. It just you roll 4 dice for each 4 plus its immortal wounds.
Sounds good.
So that is the...
the Volgon's taking a little damage.
Yep, that's from the
Charges so far down.
Pew, pew, pew. Exactly how that goes. All right, let's clear the screen
The important thing, this Scorpec unit will try and get them...
what do you need?
Like a 6, probably.
All right, so looking at charges there.
You're right on the objective.
It could be a 7.
I think it's a 7.
If I roll a 6, we'll measure real careful.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
I can only get 1 guy in base with a 9, so everyone's going to stand on his back. He's going to be out of 6, so I don't get fucked by Vol.
All right, so this is a Scorpec squad charging a tank. It seems that Scott went aggressive, and we're determined for Walter to try to punish them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks not in combat right now, but killing 2 on the come out turn is not bad with an army that is not terribly long range.
Charge this guy like a 7 or an 8.
Yeah, probably same about thing.
A 3 doesn't do it.
Okay.
This squad will charge her.
Okay.
8 certainly does it.
Makes it, yeah.
All right, this looks like destroyers. I can only assume there's a Lord involved if they're charging in.
Yeah, not particularly punchy, but if it's just 2 sisters.
Yeah, I think one of them is a character off of just off the eyeball. We're seeing what's moving in here, and I'm talking about these sisters right in the center. There's a Lord attached, so the Lord is almost certainly what's going to try to do the heavy lifting here, and he should have an easy time getting into combat.
Let's fight. We'll go over here first. We're going to use our once per game dev wound attacks.
Sounds good.
All right. Popping the... I don't even know what that guy is. The
you have to make base
plasma site?
Yeah.
If you're going to move them,
plasma
you have
site.
to make base.
There you go. Get some dev wounds action going. Gotta say, that's nasty. Now, Morven Vol is
the
going to
idea here is there's nowhere for you to fall out onto the objective. And
no, you've got it. I can't even take the objective away from me anyways, man. I don't got enough bodies.
Impact hits, D3 plus 3, 6 mortals.
Okay, he's down to 2.
Okay, this
it's always embarrassing to lose when the dice are all like singing your theme song. Here we go. A billion attacks for a zillion damage.
And if we're going to keep rolling in the same situation, can we like clean up some of your dice so I don't
over here in the fight bias?
All right. Yeah, so it looks like this is I think we're going to want to check. We're going to want to set our watches and come back to this game in about 8 minutes, I think.
I have
8
missed
minutes.
with
8
one,
minutes.
4
Because in 8
legals,
minutes,
and 7 misses.
I mean,
Users
I'm
got
sure they'll be done
5.
moving. It'll probably be like more like 12.
So there's one
but
more save and
I
one
think
double.
that the sister
For
shooting
2
phase is
days.
going to be
That
something
might
we need to
already kill
observe.
you,
So
but-
these, I
Because
got
if
5
it goes
saves.
well,
AP2, 2
it's,
damage.
or if
Yeah,
it goes
exactly.
poorly, it will determine
Do I
the
blow?
scape
No one is
of this
astounded by
round.
this outcome.
Yes.
Because the teams will know quickly if this
Hopefully
game
Maul
goes
doesn't take
crazy.
any damage.
All right.
She does.
Get her by that spear.
Oh, an explosion hit the Volgons.
She takes
One of them's wounded,
3.
and it kill the Paragon? Is that true?
No.
I thought one of the Paragons was
This
wounded.
casket, This one.
Oh.
My squad
I
is
thought
in
they
it.
had taken some damage. Maybe I'm wrong.
2.
But it looked like he changed the wound counter.
I
My
think your
squad
Plasmancer
is-
might be in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry? 3 to them.
All right.
that was
Lots
brutal.
of mortals just scattering around. A couple of mortals just died.
Not what you want as a Necron player.
No, that is not it. All right,
this took
let's
1,
move down the line here.
she's
Let's go ahead and
dead.
check out that Grey Knight versus T-Sun game. That's another one that I think is going to tell the story of the round early.
So we're gonna do Flamer into the Ghost.
So let's take a second just to collect what's going on here.
Psychic into there. What are you down to? 5?
All right.
7.
First turn was the T-Suns,
13, 6, yeah. 7.
and we're on bottom of 1 right now. So the Grey
Everything there.
Knights
I'm not gonna split fire.
routed 3 Dread Knights.
No, wait. Do they only have 11?
I'm gonna fix
They
that
might only have
side
11.
score.
I'm thinking of beasts. I'm pretty sure these only have 11.
They must have been shooting up this
Let
this
me
Predator.
just make sure I'm not crazy.
Yeah, very much looks like the T-Suns took the first turn and
5.
decided, well, I'm going to get
Sorry.
shot anyways. Let's go ahead and
Flamer
stand on
here
all the
then,
objectives.
and then
He is
we got
pushing
it.
for the big win here, and Magnus is waiting to see where he's needed. There's no reason to take unnecessary damage on Magnus or to have to spend a command point.
You got it.
So Magnus is waiting, and as soon as it is determined where those Grey Knights are, that is when Magnus will go out and start shooting people. And that looks like it's about to be happening very soon. So I can only assume based on the amount of stuff on the table right
sorry.
now.
I'm going to use these for the reroll in the shooting phase.
Where is
I should space out. Always in the shooting and the fight.
I'm sorry, is Canis Rex no longer alive?
You have those 3 guys down there. You
Maybe
could
Price
go
will be able
for a
to tell me.
charge
Price, do you
here.
see Canis Rex off the table? And can you find out if he's in reserves?
It's one of my teammates, though. I don't know whose it is.
I didn't catch during deployment whether or not Canis Rex was deployed.
Um,
I'm going to guess he's in reserves. That's what would
That
make
guy's
most sense
just
to
going
me.
to die because
I
you're
would
going
be
to have
impressed
3
if
of
Canis
them.
had
I
died
could
this fast.
smoke
He's
him,
got to
give
be
it
in
a
rapid
reroll.
rest, just waiting to
You
come in
don't
at
do
the
that,
right
I
time.
can shoot there, shoot there.
Fun fact, in
Do
rapid
that.
rest reserves, that's
You
probably what
could
he's
just
doing.
like come over here and kill this guy, that guy does, that guy does, that guy does. Do I want you up here?
But I would guess that a
For
decent
you
amount
to
of
do
damage
this.
can be done.
Yeah,
to
we'll
these,
use the Cabal here.
To these,
Makes it?
this Predator and everything
Alive
else.
on 2?
Down to 2, yep.
You get a chance, switch to the computer. Tablet stop.
Tablet stop working?
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like Brad was able to save a Predator on an objective. Now there's potentially some managed charges coming, but that's a big deal because that's the only thing holding the
You
objective.
can do your thing, do your thing.
4 save on the Zangors.
Yep. 6s.
I'm going to guess that Brad has made a determination that the least valuable pieces in his army are those Predators. They are not that tough, but he was probably looking at the Predators versus the Forge Fiends. And those Predators, those autocannons being AP1, they just don't do anything to Dread Knights in cover. And he probably accepted this and said, hey, Forge Fiends are just better than Predators at shooting Dread Knights. They're the same defensive profile as far as the side cannon is concerned. Let's go ahead and jam the Predators forward. And so that seems to be what he's doing, and he seems to be okay with it if the Predators die. Again, I will not be surprised if this Predator on the bottom right died, but you know what? If he pops a 4-up Feel No Pain against Psychic Weapons, maybe even Smoke at the same time, depending on his CP economy, I actually wouldn't be surprised if that Predator snuck it out with a wound or 2.
Yeah,
it would be the craziest
that would be
thing.
pretty impactful.
Yeah, because I believe that stratagem, that 4-up Feel No Pain against Psychic Weapons, I don't think there's a limit on that. I don't think it's infantry. I don't think it's monsters. I think it's Thousand Suns, period.
You can pull that up.
Yeah, that's my guess on that. I wonder if we could get that on the iPad.
Yep, I'm pulling it up.
Perfect. All right. So, Brad's adjusting his command points. Let's see if that's what's happening. Let's listen in on the players.
Nothing. Second guy.
You got it.
Everything.
Dread Knights down the line. All shooting there. Predator lives. That'll be big.
3.
Good. Fives.
Brad's trying to get this high diff here. He's trying to get this big win.
Take 6, down to 5.
Okay. Flamer.
Yep.
8.
that's exactly it. Thank you for that. And so yeah, that must be what that Predator popped, because he's getting lit up by
Where's the
side
Art of War
cannons.
dice? Roll a 6 on the Art of War dice.
Hazardous is also a fun little side bit.
Gives me 5s.
3.
4-ups. Takes 2 more, down to 3.
Takes 1 more.
Oh, it's only 1 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, those are
you're
only
saying
1?
there's a life?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't
So-
ever remember if they're 1 or 2 wounds.
They're 2, so 1's alive.
Oh, and that's a Zangor Enlightened who got flamed by the.
Sorry, I thought your flamers were 2
Dread Flamer.
damage.
I mean, if we want to both agree they're 2 damage. Yeah, they're just redeemers. Front guy, then everything.
Yeah, you got it.
Love
Down
to
to
hear
4
the
right
players
now.
having a
This
good
guy's
time
got
at
the
the
one to hit
table.
better, so
I think if those flamers were 2 damage, I'd play Grey Knights.
Yeah.
which didn't matter.
Crazy.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
2A.
2A.
Gotta pass one of these.
You know, Werner, do you know if the flamers on those
All
Dread
right,
Knights are
down to
psychic weapons?
1.
I know the Psy Cannon is. It has Psy in the name. But the Incinerator
flamer
might
get
just
'em?
be fire. Might just be
Might with
holy
that.
Promethium, just normal flamers. And let's find out. No, not psychic.
No psychic.
Okay, but you only damage 1, so not as good into those tanks.
3.
3.
All right. If I have to CP it, I will. 4-ups. No, he's dead.
Predator seems to have gone down.
Doesn't blow.
Yep, there it is. All right, so at least one of the objectives has been knocked off by Brad. Still, Eyeball says that Brad's about to score a 10 on primary unless there's a
We're gonna
9-inch
bank
charge
the
coming.
9.
You got it.
We're gonna find out.
We'll get it. Go room.
Wow. Oh, the movement he rolled, he did not roll a 9. He just must have rolled an 11 or a 12. That means that we're not getting a 5 on primary. That's what that means.
I'll use Cabals for a reroll.
And he's using those Cabal points because he's about to regenerate them anyways, but I don't think that Predator's living here.
They reset, so there's no reason not to.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got it right there.
No.
All right, we're
No.
going to want to check back
All
on
right,
this one
rerolling
later. Let's go ahead and go down the line a little bit. Let's check on that that Grey Knight
is it
versus
8-4?
Necron game. Yeah, this is the one that was deemed to be volatile. And it seems that the Grey Knights are moving around. Doesn't look like the Necrons have done much yet. Looks like maybe it's still top of 1. Nope. Okay, a Monolith just left the table, and it doesn't look like it's getting shot. So we must have just finished up the Grey Knight turn 1.
Yep.
And now we're going into the Necron turn 1. So we'll probably have some more updates there. Let's pick one more game before we go back to that impactful Sisters Necron's turn. Let's go ahead and check out the Ultramarines versus Gene Sparkle.
Five.
That was also rather
total.
impressive.
He is 11. He's down to 3.
And then here's the.
Okie dokie. So here we go. We'll see if our cameraman can get us a good shot of
Okay, sounds
the
good, man.
massive cultist
You
that
got
is
both of
currently
them on it,
occupying
so.
that Ultramarine objective. But the massive bodies, I should say.
Yeah, it looks
T4.
like they cleared those infiltrators.
I
would say. Oh no.
Where
Just their invuln.
they did clear the
Save
infiltrators.
one.
Oh yeah.
Where are
Yeah.
all the? I'm sorry. Was Calgar leading a unit? Was
Same squad.
Was
They're
Calgar
dead.
leading a
They
unit
return.
and he is no
They do.
longer?
Well, that's Calgar right there.
Yeah, exactly. Calgar should have 6 aggressors with him,
If
but I
they're
see
alive,
0
I'll keep them
aggressors.
on the red, and if
Oh
they're
my
dead, I'll put 'em on
goodness!
my card.
Let's hit that.
Oh.
Oh wow! And a Victrix. I don't know what just happened. Hold on.
Go ahead, man.
We're gonna need to get.
We're
some
gonna need updates
from
on that.
these
All right,
players.
let's hit the top down and just take a look at this board state overall, and we'll see if we can get another close shot.
Yep, I'm gonna discard Mark for death.
That is catastrophic.
And
That's pretty bad.
Oh boy, that is. So what? We're on top of 1.
It's possible this is 2. They are one of the tables where the tablet is having connectivity
Yeah,
issues.
that must be it.
ooh, a Mark for death there. Are you pulling scouts?
Oh no, I think that was.
Is that? I mean,
'Cause he's-
Calgar
That's
was
2 off
leading
the top.
aggressors. We saw that earlier. They're
no.
dead. Maybe it's entirely possible that Thomas
Redraw that
heroically
one.
intervened
Redraw storm.
and did
Yeah.
not appreciate
from
what
battle
was
round 2
about to
onwards.
happen.
Yep.
I think that's what just went down.
I know, but read the green part.
I think
you
he
just can't
just-
score it. Then you can hold on to it all you want. You only score from battle round 2 onwards.
Okay, let's
You can hang on to it. It says.
Oh my goodness.
No priz, it's fine. Great.
So yeah, this is bottom of 1 now.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean I'm sure that there's enough Ultramarines to go clear out those guys, but that is a massive asset gone. I mean, that's
does he owe me a
Bolter
battle shock now
discipline
that he's split down to
aggressors
that?
against Gene Stork.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely a
So
unit
this infiltrator owes me 1.
That might have just died without firing. The only thing that could have happened is that they heroiced in. There's no way that they declared that long of a charge on a whim.
Okay.
But those acolytes must have just come in, popped the +1 to wound against infantry.
Oh, I'm at 2 CP.
Because once a game the biophagist
I just started Mark for
must
Death.
have popped that. Wow. Okay, so that is a major point for the Midwest Monstars, I think. This.
Okay, sounds good.
You know, you never count a good Space Marine out. I am told that 3 Space Marines is
How do
enough
I
to kill all
discard
these
my
Gene
Mark
Star
for Death
cultists.
then?
That's what playing Space Marine taught me. However, that's bad. You know, we never made our pregame predictions.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a little late to do it now that I've seen that there aren't any Bolter Discipline aggressors in the Ultramarine list.
Maybe it's not a prediction, but a projection.
Yeah,
based on what we're
let's
seeing
project
right now.
where we're seeing right now. Okay. Let's just go down the line then. We'll do the one that we just saw. Thomas Bird into I think that was Ryan on the Gene Star cult for.
Yes.
All right. If the Bolter Discipline unit is dead, and that is what we just saw, that cannot be construed as anything other. Honestly, 16. 16 for the Gene Star cult. That is bad news bears.
Yeah.
To be losing such a resource so early, that I have to assume that's not going to go the Ultramarines' way. Let's go ahead and let's start from the top here. Let's go to that round 1. Let's go to Sisters versus Necrons. I did say we need to come back to this. We're probably going to be getting into some of this shooting soon.
Okay. So multi-meltas.
Yep, here we are.
And then anything else is going to go against these guys.
Okay.
Including Vol. So just the multi-melters are going there.
Sure.
Everything else is going here.
He's just trying to peel the Scorpex off of
And I guess
board
the
now.
2 bolt pistols go here since they can't reach there.
And 2
So here's the
bolt pistols.
multi-meltas.
You know, it seems that Paragon
All hit.
Warsuit did die. Maybe they realized they had done the explosion wrong or something.
Yep.
I don't know how else that would have died. There's not really an Overwatch in this army.
That'll be 4 -4 or 3 -4, 3 damage minimum. And then Vol's heavy bolter. Like you said,
whole
stack of
Scorpic
dice.
unit just got lifted.
Twin links. 2 explosions.
Oh, and there's
They're tough 5.
We're entering this partially
Six.
into the turn. There was a
Full
Locust
rerolls.
unit here with this Lord.
Okay,
so
so
you
that
got-
dice being moved earlier, that was
What is that? That
essentially
was
the
a
wound
wound.
marker moving to
So
a new
7,
Paragon,
-1,
and they just
2
took a long
damage.
time to pull
We've
the
got
one
cover,
that
so
died.
these are just
That
going to
makes
be on
more
our
sense.
saves. I got to take them separate because there's
2 at a time.
a total of 4 3-up saves, then some 4-ups. Yikes.
These are 2 damage apiece.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot of Necrons
All
getting
right, so
lifted right
the
now.
little guys are killed. This character ends up on 2 wounds.
Okay. And then the big missiles both hit. Both wound -2.
All right, I'm in cover, so these are going to be, the first one's going to be a 4-up, and then a 5-up if the other one.
How many she got left?
2.
He's dead.
Block the other one.
Cocked, right?
Yeah, but I keep cocked dice.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that. We're good.
I've been doing it.
We're good. No, we're totally good. We're totally good. And then
All right.
she killed 2 units. She gets 2 miracle dice.
Yeah, Morven Vol just killed 2 units, gets 2 Miracle Dice. A large number of Necrons seem to have been lifted from in front of the Sisters army. I cannot claim to be entirely shocked by this development, but I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit rooting for something different. I wanted to see what could happen, but at the moment, and what I like here is that Scott is not being too aggressive with this. He has the ability to deal a ton of damage right now. And he could have said, I can do a bunch of damage, let's be silly here. But he didn't push Morven Vol up. He's content to take 1 turn of, I'm just going to shoot everything in front of me and not get closer. Because, right, Morven Vol could be going in and have charged that Scorpic unit, shot something else. He'd get 1 more unit out and expose Vol. But instead he's being a little conservative here while still just putting blitzing firepower downfield. It's a good thing. He's trying to get a win here. I don't think he feels the need to go for a 20 on turn 2, but a lot of Necrons look like they're gone.
On turn 4, he might be.
By turn 4, he might be pushing for that 20, but he doesn't need to feel the need to push that issue to end it and go watch his buddies' games either.
No, really like the methodical play there.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to approach it. All
right, let's look at the projections.
Okay.
So right now, what are you thinking on this?
So let's these are John projections. Let's put the ones that I've scored on like turn 2. So we just did the GSC versus Space Marines. We're looking at Langendorf versus Scott Sasser. I've got to feel I'm not seeing what's happening here. I can't see anything other than Sisters removing the things in line of sight right now.
Yeah.
And it's so I believe in Walter, but I also believe in math and the Emperor. So put that at a 14, 15, honestly. 15. Like I'll just call it as it is. And that's 2 games early that just on read look like they're going the way of the Monstars. Down the line, shall we? Yep. Table 2, that was the Grey Knight versus T-Suns game. And it looks like that Predator did, in fact, get killed by a Dread Knight. I'm going to be really honest. I don't think we want to predict this one now. I think we want to wait and check in on this in 10 minutes. Because it looks like the T-Sun turn that's hitting the Grey Knights is going to be what tells us everything. They lost 2 Predators. They kept the good damage. We'll find out more later. Krons versus... looks like they teleported up, landed back down just so they could just start shooting each other. It's a fair thing. Oh, there's a Doom Scythe! Yeah. A Doom Scythe! Oh, my goodness. This is still the coin flip, right? I mean, it looks like the Necrons with bottom of turn get to take the first good shooting phase. And that's the question. Is that enough to get the coin flip to land their way? But this is going to come down to 4 Penvolans and shooting each other.
Okay, yeah, and we just heard from the table that they're saying this is the Necron go turn.
Yeah, this is absolutely important. Let's see. We may want to spend some time on this one. Let's see what they're saying. Let's hear the players if we can.
I'm going to check their mics.
No problem. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we can hear the players right now, so we're going to go check on their microphones while we look at this. So let's look at what's actually happening, though. It looks like a Necron unit just stepped down to the center, and something just got lifted there. It might have been a Strike Marine. Or maybe it is a part of an Exaction Squad. Subductor Squad, actually. They have new names now, so we're taking Storm Shields. And the Necrons are going back to the Monolith. Maybe this is just them. Maybe this is just him deciding not to do it. Maybe he was looking.
Always in 6 inches of the Monolith.
And now we have the players. All right. With us not being able to hear those players very well, I'm going to go ahead and turn them off for now. So maybe it was just that those I believe Death Marks were exploring how far they could go, and then decided that they did not want to go that far. And that wasn't actually casualty pooling. That was just them pre-measuring some models. See.
All right, let's go to shooting.
All right, yep, started shooting. Here we go. We're going to spend some time on this one. This is a coin flip. Pro Tabletop desperately wants it to land on their side. Especially with a couple other games looking like they went the Monstars' way.
We'll start here. All right, and it's going to go into him. Death rays? Yep. And whip sounds good. 3d6 shots. This is, oh, sorry. This is AP, real quick, I'm sorry. AP a million. AP a million. Yes. AP a million. Yes. AP a million, but also AP 1? Yes. Okay, so this is the only relevant Armor of Contempt interaction? You can't on my ignore modifiers. Great, keep going.
All right. Yep, ignore mod. The Silent King's turning that off. I'm actually a little bit surprised he's not in the rerolls right now if he's AP a million on all that.
That is true.
Yeah. All right. So this shooting phase is going to tell us a lot about the round, I think. This starts off with a bunch of games going the Monstars' way. That's going to be tough to pull back from it. Hopefully someone is there to tell per tabletop that it's going poorly.
Try the other guy. Yep, the death rays. If you quadruple Yahtzee me like you did the last time we're on stream, I mean, Walter's going to have an aneurysm. You didn't do it. Thank you.
So you can hear these players have played each other before. Always a fun angle that adds to how you approach a game.
So
I think right now we're talking about a Monolith shooting at Red Knight. Okay. All right, so yeah, you can see those big pillars of doom and all these Necron guns just staring down the line at these Dread Knights. But they're also serving themselves up. If, and I do not know what could survive this firepower, if the Grey Knights can survive this firepower,
the big gun's gonna go right
the crackback is going to be noticeable.
Live, cops, live!
All right, this isn't a subductor squad being shot at by all the little guns, but they're just trying to hold on to objective.
So we've got a question in chat about the monolith's ability to shoot.
Yeah, let's see if we can go to that top down and we can take a look at that. So it looks like the monolith, since it's Titanic, has just barely touched the corner of this terrain piece. If you can just see right there, the monolith has stepped that corner over the edge of the terrain feature, and because he's Titanic, that means he can see right there. No problem. He's big, he's tall, he's happy. So that should be how he's doing it right there. I don't know which of these two Dread Knights he's shooting at, but it looks like he has choices. So whichever one he wants is the answer.
You know, I couldn't tell you if it is because it entirely depends on the swinginess of the save.
And so it seems that the Necron player is deciding whether or not he's shooting Canis or Dread Knights right now.
We'll put the plane's going to go into...
Plane into Canis.
Plane into Canis. Okay, so he's going for Canis. This is a little bit risky. Canis is more wounds, and bluntly is not going to lose combat effectiveness. If he kills Canis, it is better for him. If he does 13 damage to Canis, he's going to think, damn, I wish I'd done 13 damage to a Dread Knight instead. And when it comes to Colin getting a crackback, if this is a coin flip, he's just doubling it without influencing the coin flip, right? If it works, it's even worse for Colin. If it fails, it's even worse for Corey. Right, let's hit that top down again. I want to see if I can hear these players.
Should be able to hear them on any.
Oh, okay. Canis is wounded.
Andrew, if you want to see the Grey Knight list, you can check in the description. It's got 2 links, one for each team. This Grey Knight list is the pro tabletop one.
Yep. And Necrons is the Midwest Monsters.
The drop downs on the scoring tablets do not have Grey Knights, so that's why it just says faction.
Yep. We'll be fixing that overnight with any luck, but we'll find out after the stream ends. All right, Canis is taking some damage here. Wonder if there's a way to tuck Canis in a little bit more so that he wasn't in that kind of danger. I'm also wondering if maybe Canis in reserves could have been an interesting play as well.
He'll put his big gun into Canis, small shots into those cats.
And so this is a Doomsday arc, I think. Yep. So little shots into Subductors, big shots down to Canis. Oh man.
Well, that helps. We appreciate it.
Do we know if these arcs moved or not?
Good. I believe they both did because they both teleport.
New dice. We're done with that.
All right, Colin's trying to make some saves over here. Seems that Canis is still on the table. That's where you have to start.
Everyone who has not seen the last game between Corey and I to go watch it, so you understand that Corey's dice are the most hot and cold things in the history of the universe.
All right, this is the 10 shots into those guys in there. Okay, 7. Yep, math. 3, skip. You got 5 votes.
What do you think you would have to see here to call this a successful turn from the Necrons? Because there's, as far as I can tell, there's 5 big shooting pieces for the Necrons. There's a Monolith, a Plane, 2 DDAs, and the Silent King. And I would think that I would want to see 2 Dread Knights dead if I was the Necron player as a good turn. 1 isn't bad, but I'd want to see 2 as good. But so far, I'm not seeing any.
Yeah. I mean, after committing to Canis, like you said before, I feel like you have to remove him if you're going to make that commitment.
If we end in a world where Canis ends this turn extremely wounded alive and all 6 Dread Knights are there,
that's bad.
That could suddenly go the other way very quickly.
We are in Charge City.
Absolutely.
If that happens.
All right, let's see what the players are saying.
You got 3 wounds there, minus 1 in cover 3. Who's he got?
All right, as far as I can tell, 3 of the 5 big pieces have shot. And honestly, if I'm drawing an eyeball, I don't think
of the Emperor's will.
The other Doomsday
I don't think that the Silent King can shoot Canis. Yeah, just, I don't really, that's not a very good straight line. But I don't think that the Miniers can see Canis right now. And that means there's maybe one DBA.
All right, well, you are doing the number of shots.
DBA just rolled 7 shots into Canis. That's what you have to see to start. But we'll see if it's enough.
Yeah, a little bit. Threes. Yeah, threes.
Canis is alive.
And then
6. 6
12
is
shots
enough.
or 10 shots here.
Oh my goodness. That, I think the Silent King is the only thing to shoot still. That's like relevant. Maybe there's an Immortal Squad poking around a corner somewhere. If this turn,
I don't know what's happening. No AP, right? We're good to go.
okay, so it appears that we're gonna have no
That was a
units
weird
killed,
turn.
and that was the turn.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
All right, let's go back to that top down so that we can look at what's going on here.
Secondary this turn because you have to kill stuff.
All right, so before we move on, because we're gonna go to another game soon, this could be the in pro tabletop needs. We've seen 2 games so far that feel like they were very quickly going in favor of the Monstars.
Yep.
Necron army comes out, wounds Canis. I get it. Canis is dead next turn. But if I'm being honest, Canis isn't wounded in such a way that he's about to get overwatched either.
Yeah.
Like, the Dread Knights are going to come collect some skulls in a second. I would not at all be shocked if, like, those planes or those GDAs, if just a... Because again, we're talking about this. There's 5 big units in the Necron army. And I think that means that the order of operations for the Grey Knights right now is going to be to get that number from 5 to the smallest thing possible. The Silent King and the Monolith are the 2 hardest to kill. I don't care that they're the closest. Maybe you charge them, cool. But I don't think that those things are eating any bullets.
No.
Just looking at this.
Not. And they're like the worst ones to shoot at.
Yeah, and what's the toughness on the Doomsday Arcs if you happen to know offhand, or if you just want to pull it up for me? And then I'm going to want the stats on that plane as well, because Psy Cannons are very good mid-range shots, but my memory is that a Doom Scythe is only like T8 or 9. Yeah, a Doomsday Arc's T9 that's wounded on 3s by Psy Cannons. 14 wounds, 4 pinball. It's not going to go down easy, but weight of Psy Cannons, it's 5 failed saves. And because those incinerators, and yeah, we'll see on the Doom Scythe, T9 again, 3 up save, no invul, 12 wounds. That is a perfect multiple of check the abilities. Does that even have stealth, or is it just a tank?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right. So that's, man, Colin could get the turn he needs here. All right, we're gonna have to come back on this. Let's go check on that Sisters versus Necron games at the top. Again, I want to see these ones that we thought were gonna be swinging early. It looks like Scott might just be finishing up a turn here. God, that was a lot of shooting. God, that's so much shooting.
A lot of stuff has died.
Avert your eyes. Do not let your children witness the... Someone get Josh Roberts on the phone. Someone needs to brain in these Bringers of Flames.
As a Necron player, these 2 tables are hurting my soul.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you watch that.
It's all right.
That's all right. They'll be back. That's their thing. They'll be back. This looks horrendous for the Necrons. And this is early enough in the game that points will flow. And I see no way that the Necrons are going and interacting with like that Cascader at the top right now. I mean...
Yeah, that's just a free objective.
Brother. Yeah, this looks like it's going to get ugly for Pro
Dynasty, right?
Yeah, this is Awakened Dynasty.
So he can't up, down.
Nope, no, he is where he is. Those models are not moving in. And look at these Necrons in the back corner. What are they going to do? Are they going to step out in front of this? I mean, I don't know what else you do. Like, you don't just sit there letting the Sisters score 50 primary, but...
Yeah, what is that unit? Is that Scorpex?
To me, that looks like Immortals and Scorpex. Because I think there's 2 units there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would probably run one up to that other objective.
Yeah.
Just hide behind that wall.
Oh, buddy. I mean, there is nothing safe from these guns at this point. No. Anything that touches an objective is going to die.
Yeah. And
we're at that point.
Did pick this table.
Yep. Wowzers. Okay. So this one looks like it's going heavy there. Let's go back down the line. Let's go to table 4. Man, a lot of these games have a lot of early swings, more so than the last round. It's making it hard to track everything. All right, this is Chaos Space Marines into Tau. We know that the Tau Empire had the first turn, and it seems that they were applying pressure to Pro Tabletop here. The Piranhas are going deep. The Pathfinders went and move blocked. I do very much expect a fierce crackback from the Chaos Space Marines, but it looks like the Tau are playing with fearless abandon right now.
Yep. Looks like we're just in that bottom of 1 movement phase.
Yep. So probably a carefully planned Tau turn 1, followed by a carefully planned rebuttal, because against these armies early, you got to be careful.
Is that a carnivore?
Yeah, it looks like a brigand.
Is it a brigand?
It looks like a chain cannon to me. Just off the rip there. Yeah, I think that's. Oh, I think that's a brigand, and I'm mostly saying that because it should be a brigand. It's possible it's a carnivore though, but it should be a brigand. Predators coming out. Yep. Jaime has acknowledged that we're at a point of the game where he needs to start providing answers very quickly.
He has 2 carnivores.
He has 2 carnivores. Okay. Well, that carnivore looks like it's going to go hunt down that piranha unit, because that looks like a unit of 3 piranhas that has streaked forward and dumped some shots on things. Spicy.
I don't see the other one though. I wonder if he's reserved or if he got shot.
Based on how far forward those piranhas pushed, I'm guessing they shot.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there was a tank that warranted 6 Seeker missiles getting unloaded turn 1, and I'm guessing that was a carnivore. All right, so Jaime's in the rebuttal phase. Let's work our way off of that game.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and check out that AdMech game against Chaos Space Marines. We just saw 1 CSM. Let's go to the next. AdMech are moving. Oh man, that is.
This is top of 2.
This is just a march. Damien has the first turn, and he seems to be fearlessly happy to push forward. And it looks like no one scored points turn 1. I'm guessing that the cards just were not in it for anyone. Although actually, it looks like the cards weren't put in for the Monstars, so I'm guessing they just haven't scored their turn 1 yet. Yeah, I don't know. There's this seems to be one where the action is about to happen, but we haven't gotten there yet. It seems that we're picking up some AdMech from the backfield. I believe they have a stratagem to go back into reserves, which would be what makes sense, because I see nothing that could be killing them right now. So they have to be going up into reserves right now, and I believe that that's in the Skitarii veteran cohort. So that must be a unit that's disappearing right now. Man, this is just so many AdMech models pushing forward. If this works out, great news for the AdMech. And again, I think right now that is something that Pro Tabletop sorely needs. They need to get some. They need to find some wins fast. A lot of these games are breaking open early. But right now, it doesn't seem like we're going to get it. And yeah, it looks like 2 Sicarans or an infantry can go into reserve. So that's almost certainly what happened. For now, let's go ahead and just poke down at that GSC versus Ultramarine game. See if anything has gotten better for the Ultramarines. Yeah, I think that's the one that we want to see, though. So Ultramarines versus GSC, it just, honestly, it just looks like the GSC are running the table. I don't know how else to read this. Guilliman has gotten into combat with some acolytes right here. And while that sounds like good news for the Space Marines, I think that's bad news because it means they're done shooting. If Guilliman's in engagement range, it means they're done shooting. And that means that at a bare minimum, I think that the Gene Stealers are scoring a 10 on primary. And it wouldn't be the least conceivable thing in the world for you to tell me that they got a 15 because an acolyte lived on this objective with the Ultramarine token on the top. The token may be lying to us. That may belong to the cult soon. But the other ones definitely do.
Yeah, I think the token is to mark Omega.
I believe that is correct. It looks to me like Ryan took a look at what was in the sky for Thomas, which is a decent amount of Inceptors, and accepted that those were going to land and do something. But with top of turn, those weren't landing immediately. And Thomas didn't have a lot of raw damage on the table, and so he just took a shot. And he just went forward, and it looks like Thomas may have lost more than he needed to a little bit early, and now he's going to struggle to get the table back. Inceptors are great, but they do not do everything by themselves.
Yeah. They're also going to have some like annoying choices on where to actually drop now.
Yeah. Especially if Scott has like 1 or 2 decent combat units in ready to ingress, or if anything dies and comes back, that's a decent ingress. I could see it getting a little weird very early. Yeah, I mean, I just have to assume that this is heavily GC favored. It looks like old Guilliman just punched out a decent number of acolytes on the top there.
It looks like they've cleared
see if that's
that
enough.
pile.
All right, now let's go on to the next table here, and this should be table 7, and I believe that that's going to be the Dark Angels against the Tau. A little bit less indicative here. Man, all of these tables of action going on.
Yeah,
honestly,
no one is playing.
No one is playing scared right now. Nope. All of these tables, I dread to think what happens when we go find that guard versus guard table. But right now, Plenty of Tau suits in the middle. Oop, it looks like some Knights are getting picked up, so we must be in a Tau shooting phase. Let's just see what the players are saying to confirm that.
All wound, AP3, AP4. What's damage?
2 apiece.
Down to 1. Have you been rolling for your overcharge?
No, but I need to.
Okay.
So this guy's overcharged. He's fine. This guy had a cyclic. He'll take it. That guy's cyclic. He doesn't. So this guy took 3. Shall mark real quick.
All right, so yeah, we're in the Tau shooting phase right now. It looks like the Dark Angels have pushed forward. I see a Knight unit on the center that is getting lit up, and a Knight unit on the side that is being ignored. That unit on is going to hold that objective, because there's not enough Tau there to question that. And with the amount of suits here, I believe this is a retaliation.
Joe's kill guided by these guys here?
List?
I believe that's correct. A lot of suits.
They didn't have a guide target?
Land Raider
So they weren't guided?
Yeah, a good amount of damage has been done so far. It also looks like the Inner Circle Companion unit might have taken a good amount of damage from a suit squad. It looks like this suit squad has poked some shots down there. Azrael, whoever Azrael is with, he is not with many of them. So I'm going to guess that that used to be Inner Circle Companions, and there's now a lot less of them.
Yeah. Azrael doesn't want to be by himself.
No, this is a difficult board to read, and
Wrong thing. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, no, that's Azrael with intercessors. Just regular vanilla intercessors. Okay, so he lost some friends, but they're not the most important friends in the world. The Eradicator unit is alive at the moment, and it looks like it got out of the Land Raider safely. I'm, based on Farsight's position at the bottom there, I seem to recall that a Lancer used to live there, and I don't see him anymore. Plus, that actually tells me that the 3rd Deathwing Knight unit is all the way at that bottom right. That is far away from the points. Now, they might go kill something, but that is far away from the points. It looks to me like the Tau are actually kind of doing well right now.
Oh, it looks pretty good for them, I think.
So looking at this, there's 3 Knight units, and you know that's always what you build the Dark Angel list around, so let's count them out. So we've got 1 in the center, 1 up here. And it looks like that unit at the top, they have that objective. They also are kind of alone. There's not a lot for them to do over there. This unit in the center, though, probably about to keep getting shot. It's not going to be doing well. And the unit at the bottom right isn't near the points. If the Tau can spread this board... Yeah, if the Tau can spread this board out, that Eradicator is the last piece, though. That Eradicator unit, something has to solve that unit. It will kill a Tau unit every time it shoots.
Got a question in chat about the terrain. So the layout is the GW layout, but the terrain itself is from...
It's from Away Games.
Away Games.
So JD and Away Games help sponsor a lot of tournaments in the southeast, especially of the United States, and so they've provided all of the terrain today. This is actually the same terrain that we play on in the Art of War streams, because you know what? Away Games is cool like that. They've given us some terrain, and so we use it on a lot of our streams. So very comfortable for the Art of War guys that are playing, although currently they're playing Potato Top. We do not have an update on how that round is going right now. I'm sure we'll get one at some point. Yeah, right now, it seems that the Tau are doing a great job of spreading the table and just cutting out the isolated pieces of the Dark Angel army. They've lost, it looks like most of a Knight Squad, a Redeemer, and a Lancer. Pieces you would prefer to hold on to.
Oh, so a couple interesting updates I'd missed until now from Price. There is a Carnivore in reserve.
Okay.
And there's also the Accursed Cultists are still in reserve.
Oh,
yeah.
That's in the
That's
Jaime.
pretty significant.
That makes me feel a little bit better about that one.
That game is much different.
Okay. That helps. So, okay, so maybe it's not as bad for Pro Tabletop as it could be. Certainly the boys in blue are hoping for that.
Yeah.
As their tie-dyed oppressors are certainly running up a couple of tables right now. You know what? Let's check out that guard game, shall we? I mean, we have
let's
to
find
know.
out.
Then we'll come back to this, but we haven't seen the guard game. You know what? There's a lot of tanks left.
Not on the one side.
Yeah. Okay, so I believe, and we can check these lists, I believe that it started out with the Pro Tabletop Guard having 8 Lehman Russ holes, and I count 6. And I believe that we started with the Monstars having a Dorn and like 4 Russ holes, and I now see a Dorn and 1.
All right.
We can get some confirmation on that, but that isn't... Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, 8 in the Pro Tabletop.
All right, 6 are alive right now.
So currently does look like, just like you said before the game, the extra guns versus the inclusion of the Bullgrin in this mirror. Probably the extra guns.
Yeah, I think that matters more.
Are going to matter, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it looks like those Bulgren are just basically hanging out in that terrain.
Yeah, and they're going to come out at some point and try to touch some Rust, but I'm going to be really honest. They're not very good at killing Rust. And that front Rust is an exterminator. It just shoots into combat. It doesn't have blast weapons. The Bulgren will touch it. They're not going to kill it, and it's just going to keep shooting. and then the Bulgren aren't going to fall back and do anything because they're Bulgren. Craziness. Oh, this is a wild one, but to me this looks like this is going pro tabletop favored pretty hard right now, especially with the Monstar Astral Militarum having first turn. In a guard shoot-off, I'm sure each side wanted to go first, but it looks like one of them has capitalized and one is not. I'm sorry, but one side started with more tanks, and that side has killed more tanks.
Yeah.
So what was 8 versus 5 appears to be 6 versus 2. That is detrimental.
Yeah. And on Jeff's side, like you said, 5. One of those is a Rogel Dorn, so
it's a little tankier.
A little bit tankier,
but it's alone.
But all right. Well, why don't we take a look at those projections again and see what you're thinking.
So all right. So we had the Walter Langendorf versus Scott. I still think this is Sisters favored.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and this is just projections here. Let's go ahead and put that T-Sun versus Grey Knights game. Let's put that as in favor of the T-Suns. Let's give them a 13. I think Pro Tabletop's going to get the higher end of that. Okay. We've got this big coin flip of Corey versus Colin. I think after this we're going to want to check in on Colin's turn to see how that's going.
Yeah.
But
looking at it now, look like Grey Knights are pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
State currently.
Indeed. Man, a couple of these in a row are looking Pro Tabletop favored. Jaime versus David, I think it's a little too early to tell. The Atomic versus the Chaos Space Marines, a little too early to tell. But Ryan Verbeck looks like he's going to get a big win. Oh, it looks like some of these are on the wrong side. Oh, nope, I lied. Brad Weir and Chris Adams are on the wrong side. Let's see if we can flip that. As well as Colin Watts. Although that score doesn't need to change. And then Trenton Bates on Tau is seems to be holding well. And then I think Joe McMillan has got the edge on that guard mirror right there. Although it's not a guard mirror, it's actually Astral Militarum versus Faction 1. We'll get those boys to update that as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're back to table 1 here. Okay. This is going exactly what it looks like, folks. There are Sisters on every objective. There are Necrons on no objectives. There are not a lot of Necrons on the table. Is it too early to call this a 20-0?
I mean, it is trending that way.
It is trending that way. But the last time I said 20-0, it was a 10-10, so I looked a little silly there. But this time, Werner, back me up here, right? You don't see an out.
I don't know.
I don't see an out.
It just seems like he's not going to have anything left in there. Still only on the second battle round.
Yeah. Okay. Let's call this one a 20-0 until we hear otherwise. This looks disastrous for.
And it might be that going into it, maybe they, said, hey, someone's got to jump on the grenade.
Yeah. Yeah, this might be part of Pro Tabletop's plan. Let's not assume that it's disastrous means that it's not planned for. Right. You can accept a bad thing if you think you're getting something good later.
Yep.
And hey, maybe, if that guard game continues to be one side has all the tanks, that might also snowball a little bit on the points. Let's move it down to the next table over there. So, actually, it looks like Brad's walking around at the moment. So, maybe Canis Rex is Rapid Ingress, and a lot of Dread Knights are not there anymore. This Dread Knight, the one that charges the Predator, appears to no longer be there. This Dread Knight, this guy in the middle, appears to no longer be there. Magnus has pivoted around. Canis Rex has Rapid Ingress. That is important. He's going to go flip something upside down, but he's going to have to split around the terrain, so he's only going to get one thing. Unless his shooting pops off. So you can't really take that out of effect, though. That's always real. But the Thousand Suns are pushing up, and what I think we need to know actually is where in the turn are they. Right now, this looks like T-Suns are dominating, but if we're currently in the Grey Knight movement phase and there's a couple Knights to drop, then they might be fine. Canis Rex, Rapid Ingress. So all we know is that this is sometimes after the Thousand Suns moving phase. Let's see if we can have Price indicate to us what point of the turn we're in. I can't read lips at all, so I'm going to need Price to walk closer to me. All right, so how many Dread Knights are in reserve right now for them? I wonder if it's 3 more. If there's 5 Dread Knights on the table, then we're just playing a Warhammer, right? Then nothing bad has happened yet. And frankly, I would imagine that the Thousand Suns would have liked to kill more than one. So there's 3 Dread Knights in reserves. There's 2 on the table, and Canis Rex has walked onto the objective marker. That can't have been the turn that Brad planned. He killed 1 Dread Knight, which is better than killing 0, but I have to believe that he thought he was going to get more with that turn. How can it be 3? There was 1 down here, and he disappeared. And then the 1 here disappeared. Oh, one of those must have been a Grandmaster. That has to be it. One of those must have been the Grandmaster with Sigil, and he must have been shot and teleported and then left. And that's why there were 2 holes. But we see it. There's at least 4 Dread Knights alive because 2 of them are landing on the home objective. It looks like they're just lining up guns for this Mutalised Vortex Beast. It seems that Chris has no interest in that thing continuing to exist, and he is pulling out all the stops to make sure it goes to sleep. But it looks like, honestly, he has options, actually. He can point them on this Mutalith. This Mutalith he's probably content to hit in combat, I would guess. 2 Dread Knights should be able to do that. Oh, and it looks like there's a strike squad that just arrived in and spent a command point to try to contest objective.
Yep.
Here we go. That's a nice deep strike there, just deny some points.
And here's the last Dread Knight.
All right, so there are, in fact, 5 Dread Knights alive. All right, Brad's going to take some pain here. He's going to need to weather this turn and strike back a little bit more effectively to try to swing this one the way that he thinks it's supposed to go. All right, we'll have to check in on how successful he is in that mission. Do we want to check in on table 3?
Sure.
This was the coin flip. This was the big one. Okay, we've got some updates here.
Charge City. So that Doomsday Arc is gone.
All right, a Doomsday Arc got removed, and you know what? The Silent King
Looks like he
has
lost
1
his
Minier.
Oh, does he have 1? Yep.
He has 1,
You're
but
right.
that Minier moved. So this Minier, the Minier
I think
was
that
here.
Minier just reanimated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that means that if it's reanimated, that means that we are into the Necron turn. So
Yeah.
the Silent King is living. He's not being killed by this. We'll check into the players real quick just to see if we can determine where exactly in the game they are.
What's he going to attack up or down?
Hold on, that's what I'm thinking right now.
Oh, okay,
Because
sure.
you're within 12, I can mortal wound you if I think I'll do anything, which I'm not sure if I will. Or I can go try to kill that shit over there.
All right, seems that we're in the Necron movement phase right now. So the Grey Knight struck back. 6 Dread Knights, they're all there. He didn't kill that much, if I'm being honest. I actually would have guessed that for him getting 2 Dread Knights into combat where this Doomsday Arc used to be, I would have guessed that he would have killed more with shooting. But you know what? I also would have guessed the Necrons would have killed more with shooting. So maybe these players are just all save no damage today, and they just can't do it.
That happens.
Sometimes you get those games.
The players did mention their history of very swingy dice games that are hot and cold.
All right, we're just getting a little bit more of the same.
Yep.
All right. Let's see which game we want to check on here. I think I want to go take a look at that Tau versus Dark Angel game again on table 7. I just want to see because that is a lot of Tau. Good gravy. That is.
Oh man, Crisis Suits
that
charged.
Is so many.
I think.
That is so many suits. So an Eradicator has. An Eradicator unit has come out. So we must be in Kyle McCord's movement phase right now. The Eradicators have moved. They have several options. There's a. Oh, and this Farsight unit.
I think
they
Farsight
fire.
charged.
No, they must have fire and faded.
You think so?
They
looks
have
really
that fire.
close.
Yeah, I just didn't think there was something to charge down here for the Dark Angels.
Oh, I thought that was where one of the Terminator units was.
No, because there's 2 in the
Oh,
top.
you're right. You're right.
There's 5 moving forward here, and these are at the bottom.
Yeah.
What I am wondering is if Farsight's unit went forward and those Dark Angels rapid ingressed, and then he just fire and faded backwards and said, "Yeah, you're not
brutal.
charging me." Now they still have things they can charge, right?
Yeah.
There's plenty of Crisis Suits still on this table that are in charge range, but it seems that Farsight specifically, it seems that Trenton is dedicated to keeping Farsight alive. So that was the unit he chose to save. But these Knights, they can go this way, they can go this way. But I don't think Azrael and 2 Intercessors is taken over either of those fights, and the Knights are just not splitting between them. So only one of these threats is getting answered by that Knight squad. These Knights have a charge that is, it's makeable, right? But it's kind of failable too. It looks like a 7 or 8. And that would just be disastrous if the Dark Angels failed that charge and just stood there getting shot again.
Yeah.
This is going to be a wild back and forth game, but right now it seems that the Tower are focusing on taking over these objective markers. If I were a betting man, I would say that these Eradicators are taking their last turn right now. Because if the Tau player knows what's good for him, he's going to kill those Eradicators the second he can. And if he doesn't know what's good for him, he's going to find out the second those Eradicators fire. So he'll know by the end of this turn what Eradicators do if he doesn't already. And from that point, it's just going to be, can he get to them without taking the Overwatch, or does he feel like he has to avoid them? I would think you got to tackle that problem head on. Even if you get Overwatch, you got to take the shot and kill him.
Yeah.
Because you just can't let that unit keep activating and make it be a combat game. Oops, and there must be some kind of damage going on, because that's a Deathwing Knight that just died. Let's hear from the players a little bit.
One wound. Love it. All right. Back at me? Yeah. Do you?
I think that was an Overwatch.
All right. Deep Strike the JPI. And
Yeah, that was an Overwatch.
yeah. If I'm going to, which I think I'm not, I'm going to hold off till next turn. I will drop them in eventually. Okay. We are going to deploy Teleport Homer, so establish a locus there. Let's go ahead and do some shooting. Let's start with no invuln, right? No invuln.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and put.
Let's stay here long enough to watch this Eradicator
no
unit
invuln
shoot.
See what happens.
Let's go ahead and put.
And Red Rum, yes, this is a retaliation cadre. Tau list.
Melter rifle here. Okay.
All right. It looks like he's splitting the Eradicators and debating how to do it. I'm going to be honest here. Eradicators are crazy. If you told me that this Eradicator unit
two melter rifles here, everything else there.
Yeah, crippled this Crisis Suit.
So
and
no save
and
on
killed
them,
the
is that
Piranha.
correct?
I would not be surprised.
AP4 and I won't have cover? Correct. So, correct.
Is he debating?
Can you loan off something? No. Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know what strat he's considering either, to be honest. Oh, it's a 6 up Feel No Pain.
We'll start with
but
multi-melt.
no, that's not going to help.
Okay.
No.
Sustain and lethal 5s. Yep.
Yeah, they're Death Doctrine.
Reroll. Yep. Miserable. Here's the wound roll. 2 at -4. Okay, damage. First one is 5. How many wounds do they have? Kills the 4 of my wound guy. Next. 5. Kills the other 5 wound guy.
Okay.
All right. Well.
Here's the 2 regular two regular melter rifles. Yep. Reroll.
4 saves or 1?
Sorry. 2. Yep. 1 wound. Damage. No. Yep. So first one does. Okay. That, how many wounds does he have? 5. I'll reroll. Yep. Do 1. Next one does. 1. I'll reroll. 2. Okay.
Oh man, so 1 Crisis
Here's
Suit
2 melter rifles into
with that commander.
That thing.
And the Piranha's probably dead.
Come on, man.
Oh, Westy, thank you so much. Appreciate
6 and a 3.
those gifted
That turns into an
memberships.
extra one. Yeah. Reroll. 3 at -4. Okay, see what happens? He's a 4-up save.
Yeah, this Piranha's completely dead.
He explodes. So mortal here.
Just out of spite. Just,
Yeah.
just one mortal wound.
Another guy-
It's
so
not
guy's
an
down to
impactful
1.
explosion, but it's funny.
Correct.
It's funny.
All right.
But that's Kyle's shooting. And here's the important thing.
What's next?
The fact that that's Kyle shooting means he's done moving, which means those Deathwing Knights in the bottom have already determined what they're doing. They've got to be going after this squad here. Because there's no way that he moved them sideways to charge forwards.
Yep.
He would have moved forwards. That's how you move forwards. That means that we have 1, 2, 3.5 uncontested suit units right now. All right. And it looks like we've got Wessel, who is just gifted 5 Art of War subs. Thank you so much, Wessel. Thank you for the tips in the worm. I won my first tournament last weekend. Thank you, Wessel. That is fantastic news, and we really appreciate your generosity helping the channel grow. What I'm looking at here is we've got 3.5 suit units that are just uncontested right now. They are good to go. Maybe there's an Overwatch coming, but that's going somewhere, and that's it. And then there's some charges. And if the Deathwing Knight charges go well, connect here, maybe those 2 Crisis Suit units are dead. But I wasn't factoring that into the 3.5. 3.5 Crisis Suit units are just ready to go no matter what. If either of these charges fail, and that number goes to 4.5, that could be bad news bears for the Dark Angels. And this retaliation cadre seems to be putting in some good work here. All right.
So I just want to pop over real quick back to that Necron Grey Knight game. Players were not keeping score on the tablet. Or, they have things going on.
Okay.
No problem at all. But it has now been updated. So right now we are looking at a 13-7 for the Grey Knights.
and I don't see the Necrons getting onto these objectives anytime soon.
No. And it looks like it is now the Necron turn that Doom Scythe has scooted on away.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, he just doesn't have anything to go clear out the Subductor squad.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like anything went over to deal with this. So that means not only is this a big... So this could end up actually being quite a big win for Colin Watts here.
This can be like a risk of the typical kind of hyper crypt builds when
once
you
you get
go
behind,
so heavy. Yeah. When you go heavy on a few models, really hard to scrap back in.
Wow. Yeah, this could end up being quite a big primary shift here for the Grey Knights, and the Necrons I think the Grey Knights had the first turn there. Okay, but still, that's not what you want to see for Monstars. Okay, so right now we are just getting haymakers on both sides. I am fairly confident that Walter is going to be 20'd. It's like right. Let's look at the 8 right now. And let's just mark who we think is up on each. So let's look at all 8 of these games and send that over there. So just the quick top down. I think Scott is winning. I do not know who's winning Brad Weir versus Chris Adams. I think Colin Watts seems to be winning that game by a lot. We're going to check in on Jaime and David soon. I have no idea what's happening in Damien versus Sean. I think Ryan Verbeek is winning this one big. It looks to me like Joe McMillan is winning this one big, and Trenton is winning against the Dark Angels, but maybe not big yet. I wouldn't say that. So we've got a couple more games to check in on, but like both of those games that are looking good for Midwest Monstars, those both look like they could be 16 plus easy. I mean, like just the losses the Ultramarines took early in that game was incredible, just beyond what I would have guessed. And maybe we get an almost draw in a completely different way, where instead of everything being narrow, everything is big.
It's just big on each side.
Just big on each side. But I don't know who's going to win yet.
Yeah.
I know some games. I'm confident in that. Let's go ahead and check out some of these games that we weren't sure on. Let's go to Jaime versus David on table 4. Well, it looks like the Chaos Space Marines are ready to play. We'll see if that's good for them or not, but they are very ready to play. I believe this is a unit of Pink Horrors at the bottom. Pink Horrors are not, I don't know, capable of being killed by a Tau army, I think. That's just too many dudes for one activation to pop with an invul, and there's not a lot of anti-infantry. There's a lot of anti-tank, so those Pink Horrors might just be trying to out-OC that objective and never lose it. And just fire all the tanks. Fire all the tanks and see if you can get through the Tau while the Accursed Cultists go gum up the ranks, and that seems to be what's happening right now. I would call this board state looks good for the Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah.
We've got ACDC on 2 objectives. Are we on top of? We must be on bottom of 2. We must be on bottom of 2 because David went first, and
no, I think it is.
Oh, is it top of 2?
Might be top of 3.
Maybe. What I'm wondering is there still a Carnivore and a Cursed Cultist in reserves for Jaime?
Good question.
I
think
it's top of 2. Okay, so it's top of 2,
yeah.
so all of the reserves are still off the table. So that means on turn 1, Jaime just jammed a Cursed Cultist onto the objectives and just said, screw it, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's wrong. We were joking about how much anti-tank is in this Tau list, but that does not mean he can kill the Accursed Cultist in time. If he's just abandoning these Accursed Cultists and staying away, that means one thing. CSM primary.
Yep.
And, all right, one tank is willing to get closer. That's going to end up in combat if he fires a single shot at those Accursed Cultists. And that's not good. What is...
Yeah, not sure if he's anticipating... Or maybe he's putting it there because he wants to draw them in that direction.
Maybe he's just accepting that he's not shooting that unit.
Yeah.
I think that. Because if you touch it, you might lose the tank. He's right next to all of the mutants.
Yep.
So he's only near the tough ones. And if he lives, they just fall out of combat and go charge something new with the Raider stratagem. So Jaime's surely going to be holding onto a command point so that he can do that. If he only has one, that's actually kind of awkward because it means he doesn't want a rapid ingress. Otherwise, he could end up stuck in that combat. But it's entirely possible that that the Tau have just decided not to shoot that, and they're just calling it good enough. That may be what happens, but even if you get stuck in that combat, that means you're killing a tank over the next couple turns, and that's your objective the whole time, so you can't be mad about that as a CSM player. This one is looking That's a ghost kill just falling backwards. Man, everyone is playing the full table right now.
Yeah, I guess
they are not respecting their defined lines.
Looks like they're really trying to pick off those predators.
And I think the ghost kill might be able to fall back and shoot. I believe there's a system in there. Okay. What were the other ones that were undecided at the moment? Let's see about that table 5, that AdMech versus Chaos Space Marines, the one that we could not decipher the board state of. Boy, I still have no idea what's happening. I'm sorry, chat. I wish I was better at this game. But, all right, let's look at this practically. This objective on the top looks to be AdMech control. Bottom of 2. And so this is Chaos Space Marine turn 2. This objective, I see more AdMech than Chaos Space Marine. And I see more Chaos Space Marine than AdMech.
Do we know if there's any reserves on this one?
I mean, there's so much on the table that I refuse to believe that there could be reserves. But that doesn't mean there's not. AdMech are still cheap, folks. Price, are there any reserves for those AdMech?
Oh, I meant on the CSM side.
Oh, fair enough. All right. Birds. There's more Taraxian reserves for the AdMech. I don't know about the CSM, though. Okay. Yeah, struggling to tell on this one. What's going where. This may just be one of those ones that we check in at the end.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the guard versus guard mirror in a second.
All of them?
All right, so yeah, and a Cursed Cultist squad also in a reserve.
One in Cursed Cultist in reserve. Let's go to table 8. Check on the vehicle count on that table. Okay. Let's figure out. Let's take a second, listen to these players, and see if we can find out where this game's gone.
The big gun and the multi-meltas.
Guard shooting phase.
Okay.
Regular meltas.
Okay. So this is the Rigaldorn in combat firing at some
The
sentinels.
hull gun and the autocannon there.
And splitting some fire into a tank as well.
Jesus Christ.
Here. Oh, it seems that a third guard player has wandered over to the guard versus guard table.
What's going here again, sorry?
The multi-meltas and the pulverizer. Or no, the multi-meltas and the main pressure
Okay,
cannon.
perfect. Got a good shot here.
So we're hitting on 4s
So
there.
this is a Dorn.
Or
poking
5s
shots
because of
here
smoke?
and here.
No, because you only get -1 once. Shooting out of combat is -1, and then smoke is -1. It's not -1 ballistic score.
Yeah, because it's ballistic still, your ballistic still goes to 3, and then I put you back up to 4. Yeah, you're correct.
All right, so maybe not smoking here.
So let's start with
one Bulwark
that
squad
one.
has pushed
Let's
out.
do the multi-meltas
Bulwark
first.
squads have pushed
Okay.
out. Looks like he's just trying to get stuck in and hold the points as much as he can. I'm guessing he's realized there's no way out of this fire by backing up,
cover,
and
so,
he's correct.
5 ups.
Oh yeah, smoke.
Smoke, yeah. Saves it.
5.
Nice.
Oppressor.
5
8 shots.
Oh, 8 shots, yeah.
8. Three.
3. 3 ups.
Yep.
I may, depending on how this goes, I may re-roll, but I can roll them both, right?
You
I don't
can
have to.
roll them all. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just take 1, so down to 6.
Not great. Meltas.
It's just wounding tanks. He's not killing them.
1 lethal, and then.
Already has such a big
Hey, 2
material
wounds.
disadvantage.
Take that.
Yeah.
So this is I don't get saves.
Let's go back to that top down.
So it's just
First
just
one, D6 plus 2, 7.
So it kills the guy. Does he blow? No. Next one,
think that was
D6
a
plus
sentinel.
2. Kills him. Does he blow?
2 melta-guns just killed 2 sentinels.
We'll
That has
do
to help.
These 2.
And that means that the Bullgun are likely good to finish off that combat, I think. But if there's not more shooting coming,
And then the
That's
pulverizer
not good.
cannon. 3 shots.
Don't know if the Russ up top shot yet.
yeah,
Sorry,
I can't
man.
tell.
It's alright. It
This
is what
a
it is.
Dorn going
The
there.
last opponent that I
That
played
Russ
against
has not
rolled like
shot, it
dog
certainly
shit too.
has
So maybe I'm
line of
just
sight.
blessed.
Maybe it's you.
Maybe
To
I'm
the
just
one
blessed.
he previously targeted.
No. Okay. Well, that was
Charges?
horrendous. Oh, the stubborn. Stubborn, that same jerk. Two.
4-ups.
He's
Take
alive
that.
on a wound.
Oh, just plinking some guard character.
Yeah,
I
well,
can't
that
really tell
was
who.
terrible. Let's do.
Seems like Jeff is not enthused about how his shooting phase is going. And yeah, if this man's about to get hit by 6 Lehman Russ back,
Some orders into Lord Solar.
he's
Got to hit those last
not going
turn.
to be in a good place.
8 shots.
So I'm still thinking this one is Joe favored right now. I see nothing to change that. Now the Bullgren are going to try to get into combat here. They're going to wreck the Sentinel.
Yeah.
And these Bullgren are going to try, I think, to tag that Russ, but they're not going to kill it. And if they're just tagging the Russ, it has 6 wounds left. They could kill it. If they don't kill it, this is too many guns pointing back at the other guard army, and they're going to lose too many pieces.
Well,
But he might be able to hold on to some primary. It looks like Jeff has 1, 2 objectives right now, and it looks like Joe has 0. So maybe Jeff could hold on here anyways. Like, this doesn't have to be the end of the world that he's losing the shootout. He might still get some respectable points out of this. We'll have to see,
that would be
though.
huge, especially for how that first round went.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he can drag that.
And do either of them die?
Okay.
That's AP1.
All right, let's go back to that front row of tables.
None
Yeah,
of
I
them
mean,
died.
let's take one more
Sweet.
look at Sisters versus Necrons, shall we? Or actually, here, where are we on right now?
We are at a frozen
T3
camera on
GSC versus Ultramarines. All right,
GSC table.
Let's
I'll go
take
do that. Take you on over to
Blocked
table
it.
1.
And then
Sorry,
the
dude.
multi-melta.
All right. It seems that the Necrons are throwing the kitchen sink into the Sisters army. It's a little bit messy right now. I would be surprised if this was enough, but you got to take the shot, I guess.
All right, this one is going to go here.
Now we're in
Everything
Sisters
into here.
shooting phase right now. Let's listen.
Yeah. So heavy bolter, all hit.
Tough 5.
1 wound.
Goes through.
The main gun. 3 shots, 4 shots because of blast.
Wait. Oh no, sorry, separate
Yeah,
main gun. I was like, this motherfucker's guns are blast, and then they're not blast.
3 wounds, -3.
So these are 5 ups because I got cover. So
So
I've lost
3
a total
total?
of 3 at this point.
Okay.
Don't look at me, man. This game is misery.
All right, yeah, it seems very bad for the Necrons still. This looks absolutely painful.
See, this is
Let's
the
just go
worst
ahead
part
and
is
move it
that
on
people are
to
like, oh, it's this
table
and that.
2
Like,
now,
no, it's
because
easy to
I
have
just don't see the
scrum.
Necrons get out of this. They're
I
losing
should
material
advance
by the
that
minute
dude.
every time we look back. There's the same number of Sisters and even more dead Necrons.
Yeah, not good.
And here's where we're getting spicy. Looks like the 5 Grey Knight Dread Knights are shooting. Let's take a look at the damage here. It looks like a Mutalith used to live here and is now dead. And it looks like a Mutalith used to be here and is now dead. That's a bad start. Yeah, 2 Mutaliths down this turn. The Forge Fiends are alive and Magnus is alive. And that could be worse. Let's see if we can hear what Brad is saying right now and what he's thinking. All right, we're in the Thousand Suns turn. What did Canis do? If we're in Brad's turn, what did Canis Rex charge? Did he Snake Eye a charge into a Forge Fiend? Or like, what am I missing here? Maybe that Mutalith took a little bit of extra combat to knock out?
Yeah, I guess maybe he charged the Mutalith.
Yeah, just trying to think through the options there. Yeah, so definitely Brad needs to try to lower the number of vehicles he's facing right now. I mean, he has these Forge Fiends. These Forge Fiends are not going to be helpful into Canis Rex. I don't know what he's going to do about Canis Rex right now, because it feels like Magnus is the guy for that, but he might be busy. Like, Magnus might not have time. I mean, and if you're not willing to risk Magnus in combat against these Dread Knights, understandably, then Magnus is staying back and shooting, and he can do good work, but he's not going to do it all by himself. Maybe this is a case of the Forge Fiends need to focus fire these Dread Knights and hope, but there's just no rerolls there. It may not be reliable enough.
What is next to Canis?
That appears to be a Demon Prince. I believe this is a Demon Prince right here. Some Zangors, and then I think there's a character right there.
Got it.
That's what I'm eyeballing.
There was actually a Dread Knight over there before, wasn't there?
There was
like
that.
It looked like he was going to charge.
I think that's the one that died.
Okay.
I think that's the one that died. And because there's
yeah.
5
Yeah,
on the
there's still
table
5
now.
on the table.
Yeah. Let's go down the line. Let's go to table 3. See about All right.
Oh my God, there's nothing on this table.
Yeah, so Canis no longer playing.
Yep, he's out.
And it looks like one Dread Knight down. And the Silent King has moved around a little bit. And he's out of Emirs. And the Monolith's in, and the Monolith's in combat. That's important, right? It appears that Colin has decided that he is ignoring the Doom Scythe, despite it being kind of easy to kill. He may have just said, screw it, I'm not going for this.
Yeah. Can't hold anything.
It's not scoring points.
Yeah.
One objective's gone, which means that the turn count is incorrect.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there's normally an objective marker right there, and they seem to have not. And, the Silent King just went down. Oh my God. This game is going to be fast and brutal, but it looks like this is going to be Grey Knight favored. This is what Pro Tabletop needs right now. They needed one of these games to be a big win, and it looks like this is where they're getting it.
Yeah.
And so if Colin can cancel out Walter for Pro Tabletop, then, or Scott's, canceling out for Corey, depending on who you're rooting for, that could be big right there. I still don't know what's going on in that Brad game. Jaime, it's too early to tell, I think. Crazy that their objective's gone, and Jaime and is on turn 2.
Yeah. Got a lot more models on that.
There's a couple more models. Yeah, this is gonna be the fast one. Wowzers. Yeah, brutal all the way down. Let's go check in on Ultramarines, I think, versus GSC. This is we've now seen a couple of games that are going Pro Tabletop's way, but this is one we thought was gonna be good for the Monstars, and it seems to be frozen. I wish I could give the Monstar fans some good news, but it seems
I think
that
score is accurate, though.
Okay, so Ryan Verbeek up on points. That makes perfect sense for the fact that he is on all the objectives and that Thomas is on none of them. We'll see if we can update that. For now, we're on this Atomic versus Chaos Space Marines game. You know what? I feel like, and it's hard for me to tell, but I feel like there used to be more models on the table. It looks to me like the Atomic have absolutely taken over the center, but I think any push that they're making over here has lost a lot of steam. I feel like a decent amount of Atomic models have died here, but there's more where they come from, right? Those things are cheap. You can get more. And tell you what, let me go ahead and get an update from the. Oh no, he walked away. I tried to get an update from Quentin, but he just walked right by me. I waved. I tried to say hi. He wouldn't give me anything. There we go. He's coming on back. Let's just see if we can get a quick update on how the round is going from the Team Art of War, since, this still is the Art of War channel. All right, so the Art of War team seems to be having a good time of it against Pro Tabletop. Based on the number of Art of War people walking around right now, I'm going to guess that their games are over, and they're smiling. So it seems like Art of War might be moving on to 2-0, potentially taking the winner of this one if there is a winner. I'm guessing that all of these Chaos Space Marine guns added up. Just a quantity of blast weapons next to a Hellbrute and, Predators and things probably took a big chunk out of the Atomic ranks. It makes sense. That is painful. You don't want to be taking that on the chin. And we're back to the Ultramarine game.
While this camera is working.
All right, let's do it now. Did you get any updates while you were there, or are we just going to look at this?
No. So it is flipping over to Thomas's turn, so I think it's basically bottom of 2 now.
Bottom of 2. Goodness gravy.
Yeah.
All right, well, Gulliman's busy. That's Gulliman. In the center, where he belongs, on the objectives. I'm going to be honest here. Purple models that are right behind a wall look distinctly similar to blue models that are behind a wall.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this, and I believe that there's a line. And this is the Ultramarine side, and this is the GSE side of the line.
Easier to go off the bases.
Yeah, I think that's how it's being split right now. But as near as I can tell, we are very much still in a GSC holds all the primary kind of world.
Yeah.
And until the Ultramarines can break out of that, a thing that is distinctly possible but has not happened yet.
That's kind of rough. Thomas Drew, bring it down. All those vehicles are tucked away.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got great anti-tank either, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
So even if he could get long-range line of sight, I don't think that would help him. But instead, it's just some Ridge Runners just porting shots downfield. Just boop, boop, boop. And Pulsar's driving up. I think it's just getting up there to have more bodies, but
yeah, it's mostly just trying to stage for the rest of the game. But
I'm still feeling like this is absolutely a GSE favored game at the moment. Until I see Ultramarines holding objective markers, I can't put this any other way. Also, again, there's GSC just everywhere. Like, I didn't even see this. Those are pure strains in the backfield.
Oh.
What are they fighting? What are they doing? No, what is their story? Let's see if we can get a camera on what's happening back there. All right, so can we get those pure strains in the deployment zone, I wonder? On Thomas's left side. There we go. Our intrepid reporter's doing great. Jump pack intercessors against pure strains in the... What? How did this happen? I'm excited to hear about this one later. We might need to get some more players versus players on the interviews after this. Now, I do believe that the jump pack intercessors will win this fight, especially because it seems to be Thomas's turn, so they're probably going to be swinging first. But, yeah, you hate to see the JPIs that far back. It's going to take a while to get them back into the action. And Guilliman looks a little bit lonely in front of that Patriarch and those Aberrants. The Inceptors landed. They're probably putting in really good work. Inceptors are just phenomenal in this matchup. And they landed right there, and it looks like they had a lot of targets. And Thomas is trying to land them, shoot them, and keep them alive. There's not going to be a lot that can hit them at the moment. But that center fight, how many Aberrants can Guilliman kill? Does Guilliman survive the consequences of his own actions? It looks like a company hero squad, though, has poked around. If they're helping out, maybe Guilliman is going to lead the flip on the center. If that can happen, Thomas can get back into this game and score some points.
That was a good roll.
Yeah, that was pretty strong. I don't know what the roll was, but... Oh, that was a terrible roll. Why would you say that, Werner?
I'm sorry, Thomas.
Oh, man. Werner's the kind of guy who would say that you've never missed a field goal in your life. Right before you do it.
Good.
Let's put the player mics a little louder.
They killed one.
So Guilliman killed one Aberrant. That's what just got rolled. Oh, wowzers.
On the 5-man, yeah.
And it looks like Ryan's spending some command point for an interrupt. Okay. Crazy things going on over here. All right, let's go ahead and head back to that top down as we break down what's going on down here.
Give me
Nope, top down's frozen. Okay, this is the cursed table.
It really is.
Scott's been planning, or sorry, Ryan's been planning this for generations.
Maybe we can park one of our tripod cameras on this table.
Yeah, so that we just have something to go back to. That'd probably be worth our time. All right, for now, let's go ahead and kick it on down to that Dark Angel versus Tau game on table 7, I think. All right, it does look like the Deathwing Knights made their charges.
These are 3s.
Here and here from the last time we were live on this table. But there's plenty of Tau alive. And it actually looks like they made their charges, but they didn't necessarily finish the job. There's suits that fell back here.
17.
But it also doesn't look like those Eradicators are getting answered at all.
And then one
Guy's
dead. Guy's wounded.
I am unsure what's going down here.
Keep going.
Let's listen in.
7 down. 8 down. 9 down. 10. There's 7 left on 3-ups. Yep.
Okay. Seems like Kyle's on a run of making saves at the moment, as far as I can tell.
Take 2. Okay.
Let's see what's taking
the gun
2.
drones.
Oh, that's Deathwing Knights. Okay. So Deathwing Knights getting shot, presumably by this Crisis team right here.
Four at AP1. Take 2. Okay. Cyclic overcharged.
All right. Doesn't seem like that's
1. AP
doesn't seem like much
lot.
of this has changed.
Dead.
I'm guessing that this objective that got
Yep.
abandoned
Do your overcharge.
has to be the alpha.
Charge.
Otherwise,
Good.
you know,
Yeah, that makes sense.
why leave it? So, yeah, I mean, the Dark Angel seems to, and I don't see this Reaper that I thought was in reserves. Maybe it's going to be coming in
really
soon.
what's the it's AP3 effectively because of the plus 1 AP.
If the player tablet is up to date, they're still only on.
All right, Farsight's going to shoot here. Start.
Okay.
Definitely could still have.
Nobody else got in
reserves.
range. Nobody else has anything to shoot. I don't think so.
All right.
What's
Let's
AP
move it on
here?
down the line.
3.
Let's check out that guard mirror.
I'll go ahead and does he ignore cover?
All right. I can only assume that we are back into Joe McMillan's Astra Militarum turn. I know, because it looks like these Bulgrin charged, touched a Russ. I don't know if touching that Russ is actually accomplishing as much as you want it to. And then this last Bulgrin got charged out here. I'm expecting from this stage the material to start going very sharply in favor of Joe. I mean, he's going to be firing 6 Lehman Russ. you don't want to be standing in front of that. However,
I'm at 1 CP.
Joe is not on the
I had 4
objectives.
going
He
into
is
the
not
turn, I
scoring
still wanted
primary.
It's
to do
true.
the thing.
Ultimately, that is how you win.
That's scoring points is how you win, right? You know, I don't know how else to say it. And he's moving on to the objectives. But if he's going to hold that, the Bulgaren have to die or be in combat. And maybe part of his plan here is drift a Russ forward. This Sentinel gets shot to death by one of the 17 pairs of multi-melta staring at it. And then you just drift into the Bulgaren and say, hey, you're not charging, so you're not coming and taking this back from me. And frankly, depending on how the shooting phase goes, there may be a lot less Bulgaren.
Yeah.
If that's the target priority. But I would not be surprised if he's just trying to blow the tanks off the table and just say, hey, tanks, go to sleep because I'm firing 6 tanks at you. And then I'm going to kill as many of these Bulgaren as possible and just start working my way up the battlefield from there. And depending on what's the Alpha and what's the Omega, maybe you just leave these Bulgaren here. Because there is no way to take this objective back from Jeff. This is Jeff's objective as long as it's on the table.
Which one?
And I don't know how long that is. Price, do you think you could just point at the Omega objective for me?
Multi-meltas.
Good.
I think you just said the middle is the Omega. So...
Nope. He says no.
Nope.
Numbers final.
Hold up one finger if Joe's objective's the Omega, the one next to Joe.
So Omega's the bottom.
Oh, that's the Omega.
The oppressor cannon.
Okay, so this is what Joe's playing for then.
Nope.
So
4 shots.
Joe must be okay with this going at. Oh, and you know what? They've got markers on them. That can only mean one thing. There's no marker on the center. This might be the Alpha.
Hey, wounds.
If that's how it is, then he is just leaving that objective there. And eventually those Bulgaren are going to have to come out if they want to contribute. So but that must be Joe's plan here. And to be fair, that might be a good plan.
Yeah, it seems
You've
pretty
got bottom of
reasonable to
turn,
me.
score those 15 primary, make sure your opponent doesn't score those 15 primary, score the rest of what you can, table your opponent.
Yep.
Unless you fit.
And it looks like there might have just been an overwatch as this tank pulled up, but it appears that the tank is still there, which means that Overwatch could not have done everything it wanted to.
Yep.
Wowzers.
3 wounds would degrade it though, right?
That helps.
Yeah.
But I'm
not a huge, but
yeah,
you know, better than nothing.
Yeah, and if nothing else, it's also contesting that Bulgaren from holding the objective in case he's not
That's
able
true.
to punch through it.
What is the OC on a Russ?
Lehman Russ are traditionally OC 3, and the Bulgaren's only 1, and it's not going to get to 3.
Yep.
Could go to 2, but that's not enough. Yeah, so seems like Joe is going to... I don't know if he's going to be able to get a big victory here, but I'm very confident Joe is going to end up as the victor on this one. And yep, this Russ is driving straight forward. I would bet anything that if there's Bulgaren alive, it's just going to charge him. Like, why not, right?
Yeah.
Just a wound on 5s, get a 3-up save. They'll be fine. But there's a couple guns to be thrown downfield first, so maybe that Vanquisher at the bottom has something to say about that door. And if it's already used its Blanka save, whoop, then that could be painful. And if not, that's where the Blanka save has to go. Because D6 plus 6 damage is not something you can risk to a die roll. Or if that was a 2-up save, I might still try to blank it. But
Already blanked the save. You can't blank anymore.
it's already blanked to save. That's what we need right there. So if that Vanquisher can connect the shot, and I'm willing to bet that that's a command point if it doesn't. Oh my God, the 3 armored sentinels just no, that's the reinforcements. They died and came back.
Right.
And they're right here, and this is more. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's
just one of those scenarios where maybe you're better off not totally killing him.
Yeah. Wow. Whoa. God. There's too much left for Joe's Astra Militarum. Jeff is not getting out of this. Yeah, and he's putting it on the side with the Omega objective, so he's making sure that he just has bodies there. If the Dorn is lifted and the Bulgaren are getting shot and charged, this side of the board is just Joe's until the sun goes down.
Mm-hmm. He's just forming a wall of tanks around.
Yeah, you just can't get there. And there's things still. Are these Scions? What's a Gaunt's Ghost? What is arriving in front of this?
Might be Gaunt's Ghosts.
Hold on. No, are there any Scions in the list? Oh, this is too many bodies. This is Scions. I think this is a Scion unit. If this is a Scion unit, he's killing the Bulgaren. What is that?
What unit is that?
This is Joe McMillan.
Oh.
He just said Scions. Could you look up for me if it's a 5-man or a 10-man Scions that's going to be attached by a command squad?
Okay, command squad.
Yeah, there's definitely a command squad. There's got to be a unit in there, maybe 2.
It looks like a 5-man.
Okay. Scions, if you're not aware of them, hit incredibly hard, and they reroll hits with lethal and sustained when they shoot at Bulgren on objective markers. And spoiler alert, those Bulgren are on an objective marker right now. That might be a colossal consolidate mistake. If this Bulgren's just barely on the objective right there, Scion's reroll hits against objective markers. They're regiments, so they're lethal against the Bulgren. They're sustained because there's a command squad. He's going to fire that Scion unit, and then he's going to fire up to 4 battle tanks at those Bulgren. I don't think he's planning to tag them. I think he's planning for them to not be there. I think he is planning on critical material loss being inflicted right now upon Jeff. And I think if Jeff loses just, tank, the Sentinel, the Bulgren, there's just nothing left to take this objective back. It's Joe's until the end of the game.
Yeah. That would basically leave Jeff with things in the top right.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yeah, because this squad of
Truthfully, he
Leontis,
might get that other tank, too.
Yeah, he really could. Oh, boy, this is... Yeah, this one's going Pro Tabletop's way. It seems that they knew what they were doing when they took that guard mirror. They were here for it. Let's go ahead and check in on Tau versus Chaos Space Marines on table 4. I think that's another one. It's hard to put a picture together because we have so many big wins on both sides, but we don't know what the margins are yet.
So looks like the one Carnivore died.
It also looks like an Accursed Cultist unit just arrived from reserve and hit something.
Yeah.
These Accursed Cultists are in combat with the tank. These Accursed Cultists are swarming this objective. These Accursed Cultists are in position. Let's find out whose turn it is.
4 saves, AP3 with cover, so 5 ups. Save 1. 3 d6 plus 3.
All right, on the
5,
eyeball, I think Jaime's shooting right now.
Yeah.
5 left.
Yeah, Jaime's shooting right now. That means Jaime's about to charge with those Accursed Cultist units. So it's not like they're getting shot.
4 sustains.
Oh my god.
On 5s.
4 sustained is something I never want to hear an autocannon say.
Good.
Yeah.
That's
and
not
then
that's
coming
not
weapon
right.
at range on a Havoc. 6 shots.
That wasn't even a rapid fire range. It was just 4 6s.
Nothing.
Wow.
5 left on him.
Wow,
Okay.
wow.
That's reasonable. Let's do Cypher. Everything into the stealth suits. He will not dot practice your assassin.
All right, so just looking at what this means, this means the Accursed Cultists are about to charge. So if we're looking at this practically, we've got an activation of combat into a Skyray with Accursed Cultists, into one of these things with Accursed Cultists, and into this Skyray with Accursed Cultists. I can only assume that those things are about to die.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I do not see the material on the Tau side to swing this back. Right? If we're talking 3 tanks being
like
lifted,
Skyrays,
and piranhas with melta
a
guns,
ghost keel.
you're just never getting those ACDCs off the objectives. And
Yeah.
that means, and I know we're early in this game, we're on bottom of 2, but like, that's a lot of points.
Yep.
It's a lot of points still to be scored, a lot of time in this game. Walter is leaning back as if things have gone worse for him. I don't even want to look. I can only imagine. Man, a couple games going big for Monstars, but it seems like Pro Tabletop has more games going well right now. So it's going to come down to those ones we're not sure about. The Chaos Space Marines into the Atomic, the T-Suns into the Grey Knights, which direction those games fall.
So this
let's take some look.
This is based on how they currently have their score tablets. That first one, we
know that
kind
Scott's
of
going to end up
assume
with more
that's
than
gonna
11
be-
here. That's 'cause it looked like Walter was running out of models.
Wow,
Do we wanna-
14-6 on the AdMech favor.
All right, do we want to go with some predictions here?
Yeah.
So let's go to the projections here. Let's be conservative. We're going to keep Scott at a 16 into Walter, not give him the 20 yet. I don't think that Brad's game is going as well as Brad thought it was going to. Let's go ahead and take that to a 10-10. Now let's give Colin the upside into Corey there. I believe, based on what we saw last, and we'll check on that soon, let's give Colin like a 15. He was on all the objectives, and Corey was on none of them, and the Silent King just got lifted. I don't think Jaime's getting a 10. Let's put him at a 14. I think he's winning that game at the moment. Damien has a 14 right now. I can't read that one, so let's leave it there. Yeah, I mean, Thomas is losing to Ryan Verbeek, but Ryan might need more points to help the team out. And also, if Thomas punches out of it, then that's that. And then it looked like Trenton was maybe up on the Dark Angels. It didn't look like much, and it looked like they were up on the Dark Angels last round, and that didn't work out.
Yep.
So maybe we just leave that one low where it is, but At the moment, it looks like Pro Tabletop's on the higher end of this. And so some of these unknowns are going to have to flip one way or another. And a lot of them will. Like, you know, again, that T-Sun versus Grey Knight game, I refuse to believe that will end as a 10-10.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I don't know who's going to get it. Pro Tabletop thought they had it, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah. And if AdMech do take that game,
that'll be big
as
for them.
they're currently scoring it, that would push them into a win.
That could push them into a win. Okay. At the moment, though, I'm inclined to say this is going Pro Tabletop's way. This is close. There are some games going really poorly for them as well, and so they're not pulling away yet. They're not safe. But I just feel like there's more games going Pro Tabletop way than the other way.
Yeah. I mean, just based off these projections, it's basically 3 big games in Pro Tabletop's favor versus 2.
Yeah. And there's 3 that we're not sure on yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's see here. Let's go back to T-Suns versus Grey Knights. That's on table 2. Here we are. We need to know what point of the turn we're in. We've got, I see 2 Dread Knights, which means that either Brad killed 0 and 3 lifted or Brad killed 3 and is thrilled right now. Oh, I see one at the top. So there's 3 Dread Knights on the table. And if you killed 2 Dread Knights, you may not be in a bad spot, but the Forge Fiends are alive. Looks like Magnus is all the way at the bottom, right down there. And just the opposite side of Canis, it looks like, just working his way through these Dread Knights as quickly and or slowly as he has to. And just no one's even on the center objective. I don't know how the Forge Fiends didn't just walk onto this, but maybe I missed something there.
Is that one gone?
Oh, maybe it's about to disappear.
About to,
yeah, maybe it's not worth it because the next time that he scores it, it won't be there.
Yep.
That would make sense. Okay. And yeah, so that's the alpha, and this is the omega. So okay. Canis is on the one that disappears on turn 5. So not the alpha or the omega. But I don't think Canis is making it to the omega.
No.
And I don't think Magnus is going to lose the fight he's got right now on this side. There's a Mutalith and Magnus against a Dread Knight. I think this game ends with Magnus on the omega. That could be what it takes to give Brad the win. If at the end of the day, only one person scores primary turn 5 and that person gets a 15, I could do it right there.
Bottom.
Yep. That to me, that's reading like T-Suns might have the advantage here, just based on where the objectives are and where the guys are. I'm surprised that Canis didn't ingress here and head over towards that omega. That seems like where he's needed the most, right?
Right.
That's where I would put my most expensive unit on the most important objective.
Reasonable.
Yeah, that's just a quick read, but.
So
yeah, if Magnus can lock down that objective by the end of the game, that's
Brad
it.
Pick up to Owen. Just saw a handshake on table 1.
Okay, I think that was a 20. I don't see that game going any other way with what was happening.
They're gonna do their
Price,
score
go ahead and give us a thumbs up if that's a 20-0 in 30 seconds, but that's how we're seeing it. For now, let's just poke over to another table real quick. You want to go check out Colin and Corey on table 3? That's another one that'll probably be a quick update because there's just not a lot of models there.
Nope.
Oh, there's one objective. It's covered in Grey Knights. Yep. Are these points right?
I don't see a Silent King.
No, the Silent King got lifted on camera. He's gone.
Oh, okay. These players have a couple of times stopped scoring on their tablet, so
yeah.
I imagine that is not up to date.
We
want to
so this one will probably get a handshake soon.
But yes, I would think we're seeing a handshake pretty soon here.
Yeah, I think this is a big. I don't know if it's a 20, but this is a big Pro Tabletop win, which might be enough. All right, so we have a final. Walter hung on for 2 points there.
Hey,
impressive.
Kudos to him.
Kudos to him
like,
for. You know what?
seriously.
When you're taking that kind of adversity, there is a lot to be said for a teammate who is willing to get punched in the teeth for another hour instead of handshaking.
Yep.
It's only 2 points, but this round is tight. And it not being a 20 could save his team there.
Those 2 points could make a huge difference.
And you know what? It has to be said. When you're playing a singles game and you're getting punched as hard in the face as Walter was, it is tempting to just throw in the towel. And on a singles tournament, I wouldn't even blame you.
Yep.
But that's not what happened. He held on, scored the 2 points, did the best he could.
And that's a thing that's really an interesting dynamic of the team tournament environment. A lot of players are used to being very successful in tournaments in the singles atmosphere. And sometimes you can get served some humble pie in the teams. And kind of having that mental toughness to accept that, hey, I'm not going to go undefeated like I normally might try to. I'm going to have some bad matches. There's going to be some really good players that I don't get to avoid like I might in a singles event. And what do you do when you're in that position if you're not used to it?
Yeah. Well, what I'll say about Walter is I know he's got the heart of a champion, so I'm confident he will still be battling in the next rounds. And you know what? For whatever the predictions are, he might be happy with that too.
Yeah.
I can't tell. I know he's not happy by getting shot that many times.
No.
But like he could have been like expecting a 0 and okay with the 2.
That is absolutely a totally valid strategy in teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, we don't want any of our good armies playing the sisters, so we're going to...
All right.
Not good armies, but our high scorers.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Necrons are good. All right. Let's go ahead and kick it on down to AdMech versus CSM and just see what's going on there. It's hard to tell on some of these things.
There's just AdMech everywhere.
There's just AdMech everywhere. It's top of 3.
I wonder.
Okay.
And I wonder if
there's still all the AdMech alive.
Yeah, and so I don't know if this is still the case. We heard one Accursed Cultist squad had been reserved. He might just be having an awful time fitting somewhere on the board with how much AdMech bodies there are.
Yeah. Hey, is that them arriving right now, I wonder? Down in that corner?
Yeah. Yeah.
That might be an
like
Accursed
it.
Cultist unit setting up at the moment. Maybe
Yeah,
those dice are a 9-inch
like
screen.
Those dice, yep.
Yep, okay.
Good shout.
So that means that this is likely end of Damien's movement phase, rapid ingress.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to break out of this Skitarii jail that they're in right now.
Right.
So let's see if we can get a camera over to that table. This is the AdMech versus CSM on table 5. I mean, God, look at how much space is just being occupied by the AdMech right now.
Yeah, and when they drew their Alpha and Omega, we were saying that it worked out pretty well in Sean's favor because that bottom one is the one to stay. That's the Omega.
Here's the Omega. Here's the Alpha.
And that terrain piece is pretty nice for the chaos to sit behind. But Damien said, you know what? I'm just going to be on your side of the wall there.
Yeah. And it's entirely possible that the AC/DC squad, and I think it's ingressing in the right spot. It's ingressing so they can go support the Omega. It's arriving on turn 3. If it can go hit something and then live on that objective behind the wall, and the CSM army can hold the tide of metal soldiers off of it. It just stays there. He doesn't, Damien doesn't get a 15 on the end of the game, and Sean does. That could almost tie up the primary disparity that we're seeing so far, and then it's just cards. And if Sean can do that, he could maybe win or just keep close this game, and I think either way, I mean, the Monstars are trying to find every point they can right now. I don't know. Now that there's a game over, this is one of those fun dynamics. Now that the game is over, Scott Sasser, if the team doesn't have a coach, Scott just got promoted to coach.
Yep.
Because he's the only one who can go between the tables and has time for that.
Around.
And so we'll see if that's what he's doing. I don't know. I won't advise the Monstars on what their strategy is, but I would not be surprised if Scott is going down and doing that and looking at how the games are going.
Yeah, and I think Walter did that.
Yeah, he did a quick pass of all the tables, it seemed, as soon as his game was over.
I want to get an update from them because in BCP, it's a 16-4.
All right, let's go ahead and ask. Yeah, I'll go ahead and send you over. This may be as simple as a paint thing. Sometimes you forget to put paint on one player's score and you put it on the other, and those 10 points look like that's that. But we'll go ahead and get that confirmation out of BCP, and we'll just have the players tell us if it was a 16 or an 18. So whatever it is, I'm sure that if the correct thing is not in BCP, the correct thing will be in BCP. But we'll find out pretty sure. I called it. I've been around the block a couple times.
Yeah,
right?
man. So, 4 points. That is honestly a big deal. An extra 2 points for Pro Tabletop.
Yeah, so the 16-4 is the final.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That is the final.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's big. And now we can see on this CSM versus AdMech table that we've got some Accursed Cultists running up into... Oh, they must be blood surging up. That has to be it. Now, I wonder if they managed to blood surge into combat. Because if they blood surge into combat,
sure looks like they
something funny is about to happen. They're going to swing first.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's another unit of Skitarii that is posed to charge. But I would have guessed that these 10 Skitarii Sicarans wanted to be the first one to swing in this combat.
Definitely.
And if they just killed a couple of little guys and then they blood surged into the combat, that could be a massive swing.
There's
something
in that.
Yeah,
building.
I cannot tell what this unit is right there. The
Might
base
just be
size,
like Vanguard or something.
the base size to me looks smaller than 40 mil. I don't think that's a melee unit.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden these accursed cultists are not dead and are instead killing this Sakaran unit, that changes the
really
entire
does.
scope of the game. Because all of a sudden, what it looks like was there's going to be a small AdMech unit here on the objective and nothing the Chaos Space Marines can do to touch it. And yes, this objective is going to disappear at a certain point. We'll see if we can get a good angle. I wonder if we can get around and see what that small unit is on the other objective, the one by the Monstar player. The one by
there we
Sean.
go.
So there we go.
CSM in that one.
All right, and then let's see if we can get a shot on the other U, because there's a U on each of these objectives. And as soon as we're done with that, I think we want to pop over to that Krons versus Grey Knight game, because I'm willing to bet they've got a final for us pretty soon, if not already.
Yeah. Yeah, I see them with their.
All right, and now let's see what we got here.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's a
just
character
some
and some Skitaria Vanguard. That is not going to be charging the Accursed Cultists, and if they do, they're not going to do well. Now, okay, there could be some potent melee debuffs. Let's look at this. These Accursed Cultists are, if they're in the AdMech turn, they're probably not in their +1 to hit and wound phase, because that's usually popped in the CSM turn. Now, if these Sakarans are in the right Doctrina, and they're near a bad line unit, like that one we just saw, they're -1 to hit. And so these Accursed Cultists may be hitting on 5s, wounding on 3s, into a 5-up invul, and into a 5-up feel no pain. It is not as good as charging them, but it's possible that you're not actually losing this entire Sakaran unit, and you're just losing some of it, half of it. And then you swing back with, 5 attacks a guy, and you kill a good amount of Accursed Cultists. And that would not be as good as a 10-man charging, but maybe that's not disaster for Damien. But also, you've got sustained hits.
Yeah.
Hitting on 5s, no reroll sustained hits. Do you miss with everything, or do you hit with everything and do you sink the unit anyways?
Yeah.
I think Damien has introduced a little bit of chance that he didn't have to into that combat. And he may get punished. He may not get punished hard. He may lose the game because of it. We don't know yet. We'll have to catch on some.
What triggered that.
Yeah, I think they have pistols and they just shot them. I think they just shot their little flechette things. Let's pop over to table 3, see if we've got an update on that game.
Well,
there's not much left. We'll see if
score is still not up to date.
Price, do you think you can see if those players have the score up to date? This cannot be the final score, so
looks like this might be done. Yep, it is over.
All right, and 2. I'm going to need Price to walk closer to us. I can't
think
read
it was 2 to 18.
2 to 18? Okay, that must have been Grey Knights.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the projections. So we've got 2 games over. They were massive for each side. 2 games are final. 18 points for Colin Watts. It looks like he held all the primary there. We're already seeing 2 higher scoring finishes than anything we saw in round 1.
Yeah.
This is the mission for it.
But check this out. 18-2. That score correction in Walter's game currently is a big difference. That's 2 extra points. It is actually making the difference right now on a win versus a draw.
Incredibly so, yeah. Let's check out table 2, Brad Ware versus Chris Adams, these T-Suns versus Grey Knights. All right, it looks like a Mutalith has gone down. I see 3 Dread Knights, and the center objective has disappeared. Let's hear what the players are going through right now. The players are thinking very hard.
I mean, with these 2 armies, they're probably talking through psychic.
Absolutely. So, because we're on turn 4 and Canis has not moved, it very much appears to me, and we're on top of 4, so this should be Chris Adams' turn 1. Turn 4, I should say.
It's a very talkative person.
Looks like Brad's.
Was it Brad moving?
Stuff.
Maybe Brad had the first turn, and this was the opposite. They didn't mark that.
Or maybe it's bottom of 4 now.
Whatever. They'll just go all the way here.
So
we are top of 4.
Top of 4.
Oh, maybe
Should be
he's...
updated.
Okay. Still, Canis is on the top objective. That is Chris's to the end of the game. Magnus is right by the Omega. I have to believe that Magnus is going to win that one.
Forge Fiend can be back an inch.
What range do you have to be in for the Cabal?
18. I can just be back
I figured it
Oh,
out.
that top down might be frozen right now,
Yep,
actually.
minimum, I just realized that too. All right.
All right. Let's swing on over to maybe table 4.
Yeah.
Just keep going down the line of the interesting games.
Perfect. I'll give you table 4 and go. Give
All right,
that
perfect.
That's the furthest you can go? Yep. Cool.
All right, so the Skyray, that Skyray lived and fell back. Credit to the Skyray, okay.
1 wound.
But it does look like a Riptide died here and a Skyray died
And then you spent your CP.
there. I mean, and let's just look at it.
you.
This objective and this objective are blanketed in a curse sculpture.
Shoot here, full rerolls, guide with them, ignore cover, reroll 1s to wound. Number of shots, big gun.
Start little gun. I have a guy on 1 wound.
Yeah, okay.
Look at
Thank
Jaime
you.
being a good sport. Jaime is a gentleman and a
Little
scholar,
gun.
helping his opponent out with target priority there.
Reroll everything.
That is the kind of sportsmanship that you
One
just
miss.
love to see, especially in a high risk round like this. Like, this is an important round. This is going to be one of the toughest opponents each of these teams is going to face, and you love to see people demonstrate their character in these moments. Nothing but good things to say about Jaime.
Then we get +1 on
So
blast.
these Accursed Cultists in the center are getting shot.
10 shots on that.
And let's listen in to see if when they blood surge, because they are right next to a stealth team. And so as soon as this activation ends, we're going to see the Accursed Cultists move. And if they get a good dice roll, then they're just in combat and they're going to win that fight every day of the week.
2s reroll 1s. Okay, so 8, make 2 3s.
So we did get that other camera fixed. They are currently at a 10-10. And the Grey Knights have selected a secret mission.
Oh ho ho! So the Grey Knights have realized what's coming with a primary.
So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So these are 3 damage each? Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I want to stick on this one to see
The first one?
this activation.
He
I
dies.
can't tell what has shot at these
The
Accursed
second one?
Cultists.
He dies.
Oh, there's a carnivore on the field. Look at it.
Two dead.
In the top right.
Next one.
So that was the one that was in reserves?
It must have, yeah, it must have just Rapid Ingress there. Look at him. Hey, he's just going to go walk onto the Skyray.
Yeah.
No kidding. Just apply some more pressure. What's interesting to me is that it seems like Jaime is pulling the Accursed Cultists that are close to the stealth team, and he's pulling those ones as casualties, so he may not be blood surging in there. It's also possible that he's just getting shot to pieces, and that objective is not going to belong to him anymore.
He's good.
All right, that was the end of it. Was there a blood surge?
Him there.
I don't
guide
see a
with
move.
these guys,
Maybe
still hazardous.
there wasn't a good place to go.
Good.
Or maybe he just rolled low and didn't move.
6
All right.
shots.
Aha!
1 lethal.
Yep.
And then 5s.
Okay.
Just 1.
AP?
Make 2 3 damage.
Without cover?
You get cover because they don't have marker light.
So 1 4 up, no CP reroll because he's battle shocked. Shit. Does he explode? Doesn't
It looks like something went down. Yep, Predator popped. Okay. So that must have been the Ghost Kill shooting down
I'm
the
gonna
side
give
of
you
there.
this back 'cause I'm
They're
putting on
both in each other's backfields. There's a Ghost Kill in Jaime's deployment zone. There's a Carnivore in David's deployment zone. Things are getting violent over here. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get a bit of a quick update here from one of the Pro Tabletop people. Let me listen in real quick. What are you thinking here?
So I just did my round with the team, and we are predicting, based on what you just told me, exactly 86.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
All right, so ProTabletop thinks they're trending for an 86 right now. We currently have them based on the John projections. That's something I'm going to say as soon as Colin walks away because I'm not going to help him out. We also have them as an 86 by our projection, so it seems that they are in line with ours. So they might be able to sneak the win here. We will find out. But Jaime trying to get as many points as he can against these Tau, but he's on all these objectives.
D6 +1 for 5.
Again, these 2 objectives here, I just don't see the Tau getting them away from these
6
Accursed
other
Cultist
shots.
units. Just doesn't look like they're going to escape.
Reroll 1s to hit, 2 lethals.
Okay.
3s rerolling. Give me 5 no AP 1s.
I'm going to ignore her inbound. I'm just going to take 6s. She dies.
Okay.
Oh, alive on 1.
Do I care about this? You would technically. I'm not gonna get any OC anyways. I deny you holding it, and this would leave a weird character on 1 wound for me to snipe out if I could assassinate. So I'll probably just leave it.
Yep.
All right, so it seems like David has decided to stop shooting that singular Dark Commune leader in the center. No longer scared of her, for good reason probably. He's got plenty of things to worry about elsewhere.
Go to you.
All right, that looks like that's
Quickly
ending David's
check.
turn.
Yep.
Does a save. She does have a 6-up save. She's
Okay.
the only one in the unit with a 6-up save. The rest are 7s.
All right, so I can only imagine as I look at this that
Good, fearless.
Jaime's about to score all of the primary again. He's got 2 objectives, 2 out of 3 that he's locked into. And are we going into bottom of 3 here?
I believe so.
Okay, so he should get just 10 more primary. But again, with these accursed cultists and these pours here, if he wants to, I feel like he can just keep pouring pressure, or he can just kill one thing, trail some bottles back, and just hold on to this forever.
Yeah, and here we see him putting in his primary.
So he's pulling ahead here. Yeah.
I pass the battle
This is
shots,
good for
and the
pro tabletop.
secondaries are containment, cool.
All right.
And extend battle lines.
Those are strong. You know, extend battle lines is horrible.
So I have to go control the objective in my home.
Yes. But you have pink, so you're fine.
Yeah, but that sucks. But yeah.
Yeah, he did not want to deep strike those pink cores back on his home objective, but he's about to do it. Maybe he can trail some guys out. He'll figure that out on his own.
Piranha, maybe we kill one.
All right. Let's hop over to the table 8, that guard versus guard game, and then work our way up that other side.
He passed them.
Sure enough, Rogaldorn down, and this is something we talked about before. There used to be Bulgrin, there used to be a Sentinel, there used to be a Rogaldorn. They're all dead. This is Joe's. Oh my goodness. Just Joe. No one else gets this.
This is Joe's land.
This is Joe land now. There's 1 tank. There are 6. There are still 6 Lehman Russ alive. And it looks like there was a Bulgrin unit here. And now there's a Bulgrin. If our reading of the... So now that I'm seeing the markers, I think the alpha's the center. And so that might be the first one gone. And then Joe's got the Omega as firmly in his grasp as you could.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if these Bulgrin are willing to come out. Like, they can, but then they're going to get shot at by the 4 Lehman Russ, and, like, that's bad for their health.
Yeah, I think this is
definitely
damage control at this point for Jeff. I mean, he is actually up right now.
Yeah, it's because Joe did not score any early game primary. I don't think Joe can, like, win this big, but he's just not going to lose it either.
Yeah.
And with a round as tight as this, if Jeff can pull some heroics, we saw that Walter looked like he was getting tanked, and he still scored 4 diff points.
Yep.
I mean, if Jeff keeps this to a 10, or honestly, if he can get 8 primary off of this, and then like maybe he can almost tie this if the cards are in his favor here with what little he has left. I don't expect to see a victory out of Jeff, but you don't have to win each game.
Yeah.
If he can keep
I
this
mean,
close.
if he could somehow get an 8.
Yep, an 8 would be a victory.
Awesome.
At this stage, he would be happy with an 8. I bet if we walked over and asked the players, hey, Jeff, if we gave you an 8 and you got to go drink a bottle of water, would you take it? He would kiss my hand.
Yeah, I think so.
He'd be happy for it. But instead, he's going to work for it. And if he can pull it off, it'll be that much sweeter. Let's see. Do we want to check on maybe the Dark Angels and Tau? I feel like that's a game we haven't checked on in a while. I'm willing to bet we're going to check in, and there's going to be 1 dead Deathwing Knight 3 turns later. So that seems to be how those Deathwing Knight and Tau games are going. All right. Deathwing Knight's on the home objective. The alpha has been removed. I believe that this is the Omega at the bottom, the one that's covered in Tau.
Not a lot of Dark Angels.
No, there's not enough Dark Angels for what they need. I gotta say, I know from experience that Dark Angels are not a great secret mission army. I can only imagine that these scores are not up to date.
I don't think it's worth it.
That can't be right. Let's see if we can. Let's take a little bit of time on this one. I wonder if we can get a camera over to table 7, so that we can just kind of see what's going on table 7 in that Tau versus Dark Angels game.
Never mind. I will.
I want to see a score update there. I want to listen to what Kyle has to say here.
You have to go closer to me. I have to go closer to me. To you? Okay. Yeah. Then I'll stay right here.
Yeah, you just stay. You stay stationary. Fight with 2.
All right. And it looks
3.
like George
Right.
Jennis also gifted 5 Art of War memberships. Thank you so much, George. We really appreciate your support. George, you're a hero. Thank you so much. Yeah, Dorns lose to the Lehmans. I agree. I'm on the Lehman side of that. Dorns are fun and tough, but I kind of like that. All right. Now, back to the game at hand.
He's good. 2-up save.
Will you show me that? I don't think he has a 2-up save.
The Enforcer? Yeah. Enforcer has a 2-up save.
Okay.
Move 8 and 2-up save.
Looks like they're just looking at some things right now.
Here's swords.
And just looking at this, it seems like there's 7 Deathwing Knights left. And I mean, and then there's an Eradicator, and I don't see much else for the Dark Angels. 5 Deathwing Knights on the home objective. That's unfortunately that's the wrong objective. Because there's no Warlord attached to it, it's not worth a secret mission. Maybe it was a Storm Hostile or something, but there's 2 Deathwing Knights here. And then this objective, I can't tell. Maybe we can get a camera over. I can't tell if there's on this top objective, if there's anything on the edge of it. I can't tell if there's anything there, because unfortunately the top down is just cutting off the edge of that. So I can't see if there's anything on that. Maybe we can get a camera over there, though. All right, no, we're not going to get a camera over there. That's okay. So there's nothing on the objective, but we could get a camera over there. There we go. And it appears to me that the Tau are just holding onto the Omega right now. And they're probably just going to park there until the game ends. And frankly, I don't see any Dark Angels that are in a position to come get them off of it. The biggest resource left, right? This is 1 Eradicator and Apothecary. That's just not doing it. And these Deathwing Knights are turning around right now. These 5 Deathwing Knights are the biggest resource that I'm seeing on the Dark Angel side of the board. I mean, unless I'm missing something about the turn, because the center objective is gone, I know that this is at a minimum turn 4. So I just don't see this Deathwing Knight unit holding this objective in time for the Tau to not be holding it, which to me speaks to Tau getting the victory here. And that could be another hammer in the nail, and it's possible that Pro Tabletop uses that to really pull this out.
So it is currently 36-28 in Tau favor.
Okay. I mean, that and I'm really assuming here that the empty objective is not the Omega. So as long as I'm not completely misreading how to do that, and let's see what the camera's got of this. Maybe we can get a different angle of this one. Yeah, here we go. So, yep, so this objective is empty. Oh, there is a Gladiator Reaper that we weren't seeing. That Gladiator Reaper is nowhere near the Omega objective. Good for damage, not good for primary. I mean, as far as I can tell, there's 2 Crisis Suits standing on the Omega, and there's no Dark Angels in position to take them off of it. And Tower up right now, and it looks to me like Dark Angels aren't scoring primary for the rest of the game. That's what I'm seeing right now, because this objective at the bottom, there's no Dark Angels on it right now, and they're not. I just don't see them getting to it in time. I mean, maybe if it's Kyle's turn, because it's going to disappear at the end, at the start of turn 5. So he's not there now, so he's not holding it. That's actually quite simple. Because by the next time Kyle's going to be scoring a primary, him moving there won't help because that objective won't be there anymore. It looks like Defend Stronghold and Storm Hostile, and we can go back to the top down so that we can look at what objectives might be hostile right now. Defend Stronghold, there are Deathwing Knights standing on it. That's easy. Storm Hostile, this objective is not hostile. The only hostile objective is the literally inaccessible Omega objective covered in Tau.
Yeah.
Ugh.
They just
disappointing for the Dark Angels. That's not a good draw for them. To get there. Yeah, they're not getting there in time. I don't see it. So I can only assume, and if we want to go to the projections, maybe start updating this a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, if Tower up and they have the only primary coming back this game, I've got to call this like a 13-14 for the Tau. So we know that some of these are over. Yeah, I say we put that Trenton, I say we put him at a 14. He's up, and as far as I can tell, there's 15 primary left, and they all belong to Trenton. And if that's the case, this is Pro Tabletop trying to pull it a little bit safer. This is not going to be a big win. It still might not be a win, but the way this is projecting, I don't see the Monstars coming back for a win, but if they can pull some heroics, a tie is very on the table. And that's going to come back down to games like Ryan Verbeek getting a big win against Thomas Bird if he can do it, like pushing that margin as much as he can. And then maybe 1 or 2 of these games that are close, like maybe Chris into Brad. Maybe Chris can find some more points in that Thousand Suns versus Grey Knights game. I think we should hop over there now to see the update on that, because that game is probably ending soon as well.
Yep. And I just want to show, just for comparison, projections on screen right now. Now on screen is the current scoring. And we know.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So what's different here? So Scott. So we know that Scott's game into Walter is 2 points off. They just never updated that.
They didn't update the
That's
tablet.
2. Chris is leading Brad. We'll see if that's right. Colin's game into Corey's a final.
Yep.
Jaime's up there. All right. So the big thing is that Ryan might be pushing that game even bigger, and that Kyle is currently tied with Trenton. We just think that Trenton is getting more points. So this could just be a draw. Oh, also the final game, Jeff versus Joe.
Yeah.
We have Joe scoring
Getting
most
like
of the
a
points from
15.
here out.
Yeah.
I don't think he's getting a 15, actually. I think
Yeah.
that's a little aggressive. I think maybe a 12 or 13. But if he's only getting a 12 or 13, that's putting Pro Tabletop back into a draw territory, not necessarily a win.
Yeah, if we put him at a 13, now you're looking at an 87.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, if we're now going up to
then
an
we're
18 for the
just
GSC,
just
right
the edge
back
of a
into
draw. All right, so let's go ahead and check on
a razor's edge.
Let's go ahead and check on Brad versus Chris. So this is here. So we're still on turn 4, unless they just haven't lifted that one of those objectives yet. Let's see if we can get the camera on there and make sure that we've got an up-to-date score. So I think we've got a camera available for us.
Yep.
Yes, we do. There we go. So this Magnus exploring his options. It looks like he has many. I'm surprised that these Forge Fiends that are right next to Canis are just hanging out. They're just, I mean, they're doing fine, but
I think they're maybe just trying to.
But here's the thing. That's the Omega. That's Magnus. And I do not see any Dread Knights that are near it.
Yeah.
So I don't see this becoming not Magnus's anytime soon.
Looks like it's down to 2 Dread Knights.
I don't know if 2 Dread Knights is enough. I mean, 2 Dread Knights teleport over to Magnus. Magnus pops 4 Feel No Pain. Magnus lives.
Yeah.
That's just how that's going to go. And if you charge him, he's rerolls one save. He blanks a save. I just don't see him going down to that. And he auto-sees
like
them.
that Fiend has not moved yet. Yep.
And
so
there we go.
There we go.
So we're in the T-Sun turn, which means that all of the Dread Knights are on the table.
Yep.
Let's hit the top down, make sure there's not a third one off camera, but it looked to me like it was, yeah, it's 2 Dread Knights.
Both on
so
that top edge.
If this score is up to date, but on turn 5, Brad is the only person scoring primary because Magnus is standing on the Omega, that's a minimum that's like a draw. That's like a 10-10 at worst.
Mm-hmm.
Are we on...
This says it's 5.
Yeah, did Brad have top or bottom? This score can't be accurate, I think, is what we're looking at.
I'll go investigate.
Yeah, absolutely. Just let us know that score. But at the moment, I mean, Zangors are moving on to this objective. It looks like, yeah, just more things on the objective, making sure that it's okay. This Omega has to belong to the T-Suns, and he's just locking it up right now. And if he can lock this down and the score is accurate, that means that you are talking, genuinely, I think just a minimum of a 10 for the T-Suns. Maybe a 9 if the cards go crazy, but probably not. All right. So we'll find out in just a second. Our intrepid reporter Warren will find out.
Accurate prediction on your part. So right now it is a 10-10.
Yep.
45-42 Brad's favor.
Okay. And does Brad have bottom or top?
Didn't find that out.
Fair enough. So because what matters here is has Brad scored that 15 for the Omega? If Brad had first turn, which I believe is what happened, because it's on top of 5.
Okay. So they have it wrong on the score tablet.
Okay. So
Okay,
Brad
so
has
Brad
top. And therefore
is
Chris
gonna
has
get the
bottom. And that means
But
that
Chris can't get to that.
But that means that Brad's already scored his primary.
That is correct.
And so now it's just cards versus cards because there's no primary left for Chris. And that means this is going to be a 10 or an 11 in one direction or other, and that's kind of it.
Can't shift too much.
All right, so I mean...
Oh, that's right. Chris took secret mission.
Oh, wait, no, that matters a lot.
That really matters.
Okay, who is the Warlord? All right, let's look at the options here.
Yep.
There is no way that he is killing everything on the Thousand Sun side. That is impossible. There is no way he's scoring 3 objectives out of his deployment zone. That is literally impossible. Who is the Warlord? Is it the orange-based Dread Knight?
Well, it is a Grandmaster and a Dread Knight.
Okay.
Don't know if it's the orange one.
I don't want to ask the table who the Warlord is because we don't know, so we cannot ask that. We'll just have to find out. And so this may just be a we find out soon. That's the only secret mission that would make sense to me. Because I don't see any battle line in this list that would be doing... hold on. Maybe there's just a strike squad.
Strike squads.
Oh, you know what? There's no battle line in this
one
Thousand
on
Suns
that right.
list.
Yeah.
I mean... Oh, he might just be secret missioning. This might just be like... That's just it. If he just scores 20 primary here, that's just a T-Suns win. Or sorry, a Grey Knights win. I mean, that's a strike squad of the deployment zone, right? Yep. That has to be the mission. I mean, the Grey Knights have bottom of turn, and there's no battle line in the T-Suns army.
Yep.
That's just that. So all of a sudden, let's update this prediction. I think this is actually like a 13 for the Grey Knights, because the secret mission. Ooh, big deals. All right, so let's get back to that. Oh, we're pulling it back to a draw, folks. Oh, man. Both sides want to win so badly, and they're both fighting so hard not to give it to the other team. Wow. Yeah, I think that secret mission might just be swinging it. Okay. So that means that the Monstars, and that is a big deal for the Monstars if the secret mission is what we think it is.
Yep.
And then so, I mean, let's look at the games here. We already know that two of them are over. This one's about to be over. Let's go ahead and let's see if the camera's unfrozen for Ryan versus Thomas, because this is where I think Ryan Verbeek needs to be putting as big of a hurting on Thomas as he can.
For the question in chat, the only Zangor he has are enlightened.
Yeah, I believe he had no battle line. Is that? Yeah, he has 0 battle line. So very simple. There is no need. No, if there's a strike squad in his deployment zone, and that was the secret mission, which by all accounts it should be, that should just be a Grey Knight win.
Which table were you looking at?
Let's look at table 6. I want to see how Ryan Verbeek is doing it to Bird. This is one of those places where the Monstars, if they're going to hold on to this draw or maybe pull it into a win.
This could go to a 20.
Yeah, Goleman has been making the rounds, but he looks very lonely.
He went backwards.
Yeah, he's going towards the Omega.
I mean, there's just nothing on that other objective.
No.
Ryan's just
Ryan
quite
has
literally
all the points.
parked on it.
If this is turn 3, this is a 20-0. And you know what? We've called multiple 20-0s, and so far we have missed them very horribly.
Coming in, just shifted to a 19-1.
Oh my God. Okay. Wow. And this is how Monstars, if Monstars is going to get the win, this is how they do it.
Yeah.
By getting a 20-0 when no one else did. Where other big wins have been 16s and 18s, if you get the only 20, that's a big deal. And it's bottom of 4. So there's still one turn to go. But we're heading into Thomas's bottom of 4, and there's nothing for him on the table. So let's say that this is a 20. And now we're at 80-80. Goodness gracious. Wow. So where is each team trying to find points? I mean, I don't see Brad getting more than a 7 into Chris unless the secret mission is something we're missing. Yeah. Jaime needs to push that win if he can. Sean Dilly needs to hold on to that game against the Admech. I don't see much to do in the Dark Angel versus Tau game. It just seems like the Tau are parked on the Omega and not losing it. I don't see much to do in the Guard versus Guard game. Joe is parked on the Omega, not losing it. Yeah. So the two games that really matter here, I think, are table 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I think Jaime versus David and Damien versus Sean are going to be determined if anyone can win this round, or if it stays at the draw, it's going to be on these two tables.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and hit table 4. Let's do Tau versus CSM first. A board state I can read. And yep, Jaime is on all the primary still. But I gotta say, for the fact that Jaime has been the only person scoring primary this turn, the score on the scoreboard is not as high of a difference as I would have expected.
Yeah. It is already 4.
Yeah, let's see if Price can confirm for us what that is. Oh, and if it's turn 4, one of these objectives is gone, and they need to move it. It looks like Price might be trying to get some clarification out of Jaime right now. And we'll have that soon. But I believe Tau had the first turn, and so Jaime has the bottom. I mean, at the moment, this is very simple, right? There is objectives in the middle, and they are all held by the forces of chaos. And there are multi-model units spread out across all of them. And I don't see enough Tau on the table to swing this back. I mean, we're looking at, let's look at what's alive for Tau right now. I see a Skyray in combat. I see a Ghost Kill in combat. I see 2 Piranhas. Am I missing a Tau unit right now? All right, hold on. Stealth suits in combat.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, stealth suits in combat.
Yeah.
All right, so other than the stealth suits in combat with accursed cultists and 2 Piranhas, I don't see anything active on the table right now. So you have to believe that Jaime is going to try to pull away here and get a big win. It's not showing on the scoreboard right now. And maybe there's not enough time for him to get as big of a win he would like.
Yeah.
But Pro Tabletop's path to a victory runs through Jaime right now. He has to be the one to get the big score. And that means that if Monstars are holding on to a draw or pulling a win, they need David to find some miracle.
Okay,
maybe
Alpha
there's
is
a
on the
mission.
top of the screen. They will pull it after the models move.
Okay, so the top one is the Alpha. It's the Alpha. It's going to disappear. They know it's there, but the models are getting out of the way. And it looks like, yep, so we're in top of 4. So a Skyray is falling back. I know that Skyray is not going to fall back and shoot. It's going to fall back into the corner. And it's probably going to get ignored there unless Jaime draws Bring It Down or something. Because I'm sure he has better things to do with those Accursed Cultists, like run onto an objective where he's not going to lose it. It looks like there's a couple of stealth teams that are just deciding which direction to fall back in, because they can't be staying there, right? That can't be the right choice. Yeah, so that means, all right, so this is top of 4, which means that the Tau just scored their primary.
Yep.
And bluntly, they're not going to score primary again.
Yep.
Jaime has 2 more instances of scoring primary. I see nothing in this world that is killing this pink ore unit. And that means that Jaime has a 16 and then a 15. And if Jaime gets 31 more primary here, and David gets no more primary here, this is looking like a 15 plus, maybe a 16. And suddenly, we update the standings, and Pro Tabletop's going to pull back ahead. Let's look at it. So we have him Jaime as a 14, put it at a 16. I mean, he has, it looks like he has 31 primary in his pocket right now.
Yep.
And he's just not losing it.
And right now, Damien appears to be on the plus side of that game.
Yeah. Let's pop over to that game on table 5. Because again, I think table 4 and 5 are the ones we need to look at here. You know what? Remember when we said that surging those ACDC into cultists might have been important?
Yep.
It looks like the ACDC are all still there, and it looks like there are 2 Sakarans. That might have been disastrous for the Atomic. And all of a sudden, if this game stays at 10-10, I know Damien's up right now, but he's on the top turn, Sean's on the bottom. Sean has the Omega much more accessible. And if Sean is able to hold that Omega, what that means is that he can close this gap real quick and keep it to a 10. And at that point, if he can hold this close, that means Pro Tabletop, even with Jaime's heroics on table 4, might not be able to secure the win here. They might just be a draw. Yep. And a draw means this is anyone's game.
Yep.
Like, this is anyone's tournament with a draw. Both these teams are absolutely in it to win it. I mean, with Damien being up on points the way he is, I'd be surprised if Sean could pull it into a win. But if he keeps it close, that's enough, right? If he can keep that at a 10.
If he can keep it at the 13-7 that it currently
that might be enough there. As long as
draw.
As long as Ryan is pulling what we think he is pulling against those Ultramarines right now. And then it'll just come down to, now those other tables are still relevant. I know we glossed over some of them, but I think those are just a diff point or not.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's Joe's going to win. How much does he win by? Trenton's going to win. How much does he win by? Thomas is losing. How much does he lose by? Those are still important things for the team.
Brad's game is done, right?
Brad's game is done.
So that was a 10-10.
Wait.
Right?
I thought, but there's a secret mission still.
Oh, that's right.
Is it in BCP?
Let's see.
Or could we just have Price ask Brad to tell us the final score?
Yeah, so it ended up being a 14-6
yep.
for Chris.
The secret mission took it from the 10-10 to the 14. Wowzers.
That is
all right. We're right back.
Oh, my gosh. This is so spicy.
This is, oh, my goodness. So 3 of these games are done. Funny enough, it's tables 1, 2, 3. I suspect table 4 will not be the next to finish, though.
Oh, the trend ends.
Let's check out table 7, that Dark Angel versus Tau, see if anything has changed there. Let's just do some quick hits through those other tables to see if anything is broken in ways we don't see.
Yep.
And here we are. Whoops, there we go. All right. So the Tau have left the objective. Maybe they're just going to move back onto it. Maybe this is bottom of 4, and the Tau is saying, whatever, I will just move there on bottom of 5 and out OC anything that's there.
Yep.
And he's moving off so that the Deathwing Knights cannot kill the Tau and be on the objective at the same time. Maybe that's the play there, because if the Deathwing Knights move to the objective, they aren't killing the Tau, and then the Tau walk on and say, I have more OC than you. And if the Deathwing Knights go kill the Tau, they're not on the objective, and then the other Crisis Suit unit walks on and has more OC than 0. And so maybe that's the play there, is leave the Omega, come back to it on bottom of 5. For what I'm seeing, there's Deathwing Knights in the far corner. They are no longer part of this game. There might still be a Reaper behind this wall. That's where he was before. He is no longer part of this game. I believe we're on top of 5 right now. I know it's not top of 2.
Yeah.
All right. I believe we're on top of 5 on table 7, those Dark Angels versus Tau. And we'll find out real quick. It looks like Price is checking on it. Yeah, kick me over to that guard game. I'll look at that, and we'll find out more soon. All right. And sure enough, this guard game materially is exactly what we think it was. There's now merely 5 Lehman Russ alive for the Pro Tabletop guard, the lighter colored guard. This one Russ being alive is kind of impressive. I mean, that man has been staring down every gun in the guard army. And maybe he's just not getting shot, but he seems to be doing well. And it looks like this Russ might have poked around the corner, shot some Bullgren. And then they actually might have taken that objective off. I wonder if the turn count is not accounting for the fact that this objective's gone. Because I believe that one in the middle was the alpha. If it wasn't the alpha, then Joe may be able to pull a bigger victory here. And at the moment, it looks like Jeff is adjusting his guard in the backfield, but I don't know what they're looking to accomplish right now. I mean, maybe it's just doing the damage and not losing the objective. Maybe it's defending a stronghold, but there just looks like too much firepower in front of them right now for them to realistically try to stand in the open. If it needs to die, Joe is going to kill it, is what it's looking like right now. This is too many guns pointed downfield, and I do not see any answers for Jeff. He's just trying to score points. I don't know what cards he has at the moment. All right, so we're figuring out some of these things. And it looks like Warner is coming back to us with a news update. So Warner has probably found out some interesting facts for us, and he'll be delivering it to us as soon as he gets his headset back on, which should be right about meow.
All right. So on our Tau game, and we just got a charge which may be consequential.
Okay. I'm sorry, did the Tau just charge the Dark Angels?
No. It is bottom of 5, Dark Angels' turn.
Bottom of 5?
Yes.
Oh,
so
Dark Angels had the... Oh.
Yep. And so right now, it appears to be 51-31 in the Tau favor.
Okay. And he's trying to keep the Dark Angels off the Omega.
Yes.
I see.
But so Dark Angels have not scored their primary yet.
Okay. So what he appears to be doing is just making a reality check here. And that is that the Dark Angels cannot fall back and advance.
No, the Dark Angels made the charge here.
Oh, the Dark Angels made the charge. Okay, on bottom of 5. Okay, so then he's just not.
Yeah, it might be a secondary that he had or something.
Fair enough. So then if the cards are up to date, it's no prisoner's assassination. So maybe he's just trying to split his attacks and do what he can. And fair enough, right? But then it looks like this is just going to be a Tau victory, and we're haggling over whether or not it's a 7, an 8, or a 6 for the Dark Angels. I know we had called that as a 14 for the Tau before. We're going to see if they can hold on to that. Okay. So yeah, they're just filling out. Let's get, if this is bottom of 5 dice, let's just figure out what's happening.
Yeah. Just 1. No AP. We're good? All right, over to me. I'll go over to there. Yep. I'll feel no pain in the suit unit. You have to go towards this model. He's the closest, yep. Interesting.
So, yeah, looks
okay,
like...
So what I'll do, I'll go over here like this.
Kyle's
Probably
trying to find a
5.
way to get something within 5
We'll
inches
check.
of that objective marker.
Nope. Okay,
And he
so
has
then
not
I
done
gotta
it
think
yet.
about what I want to do here. This is still 2.
I don't know how he's going to be able to get to that objective marker.
But there is one other rule, which is that I have to stay in coherence. Yeah. So, but basing is the priority. Okay. So what I'll
Kyle's
do,
trying to figure out a way to get a good consolidate out of this position to get within 5 inches of that objective marker. Bluntly, I don't see an answer for him right now, but he's going through the process trying to see if he can find
make it at this point. So.
Yeah, and if he falls back in charge, he's going to have to go back towards those models.
Another way
He's not going to
to
be able to get onto that objective by any way I can see at the moment. And that's going to be a big deal. Because...
Oh, you were right. The Tau did do the charge.
I
misunderstood which player was
no
which.
problem. It looked like the Tau had charged the Dark Angels there.
Yep.
Okay. So.
Okay. So.
Yeah. So the Dark Angels got charged by the Tau, and the whole goal here was that
he just needs to make
Deathwing
literally
Knights
just needs to decide
are
if he can
not
find some
within
goofy
5
way to
inches
pile in
of
and
this.
actually fall back onto this. But
And that's because they can't fall back in advance. So a 5-inch fallback doesn't touch it. If they fall back and charge, there's nothing for them to charge in that direction. They fall back here, they charge one of these 2 units, and they have to move closer. And they're probably basing because they're right next to each other.
That's the
And if they go
problem, I
base them and then consolidate 3 inches, they're just not on the objective. And if he goes in and bases there, I mean, the other unit will heroic and just stop them from moving. And 3 Deathwing Knights should not punch out of this combat in time.
Yeah.
And that's all that Trenton needs. So good play by Trenton. He looks like he's trying to stop this from happening. And he decided to just move the crisis unit off so that there was no way for a long charge to go in and take the objective back with some good dice rolling. He's just trying to use distance as the problem, not the OC. And that's the only thing that I believe is left for Kyle right now. So let's hear if he's finding a way out of this.
And there are
but
2
there's
wounds
not
and
much
3
for
wounds?
bottom of 5.
Yeah, 2 and 3. Okay. I'm gonna feel no pain on the.
Okay.
Big
It looks like
suits.
Jaime's
Okay.
game is over. Let's see how high that got for him. Is that game in?
It is, yes.
So table
By
4 was the next
20.
game to end. Are you kidding me? And it was at 20-0. Oh my goodness.
All right,
Mr.
let's see where we're at.
All right, so Pro Tabletop looking like they might be on the high end of this. At this point, I just don't see. I just don't see any way for Midwest Monstars to win. They can draw, but Pro Tabletop, I believe, is just locked in the draw here.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Right now, Midwest Monstar is probably happy if they can get it into a
I
draw
think at this
somehow.
point, if they can get the draw, they're going to be okay with that. So, I mean, and Thomas Bird's game is over as well because there's no one on it. And was that was that 20-0 a final?
Yes, it
Okay,
was.
20-0 final. All right, which is what we were calling it. All right, so that's that. So there's 3 games left, and Table 7 is on bottom of 5 right now. He's trying to find a way onto that objective. Let's go back to that one because that's a 15 points if he can solve something that I don't see, but I don't want to speak for Kyle and say that it's not possible, but I didn't see it on the top down. So let's see what they're going through.
Yeah, I agree. But you have to attack these guys, so.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about whether I.
Can you reroll the wound?
I could. That's what I'm thinking about.
Oh. Why do you get a reroll wound?
Well, I'm thinking about whether I want to for a CP.
Oh. Tricky. Yeah.
Other option would be use a CP to ditch a card.
Yeah. He's talking about cards.
I am. I'm just going to leave it. Go ahead.
Right.
One save.
One save.
You're good.
All right, so 1 stealth suit. Yeah. Down. Yes, 1 stealth suit down.
And then here's attacks into the suits. Yep.
Okay. I can only assume that the resolution of that was that Kyle did not see a way to get onto that objective, because I don't. But if he can find something I'm missing, then kudos to him.
4 minus 2.
One dice.
So 6 damage. Yep.
Oh wait, it's 6 damage. Hold on. Feel the pains.
All right. Seeing how many suits hold on.
Still dead.
Looks like just 1 suit went down. Yeah.
All right. You get to find me here?
And then just a ghost kill and an eradicator just slapping at each other. I'm sure that is a very impactful battle. No doubt. Maybe in Tactical Doctrine that eradicator could fall back and do something interesting, but these armies are just so beaten and battered at this point. I'm expecting this to just fall in.
Good.
And it's just going to be a card game.
Over to me. Over to you.
All right, so let's see what Kyle's cards are here. This
Let's see
seems
if I
like it's the
regret.
most important thing.
Secure no man's land.
That's impossible.
Fucking terrible.
That's gone, yeah. And
so fucking terrible. It's
I mean, they're good secondaries. They're just horrible in this one situation.
All right.
Engage on all fronts. Okay.
I want them to put these cards on the table.
They are. It's just at the very tippy top.
Okay. All right.
Let's see.
I mean, the knights are falling back.
We're putting them into fallback, shoot, and charge.
Okay. I'm going to overwatch you. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't see a negative to it.
Okay.
Everybody's within 6, so we're just going to roll it all together.
So I do think there's an out for Kyle here that involves
11,
him rolling a roll,
17.
rolling low. So I think what Kyle has to do here is charge the Deathwing Knights into these stealth suits and roll low enough that the last guy can't base.
Yep.
2 Deathwing Knights base here, keep this guy in coherency. And then he needs the Crisis Suit unit to not heroic in.
Yep.
If they don't heroic in because they fail the charge or because this
AP2?
Overwatch costs Trenton the CP he needs for that.
I was just thinking
If that Overwatch is what
my
does it,
gosh.
and then they're not in combat, and these knights
lose
that
one
are
guy.
basing the stealth suit
And the guy's wounded.
are
Lose a guy and the guy's
4
wounded.
inches away from here. They cannot consolidate in, and then they can touch
Go
the
ahead.
objective.
And
That's his
the
out.
gun drones?
So
Wounds? Gun drone wounds? for
certainly
AP2?
for Trenton's sake, he wants to still have CP.
Sickly.
If the CP are up to date, he's got enough CP to do this, no big deal. If he goes and connects those suits in,
Guys
it's
on
a
2?
simple,
Guys on
the
2.
Deathwing Knights cannot consolidate in the right direction, and then they just don't score it. But, frankly, if Kyle rolls a high charge, and also having one less guy here is making it a lot harder for base. Kyle needs to snake eye this charge. Like Kyle needs a 3.
The one time you want the snake eye charge.
Kyle needs to roll an extremely low charge so that this model cannot base, and then he needs these guys to not heroic.
He lost one of the
Well,
guys.
He lost one
sorry,
on
I didn't
Overwatch.
say that, but
But it was the guy that was
how many
closest.
wounds do
So.
you have? 8.
Yeah. So the Reaper has oathed this commander. I don't know what secondary was involved in that, but that's what he's doing. I'm wondering if the play was to see. I don't know where that Reaper was. I'm wondering if that Reaper could have gotten shots on this Crisis Suit to try and deny the heroic play. But even then, that's hinging on rolling like the 3 or the 4 in the charge. But like, I mean, if you roll high, you got to CP it. You got to try to fail that charge. You have to.
What did you get for
Or to roll
secondaries?
low, I should say.
Trash. Secure and engage.
Okay.
So his secondaries are not. Yeah, secure and engage. He can engage. That's not terribly difficult. Actually, I don't know. That Eradicator squad. No, he's got Deathwing Knights in the corner.
Yeah.
Engage, engage, engage. All right, so he has engage. So there are 17 points riding on this play going literally perfectly. I don't think it will, but let's not speak this out of existence. Kyle just needs to hit the right combination of dice rolls here, and he can swing a ton of points
It
back.
just is what it is. Here shots there. Yeah.
All right, so this is a Reaper.
Let's swap it into my time so we don't have to hear that thing.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, looks like they're just running out of time on this one. That's fine. Only 3 games left here, but
Here's Dev.
this one looks like it'll be wrapping up in just a second.
4 dev wounds.
Okay.
And then 2 at no AP. He's good.
Oh, because he's a 2 up? 2 up, yep.
Here's
Here's
Enforcers.
the, he's also got cover for whatever that's worth, too. So.
User, this is the last round for today.
Oh, I can reroll.
And then we have
those.
2 more rounds tomorrow, 1 round Sunday.
Absolutely. Tight round so
5.
far. This is real good.
It's like 4.
Okay. So he's just seeing if he
Good.
can finish off this suit. The
Here's,
suit seems to be living. To be honest with you, I don't see what the point of shooting this is.
Stubber. Yeah.
Not sure. Sometimes
1.
you get in a
You just-
position
sometimes you
and
just wanna-
you
you just
feel
wanna
like
do
you
it.
have to
Fly
do
down.
anything
Yeah.
you can
If
do.
this is bottom of 5, if we're not missing something here, I don't think this is worth any points. Maybe he just doesn't. Maybe that commander has spurned him too many times and he wants to do damage to it.
Yeah, just charge. Yeah.
All right, so this is where Kyle needs to roll the 3. He needs to roll he needs every charge in the next minute to be extremely low.
8, too big.
8's too big. So they knew what they were doing. Yeah, there's no way they're not basing. And then
You'd have to put this would have to touch a base for you to be able to come back.
Yeah,
and
there's
you have
no
to
way.
base me with that charge roll. So
he has to superior roll
I
it.
have to.
you
I have to
absolutely have to base me.
When I
Yeah.
pile in, can I move towards the closest objective?
No, that's consolidates only.
Yeah, Kyle's trying to find it now, but I'm just
So
not seeing
I
it.
will
He has to CP roll this to get lower.
choose to re-roll.
Yep.
This thing doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I think the CP roll is the
What do
only
I need?
only thing of relevance left. I mean, he's secure no man's land
You need to roll
engage.
snakes. What's that? You need to roll snakes.
I
That's
think
incorrect.
a 3 could do
Because the only way that this guy can't base is if you basically roll a snake eyes, in my opinion.
Block, and then I can't move around.
it. Yeah, I think he needs a 3.
I don't know. That looks like 4 to me, right? 2 to clear, and then 2 in.
I mean, well,
I
the
see.
players are sorting through it, so we'll see.
You just want to ask
My,
the
my
judge?
read on that is that a 3.
I don't think he's the judge.
Oh.
Not judge, but he's right there.
Hey, man.
All right.
Getting a judge
The only
just
thing
to
I
make
mean,
sure
I
that
feel like
they
you can just do the reroll now,
If
right?
you were to roll a 4
I
on the
would too.
card,
It's not like
can
you
he
could choose
move
to
so
just
this guy
reroll
cannot
one of the.
base,
Yeah.
Right? So
I think if he
where
rolls
is
the
now, if
4,
this guy moves
he's
4
basing
inches,
though.
Yeah.
Is he
That's what
able
I'm
to
looking
base
at.
this model?
This is the individual model?
This is this one model to this one stealth suit.
I mean, you might as well. Yeah, and I mean, this is the last decision point of the game.
No, it's
so
one unit.
Okay.
I don't know what else
One
you would
unit.
use this
He's
command point
basically-
for.
I do not know what else to use it for.
Yeah.
So
He basically
They're gonna find
needs
out
to
together.
Gonna
that
reroll
guy
it into
can't
like a
make
12.
melee.
I know. I want to be here for this reroll.
Yeah.
What's your intention? Is it to
Yeah, I want to be here for this reroll.
So if
That's
he rolls a 4, can he make it so this guy
Just
cannot base
reroll
this guy?
it.
make it where this guy cannot make this
I
guy?
need.
I have
yeah,
to go
no,
all the way around my own guy.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a reroll. That's important.
This guy here, this guy
And they're just
Yeah,
talking over all the
exactly.
enemies first,
With
but that's
4
okay.
inches of movement.
I don't think it's 4 inches. I want to see how far you think it is to get to that
Yeah.
guy.
But basically, to get around this guy, go this way, right?
Correct.
We'll probably get one
Or
in a
this
second.
way, whichever way. Yeah.
All right, because we still have 3 games in progress, I think. So while they're figuring this
Oh,
out,
right. Correct.
we're gonna see what this reroll is. Bryce, can we get a camera pointed at the dice box for the
Yeah.
CP reroll?
May as well get the.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
All right. So I don't think he's rerolled it yet. I want to
Do
see.
we have another Terminator?
Oh, yeah, do you have another Terminator?
I want to see this reroll at the moment of truth. I mean, he could reroll this into a Snake Eyes or a 12, and right, we could know, but
Correct.
Right? So we're just going to measure to the front of the base, the other front of the base?
Not sure why they don't just roll it and see if it matters.
yeah, that would, because I think if you roll
That thing's a
a
little off.
5
Let's get a
plus,
tape
the
measure.
argument's over. As far as I can tell.
That thing, the blue thing's good. That tape measure.
Okay.
So we're just going to measure for the front
Well,
of the base.
that's not our place.
Sounds good.
No, it is
So-
not. So that's where it'd have to base.
So it's less than 4.
Okay.
So less than 4.
Okay.
So I think they're determining that it has to
Okay,
be
so
a.
I would need a flat. So if I roll a 4,
You make it.
You would make it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think they're determining that it has to be a 2 or a 3.
Yep.
Correct.
And we're going to get this reroll in just a second, I think.
Is that all y'all needed? This is back to you.
Okay.
These guys also, you're going to auto pass the battle shock, or are you going to take it?
Oh, they haven't rolled their battle
okay.
shock yet.
You can call that after.
no, dude, you overwatched me, so I didn't need to.
Oh, no, there was
no,
no battle
this is
shock.
your turn.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're right. I'm stupid. Sorry.
All right. At end of the day, this happens all the
Yep.
time. I've been there in both
been,
pairs.
8 hours of
No
gameplay.
problem. All right.
Plus pairings.
So we're just waiting to when we can see that reroll, if it's happening. Is he? Is it a question of if he's going to reroll it?
This is it.
I mean, I don't.
His
I don't
final
know why he wouldn't.
activation, he's just going to finish it.
All right.
Just checking something real quick.
Absolutely.
Was there no reroll?
Kind of. Are other tables done? No.
No, there's a couple more that aren't. All right. If he's not re-rolling it, then it seems to be a cut case.
I don't know why you wouldn't, though.
Well, you know what? I can't picture it either. There's no 6-inch consolidate. There's no other stratagem I can think of. You know, your Kingdom for Overrun right now for the Tyranid players, but he's not, so. Do we want to cut? I mean, I want to be here for this reroll, but do we want to go check in on that guard game real quick?
Wait, he's
Oh, wait, nope.
switching some
All right.
dice. Let's see.
All
Here we
right.
go. All of that for this one roll. Calling a 10.
Hold as steady as you can. With like a cameraman telling you how to get the points.
All right. This is important. Something is going on in that mind. He is thinking about something, and I cannot read his face. He is stoic and demure. All right. We don't know. I'm attempting to read minds here, and it's just not
Surveying
working.
the field, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just pondering for a moment.
Don't know what he's pondering.
Might just be pondering, yeah. All right. let's
He's literally
let's
just
switch
gotta
to the
figure out what
guard
he's doing
table
here. The
real
rest
quick.
of it doesn't
And I'm
matter
just gonna
anymore,
oh.
so.
What's the point for everybody else?
I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Just just talk through what it is.
What piece of terrain is?
I mean, I got to reroll.
It's a ruin,
Try to
right
get 15, and I have to fail the charge effectively, basically.
You have to fail it.
Yeah.
All right.
If you go too far, and now you can't get back.
If it's on that side, it doesn't matter.
I don't even know if he can actually base and
Same unit.
clear the ruin after, but we'll find out.
So what do you have to think?
All right,
We'll-
everyone's
we'll get
watching.
there if he
This
rolls
is the
it, it
moment.
matters.
What's going to happen?
Teams just
He's-
gathering around.
I know. So Kyle's talking
Teams
to
have
one of his
charged
team
this
players
model.
right now
This
to
model
get a
needs
little bit
to
of
not
help
be able to make base
on
so that he can
the
touch here
decision
and
making,
try to
which you
consolidate
can't get help
after
on like
killing
the
it onto
tactical aspect, but he can ask his team what they need points wise.
Yeah.
Probably not.
This is bottom of 5, so I don't know what the downside is.
Yeah, I don't know why. What does that change for the team?
He's not going to lose
Alright, here
engage
comes
on
the
this.
roll, apparently.
It's a 10. All right,
Yeah,
so that's
10.
that.
I called it.
All right,
Yeah.
easy enough.
Knew it.
7, no, okay. I kill you. It doesn't fucking matter.
All right, so that simplifies that. So that means that game's over. We'll get a final score as they tally it up.
Sounds
but-
like it'll be a 15-5.
Okay.
In your turn, you kill me.
And then
I get another 15 on turn.
and then we've got so they're just looking at that. Now we're at a guard. And yep, the alpha has disappeared for the guard game. It is gone in the middle, and these Russ are just staring down this objective to deny it.
Are these scores up to date? Is it really 41-40?
Oh man.
In Midwest's favor? No, here it comes.
Here
Here
it
it comes.
comes.
Okay.
You asked, they're
Yeah,
giving.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 Russ on this objective. That's comical. That's denying that this objective belongs to Joe, and so those points are going to keep flowing. It'll be a win for Joe, but again, I don't think it's going to be a crazy one. And now let's just hop over to see Damien's game maybe into the CSM.
Maybe not 20, but
Okay. And boy, howdy, there are a lot of AdMech.
I guess he's advancing 4 more inches.
Damien's got that big lead. The number of objectives on the table is confusing me. Some of those aren't supposed to be there. I'm willing to bet if this one at the top was the Alpha, I believe, and there's just so many cultists on it that they haven't moved it yet.
Oh,
that's almost
we
certainly
actually
what's
remembered
happening.
that this one was.
Yeah,
Omega.
I know this is the
On the
Omega,
bottom.
but I
Yeah.
think this top one has to be
I
the
believe
Alpha.
you are correct. Yeah,
Right,
they probably
so-
just didn't want to just.
Yeah, when the models are gone, I'm sure they'll get rid of that. That
And yeah,
accursed
we just got
cultist unit,
confirmation from the table.
that accursed cultist unit that didn't get charged is currently streaming its way back towards the middle.
Yeah.
And this looks like this might be the last game of the round to finish.
I
the
don't
way
know
I'm-
that this is going to change the outcome for the teams.
No.
Unfortunately for Sean, but I mean
Yeah.
he is doing
He's
everything,
doing everything he can, yeah.
Yeah, first one kills, second one.
So,
third
yeah,
one
we'll
kills.
see. We're going to get a final score on that Dark Angel versus Tau as soon as possible, and then we'll be able to update the predictions. Is that in the PCP yet?
It is not in. Just saw a handshake on that table.
Okay, so there's a final. We just don't know what it is, but I think it was looking 14 or 15 for the Tau.
You good?
Which that right there should be enough to cement their victory.
Yeah, I mean, just going off projections.
Yeah, if Trenton has the 14, then Damien and Joe need 24 points between them.
Yeah, and it sounds like Joe is getting way more than 13.
It sounds like it. And so then Damien needed to hold even, which means what that means is that Sean has to go get a tie or a win here.
Yeah, Sean needs like a huge.
Because if Joe only gets a 14, if he just gets one more point there, and then Sean is able to get that to like a 10, that's 86 on the dot. So Sean needs to find a win here. Sean needs to find like an 11 in these last two tables. We'll see how quickly we can get what that final tally is. Price, can you tell me exactly how many points Kyle got with the Dark Angels? If you can hold that up if you want. And if we know Kyle's score, then we'll know the other score. All right, so we're getting the final here. 4. 3, so 7. Okay. The pro tabletop people are cheering. I did not understand that sign language. Is that 4-3?
I think
So
he's
7.
43.
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
sorry.
total score.
We want the differential score. I'm sorry. The 1 through 20 is the only number I'm looking for here. 5. So 5 was the final. No?
15-5?
15-5? Yes. All right, great.
Okay.
So 15-5. So that means that we have 6 games done. 2 games left. Yeah, that was Trenton who got the 15, Kyle with a 5. And so right now, where we're projecting this, it's 90 for Pro Tabletop. So we're projecting 27 points for Pro Tabletop on those last games. They need 23. So if Damien drops to a 9 and Joe sticks to 14, they're fine. And what that means is that Jeff and Sean from Monstars, they're fighting for everything. If Jeff can keep that even a little bit closer than it's looking right now, if Sean can turn this into an actual win, suddenly you're looking at the slivers of a draw. And that means that there's hope for the Monstars still. It looks like they handshake on Joe's game. So we're going to get a final score on that very quickly, and then it's all going to be down to Damien and Sean. So they're filling that in. Oh, right now that's a 14.
We're seeing...
Is that the final?
14-6?
14-6 is the final. Okay, that's it. So we've got one game left, and let's go to the projections first, and we'll figure out exactly what has to happen here. So Damien has to get a 9. That's where it is right now.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So Damien, it appears Damien needs to have a 9.
Yep.
And anything more than that is gravy. And if he's projecting an 11, that's an 88-72. That is a win for Pro Tabletop if Damien hits his current projection. So this is the last game, so let's see where we're going with this.
Wrong table.
No, this is the right one.
Oh,
yep, this is the right one.
Yep.
So there's just a pile of AdMech on the Omega. Again, we can only assume that this is the Alpha in the top, and that this is sitting there because there are models on top of it, and it will be gone as soon as there aren't. And they're on turn 4 right now. It looks like the Chaos Space Marines are moving, so this has to be bottom of 4.
Did you charge them with everything?
Yeah, everything's in there.
And both made it in?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
just finish your charges.
All right.
Okay.
We had it right. They had it wrong, not us.
Yep.
So there we go. So we've got, so Damien needs a 9. And that's it. And it looks like, so we're on bottom of 4 right now. The Chaos Space Marines
I don't know
crowding.
if the score can drop enough to go to an 8.
No, I mean, so we know that the Alpha is
already
gone.
got 50 points.
This is gone. So Damien is presumably done scoring primary. If these Skitarii at the bottom are in combo with a bunch of Chaos Space Marines, I don't think that those tracks are going to outnumber the plethora of cultists that are hitting them. So Damien's done scoring primary, but it's bottom of 4. That means there's only 15 more primary for Sean. And 15 primary and the best cards on Earth aren't giving you a 12 in this game. And Sean has to hit a 12. So if their scores are up to date, I don't see Monstars pulling out the win here. But this is the last game, and so Sean's going to try everything he can.
Table 1 was actually a 16-4.
Yep.
Garga asked that question.
Oh, is that still inaccurate in the projections?
Not in ours.
Oh, but in...
no, it looks like it's fixed on the official as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, looks fine there.
Yeah, so Sean just has to pull out a miracle out of his hat here. Anything else, and it looks like Pro Tabletop is going to escape to 2-0. This is hard fought. This was tough. There was blood and casualties on all sides of this. But when you're looking at this and what needs to happen, go back to that first game that ended. Walter's Necrons against Scott's Sisters. It was a 16-4. That's a big Sisters victory. But when we were looking at it, it looked like that could have been a 20.
Yep.
If that had been a 20, suddenly the draw is not only real but likely.
Yeah.
And suddenly you need Damien to pull heroics. But because Walter,
those 4
while
points.
getting blasted, held on to some points, that somehow is buying Damien the room he needs here to try to secure their victory.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, a decent number of Taraxi got picked up here. So, I mean, there's a massive Chaos Space Marines on this objective. It's the Omega belongs to Sean. This is purely a time crunch. And I don't see a lot of AdMech left, but those AdMech are going to just draw some cards, see what they score, pass the turn. Sean's going to score 15 primary, draw some cards, and I just don't see that crossing the difference.
Yep.
Again, I think the only hope for the Monstar fans watching this is that there's something in this scoreboard that has not been submitted yet, but it looks like we've got it all.
Okay.
Then we pile in.
Yeah.
But, I guess when he piles in, he'll tag here.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep, and everybody push as much as I can. I'm trying to get everybody on there that I can.
You got it.
Yep, that Sean has claimed this objective for chaos. There is
That's
no
all good.
questioning that.
Yep.
That is his. Do you want to swing into the tank? Or
Oh, there's 2 tanks
you're
just
not worried about
kicking each other. They're going to live there forever.
I'm not worried about that.
They're not worried about it. They're not even rolling it anymore. It's does the Rhino kill a full health Scorpius? Does Scorpius kill a Rhino? No, it doesn't.
Loci for 2.
What'd you recover with?
John, did
What'd
you
you
get
I
your
didn't
gym
reach
time
Loci
in
with
today?
the.
Come again?
Did you get your gym
Curse
time in
Cultist.
today?
As much as normal.
All right, 2 points on that, and recover you just drop. Is that right?
Recover, I drop.
Okay. Goes to my turn.
Okay, so Sean dropped her cover.
I hold no objectives.
Yep, no primary for Damien.
Oh, sorry. End of your turn. Before I see this, I'm gonna pay a CP. I'm gonna pick these dudes up, and I'm gonna pick that dude up.
All right.
Goes to my turn. I got bring down, overwhelming force.
Those are tough cards right now. There are units on objectives. I just don't think he's killing them.
And there are vehicles, but I just don't know that he has the
Kill
units to
unit
kill
on
vehicles.
objective.
And remember that this objective is not real,
Goes into
and
my
so
turn.
that's
Get a
not an
CP.
overwhelming force. And this objective is empty, and this is
Oh,
just
I
a
feel- I know, I
giant
can't
ball of
get
crystal.
to.
Yeah.
I can't get to.
So I think he's redrawing one of them.
Yeah, makes sense.
I can't
Take
imagine
those
not.
off for a second. Because I still have sabotage from the round before because you stopped me from doing it right there.
Oh.
So then it will just be a random one behind enemy lines. Sabotage behind enemy lines.
All right. He can get behind. He's in progress of sabotage.
And this
He got
dude.
stopped once. He could try to do it again. He can get a couple of points off of that. And I mean, I think for Damien, that's the best case scenario, right? Is that you just
Yeah, just get
you get
some amount of points.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
score
think-
something. You try the sabotage. Bluntly, I don't think he's going to complete the sabotage, but maybe he does. And it may not matter if he does at the end of the day. But if that Predator and Hellbrute can't whip the corner and to kill that Draxi squad,
enemy lines.
but he's, if nothing else, he looks like he's going to score behind enemy lines. And so that's 4 more points, which means that the number that Sean
Then
has to hit to get an 11
using
here,
that thing.
to get a 12 is just out of reach.
We've got a question on if he could use the Vanguard ability to do
Sabotage
OC
behind enemy
reduction.
So I think that if Damien had the bottom of turn, that would be a real plan. However, here's the reality. Sean has bottom of turn.
Yep.
And so if there are Vanguard on the Omega next to a Cursed Cultist, they
won't
have to
be
survive
there.
through Sean's turn, and then there won't be.
Yeah.
That a Cursed Cultist unit, because you're +1 AP against things on the objective. I mean, so every attack is cutting them into the invuln, even the little guys. You just go in, you win them on 2s, and they die.
Okay, so
I don't see any Vanguard nearby enough that would do it. So
There might be some coming out of this.
No, this was Sakarans coming out.
Oh.
Dude there.
Yeah, so more Sakarans in the box.
Dude
They're going to
there,
come out,
dude
and
there.
maybe
Dude
this
here, dude
combat is
there.
incredible, and they clear this entire objective.
These guys move.
I don't think so, but he's going to make the attempt. Hey, frankly, I might
over here.
walk them backwards and recover assets. But
Austin asks, why
I
doesn't
am
he put
gonna
the
overwatch when
Draxi
they
behind the
come
template? It's because he's trying to
With the tank?
sabotage
Yeah.
that piece.
Yep,
I believe.
Fine.
that would be the reason, I would guess. I imagine that the unit's going to get whipped up by a Cursed Cultist after getting shot by Predators.
Yep.
But he's really there for behind enemy lines. Sabotage is bottom. It's top of 5. What else is he going to do with this
Yeah.
time?
7 shots.
And so Damien's going to take a turn to do everything he
3.
can, and then I think Sean's turn is going to be relatively elementary. He's just going to see how many OC he needs on the Omega to hold it. He's going to go do that, and then he's going to put everything he can into the sabotaging unit and do whatever his
Get some.
cards tell him to, and then we're just going to tally the score.
Oh, well, they just got
I
scooped.
guess.
I'm sorry, what? Did they get overwatched by a Predator?
Yeah.
What scooped them?
Okay. All right.
How did they die?
I will go ask.
Okay. Maybe Price can get that last camera on this is the last game. We are all confused about what just happened there. Then Overwatch.
Okay.
All right. Well, they are sustained hits. Okay.
Charge.
Well, that's a behind enemy line point, and that's
No
probably
sabotage.
the end of sabotage.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
5.
Hey,
Well,
Sean is doing everything he can.
Yeah. Sean knows the stakes, right? Sean knows that he's the last game
That's
playing.
not right. We didn't. I stopped calculating on that thing because it was just how I got
all right.
confused.
We're
there,
not
so
sure.
I just kept it on my phone.
They're keeping it on their score. They're confused by the
Go
tablet.
ahead,
So
sure.
there might be a little hope for Sean still. It sounds like what we have here is not an up-to-date score.
Score is what?
60 to 30 right now on top of 5.
Yeah.
60 to 30 currently.
Oh, that's what we have.
That's
2 more points.
that plus paint.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe Sean's just been keeping score well anyways, and
well,
while
swing into
Damien
this.
was using his phone.
See what we do. My last little ditch effort.
Yeah, this is
5,
just a big
10,
Sakaran unit. I am curious to see how this activation goes. This is Sakaran
Is your
slamming into a
character
Curse
hidden
Cult
behind the
squad.
Should be.
I really don't have a good concept of how hard this unit hits. I know that
Are these
light
infiltrators or Ruststalkers?
I truly cannot tell from here.
I mean, definitely from this
From the
angle,
top
it's
down, there's no way.
virtually impossible to tell.
It seems like we have lost our cameraman, so I don't think we're going to get a closer shot on this. I wonder if we can get Jaime to roll it over for us.
40.
I don't know.
Should just be 40,
I don't know where
right?
our price went. That's okay.
50.
Then aren't you guys dead?
Do you want
this
to
one?
go? Do you want to go move the camera over?
They
Sure.
just got out-
Now's the
got
action
in
shot,
there,
right? This is
and
the last thing.
They didn't do anything.
When they came up, we overwatched, right?
We'll see if we can get a good camera into position of that. We've got some that we can wheel over.
I thought I just took the move back and put him back in the truck, but sure. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
40 attacks. That is quite a few.
Threes.
And we're getting some camera action on this.
Sixes. Fours.
Fours.
Threes. Strength 5.
Threes.
Sixes are dev. And your guy's hidden, you said?
Yep.
All right, I think these are rough stalkers off the
All right.
just off the rip of what's going down here.
So this will be
This is gonna hurt a lot, but I do expect there'll be some Accursed Cultists
that
left.
many dev wounds, and you can just roll those if you want. -2.
Okay. So we're gonna get a
That's
good shot of this action
20?
going. We're gonna see
Yeah.
exactly how many die here. There we go. There we go.
Last
So,
one.
you know, somehow getting a close-up shot has not helped me. I still think those are Rust
And the one
Stalkers.
dude
But
looks like
threes.
power swords.
hits with
They're dev
4.
wounds. I believe that's Rust
Threes are
Stalkers. You want to pull
devs.
up the Rust Stalker combo weapon?
Yes.
Let's see what that looks like.
It looks like they're
devs.
double swords.
Yeah. So,
Kill 3 more. So 15 total.
so a lot of damage going down, but that's not.
Yeah,
It's a lot of the unit, but it's not all the unit. And, I mean, with all those vehicles standing there, it feels like getting the OC on the point is not going to be the struggle point here for those, for the Chaos Space Marines.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
All right, so you have the Sakarans. What's that melee
15.
weapon? Devastating wounds. Yeah, that's got to be,
Okay.
that's got to be the Transonic Blades.
Yep.
All right, so a lot of dev wounds coming out. I mean, it's just a lot of dice.
I'm back.
All right.
What, 3 big guys, 4 big guys? 3?
3 big guys, and I'll give them the fill no pain, I guess.
Okay. We're good on sustain. We're going to go full rerolls to wound. 12, 15, 21.
Okay.
All right. I don't know how full rerolls to wound is happening. Maybe I'm missing something there. But either way, the Accursed Cultists are likely punting these Rust Stalkers into the sun, and even if they don't, I think it'll be a trivial matter for a bucket of tanks to drive onto that objective and make that no longer an issue. Then it's purely going to be Sean draws cards, scores 15 primary, and we'll get a final. I don't see any other way for this to end at this point.
5 ups.
Yep.
Put it back,
Someone has
put it back,
confirmed
put it
for
back.
me that the saucer heads are what makes them infiltrators, and since they have kind of
Will you have
hoods
this
on,
team stop
they
talking about my
are
game in front of me?
going to be
Thank
Rust
you.
Stalkers. Process of elimination there. And yes, the dinosaur watches overall. That Forge Fiend will deal with any survivors, I'm sure of it.
First one takes a wound.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's
Second one.
just pulling some casualties on
Kills that dude. Third one.
determining how many.
Kills a dude.
We'll let the
Lives.
players talk about it.
whatever.
Kills dude.
Dies. The next one dies, and last one.
So it sounds like 5.5 Rust Stalkers may have been scooped by the clapback there, which means that there's 5 OC on the point at best.
1, 2, 3, 4. Dude on a wound.
Yeah.
That's all that really matters for that.
All right.
Cleanse, Storm
All right.
Hostile.
Let's hit that top down and we'll know a little bit
Can you
here.
even do Storm?
They're gonna have to read Storm. I don't know what happens when there is no.
You got cleanse.
So I have to come down here.
And Storm.
He has to get that. He has to get a new objective because currently Damien doesn't own any.
Okay. So I just get it. Cleanse. I guess we cleanse there.
I think that's just
with
gonna
the
be a
one
final.
squad.
Just
That
15
should be
primary,
it.
1 cleanse, unless he can see a way to cleanse the home objective, which I personally don't see. But maybe there's something in.
So you're
I
gonna
don't see
cleanse
enough in
where?
it.
Right there. Because I should control it. Marines are not in combat, so they should cleanse.
Yep.
Marines are in combat.
Then I need to swing Marines too.
Even so, I think that
Versus
Forge
Faith
Fiend
is
will just
fine.
walk onto the objective and cleanse it, and that'll work out for him. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter.
To explode.
All right, so.
What do we do about
they're
time?
Just finishing
I mean, this
out.
is it. That's all that matters right here.
Okay.
So you have 6, -2, 2 damage.
Okay.
And just a couple more Rust Stalkers are going to go down,
Alright.
but
2
again,
damage.
I think then the
First
Forge Fiend
one.
cleanses the objective, and it really
One,
just
5 ups.
should be.
Dude has a
That
wound.
kills
If he's
the wounded
scoring
guy,
Storm
right?
Guy,
for
that's
4,
right. Guy takes a wound, so that's
then it
one
would just
dead.
be
Takes a wound. Next one into that guy.
6. It would just be
Kills that
21
guy.
points added
Third
to
one.
Sean's score, which is likely an 11-9 for Damien,
3 die.
which is
So the
plenty
1,
of the margin that he needed.
2, 3.
But the players will
That
figure
should
that
be it
out
for
for
them?
themselves to make
No,
sure
he's
that
still in
that's the
combat
thing.
with that fly guy.
Oh.
I mean,
Okay. Well then,
yeah.
Fortune walks on and does
Right
that.
on.
for me?
Yep, that does it right there.
Cleanse. Oops. So you got Storm Hostile and you got Cleanse.
Yep.
And you'll get 15 on that.
Yep.
63, 51.
Okay, good one.
So 63-51 sounds like a final.
Good
It
game,
sounds
dude.
like 63 in favor of the AdMex. That's going to be a 12-8.
Yep.
So a 12-8 does what we think it did, which is it's going to lock in a win
And he
for
just
Pro
kept throwing
Tabletop. And we're going to look at what that brings us to as a final. So at 12-8, 89-71. So that means that Pro Tabletop had, essentially they had 3 extra points, which means if 4 points had gone away from them at any point across this round, it would have been a draw. Hey, 4 points. Remember when we were talking about Walter Langendorf scoring a 4 in a game where he was getting viciously shot in the face?
Yep.
If he had caved and gotten 20'd, they would draw the round.
Yep.
You know, when they're reflecting
quite seriously might be MVP of the round.
yeah, that actually could be a round-saving move by Walter to absorb those punches in his beautiful, beautiful face and smile and score some points through it all. So remember, when you see a round and you see that someone didn't score a lot of points, do not think that that person messed up.
No.
I genuinely think Walter scored, because we both saw that table and we thought 20. We thought that was a 20-0 game. And Walter...
Or at least 18-2.
Yeah, at least. But Walter holding on for a 4 wins Pro Tabletop the round.
Yeah.
And
major kudos.
And that's tight. I mean, 2-0 for Pro Tabletop. We know that the Art of War team is 2-0 as well. It looks like, looking across the field, there's a couple games still being wrapped up in the field. So I'm sure we'll know more tomorrow. And as a matter of fact, we'll probably know more in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But we may not be here for that. We do have a super chat before we see, and that is Scott Ketchum giving us a $10 monetary bribe. Thank you so much, Scott, for the support for more Art of War live event streaming. Well, yeah, thank you so much, Scott, for the support. We will see when we have the ability to do it. But certainly, I'm having a great time commentating here, so we're going to see if we can keep doing this. Certainly, you know, we would not be able to do this without the help of Pro Tabletop technologically. They're the ones that set up 8 streaming tables linked to these 4 monitors that we have in front of us. But
cool
we're
setup.
glad that we can lend our voices to their beautiful setup. And, well, congratulations to Pro Tabletop on securing a win. We're going to see if we can get some of these people. I would love to get Brad, the captain, and or maybe we just get a game here. Werner's going to go into the crowd, and he's going to headhunt some people for me, because I want to hear from these people about how this round went down. I mean, a narrow victory. We saw it the last time, a very narrow victory. All right, right, so while Werner finds me some people to interrogate, we're going to find out soon who else is undefeated. And, of course, we will probably be picking a matchup tonight to look at for tomorrow. And that'll be quite exciting. We're gonna see what we can do. As we start getting into these undefeated on undefeated rounds, I mean, we're gonna get more good player on good player action. I can feel it. There's definitely more to come. So let's go ahead, and it sounds like we're getting some players over to us right now.
All right, so we got the captains joining us.
Just pick 'em. All right, perfect. So looks like we've got some people joining us here, and we'll get them all mic'd up, and we'll talk a little bit about how this round went. Okie dokie. All right, and welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here. That was a tight round. Super fun for us to watch, but that was really tight. I mean, congratulations, Pro Tabletop.
Thank you.
That
was a hard round, man. They're always one. It's like Art of War and Monstars are always the ones that were like, hey, they can just like smash us. We have to go in so cautious, and we drew them in Tennessee earlier in the year, so this was like the what's going to happen this time.
And then in ATC, we played both your sister teams basically, and we were able to get you there, but you
Yeah.
didn't have the full
Yeah, we
squad.
didn't have the
Now
full
you do,
squad.
so it's a much different game. So
yeah.
Okay, wow.
was
So,
good.
I mean, first of all, congratulations. Second, looking at the 8 games that happened, there were big scores on both sides, and I think some of that was a product of the mission, because there's no primary in your home field, so you got to really fight in the middle.
Yep.
Were there any games on your side, we'll start with you, Brad, that maybe didn't go the way you expected? Any surprises on the results here?
So Walter usually puts up decent scores, and he usually like always pulls out some sort of small win, and if he's going to lose, it's like an 8.
Especially against us.
Yeah, so like him just getting a 0. What do you get, a 0 or a
He got a 4,
4?
which actually would be the difference. If he got a 0, it's a tie.
Yeah.
So he might be MVP, we were saying.
So usually he would score more. My game, Magnus literally killed one Dread Knight all game. So like I just couldn't put, and like I had one turn where there was 4 guys left on 3 wounds each, and if all 4 of those died that turn, then it's probably like an 8. We think that it was like an 18-2 to me, and I think that's what you guys said was on the prediction for you guys, and that's kind of what we had.
Correct.
So that game was a big flip in their favor.
Yes.
And I think that would have made this round a lot more relaxed for us.
I'd say
Thomas just getting 20-0.
That was the big one for us. Thomas and Ryan. I mean, Ryan's one of our better players, and we specifically designed that GSC list for a purpose, and it's doing some work. So
yeah, I mean, massive score there. We were watching it happen, and that was one that we got to very quickly.
Good.
And top of 1, all the aggressors dead.
Yes.
We're trying to figure out what is happening. But Ryan was pulling some magic with that list. And what about for you? Any other games that you thought went either higher or lower than you expected?
You know, the guard matchup for us, I didn't expect to be as lopsided as it was. I figured it'd be a little more drawish, and same with the ACDC Tau list. We knew that was going to be a terrible matchup for us. I was like, just squeeze points if you can. So yeah. So that was a bad one. Walter's list again. Always gives us surprises almost every time we come here. He writes a list and we're like, we've got this. We can handle this. And oh no, he surprised us, shocked us like 4 or 5 times, and it's just. Finally, we got one up on him, so I feel a lot better. At least in that regard. So
fair enough. Okay, so you're 2-0. You're moving on to the next day.
We are.
With only 14 teams here, there's only going to be a couple of 2-0, so you can expect more challenges tomorrow. But good job on the day. I mean, real quick before we close this out, because I'm sure everyone's hungry for dinner here. Let's talk a little bit about this event being at Dreamhack. I know this is the first for you. I don't believe you were at the Dreamhack in Dallas.
Yeah, this is the first experience
so just
for me.
Looking at the hall, I mean, how's this different from normal?
So it's a lot longer walks, right? So, but it's just so if you play a fast armor, if you play a fast game, you're allowed to get through, and the convention is just amazing. I would love to keep seeing this growing. So this is the type of places I would like to play. So this is very enjoyable. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, now you're done, and now you get to go do whatever
yeah,
you want.
Exactly right, man.
Go watch something, go see the booths and everything.
Break dancing, I've already been caught a couple times. So.
I mean, I've been part of the Dreamhack family for, I don't know, probably like 10 years. I used to do all the esports stages and stuff like that with a bunch of companies, so it's very familiar to me. It's something that's kind of been like a dream of like ours and Art of Wars for a long time, is to push Warhammer into the esports type of scene, be able to do things at conventions like this. So, you might just see this But there's, you know, an entire hall of conventions. There's sponsor booths. There's 5, 6, 7 esports stages. There's tons and tons of other things to do when you're not playing. So, you know, we're really trying to, like, see how we can help Dreamhack and be a part of growing tabletop and everything as part of their convention.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very excited to see it. It's been a phenomenal event so far. It's been very fun to watch. Both rounds on stream were extremely tight, and I'm expecting more great rounds tomorrow.
For sure.
I'll let you guys go get some food. Thanks for joining us real quick.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck to both of you tomorrow. There's still a lot to play for everyone.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
We'll see how tomorrow goes.
We're going to still hold our own now.
Yeah,
I believe in it. All right.
All right.
Good luck tomorrow, both of you. Absolutely. All right. Take care. All right. So that just about wraps us up for today, and I think that means it's about time to close down the stream. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching this. Hopefully you enjoyed it, but we're going to go ahead and sign off for the day. That means that tomorrow we've got more games coming up. Well, the Art of War team's 2-0, so there's a decent chance they end up on the table sometime tomorrow. And for now, that means that you want to check in at 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We've already got the YouTube event up, so if you go subscribe to the channel, you get notified when we go live. Of course, like, leaving a comment, that's really helpful for us. Let us know what you think about Art of War streaming event. Like it, leave a comment, and we're going to be working hard, trying to bring you the best games possible, and we'll have a lot more to bring your way tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. We'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.